I was transported to June 15, 2075. That scene of hell descending was etched into my mind like a nightmare. For me, Chen Mo, hell wasn't zombies, monsters, or the collapse of civilization. It was the heart-wrenching scream of Linuan. That image, I will never forget in this lifetime. This time, I wouldn't let tragedy repeat itself. The end of class bell rang. I left the classroom like a soldier heading to battle, quickly searching for Jiang Hao's whereabouts. The guy was a typical rich brat, always arrogant and domineering. In my past life, I had avoided him, but because of Linuan, he had honed in on me. There you are. I deliberately walked up to him and stomped on his foot hard. The unexpected attack made him stumble awkwardly, leaving him visibly humiliated. Chen Mo? Jiang Hao's eyes flared with rage. Are you ing asking for death? The two henchmen by his side immediately stepped forward, their gaze menacing. The atmosphere grew tense. Classmates around us stopped in their tracks, watching the scene unfold either overtly or covertly. I lifted my gaze and met his sinister stare with calm intensity. No longer was there any trace of the fear or despair I once felt in my past life. My eyes were like a bottomless abyss. I didn't say a word, only tilted my head slightly. It wasn't a smile. It was cold scrutiny and icy, condescending pity. Jiang Hao froze for a moment, startled by my gaze. A wave of frustration and anger surged within him. Cat got your tongue? Blocking my way and you can't even say a damn word? He stepped closer, his face nearly brushing against mine, attempting to intimidate me with his height and presence. I remained silent, my gaze growing darker and deeper. Seconds passed. I said nothing, only cast him one last measured look before turning around, parting the crowd, and walking straight toward the classroom exit. Jiang Hao stood motionless, watching my disappearing silhouette at the doorway, his face alternating between pale and flushed. He felt as if something had just pricked him during that fleeting moment of eye contact, not painful, yet leaving him thoroughly uneasy. How gee, what's up with that kid today? Did he take the wrong medicine or something? One of his lackeys leaned in and asked quietly. Jiang Hao irritably shook off his hand and cursed, "Damn lunatic." As I glanced back from the doorway, I gave a cold sneer. This time, it's your turn to be the loser. Kid, you better have something important, or you'll regret wasting my time, Fat Dragon growled, puffing out a ring of smoke. Ignoring the threatening glares of his henchmen, I walked straight to the couch opposite him, sat down, and locked eyes with him. My gaze remained steady and composed. Dragon bro, let's cut to the chase. I need money, 100,000 yuan. Cash. Fat Dragon snorted as though he just heard the joke of the century. 100,000? Do I look like I run a charity? Why the hell should I? For this reason. I leaned forward slightly, lowering my voice as I spoke, each word clear and deliberate. That woman you're keeping in the southern city Sunshine Garden, the one who gave you a son last month. Your wife, isn't she supposed to come back from her trip this weekend? Fat Dragon's grin froze instantly. His arm slipped off the woman unconsciously, and his eyes turned sharp. You've been snooping around on me? I have no interest in your affairs, I replied coolly, shaking my head. But I also know this, that public account you've been using for your loans seems the numbers don't quite add up. And your boss, Mr. Liu, he's been auditing his books lately, hasn't he? Fat Dragon's face darkened completely, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The mistress and son at Sunshine Garden were the biggest secrets he kept from the tigress at home. Misappropriating public funds to loan out for interest, however, was the action that struck at the very nerve of his backer. Either secret being exposed would leave him with no place to bury his bones. He suddenly shoved the woman beside him away and stared at me viciously, as if he wanted to skin me alive and tear me apart. Kid, who the hell are you? Who sent you? Who I am doesn't matter, I met his gaze without the slightest hesitation. What matters is, I know all of this. And, 3 days from now, after 3 in the afternoon on June 18th, these secrets, along with you, will cease to mean anything. You just need to loan me this money, and then we're even. Afterward, you can pretend you never saw me, and I can promise these secrets will follow me to the grave. Are you going to use a pile of useless paper that'll be worthless in 3 days to buy yourself peace now? Or are you going to take a gamble on whether I have the means to get these materials into the right hands before you make your move? Fat Dragon glared daggers at me, his chest rising and falling violently. For nearly a minute, there was only silence, as if an entire century had passed. Suddenly, he slapped the armrest of the sofa and grit his teeth as he shouted to one of the boys beside him, "Go! Get him 100,000. In cash." Half an hour later, I walked out of Heishui Street carrying an unassuming black plastic bag. Inside were 10 stacks of weighty banknotes. I didn't pause for a second, I headed straight to the city's largest outdoor supplies and wholesale market. Compressed biscuits, military rations, chocolate, purified water, antibiotics, tourniquets, sanitation supplies, a multifunctional tactical flashlight, high-strength nylon rope, a firefighter's axe, a machete. Methodically and effectively, I procured everything that might be of use, drawing on the survival knowledge I had from a past life in the apocalypse. My calm demeanor and the nature of the items I was purchasing earned some puzzled glances from shop owners, but I ignored them all. Next, through an agent, I rented a ground floor unit in an old residential building on the outskirts of the city, near the National Highway. It had reinforced security doors and metal window grates. The location was relatively remote but structurally solid, making it a good base for evacuating in the initial chaos. As night fell and the city's nightlife began to stir, the neon lights shimmered, sketching out an illusion of prosperity in the last days of peace. I returned quietly to campus, blending into the shadows beneath the dormitory building. My eyes remained firmly fixed on the entrance of the female dormitory. I wasn't sure how much time passed before Linuan finally appeared. After saying goodbye to her roommates, she entered the dormitory alone. Seeing her make it safely back to her room let me loosen the taut string in my chest, if only slightly. I pulled out my phone and dialed the number carved deep into my soul. The call quickly connected. Linuan's voice came softly through, carrying hints of concern and confusion. "Hello? Chen Mo? What's wrong? This afternoon, you." "Warner," I interrupted her, "listen to me. In the next few days, no matter what rumors you hear about me or what you see me do, don't believe it. Don't ask why, just trust me." I paused, my tone turning heavier, each word enunciated almost one by one. "Remember, on the afternoon of the 18th, the day after tomorrow, no matter what happens, you must stay indoors, preferably in your dorm room, and keep away from the windows. No matter what's going on outside or what you might see, do not go out. Wait for me." On the other end, Linuan was clearly stunned, baffled. "Chen Mo, what are you talking about? What's happened? Are you in trouble? We can. Just trust me." I interrupted her again. "Just this once, don't ask anything, just do as I say. Wait for me. I swear." Without waiting for her response, I ended the call. The first step had been taken. Next, it was time to claim what was rightfully mine. June 17th. The 7th abandoned factory on the city outskirts. I stood outside the rusted gate, my sharp eyes sweeping across the desolate scene. This was the very place. Roughly 2 weeks after the blood sun descended in my previous life, a survivor had stumbled upon this location. By chance, they helped an elderly lone resident being harassed by hoodlums. That survivor then rose to become a power player in the region. The details of this opportunity had been carelessly revealed by the survivor during a drunken boast, and I happened to overhear. Now, this chance belonged to me. I bypassed the main factory building and made my way further into the compound toward a row of nearly collapsed single-story annexes. As I got close, I heard boorish curses and the sound of objects being kicked over. "Old geezer, get lost while you still can. Our brother Hao has his eye on this spot. Damn it, didn't you hear us talking? Are you looking to get your ass kicked?" I saw 3 gaudily dressed young men with hair dyed in garish colors surrounding an elderly man. The old man's hair was white as snow, his clothes tattered, and his back hunched, but he clung tightly to a worn-out woven bag behind him. A young man was shoving an old man forcefully, while another tried to snatch the bag from the elderly's hand. "Stop it." Though my voice was low, it carried a cold sharpness that pierced the air, freezing the actions of the 3 hooligans. The trio turned to look at me, their eyes landing on my ordinary clothes and slightly slim student-like frame. At first, they seemed surprised, but then their faces twisted into sneers of disdain. Well, look at this little punk. Trying to play hero, are we? The one with dyed yellow hair released his grip on the old man and swaggered toward me, his finger nearly poking my nose. Get lost, kid. Don't stick your nose in things or I'll beat you too. The old man glanced at me, a trace of worry flashing in his cloudy eyes. His lips moved as if to say something but no words came out. I didn't respond to the thug's taunts. The moment his finger was about to touch my nose, I moved. Swift as lightning. My left hand shot up, seizing his wrist with precision and twisting it downward, while my right knee drove forward like a cannonball, slamming fiercely into his unguarded abdomen. Ugh! Everything happened so quickly that the other two thugs didn't even have time to react. By the time they realized something was wrong and charged at me with enraged shouts, I had already dodged one's fist like a phantom, sidestepping smoothly. My elbow cut through the air with a sharp force, smashing heavily into the ribs of the other. Crack! The sound of splintering bone rang clearly in the air, sending shivers down spines. The man screamed, collapsing to the ground and curling into a fetal position. The last of the three paled with terror, his punch sailing weakly toward me without strength. I snatched his wrist effortlessly, bent it backward, and drove a kick into the back of his knee. Thud! He fell to the ground, kneeling, clutching his twisted arm and wailing in pain. From start to finish, it had only taken 10 seconds. The three thugs who had been so arrogant moments ago now lay writhing on the ground, groaning in agony, their fight entirely gone. The old man's cloudy eyes were filled with astonishment. In all his years, he had never witnessed such clean, ruthless efficiency from someone so young. It wasn't the bearing of a student. No, standing before him now seemed more like a battle-hardened soldier who had crawled from mountains of corpses and pools of blood. Are you all right? I approached the old man, my tone softening slightly. The old man snapped out of his daze, gazing at me with a complex expression, gratitude mixed with a deep curiosity. He shook his head, his voice hoarse. I am fine. Thank you, young man. He hesitated, staring into my overly calm eyes as though he had come to some realization. With trembling hands, he turned around and rummaged through his tattered woven bag for a long while before pulling out a jade pendant strung on a red cord. I don't have much to offer, the old man said solemnly, extending the pendant toward me. This has been passed down in my family for generations. It's said to be valuable. But it's of no use to me now, take it as a token of thanks. I didn't refuse. I took the pendant with both hands. Thank you. I carefully stowed the pendant away. The old man waved his hand, saying no more. After giving me a long, deep look, he picked up his tattered bag and, with a hunched back, slowly disappeared into the depths of the abandoned factory. I clenched the jade pendant in my pocket and, without lingering, turned to leave the factory. However, just as I stepped out of its gates and into the open wilderness outside, the deafening roar of engines came closer and closer. Screech! A group of gaudily modified motorcycles and one flashy sports car roared to a halt not far from me, kicking up a cloud of dust. The car door opened, and out stepped Jiang Hao with his usual gang of cronies, all laughing arrogantly. Jiang Hao's gaze immediately landed on me, someone exiting the factory alone. He froze momentarily, then his face broke into a smirk laced with disdain and malice. Well, if it isn't Chun the scholar. Jiang Hao shoved his hands into his pockets, swaggering toward me. His eyes swept over my plain attire and empty hands before he sneered. What's this? Not hiding in the library with your books today? Did you come here to scavenge for scraps? Looks like the poverty's driven you mad. His group of lackeys immediately burst into laughter. I stopped walking, looking at him expressionlessly, my gaze as indifferent as if I were staring at a pile of meaningless trash. Whatcha hiding there? You found something valuable? Jiang Hao's eyes lit up, the mockery in his tone mingling with greed. Come on, let us have a look. Might even be some antique treasure you, a broke loser, don't deserve to have it. As he reached out toward my pocket, about to grab it, I moved. When still, I was like an undisturbed lake. When in motion, I struck like thunder. I sidestepped his hand, grasped his outstretched wrist with iron-like strength, and bent it sharply downward. Ah! Jiang Hao cried out in pain, stumbling instantly. He lost his balance and tumbled directly into a muddy puddle left behind by recent rain. Splash! Water splashed in all directions as Jiang Hao's entire body fell into the murky muddy water. His expensive clothes were instantly soaked with filth, and his hair and face were covered in grime, leaving him in an utterly miserable state. Damn! Who dares touch Brother Hao? Break him! Two of his quicker-thinking lackeys cursed as they rushed forward, swinging baseball bats with menace. My gaze turned ice-cold as I didn't retreat but instead moved forward. At the moment the baseball bat came swinging down, I lowered my body, slipping like a fish into the arms of one of the attackers. My elbow struck his chest with ferocity. Bang! It felt as though he'd been struck by a sledgehammer. He blacked out instantly, his body flying backward before crashing to the ground. He didn't make another sound. The other lackey's bat struck nothing but air. Just as he was about to adjust his move, I already had his arm in my grip. A clean, decisive shoulder throw followed. Boom! He was slammed heavily into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. He didn't even let out a grunt before losing consciousness entirely. The remaining few lackeys stood frozen in fear at the display of my terrifying combat ability. They clutched beer bottles and bats but dared not step forward. I didn't spare them a glance as I slowly walked to the edge of the muddy water. Jiang Hao was struggling to climb out of the dirty pit. He was still spewing vile curses from his mouth. Shan mo. I'll fu ugh. A foot came crashing down on his chest with thunderous force, sending his half-lifted upper body back into the sludge with a heavy stomp. I looked down at Jiang Hao, struggling in the mud, as if I were observing a helpless ant. This is only the interest. Enjoy your last good days while you can. With that, I withdrew my foot and no longer looked at Jiang Hao, who was trembling uncontrollably in fear and rage in the muddy pit. Nor did I acknowledge the terrified lackeys around him. Turning, I walked away, disappearing calmly into the distant wasteland. Shan mo. I'll kill you. I'll make sure you die. Behind me, Jiang Hao's hysterical and coughing screams echoed through the barren countryside, grating harshly against the empty air. Far from the scene of chaos, I eventually stopped in a secluded, deserted corner. Night was beginning to fall, and the final bit of sunset faded from the horizon. I took out a seemingly ordinary jade pendant. Under the newborn moonlight, the pendant's faintly carved patterns appeared to ripple as if alive. A weak, almost imperceptible, gentle glow emanated from its surface. Then, a line of small glowing characters, faint yet commanding, appeared out of thin air on the pendant's surface. At the same time, they imprinted themselves into my mind. Hidden Chain Quest Ancient Martial Legacy has been triggered. Hey, I don't really know what kind of challenges might pop up in the trial ahead. But hey, I can let my imagination run wild a bit. Maybe next up, we could face something like a time distortion trial. Imagine stepping into a space where time flows chaotically. At one moment, time speeds up ridiculously, years pass in the blink of an eye, the surroundings rapidly age, and resources become unimaginably scarce. The next moment, time slows down to a crawl, every second feels like torment. During those slow moments, phantom monsters might take advantage of the delay, moving toward me slowly yet with a crushing sense of pressure. Their attacks carry the power of time distortion. If struck, my body's timeline could go haywire, either aging rapidly or halting growth entirely. There could also be an elemental storm trial. Imagine this space suddenly being struck by elemental storms, scorching firestorms that incinerate everything into ash wherever they touch, bone-chilling frost storms that can freeze everything around into icy sculptures in an instant, and wild lightning storms with bolts of lightning striking down like dragons descending. These elemental storms could even merge with one another, creating even more terrifying mixed elemental attacks. I'd need to navigate these storms with precision, use my ancient martial breathing techniques to channel energy within me and fend off these elemental barrages. A moment's carelessness, and I'd be consumed by the elements. Or maybe it's something like a mental maze trial. I'd be thrust into a labyrinthine spiritual world, filled with traps and obstacles shaped by my deepest fears, desires, and memories. Scenes from a past life might reappear, things that once plunged me into despair replaying over and over, attempting to disrupt my mind. Or endless temptations might appear, like infinite wealth or supreme power, presented in the most alluring ways. If I waver even the slightest, I'd be trapped in an endless loop within the maze, never able to escape. And who knows, there might be a puppet army trial as well. Suddenly, a swarm of puppets could appear, their strength varying drastically, some easy to handle, others overwhelmingly powerful. These puppets might adapt to my combat style and weaknesses, forming a tightly coordinated attack formation. To survive their assault, I'd have to continuously deploy my combat techniques and ancient martial breathing methods, find their flaws, and take them out one by one. If I fail to deal with them quickly, their numbers might keep growing, eventually drowning me in an ocean of puppets. Ah well, this is just me brainstorming. Who knows what kind of bizarre challenges will pop up in the trial? Just as I was entertaining these wild scenarios, that golden pillar of light vanished with a whoosh. Yet the overwhelming, domineering aura that felt strong enough to crush all creation somehow clung stubbornly around me, like sticky caramel that wouldn't let go. I raised my hand slowly, and with a deliberate thought, my consciousness dove into the newly consolidated talent core within me, law of domination. This thing radiated an aura that was perplexing yet incredibly mysterious. A stream of information surged forth instantly. This ability, it wasn't merely a skill copier or a brute force energy devourer. The core of it was a single word: dominate. My consciousness had become like the most advanced precision probe, capable of piercing through appearances in an instant and thoroughly dissecting the fundamental rules and strings that formed and governed the existence and operation of everything. Whether it was the energy circuits of an opponent's skill, the innate structure of a monster's traits, or even the immutable physical constants of this world, none of these were unshakable laws to me anymore. Instead, they were lines of code that I could observe, understand, and then forcibly commandeer, just like a cheat in a game. Analyze, comprehend, and dominate. Any fragment of rules that I could grasp would be absorbed into my law repository and become part of my dominion. If I commanded flames to extinguish, then the combustion rules in that area would have to halt temporarily. If I decreed space could fold, then the limits of distance and proximity would bend to my will. This was the foundation for constructing my own personal laws, a growth that transcended the framework of the world itself. An SSS-level capability, truly living up to the name, absolutely fantastic beyond words. While I was just starting to grasp this godlike power, the phone in my pocket buzzed violently one last time. The screen flickered desperately for a moment before going completely dark. Yep, global communication networks had mostly gone down at this point. In the millisecond before the screen died entirely, a text message popped up, short, desperate, and full of struggle. It was from Fatty. The message read, "Brother M.O. So many monsters in the dorm building. Save me, arg." Those few words, interspersed with chaotic background noise and capped off with a final tragic scream, pulled me back in an instant to that rainy night in my past life. Back then, Joe Tao, bloodied all over, had held the door shut with his stout body, buying me a few precious seconds to escape. He was torn apart by the swarm of monsters that poured in. The fury in my chest burst forth like a blazing inferno, but my gaze turned as icy and tranquil as ancient frost. "Hang in there, Fatty," I murmured softly. With a swift movement, my figure vanished from the edge of the rooftop in an instant. This campus, once a haven of youthful memories and dreams, had now become a blood-soaked purgatory. Severed limbs and shattered bodies littered the grounds, and the once serene tree-lined paths, filled with laughter and chatter, were now stained with blood, akin to a crimson carpet. I transformed into a streak of golden light, tearing through the dark chaos like a lightning bolt in a storm, plunging into the battlefield. I moved with an unparalleled velocity, faster than sight could capture, propelled endlessly by the vitality supplied by the ancient martial breathing technique, as though it cost me nothing. The dynamic visual clarity granted by the law of dominion turned the world's motion into slowed-down perfection, every trajectory sharp and crystalline like a cinematic slow-motion effect. Complex techniques weren't necessary, I simply sidestepped, punched, or kicked, and each action landed perfectly on the weakest operational points of the monsters, or severed the fundamental rules sustaining their existence. Bam! With a single punch, it wasn't just sheer force, it carried an undetectable ripple of rules embedded within. Over there! I locked on to the location of Fatty's dormitory and accelerated again. Inside the dilapidated boys' dorm, the scene was nothing short of catastrophic. Zhou Tao, alongside a few other students who had narrowly escaped death, and two pale-faced and terrified female classmates, were forced to the far end of the hallway. They used broken tables and chairs to weakly barricade the door. Outside, several saliva-dripping, frenzied dog-like monsters relentlessly rammed the makeshift barrier. Bang! Bang! The barricade creaked and groaned under the assault, sending wood splinters flying everywhere. It's all over. Brother M.O., Zhou Tao's lips trembled as he stammered. Just when the door was about to break apart, boom! I descended like a meteor, smashing through the window at the end of the hallway and landing firmly in front of them. I didn't spare even a glance at Zhou Tao and the others. My icy gaze swept straight toward the creatures breaking through the door. Die! I spoke a single word, my voice colder than frost itself. The very next moment, I moved. My figure flickered like a ghost, darting across the hallway. With one moment forming into fists and the next striking with precise fingers, I hit each monster squarely on their weakest points: forehead, heart, or energy core. The law of dominion operated subtly. Instead of exerting full authority, I leveraged it to decipher the fragile life force structures of these low-grade abominations. Slash! Crack! Just like a hot knife cutting through butter, the ferocious monsters collapsed to the floor without even letting out a cry, their lives extinguished in an instant. Zhou Tao's eyes widened as he stared at my figure, a silhouette both familiar and foreign. His mouth hung open, yet no sound emerged. Well. Still a few survivors hanging around here? Perfect timing, I needed some servants to pour tea and fetch water. A brash voice interrupted. Jiang Hao swaggered into view with several lackeys trailing behind him, their bodies faintly glowing with weak light, white or green, indicating their own awakened talents. A faint yellow hue encircled Jiang Hao's fists, radiating an aura several times stronger than before. It was clear he had awakened an S-rank talent, strength enhancement. His lecherous eyes swept across the two girls, still paralyzed with fear, before landing on me. The twisted, cruel smile on his face gave off both menace and satisfaction. Shan M.O. Didn't expect this, did you? I awakened too. S-rank, no less. Today, let's settle both old and new scores. I'm going to. Before he could finish his sentence, his words came to an abrupt halt. I had turned to face him, my eyes calm yet unfathomable, like they contained the birth and collapse of stars. I harbored no fury, no disdain, just a detached indifference, as though he were an inanimate object. A fool remains a fool, even after gaining power, I stated coolly, then took a step forward. Jiang Hao roared angrily, unleashing his S-level power. The yellow energy around his fists condensed, slicing through the air with a shrill whistle as he hurled a crushing punch aimed at my face. That blow could easily pierce through a concrete wall. However, under the law of dominion, perceptive clarity, the movement trajectory of his strike, the method by which its energy converged, was riddled with flaws, crude and wasteful. I didn't even bother activating the blood power of the ancient martial breathing technique. Instead, I casually raised my right hand, extending my index finger to meet his punch. At my fingertip, I precisely touched the weakest point of Jiang Hao's forceful, thunderous attack. Crack! The sharp, spine-chilling sound of bones fracturing resounded. The yellow energy surrounding his fist shattered like an illusory bubble. His arm twisted at an unnatural angle, the exposed end of a jagged bone piercing through his skin. Arg! Jiang Hao screamed like a pig being slaughtered as he was flung backward by a force so vast that it was beyond his comprehension. He collided against the wall with a resounding crash. I strolled forward leisurely, as all gazes froze in stunned silence. With one single step, I pressed my foot down on Jiang Hao's chest as if squashing an ant. Looking down from above, I met Jiang Hao's face contorted in agony and fear, my voice as cold as the Siberian wind, cutting and clear, reaching everyone's ears. In the apocalypse, trash doesn't deserve to live. I exerted just a little more force with my foot. Jiang Hao's chest bones groaned with sharp cracking sounds, blood seeping from his mouth and nose. Terror and regret filled his eyes entirely. I didn't kill him right away. Instead, I raised my head, directing an icy gaze over Jiang Hao's trembling lackeys, who looked like quails caught in a storm. Get lost. Just one single word, but it carried the weight of a decree. Like prisoners suddenly pardoned, those lackeys scrambled away, tripping over themselves in their haste. They didn't want to linger in such a place for even a moment longer. Only then did I withdraw my foot, not sparing a glance for the wheezing, barely alive Jiang Hao, as if what I had done was nothing more than an insignificant act. Instead, I turned toward Zhou Tao and the other classmates, still shaken to their cores. Those who can still walk, come with me. Inside the safe house. As the heavy metal door opened again, I stepped inside with Zhou Tao and the 3 other classmates who had chosen to follow me. Linuan, who had been nervously curled up in a corner, snapped her head up. Seeing that I had returned unscathed, and that Zhou Tao and the others were also with me, the burden lifted from her heart at last. Her eyes reddened uncontrollably, though she restrained herself from letting tears fall. Zhou Tao, panting heavily, took in the fortified safe house and the piled supplies inside. Looking again at me, as if I were a completely changed person, he finally couldn't hold back the question, "Brother Mo, what exactly is?" I interrupted him, my voice calm but carrying an undeniable authority as it echoed in the enclosed space. Rest for 4 hours. I looked around at everyone, my gaze finally seeming to pierce through the thick walls, focused far away on the abandoned factory shrouded faintly in blood-red light. Then, "I'll take you to reclaim," I paused deliberately, my tone firm and resolute. What was always ours? 4 hours of rest and unimaginable luxury in these apocalyptic times. The atmosphere inside the safe house grew so tense it felt almost tangible. I distributed portions of compressed food and water to everyone. Quietly, they replenished themselves while I explained the situation. Slowly, the group began to understand and accept the brutal reality before them. Zhou Tao and the 3 other classmates still bore the pale terror of survival's aftermath on their faces. Linuan sat beside me, sipping water in small, measured gulps. Her gaze occasionally fell on the sharp lines of my profile, cold and unyielding. She could sense something different about me now, something at once grounding and intimidating. The power radiating from me had grown more restrained, yet in its subtlety lay a greater depth, impossible to fully grasp. "Try to feel the energy within you," I suddenly said, directing my words to Linuan. "Focus your mind. Guide it, as if directing a warm current." Linuan froze for a second, then closed her eyes. She had sensed earlier that some kind of gentle, life-filled energy now stirred within her, but fear and chaos had kept her from probing deeper. Now, under my guidance, she made her first attempt to touch and control it. Gradually, a faint green glow, vibrant with vitality, began to manifest around her body, flickering into existence. A look of clear understanding flashed in my eyes. Grade A ability, Life Link. In the previous timeline, Linuan hadn't awakened it. This time, perhaps because of my interference, she had gained this power ahead of time. It was an immensely powerful support skill, capable of sharing damage and synchronizing states during critical moments, perfectly designed for ensuring a team's survival. Good, I nodded. Remember this feeling. It's your capital for staying alive. When the allotted time had elapsed, I got to my feet. Move out. I offered no further explanation, but no one hesitated, they followed without question. Right now, I was their only hope in this world of darkness. The city streets had become even more desolate and broken in the past few hours. The scent of blood hung so thick in the air it stagnated. Every so often, the screams of monsters and the faint, scattered cries of humans echoed through the silence. I took the lead. The law of dominion allowed me to sense everything around me, every danger, every shift. I could always navigate a route that avoided major clusters of monsters or provided the safest path forward. I slowed my pace slightly on purpose, giving Zhou Tao and Linuan time to adapt, and even murmured quiet instructions as we moved. Watch your footing, shards of glass and twisted metal are deadlier than the monsters. Fatty, left front corner, in the shadows, something's there. Stay ready. Linuan, focus on my state. Try to connect your energy with mine. Zhou Tao gripped a steel bar he'd brought from the dormitory so tightly that his palms were slick with sweat. When a crouching razor claw cat demon suddenly leapt out, he yelped instinctively. But, remembering what I taught him, he managed to channel the faint flow of his inner strength into his arms and thrust out furiously. Thud. Though his movements were a bit awkward and his angle slightly off, the steel bar still pierced into the belly of the razorclaw cat. The demon howled in pain, its attack momentarily stalled. I seized the opportunity to strike with a single finger, shattering its skull. Well done, remember the way to exert force, I calmly affirmed him. Zhou Tao gasped heavily, staring at the monster lying lifeless on the ground, a spark of excitement igniting in his eyes. He realized he could fight now. Meanwhile, Linuan was diligently trying. The faint green glow attempted several times to extend towards me but dissipated each time. I didn't rush her and simply let her continue to feel and practice. Our goal was clear, the semi-urban area on the city outskirts. That was the initial resource point where the system rules materialized. Based on my memories of my past life, it was the closest and relatively easiest place to obtain items. However, upon arriving at the small, abandoned plaza, another group had already beaten us there. They were gathered around the vending machine. The group consisted of 6 men, all wearing black combat uniforms with armbands inscribed with the word Xiangba. They looked fierce at a glance. Get lost. This place belongs to our Xiangba squad, a lackey shouted arrogantly. Xiangba? My gaze flickered. It was Zhang Qingda's faction. Quick movers, I had to admit. Kid, I heard you injured our young master Zhang? A man with a fiery aura stepped forward. His codename was Firewolf, a B-class elemental talent wielder, one of Zhang Qingda's early core members that he had recruited at a high price. Firewolf stared at me gloomily. Perfect. Taking your head will definitely earn me a handsome reward from the boss. Before he even finished speaking, the flames in his palm roared louder, transforming into a blazing fire serpent that angrily lunged at me. It moved with incredible speed, demonstrating his impressive control. Zhou Tao and the others turned pale and instinctively retreated. Yet, under my sovereign rule vision, the energy structure and trajectory of the fire serpent, down to its few unstable nodes, were laid bare before me. In an instant, I even simulated Firewolf's next potential move, a fiery explosion. Fatty, 3 steps forward and right, then strike with all your might 3 inches below his left rib. Linuan, link with me, now. My voice was calm, devoid of any ripple of emotion. At the same time, I slightly shifted my position, narrowly avoiding the serpent's brunt force. My clothes, however, were singed by the intense heat. Zhou Tao had already developed a conditioned reflex to my commands. Without a second thought, he roared, mustering all his strength to thrust a steel bar into the precise spot I directed. At that very moment, Linuan seemed to have a sudden epiphany. The faint green glow finally succeeded in extending, forming an invisible bond connecting her to me. Firewolf realized I had evaded his attack and was about to detonate the residual energy of the fire serpent. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his left rib. Zhou Tao's seemingly random strike had accurately hit a minor node in his elemental energy flow. Though he wasn't seriously injured, his energy rhythm faltered, causing a brief pause in his skill sequence. This was the moment. I moved. I didn't strike directly at Firewolf but instead darted, like a ghost shadow, toward the flank of their formation, targeting another burly man wielding a metal alloy shield, who looked ready to charge. With the sovereign rule operating, I wasn't about to dominate, I understood the structure strength and force transmission mechanics of that shield. Bang! I pointed lightly at the center of the shield. Crack! The thick alloy shield instantly developed spiderweb-like cracks centered around where I struck. Then, with a loud crash, it shattered. The shield bearer was blasted backward by some mysterious force, vomiting blood as he collided with 2 teammates behind him, toppling them. Their formation immediately fell into disarray. Firewolf was both shocked and furious as he forcibly stabilized his breath, conjuring an even larger fireball with both hands. Before he could release it, I was already in front of him, as if I had teleported. My cold, piercing eyes seemed to see through everything about him. Pointless showmanship. I extended one hand so quickly that he couldn't react, piercing through the searing flames to grip the elemental core, his source of talent, within his chest. No! Fire Wolf howled in despair. Pop! Crushing the crimson core between my fingers, it disintegrated into dust. The dissipating energy was instinctively absorbed and analyzed by the sovereign rule, leaving behind an insignificant fragment of law. The flames engulfing Fire Wolf's body extinguished instantly. His face turned as pale as paper, his entire being collapsing as though his spine had been removed. He fell limp, his gaze blank, his talent destroyed. It all happened too quickly, like a flash of lightning. The remaining 3 members of the Xiangba squad looked at me, a presence like a god demon, utterly terrified. Their weapons shook in their hands. I scanned them icily, as though I were gazing at dead men. Tell Zhang Chengde his life is reserved for me. Scram! As if granted a reprieve from death, the 3 scrambled in panic, dragging the unconscious Firewolf and their injured comrades as they fled the plaza in disarray. I ignored them and walked to the vending machine. The machine sensed that I had the necessary permissions, and with a flash of blue light, the interface lit up. Using the faint source points automatically rewarded by the system after slaying monsters earlier and incapacitating the Firewolf just now, I exchanged them for several high-quality alloy combat blades, a batch of basic healing and energy recovery potions, and a blueprint that made my eyes light up, blueprint for constructing a simple energy tower. With this, the safe house could truly become a sustainable stronghold. I distributed the supplies to Zhou Tao and the others, and we hurriedly left as a group. In a luxurious hotel temporarily occupied by the Zhang family, on the top floor, Zhang Qingda's face turned ashen as he listened to his subordinates sniffling reports. The wine glass in his hand shattered under the pressure of his grip, its crimson contents spilling down like blood. Useless. All of you are useless. 6 people couldn't defeat 4 students? And the Firewolf was taken out too, he roared, veins bulging dangerously on his forehead. But as the yelling subsided, a chill crept from his feet to the top of his head. That Chen Mo was growing at an alarming rate. This was only the first day of the apocalypse. If only he'd known earlier. No, there were no if-onlys. Zhang Qingda suddenly snapped his head up, his bloodshot eyes filled with frenzy and murderous intent. He bellowed at the subordinates in front of him, too frightened to a sound, whatever it takes. Find someone more powerful and put a price on his head. The black market, assassins, awakened teams, I don't care what methods you use. He must not continue to grow. Absolutely not. For the first time, he felt a soul-deep fear towards this young man named Chen Mo. I returned to the safe house with my team and distributed the new alloy combat blades to Zhou Tao and the others. Taking out the blueprint for constructing a simple energy tower, I examined it with sharp eyes. Fatty, inventory the supplies in the southeast corner. Linuan, use your lifelink ability to sense the surrounding energy fluctuations. I quickly issued assignments, my tone steady and commanding. While everyone worked busily, I suddenly lifted my gaze to the window. They're here, I said softly, my hand suddenly clutching an alloy combat blade without me realizing it. On the distant street, 3 dark figures were rapidly approaching us. The energy emanating from them was far more intense than that of the Xiangba squad earlier. The man in the lead clutched dual blades, his eyes glowing with a strange purple light. Prepare for battle, I said, my tone cold as ice. Let them see what true apocalypse looks like. The 3 shadowy figures on the street came closer like streaks of lightning. Prepare for battle, I repeated, my voice colder than frost, let them see what true apocalypse means. The combat erupted instantly. These 3 attackers were highly coordinated, their moves ruthless and sharp, clearly experienced killers. However, under the absolute insight of my Dominion rule, the flaws in their combined techniques were glaring. I didn't clash with them head-on but moved like a phantom, commanding Zhou Tao and Linuan to pin them down. Fatty, feign an attack on the left flank. Linuan, link with Zhou Tao and disperse the impact. Linuan gritted her teeth, and the pale green glow of her ability finally connected steadily to Zhou Tao. When one of the attackers threw a heavy punch toward Zhou Tao, the green glow flickered, miraculously dispersing part of the force. Zhou Tao only staggered slightly, avoiding severe injury. Seizing the moment, I moved. My figure blurred into a dashed line, and the alloy combat blade cut through the air with a chilling arc. I didn't aim for their bodies but instead for the most fragile energy connection between the three of them. THWP. Energy backlash struck all at once, making the three attackers groan and falter for a split second. Like a tiger charging into a flock of sheep, my blade flashed in a flurry of strikes. With muffled sounds of the blade piercing flesh and brief screams of pain, the fight was over within seconds. Shaking off the blood from the blade, my expression remained unchanged. Just as I was about to order the team to clean up the area, the ancient jade pendant I'd taken from the teacher's office suddenly warmed against my chest. I froze, then drew it out. Faint golden patterns began to emerge on the pendant, vaguely pointing southeast. "MOGE, what is that?" Jiang Hao panted as he came closer to take a look. "The next phase of the mission," I replied succinctly. "Pack up, we're moving out." The direction indicated by the pendant led to an abandoned ancient cultural memorial. The atmosphere here was even eerier than outside, with an invisible field permeating the air and muddling the mind. However, thanks to the unbreakable will I'd honed as a reborn survivor, I was entirely unfazed by such mental interference. The SSS-ranked Dominion rule was even more formidable, cleanly analyzing the energy origins of the illusions and the structural weak points of the lurking monsters. I commanded the squad through the perilous memorial hall as though I were the most precise instrument. 3 steps left, lower your head. Something's hiding in the shadow behind the stone pillar to the right. Fatty, prepare to take the hit. Linuan, get ready to heal. This wall is an energy node, break it. My instructions were so precise, they seemed almost unbelievable. Jiang Hao and Linuan followed my words passively, narrowly escaping trouble again and again, only to have my seemingly miraculous command resolve each situation. Finally, deep within the memorial hall's secret chamber, I deciphered an ancient mechanisms array. After a series of mechanical clicks, a peculiar book neither made of gold nor jade emerged from the dark compartment, the ancient martial body refinement technique. The moment I grasped the book, a torrent of information surged into my mind. I immediately sat down cross-legged where I stood, channeling my internal energy as guided by the technique. My bones emitted a faint hum, while my muscle fibers seemed to tear and restructure. My aura thickened and condensed, almost visible to the naked eye. After some time, I opened my eyes, a gleam flashing within them. My physical strength had made another significant leap forward. Relying solely on my body's raw power, I might already rival some C-ranked ability wielders specialized in strength. However, as I stood up, I noticed the lingering fear on Jiang Hao and Linuan's faces, paired with a subtle, indescribable complexity in their expressions. The psychological toll from the illusions and bizarre creatures we encountered along the way had clearly left its mark on them. Back at the safe zone, Linuan helped wipe a bit of dirt off my jacket. Finally, she couldn't contain her curiosity and asked the question she'd been holding back for a long time. "Shen Mo, you seem to know all of this too well. Those monsters, those illusions, you face them as if you're perfectly at ease. Why?" The movement of me cleaning my alloy warblade paused for just a moment. I couldn't answer her. Should I tell her I was reborn and had already lived through this hellish apocalypse once before? Instead, I sheathed my blade and replied calmly, "I just adapt well. If you want to survive, you have to adapt as quickly as possible. But this level of adaptability is way too." Linuan frowned, clearly not ready to drop the subject. "Ah, come on, Warner. Isn't it a good thing Brother Mo is so capable?" Jiang Hao quickly stepped in to mediate, slapping his own round belly for emphasis. "We should be learning from him, getting used to this messed up world as fast as we can. Right, Brother Mo? So, what's the plan now? We can't just keep lying low here." I seized the chance to steer the conversation away, giving Linuan no room to press further. Taking out an old, tattered map, I spread it across the table. "Next step, we build a simplified energy tower." "Energy tower?" Jiang Hao and the others' attention instantly fixated on the map. "Exactly." I pointed to the intricate lines and structures on the design. "By constructing this energy tower, we can establish a stable stronghold centered here. Its main function is to continually absorb the chaotic energy dispersed in the air, convert it, and gradually replenish the energy consumption of awakened individuals within its range. Using abilities, engaging in combat, any kind of high-intensity activity consumes energy. This energy tower acts like a respawn point and fountain in a game, letting us recover faster and store up energy over time. What a game changer! Zhou Tao's eyes lit up. With this, we can fight harder and level up faster. What materials do we need? I listed off a series of materials. Zhou Tao stared at the list, his face going blank. Brother Mo, I feel lost just hearing this. Where are we supposed to find this stuff? I gave him an exasperated glance. The system compendium and the regional resources section both have detailed explanations and possible locations. You just never bother to look. Embarrassed, Zhou Tao quickly brought up his system interface and thoroughly searched through sections he had previously ignored. Sure enough, he found the relevant information. He scratched his head sheepishly. Brother Mo, you're always so meticulous. These materials, are they around here? Yes. I nodded, marking a few points on the map. Based on the system prompts and my observations, these spots should have what we need to begin preliminary construction. The project scale is significant, we'll need to act in teams. No problem. Let's organize the manpower, form temporary squads, and split up to gather everything. Zhou Tao was brimming with enthusiasm, but as he turned to count the available people in the safe zone, his expression turned a bit awkward. For some reason, most of the classmates who had followed me back were girls, each one strikingly attractive. Though the apocalypse had left them shaken, their fragile demeanor only seemed to amplify their appeal. I also noticed this and coughed awkwardly before saying to Zhou Tao, pick a few from among those who've already awakened, ones whose talents are suited for combat or support, and form a team. Your task is to collect materials marked in Area A, it's relatively safe there. Focus on reconnaissance and collection, and avoid engaging in direct conflict. Understood. Zhou Tao agreed and began calling names. I then turned my gaze to Linuan and a girl standing quietly not far behind her. Linuan, you'll be on my team. And Su Xiao, you join us as well. We're heading to Area B. The girl I had called out was named Su Xiao. She had soft black hair and often stayed quietly in the corner. She, too, was an awakened one. Though she spoke little, her actions exuded thoughtfulness. Whenever the group was busy, she'd silently prepare water and food, and she used her mild healing abilities to ease the pain of the injured. When she looked at me, her eyes carried a barely perceptible affection. However, she was aware of the unspoken connection between Linuan and me, so she never acted on it, instead choosing to keep her feelings quietly to herself. This time, I specifically called her name because Su Xiao's awakened talent was both unique and practical energy harmonization. She couldn't fight directly or perform potent healing, but she could sense and slightly adjust the flow of energy. Whether it was accumulated or chaotic energy within a person or energy collisions in objects or the environment, she could stabilize and reorganize them to a certain degree. Her ability was crucial to my plan. When Su Xiao heard me call her name, she froze for a moment before a faint blush colored her cheeks. She nodded lightly, all right, Chen Mo. Linuan glanced at Su Xiao and then at me, her eyes flickering briefly with something unreadable. However, she said nothing, merely inspecting her gear with quiet focus. With that, I finalized the destinations for our three-person group. Area B was once the city's green lung park, but now the vegetation had wildly overgrown, twisting into grotesque shapes. The unsettling, haunting silence in the area seemed to seep into the air. Gripping my ally battle blade, I led the way at the front, fully activating my dominance field, ensuring I could sense even the tiniest energy changes around us. Linuan followed closely, her alert eyes scanning our surroundings. Su Xiao walked silently at the rear, her eyes closed as she concentrated. Her energy harmonization talent made her akin to sonar, enabling her to detect abnormal energy fluctuations in the surroundings. Stop. I raised my hand abruptly. Ahead lay an ordinary-looking patch of shrubbery, but in my perception, it emitted faint malicious energy fluctuations. 3 o'clock direction, in the shrubs, there's a shadowbind vine fiend hiding there, I murmured. Its vines are poisonous, cause paralysis, and can create localized mental interference that makes you feel as though shadows are binding you. No sooner had I spoken than the shrubs suddenly exploded with a loud whoosh. Several jet-black, suction cup-covered vines shot out like spears, their terrifying speed catching even seasoned fighters off guard. Simultaneously, an invisible psychic wave spread out, and Linuan and Su Xiao immediately felt a pressing weight around them, as though they'd sunk into quicksand. Shadows twisted and danced erratically before their eyes. Humph! I snorted coldly, my SSS-Grade talent rendering me nearly immune to mental interference. Rather than retreat, I surged forward. My battle blade carved a sharp arc through the air, slicing precisely at the junctions where the vines exerted their force. Swish, the vines were severed, spilling dark green sap. However, more of them burst forth from underground in the trees nearby, as though endless in number. Su Xiao! I shouted. Su Xiao immediately understood. She placed her hands lightly against the ground, and a gentle blue light began radiating outward from her. Energy harmonization activated. Though Su Xiao couldn't attack directly, she disrupted the Shadowbind Vine Fiend's energy flow, causing its offensive patterns to falter and momentarily descend into chaos. Now! The rhythm of the Vine's attacks was visibly thrown off. Catching this fleeting opportunity, my eyes flashed with resolve. Like a leopard striking its prey, I surged forward. A faint, acute energy aura emanated from my battle blade, the rudimentary vital force energy I had cultivated through the ancient warrior body refinement technique. Break! With a flash of blinding steel, my blade plunged into the depths of the bushes, striking directly at the core where the Shadowbind Vine Fiend concealed itself underground. Eek! A shrill screech rang out, and all the vines froze abruptly before collapsing weakly to the ground, withering instantly. The battle was over. From the withered core of one of the vines, I pried out a fingernail-sized shard, dark and gleaming faintly with an ethereal light. This is a shadow core fragment? Linuan leaned closer, looking at the shard with a curious expression. Even her mental energy seemed subtly drawn toward it. Yes, I confirmed. It contains both shadow and psychic energy. It can be used to upgrade weapons or forge special equipment. I pocketed the shard, knowing my alloy battle blade, made of standard materials, could certainly use an upgrade. The three of us continued deeper inside, following the guidance of the map. Along the way, we gradually located the core branches of the twisted treant and several pieces of pure energy crystal shards. Just as we were about to gather all the materials we needed and prepare to head back, terrified cries for help and the growls of monsters echoed from up ahead. We pushed through a chaotic stretch of greenery and spotted a stylishly dressed young woman, scrambling desperately to avoid the attacking corrosion hounds. These monsters were mutated stray dogs, fast, with corrosive teeth, and there were 7 or 8 of them. The woman was clearly an awakened one as well, capable of emitting weak shockwaves from her palms to temporarily drive the corrosion hounds back. But she was exhausted and on the verge of collapse. Shen Mo, let's help her. Lin Wanxin, kind-hearted as ever, immediately pleaded with me upon seeing the scene. I frowned. In an apocalyptic world, recklessly rescuing strangers could lead to trouble. But after meeting the woman's despairing eyes, and then glimpsing Lin Wan's earnest expression, I hesitated briefly before nodding. Stay here, I instructed, then dashed forward like the wind. Dealing with those corrosion hounds wasn't difficult for me at my current level. The blade of my knife flashed, and every strike landed precisely on a hound's joint or neck with high efficiency. In a mere few seconds, the remaining hounds were yelping and fleeing in terror. The danger dissipated, and the woman collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air in large heaves, her face still filled with panic. She appeared to be in her early 20s, quite attractive, even in her disheveled state, giving away hints of her usual sense of entitlement. Once she caught her breath and looked at me as I sheathed my blade and returned, instead of showing gratitude, she accused me, a tinge of indignation in her tone. You were nearby just now, weren't you? Why did you hesitate so long to act? Do you know I almost died because of you? My expression turned cold instantly. I had just saved her, and yet she dared to question me? Linuan quickly stepped in to diffuse the tension. Miss, it's good that you're safe. We just arrived, honestly. This place is dangerous, and it's getting dark. The wilderness is even scarier at night. Let's hurry back to the safe zone. The woman glanced at the dimming sky, a flicker of fear crossing her face. She snorted but said nothing more. However, her gaze at me remained filled with dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, Linuan watched the woman fixing her clothes in a rather affected manner, feeling an inexplicable discomfort. The woman's demeanor reminded her of the green tea girls she used to encounter in college. Still, as a gentle-natured person, Linuan chose to keep her opinions to herself. Silently, we made our way back to the safe zone. By the time we arrived, Zhou Tao and his team had also returned. Their haul was impressive, and most of the materials needed from Zone A had been gathered. Zhou Tao, full of excitement, was proudly boasting to the others about his heroic exploits. But the moment he saw me bringing back an unfamiliar yet beautiful woman, his eyes widened, and he slid up beside me, grinning mischievously as he whispered, "Moji, impressive. Stepping out and pulling off a heroic rescue of a beauty? Not bad at all." I shot him a glare, clearly unamused. "Cut the nonsense. Materials are gathered, it's dark now. First, ensure everyone rests, then assemble the core members. We need to work through the night to set up the framework for the energy tower." Space was limited within the safe zone, making beds and comfortable spots scarce resources. When the student in charge of distributing supplies allocated a relatively clean and thick mat to another student who had been injured in a previous battle, the rescued woman immediately protested. "Wait a second. That mat should be mine," she declared, her tone laced with entitlement. "I'm Lu Mingqi, the daughter of Lu Group's CEO. Do you even know Lu Group? The biggest real estate company around here. Ever since I was young, no one has dared to make me use second-rate items. Now hand me that mat." Her declaration made everyone present frown. The wounded student, in particular, looked upset. Seeing no one move, Lu Mingqi grew even angrier, scolding the student distributing supplies, "You poor, lowly students. Bottom feeders. Do you even understand proper etiquette? Being allowed here is your privilege. Now hand over the best things to me, immediately. Enough." My voice was calm but carried a weight of undeniable authority, silencing Lu Mingqi's tirade in an instant. I strode up to her. "There are no Miss Lius here, only survivors," I said, my tone devoid of warmth. "In this place, you follow my rules. The allocation scheme stands as I've instructed, and if you're dissatisfied," I paused, gesturing toward the pitch-black night outside. "There's the door, feel free to leave at any time. Otherwise, shut your mouth and follow the arrangements." Shaken by my imposing demeanor, Lu Mingqi's face turned alternately pale and flushed. She had never been treated this way before. She opened her mouth to argue, but when her eyes met mine, sharp, detached, and unrelenting, all her words lodged in her throat. In the end, she could only close her mouth, though her eyes burned with humiliation and resentment. I ignored Lu Mingqi's gaze, which was practically burning with the desire to incinerate me, and turned towards the corner where the materials were stored. In my mind, the structural blueprint of the simple energy tower was vividly etched. In my previous life, this kind of basic infrastructure, which could gather and purify energy, forming a faint sanctuary field, was a strategic resource tightly controlled by the major powers. As a low-level awakened being, I didn't even have the qualification to approach it. But now, with the foresight granted by my rebirth and my SSS-level talent, I finally had the chance to lay the foundation for my own power. "Taizi, come over here and help," I called out. Zhou Tao immediately rushed over, scratching his head as he looked at the twisted branches, flickering crystals, and peculiar fragments scattered on the ground. "Brother Mo, how do we do this?" "You give the orders, I'll handle the labor." I nodded and began directing Zhou Tao to place the core branches of the twisted tree spirit into the ground in specific positions and angles, forming a circle with a diameter of about 3 meters. Next, I placed the pure energy crystal fragments at the connection points where the branches met. Finally, with utmost care, I placed the shadow core shard, which I had obtained from the shadow vine demon, right in the center of the circle as the energy guide and balancer. Occasionally, faint traces of energy sparks, almost imperceptible, flashed from my fingertips. It was the Dominion laws, subtly tuning the energy resonance of the materials. Zhou Tao, standing nearby, was utterly dazzled by the sight. Although he didn't understand the principles behind what I was doing, he could sense an inexplicable rhythm in every step I took. While I focused on assembling the energy tower, Lu Mingqi scanned the survivors with her eyes. Including Zhou Tao and me, the group only had 5 male awakened individuals. She quickly locked onto her target, Zhao Chang. Zhao Chang was tall, with the muscle reinforcement talent, making his combat power second only to me and Zhou Tao within the team. However, his impulsive and reckless nature often got the better of him. Lu Mingqi adjusted her hair and tidied her collar before walking over to Zhao Chang, who was polishing a metal rod. She deliberately put on a soft and frightened expression. "Brother Chang, I was so scared earlier," she said in a deliberately delicate tone. "If it weren't for you, everyone, I don't know how I'd have made it back safely." Zhao Chang froze for a moment, a bit flustered as this stylish and attractive girl took the initiative to speak to him. He nervously set the rod aside. "Ah, no, it's nothing. Mostly, it's Brother Mo who's amazing." A flash of disdain flickered in Lu Mingqi's eyes, but she masked it quickly, moving slightly closer to Zhao Chang and lowering her voice. "Brother Chang, do you really think it's fair? Chen Mo always makes all the decisions alone. He keeps all the good stuff for himself, leaving us to pick up the leftovers. Look at him now, fiddling with those strange things all on his own, acting all secretive." She observed the change in Zhao Chang's expression and continued to tempt him. "Honestly, I think you're so much more of a man than him. If you'd support me, I'd be yours from now on. In this apocalypse, if we join forces, what can't we achieve?" Her words were thick with implication, and her fingers lightly brushed against Zhao Chang's arm. His breath caught, and staring at Lu Mingqi's lovely face just inches away and that seductive promise, a surge of heat and excitement welled up in him. His gaze began to waver. At the same time, as I placed the final piece of energy crystal into its designated location, I gave a low shout, "Activate!" Buzz! A faint vibration resonated. Starting from the shadow core shard at the center, an almost invisible transparent membrane spread outward in an instant, enveloping the entire safe zone. The membrane flickered briefly before disappearing, but it was clear to all that the chaotic and unruly energy flows in the area seemed to have been filtered, becoming calm and harmonious. The oppressive atmosphere dissipated, and even physical and mental recovery felt faster within the zone. "This feels amazing. The energy isn't as volatile anymore. Is this what Brother Mo created? Incredible." The survivors' faces lit up with joy and admiration. Linuan and Su Shao exchanged glances, clearly sensing the dramatic change. Their appreciation for my abilities deepened. Standing on the edge of the crowd, Lu Mingqi soaked in the enhanced energy environment that soothed her body and mind. Watching everyone look at me with reverent eyes, a surge of intense jealousy and anger threatened to burst from her chest. Why should all this belong to him? Such remarkable treasures should rightfully be hers, someone of her status. After stabilizing the energy tower, I called Zhou Tao aside. "Taizi, the safe zone is yours to watch over for now." My tone was solemn. "I'm planning to head to the city center." "The city center? Brother Mo, that place must be even more dangerous right now," Zhou Tao said with worry. "I know, but I have to go." I didn't provide further explanation for the hazy memories I had of the central building from my previous life or the unknown treasure found there. And remember, be wary of Lu Mingqi, she isn't someone who plays by the rules. Zhou Tao waved his hand indifferently. "Got it, Moge. It's just a woman, she can't stir up much trouble. Go ahead, I'll watch the place." I glanced at Zhou Tao, realizing he wasn't taking Lu Mingqi seriously at all. Without saying more, I patted him on the shoulder, picked up my alloy battle blade, and quietly left the safe zone. The city was even more dangerous under the cover of night than during the day. My figure darted swiftly through the ruins, with Dominion Rule fully activated, sensing everything around me. Grew. A few guttural growls came from the left ahead. 3 humanoid monsters with stiff movements and ashen, decayed skin shuffled out slowly. Their eyes glowed with bloodlust, and putrid drool dripped from their gaping mouths. Zombies. Humans who had been infected by the wandering monster virus, devoid of reason and consumed by the singular desire to devour anything alive. With icy determination in my eyes, I didn't stop. Striding pointedly towards them, the blade in my hand gleamed with a cold arc. It sliced cleanly through the necks of the 3 zombies. Their foul heads tumbled onto the ground, while their headless bodies swayed briefly before collapsing. I didn't spare them another glance and continued moving forward. As I made my way, faint cries for help reached my ears from a partially collapsed building. I paused momentarily, extending my senses in that direction. A group of ordinary people was trapped by some low-level corpse hounds. Retracting my perception, I decisively altered my route, bypassing that area entirely. I wasn't a savior, nor did I intend to be anyone's babysitter. One Lu Mingqi incident was enough. In moments like these, unnecessary kindness didn't usually yield gratitude, it often paved the way for trouble. My goal was clear: the central tower, the place rumored to harbor a strange energy field even before the apocalypse. Something valuable must be hidden there, a key to strengthening myself more quickly. Back at the safe zone, while the energy tower's comforting aura may have temporarily calmed some of the turmoil, it hadn't eradicated the underlying currents brewing beneath the surface. Lu Mingqi could feel her energy slowly recovering as she sat quietly, though her gaze lingered in the direction where I had disappeared. The corners of her mouth curled into a cold smile. Opportunity had arrived. She sought out Zhao Chang, this time much more direct in her approach. Leading him to a quiet corner, she leaned in and whispered seductively, "Changji, Chen Mo is gone. You're the strongest here now. All you have to do is nod, and tonight, I'll be yours." She let her hand rest on Zhao Chang's sturdy arm, her body nearly pressing against his. Zhao Chang, who had always harbored an interest in Lu Mingqi and had been goaded by her earlier insinuations, felt his breath grow rough as the alluring figure stood before him. In the dim light, Lu Mingqi's stunning features and calculated compliance completely ignited his desires. Without much hesitation, he pulled her into his arms. An indulgent night followed. Come morning, Zhao Chang looked down at Lu Mingqi, who lay disheveled against him, and a surge of possessiveness and power swelled within him. Seizing the momentum, Lu Mingqi whispered in his ear, "Changji, now that we're like this, you're my only reliance. What is Chen Mo compared to that? If we join forces and pull in the other 2 guys, controlling the girls in the group with combat abilities, this place is ours to rule. When Chen Mo returns, the dice will have already been cast. What could he possibly do then?" Blinded by lust and ambition, Zhao Chang became nothing more than a pawn in Lu Mingqi's schemes. He approached the other 2 boys in the group, employing a combination of threats and enticements. They were already somewhat intimidated by him, and with Lu Mingqi's promised benefits added in secretly, they quickly consented. Following that, Zhao Chang and the other 2 sought out the 3 girls in the team who were known for their decent combat talents, confronting them with blunt intimidation. His words left no room for debate: do as we say, and you'll be taken care of. Refuse, and you'll be thrown outside as monster food. Faced with blatant threats and outnumbered, the girls went pale. They had witnessed the harsh brutality of the apocalypse and, consumed by fear, ultimately chose to comply. The upheaval surfaced by the second afternoon after my departure. Zhou Tao, patrolling outside the safe zone, was caught off guard. His innate ability, stone skin, allowed his body to harden like granite, making him incredibly defensive. Confident in his toughened hide and his typically carefree mindset, he was utterly unprepared for any internal betrayals. Suddenly, Zhao Chang, flanked by the other 2 boys and the 3 coerced girls, launched an unprovoked assault. Zhou Tao was their target. "Zhao Chang! What the hell are you doing?" Zhou Tao cried in both fury and shock. He activated stone skin instantly, his body taking on a grayish-white, stone-like sheen. "What am I doing? Changing the leadership around here." Zhao Chang sneered, brandishing a heavy metal rod that came crashing down viciously. The 2 boys and the 3 girls joined the attack all at once. Though Zhou Tao's defense was strong, he was outnumbered. Overwhelmed, his powerful punches could barely hold them off. Zhao Chang absorbed most of his blows, while the others landed hit after ruthless hit on Zhou Tao's stone-hardened body, producing dull, heavy thunk-thunk sounds. This disturbance immediately alarmed Linuan and Su Xiao. "You all! Linuan was both shocked and furious. Her innate gift activated instinctively, connecting to Zhou Tao, who was valiantly fighting, with a golden-hued light, trying to share his burden. However, while this ability could distribute the damage, it would also cause her to endure pain herself. The sheer number of attackers created an overwhelming force that, when transferred to her, made her face pale. Her movements slowed down noticeably. Su Xiao attempted to use energy harmonization to disrupt the opponents, but she was not adept at frontal combat, and the chaotic battlefield limited the effectiveness of her ability. Zhao Chang seized the opportunity, using his staff to force Zhou Tao back, and with another swift motion, he swept the staff toward Lin Wan, who had slowed down. Lin Wan barely managed to block it, but the overwhelming force from the staff left her arms numb, pushing her to retreat repeatedly. Su Xiao, meanwhile, was entangled by another male student and couldn't provide support. Watching Lin Wan fall into danger, Zhou Tao became increasingly anxious and desperately tried to rush to her aid. Yet, he found himself tightly surrounded by several attackers. Under their relentless blows, his rock-like skin began to crack. Bang! Zhao Chang caught the exact moment Zhou Tao was distracted and swung his staff heavily onto Zhou Tao's back. Zhou Tao let out a muffled grunt as stone fragments erupted from his body. His rock-like skin was forcibly broken, and he stumbled forward, spitting blood. Seeing this, Lin Wan and Su Xiao felt their hearts sink. Without Zhou Tao, their main combat strength, they couldn't hold on. Soon, amidst their cries of alarm, the two women were subdued as well. Only then did Lu Mingqi leisurely step out from the corner, her face adorned with a triumphant smirk. She gave Zhou Tao, who was lying on the ground, a dismissive kick. Humph, foolish and ungrateful. Now, everything here is under my control. Her gaze shifted toward the captive Lin Wan and Su Xiao, with a glint of satisfaction in her eyes. Especially when looking at Lin Wan, her delicate features and prior instinctive efforts to protect me stirred an extra sense of resentment in Lu Mingqi. Meanwhile, I had already navigated through the perilous streets of the city and arrived beneath the towering central skyscraper. However, the scene before me made my gaze sharpen. The skyscraper's entrance had been temporarily reinforced, and around it, individuals in uniform black combat gear with advanced equipment were patrolling. Their movements were coordinated, their gazes keen. It was clear they were far from ordinary survivors. My eyes fixed on an emblem on one of their arms, a silver badge depicting an abstract combination of lightning and a shield. My pupils contracted slightly. Thunder Shield Corporation, it's actually them. In my previous life, Thunder Shield was a powerful faction that had risen swiftly in the early apocalypse. Known for their domineering methods and immense power, their influence spanned across many domains. I hadn't expected them to move so quickly. In such a short time since the disaster began, they had already identified and taken control of this location, which likely concealed significant opportunities. This development raised the difficulty of sneaking into the skyscraper to retrieve the unknown treasure by several magnitudes. Concealed in the shadows, I quickly ran through various strategies in my mind. I remained completely unaware of the changes transpiring back at the safety point. An idea quickly formed in my head. I restrained the intense aura around me, adjusted my breathing, and with a mix of feigned panic and a hint of excitement, stepped out from my hiding spot. Waving energetically at the nearest Thunder Shield guard, I called out, "Hey! Brother! Are you guys from the government or a shelter?" I tried to infuse my voice with as much hopeful anticipation as possible. "My name is Chen Chang. I'm an awakened individual and have been hiding out for days, almost lost my life. Would it be possible to take me in? I can do anything." As I spoke, I subtly revealed the ordinary alloy battle blade in my hand while casting a deliberately envious glance at the guard's equipment. One of the guards eyed me warily and reported softly through a communicator. Soon, a person who appeared to be a squad leader approached. He examined me intently. The squad leader was slim, with piercing eyes resembling an eagle's. His shoulder insignia had an additional silver stripe compared to the regular guards. He stopped directly in front of me, giving me a thorough once-over. His gaze lingered on my alloy blade for a moment. "Name? How did you get here? What is your ability?" The leader's voice was cold and emotionless, devoid of any warmth. I immediately plastered an appropriate mix of nervousness and eagerness onto my face. Reporting, sir, my name is Chen Chang. I've been hiding nearby and heard some commotion here, so I decided to take a risk and come over. My ability is, well, basic physical enhancement. I've gotten a bit stronger and faster. I deliberately concealed both the dominance rules and ancient martial body training, choosing to display only the most ordinary traits of physical strengthening. The squad leader fixed his gaze on my eyes, as though attempting to discern authenticity in my words. Where were you operating before? Who have you encountered? Just in a few blocks east of here, hiding in a supermarket warehouse. I ran into a few survivors, but none of them made it. The monsters were too many. I answered fluently, my expression filled with fear and sorrow, portraying the image of an ordinary awakened survivor struggling to live through the apocalypse. The captain asked a few more detailed questions, but my responses were flawless. Maybe he thought my abilities were ordinary and I posed no threat, or perhaps the organization did indeed need to recruit some peripheral members. Either way, the captain's tense demeanor relaxed somewhat. All right, Chen Chang, was it? For now, you'll follow our peripheral squad, handling lookout duties and miscellaneous tasks. Remember, follow orders at all times here, don't ask what you shouldn't ask, don't look where you shouldn't look, the captain warned. Yes, thank you, sir. I'll be obedient. I nodded quickly, putting on a look of deep gratitude. Taking the opportunity, I asked, Sir, with so many of us guarding outside this building, is there something important inside? The captain's eyes instantly turned ferocious, and he shouted, Forgot already what I just said? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Just do your job. I immediately shut my mouth, lowered my head, and put on a remorseful expression, but my heart skipped a beat. The Thunder Shield Group's level of focus on this place was far higher than I'd anticipated. This further confirmed that the central skyscraper definitely held a major secret. I stopped asking questions and silently blended in with the outer guard squad, patiently waiting for an opportunity. During patrol, I inconspicuously observed Thunder Shield's defensive arrangements. The more I observed, the heavier my heart grew. The configuration of this force was far more powerful than I had anticipated. The squad leader who had interrogated me earlier carried a faint aura of intense energy fluctuations, indicative of at least an A-rank flame-related ability. What shocked me even more was the presence of several extremely powerful entities near the core area by the skyscraper's entrance. One of the auras was both concealed and immense, exuding a soul-chilling pressure that vaguely reminded me of the SS-rank ability users I had encountered in my past life. Moreover, the surrounding ordinary team members weren't weak either, even the weakest were at the A-rank level. Such an elite squad could easily sweep through a small survivor base in the early days of the apocalypse. Forcing my way in was definitely not an option. Even with my SSS rank ability and experiences from my past life, engaging them head-on before leveling up would be as futile as an egg striking a rock. I had to sneak in. I waited patiently, using my dominance law to slightly adjust my aura and seamlessly merge with the surrounding energy flow, becoming ghost-like. When the night grew silent and there was a fleeting gap during the sentry shift change, I slipped away from the outer patrol team like a cat, taking advantage of the shadows to approach the ventilation duct entrance on one side of the skyscraper. The duct was narrow, pitch dark, and coated in dust. Holding my breath, I lowered my bodily functions to the minimum and moved inside like a lizard, slowly crawling forward. I extended my senses to the maximum to avoid tripping any detection devices within. However, just as I was about to pass through a wider section of interconnected ducts, a faint sound came from below. A Thunder Shield member dressed in combat gear, seemingly inspecting internal circuits, inadvertently looked up and his eyes locked with mine, which even in the darkness couldn't completely hide their glow. His eyes widened in shock, and his face was filled with terror. He opened his mouth to shout, "Enum," but before he could finish, a cold blade flashed like a venomous snake and struck precisely between his brows. My arm was steady as a rock as I withdrew the combat knife, bringing with it a mix of red and white matter. The horror in his eyes froze, and his body went limp, collapsing without making much noise. Dragging his body into a shadowy corner, my gaze turned icy cold. My cover had been blown, I needed to act faster now. I wiped the blade clean and continued deeper into the skyscraper like a predator in the shadows. Holding my breath, I maneuvered through the intricate labyrinth of ducts, suppressing my vital signs and energy fluctuations with the dominance law. Finally, beneath one of the grates, I heard voices clearly. The conversation came from a room below that had temporarily been set up as a command center. Energy peak fluctuations have occurred again. Based on the calculations, whatever it is will most certainly appear tonight, a slightly hoarse voice said. Are you sure? The group has invested far too much in this. We cannot afford any slip-ups, another voice, filled with authority, replied. 80% certain. Have all squads stay on high alert, especially after nightfall, no disturbances should be ignored. Understood. My heart tightened tonight. I dared not linger. After committing this critical information to memory, I carefully retraced my path. However, just as I was approaching the section of the duct where I had initially entered, an urgent whistle sounded outside, followed by the captain's restrained yet furious roar. Everyone! Emergency assembly! Immediately! My heart skipped a beat, the body had been discovered. I quickened my pace, sliding silently out of the ventilation shaft and blending into the crowd of people running from different directions toward the designated meeting point. On my face, I carefully donned a mix of confusion and nervousness at precisely the right levels. In the clearing, all the outer perimeter team members stood in formation, and the atmosphere was oppressively tense. The squad leader's face was dark as thunderclouds, as if he could wring water from it. At his feet lay the body of the teammate I had taken care of, covered with a cloth. Still, the blood seeping through created a ghastly sight. There's a rat among us, the leader declared coldly, his gaze sweeping over each of us like frost. 5 minutes ago, he was killed inside the ventilation duct. Now, tell me, during the shift break just now, where was each of you, and what were you doing? Speak one by one. He began interrogating each member. Some said they'd been resting, others mentioned checking their equipment, with most able to corroborate each other's stories. Soon, his eyes locked onto me. Chang. Where were you just now? Meeting his gaze, I injected a slight mix of indignation at being suspected and calm certainty into my tone, reporting to the squad leader, I was patrolling near the east side corner the entire time. I just switched off duty not long ago and came over as soon as I heard the whistle. Shaoli over there can testify, I passed by him and even greeted him on my way back. The timing and location I reported were carefully calculated, mismatched with the estimated time the body was discovered. Furthermore, there indeed was a teammate named Shaoli who could roughly confirm seeing me pass by. The squad leader's eyes bore into mine, as if trying to dig out a shred of deceit. The area went completely silent, and every pair of eyes turned toward me, amplifying the pressure. I maintained my expression, my heartbeat steady, my gaze unwavering. After a few long seconds, the leader finally shifted his eyes to the next person, continuing the questioning. Yet, that lingering suspicion in the air refused to dissipate. I knew I had temporarily passed this hurdle, but I had already been marked as someone to watch closely. My actions moving forward would have to be even more cautious. Just as the leader finished questioning the last person and tension still gripped the scene, a voice suddenly called out from the search squad combing the surroundings. Leader! The ventilation duct's grill is ajar, with obvious signs of recent tampering. Well, what can I say? I, Chen Mo, definitely have main character luck. Stealing that space ring right out from under the Thunder Shield Corporation's nose wasn't enough of a thrill. Now, it seemed, another challenge was waiting to test me. At that moment, Shaoli hesitated before hesitantly adding that the patrol route I'd been assigned covered part of the exterior wall near that duct. His comment was like a spark to a powder keg. The squad leader's gaze instantly sharpened like a laser blade, snapping toward me as he growled with suppressed fury, "Did you crawl into that grill?" Internally, I groaned, barbecue moment incoming. How could I have forgotten to close the grill properly? With the squad leader bearing down on me relentlessly, I realized that no matter how well I defended myself verbally, it wouldn't matter now. Quietly, I activated Law of Domination, moving my right hand closer to the hilt of my blade, ready to resort to a violent exit strategy if things went south. But just as tensions hit their breaking point, a guttural, bloodthirsty screech ripped through the air from deep within the ventilation duct. Suddenly, a dark shape shot out, launching itself at the nearest team member. What emerged was a mutated, monstrous lizard. With eyes glowing an ominous blood red like lanterns, it exuded an unmistakable aura of danger. The squad leader's reflexes were razor-sharp, and he bellowed, "Enemy attack! Prepare for combat!" Instantly, the team burst into action, switching into combat mode. This creature wasn't an easy foe. Its armored hide was impenetrable, and its sweeping tail stirred up gusts of wind, throwing the squad into disarray. I knew this was my golden chance to clear my name. Shouting, "Leader, I'll assist you!" I lunged forward like lightning, striking at the joints, the lizard's vulnerabilities, with surgical precision. My moves not only inflicted damage but also strategically gave others openings to attack. My combat experience wasn't just for show. With a few calculated strikes, I eased the team's mounting pressure. After a flurry of combined efforts, and especially my critical interventions, the mutated lizard was ultimately hacked to pieces. When the dust settled, the squad leader looked at me. Doubt lingered in his eyes, but much of it had dissipated. He even patted my shoulder, his tone considerably less cold. Internally, I exhaled in relief, knowing I was safe for now. That night, I sensed the energy in the surrounding space growing increasingly erratic, like a surging tide preparing to crash. The vibrations emanating from beneath the central building resembled an impending tidal wave explosion. I knew the artifact was about to manifest. Seizing the moment when the patrol had just passed, I slipped into the ventilation shaft as silent as a shadow. Reaching my destination, I peeked through the grill, and boy, what a sight! Below was a temporary base, with a glowing formation pulsating in the center. At the heart of the formation, a faint white light coalesced, its core revealing a faintly visible, dark silver ring. It's now or never. I slammed open the grill and dove down like a falling meteor. With the dominance law fully activated to disrupt energy and ancient martial body forge pushed to its limit, I moved so fast I left afterimages behind. The people below erupted in cries when they saw me. The SS rank leader was the quickest to react, forming a lightning spear and hurling it toward me. But my eyes were locked on the ring. I ignored the attacks from behind, reached out, and seized the ring. The residual force from the lightning spear struck my back hard, almost making me cough up blood. Using this momentum, I rolled and even grinned at the captain. "Captain, sorry, but I fooled you all." Then, like a fleeing ferret, I darted into the emergency passage. Leveraging my knowledge of the building structure and the dominance law as sensory abilities, I zigzagged and finally shook them off. Once I confirmed I was safe, I leaned against the remains of a wall and opened my palm. The ring lay quietly in my hand. I injected a trace of energy and established a remarkable connection, realizing it was a space ring. I could store and retrieve items with just a thought, and it consumed barely any energy. What a treasure! With this, collecting resources in the future would be much easier. However, I also knew this meant I'd made an enemy of the Thunder Shield Corporation. But the ring was worth it. I needed to find a place to heal and familiarize myself with its use. I rubbed the ring, my excitement palpable. A space ring like this was a top-tier rarity in the apocalypse. Snatching it from the Thunder Shield Corporation was pure dumb luck. Thankfully, I had used the alias Chun Chang. Suppressing my aura, I returned to the safe point. But from a distance, my heart sank. The safe point was pitch dark, and the energy tower was out. I quickened my pace, and the heavy smell of blood assaulted me. Pushing open the ajar door, the scene inside left me wide-eyed in shock. The energy tower core was destroyed, and Linuan and the other two were suspended midair, battered and bruised. Lu Mingqi sat smugly in the main seat, with Zhao Chang by her side acting like a sycophant. Zhou Tao spotted me and, with difficulty, informed me that Lu Mingqi and Zhao Chang had betrayed us. Lu Mingqi, seeing me return empty-handed, wore a smug expression and ordered Zhao Chang to kill me. Zhao Chang, with greed glinting in his eyes, was still leering at Linuan and the others. Holding a metal club, he charged at me. I stood my ground, and with a faint glint in my right hand, my ally Warblade appeared instantly. In a single flash of the blade, Zhao Chang was killed clean and swift. Lu Mingqi's expression froze immediately, and the others were equally terrified. I taunted them to attack all at once, swiftly dispatching them all. Realizing the dire situation, Lu Mingqi resorted to pathetic pleading, but I wasn't buying it. Without hesitation, I threw her out the door, where a swarm of zombies devoured her like ravenous wolves. After dealing with them, I began tending to Linuan and the others' wounds before preparing to repair the energy tower. Suddenly, all the lights went out, plunging the entire world into darkness. A global blackout, it came sooner than expected. The road ahead would only grow tougher. I steadied everyone and declared that the era of darkness had arrived. We needed to become stronger and focus on repairing the energy tower. Under my guidance, the energy tower was not just restored but upgraded to microglow shelter core. The protective light membrane became more robust, and its range expanded significantly. Around the city, we noticed similar glimmers of light. It was the Zhang Corporation and the Thunder Shield Corporation. Zhou Tao commented that he had no idea what to do next. I told them we needed to repair the root servers and build our own communication network. It sounded like a pipe dream in a globally disconnected world, but with memories of my past life, I knew the Seer had done it before, establishing the Dawn network to gain information dominance. I explained that we weren't just creating a communication network but an information hub and trading platform. Information and resources would eventually flow toward us. Zhou Tao mentioned that we lacked manpower now. With Zhao Chang's betrayal and the remaining girls struggling to protect themselves, he suggested rescuing a few dependable friends from school, likely Xin and Wang Hao. He believed their addition would significantly enhance our team's strength. I thought he had a point and decided to head to the school to recruit more people. Linuan expressed concerns about the danger posed by the monsters at the school. I explained that risks and opportunities went hand in hand and that the school also had resources worth gathering. I tasked Zhou Tao with mapping out a route while Linuan and Su Xiao prepared medical kits and emergency supplies. We would travel light and fast. Once ready, we began our stealthy journey toward the university district. As we grew closer, the atmosphere turned increasingly eerie. The campus was a mess: bloodstains, shattered glass, books scattered everywhere. Zombies roamed the grounds. Suddenly, from around a corner of the teaching building, a group of zombies noticed us and rushed over. Among them, one female zombie stood out. She wore what used to be a branded dress, now filthy beyond recognition, with half her face rotten. Zhou Tao recognized her as the campus Belchine, his face going pale as he nearly vomited. I told him to stay focused, slicing open the nearest zombie's skull with my blade. The four of us coordinated seamlessly, battling our way forward. My destination was the stadium near the boys' dormitory area, an open space where there might be a survivor stronghold. As we approached, we saw that the entrance had been reinforced, and there were voices coming from within. I signaled to the others, and we quietly infiltrated the area. Inside, I saw 20 or 30 people who looked like students, but the atmosphere was off. The girls were huddled together in fear while a group of tall boys, armed with sticks, stood guarding them. A burly student in a basketball jersey lounged on a mat, leisurely accepting food and water offered by the girls. I recognized him immediately. It was the school bully, Lu Wei. I told Zhou Tao to cover me while I grabbed someone for questioning. Moving like a ghost, I circled behind the stands. Waiting for an armed guard to let his guard down, I covered his mouth and nose, pressed a knife to his throat, and dragged him into the shadows. Coldly, I told him to speak honestly. Terrified, he stammered out the truth. Lu Wei wanted to become a warlord in this apocalyptic world, planning to build a harem with any girl he fancied. Rage filled my heart upon hearing this, and with a swift hand strike, I knocked the guard unconscious. I returned to Zhou Tao and shared what I'd learned. Zhou Tao gritted his teeth in anger. I looked at Lu Wei like he was already a dead man and said, "Get ready. Time to take out the trash." Zhou Tao and I cut through the edge of the stadium like two sharp blades. The boys under Lu Wei's sway attacked us like rabid dogs, their tactics crazed and unrelenting. Feeling something wasn't right, Zhou Tao alerted me. Using my Dominion law, I sensed they were being manipulated by a mental ability. Fighting our way to the control booth on the second floor, I paused near some lockers after hearing faint noises from inside. Assuming it might be an ambush, I opened the locker with caution to find two girls, nearly unclothed, trembling and clinging to each other in fear. Hastily, I threw them a couple of jackets and told them we had come to rescue them. From their account, I learned that Lu Wei had awakened a low-grade enchantment ability, allowing him to control others' wills. Many girls had been subjected to his abuse and manipulation. This power was more repulsive than any brute violence. I instructed Zhou Tao to protect the girls while I walked alone into the center of the stadium. Lu Wei spotted me and arrogantly ordered his bewitched followers to kill me. Calmly, I watched him and activated Dominion Law. The mental threads with which he controlled others became visible to me, along with their fragile weak points. Moving swiftly among the crowd, I pierced those key points with my blade, popping them like soap bubbles. One by one, the boys regained their senses. Lu Wei's face turned pale with fear as his control unraveled. Standing before him, I remarked that the power he had gained through intimidation and exploitation was utterly pathetic. With a swift flash of my blade, he collapsed, clutching his throat. Silence fell over the stadium. Everyone stared at me in a mix of shock and gratitude. Sheathing my blade, I told them they were now free to decide their own future, whether to stay or leave was up to them. I had no intention of taking them back to our shelter. Trust is a rare commodity in this world, and I couldn't risk leading strangers into our haven. Zhou Tao approached with the girls we had rescued from the locker. Initially, I planned to leave them with the others to fend for themselves, but my Dominion Law revealed they had rare talents, high-level auxiliary and healing abilities. These were strategic resources in the apocalypse. Changing my mind, I told them they could join us, but they'd need to pledge loyalty and contribute through hard work. The two girls exchanged a glance and, without hesitation, nodded in agreement. We left the stadium, and Zhou Tao said the dormitory area was heavily overrun. If Li Xian and Wang Hao were still alive, they wouldn't remain in the dorms. I reasoned that the cafeteria was too prominent a target, and the teaching buildings were too complex. They'd likely pick a place that was both concealed and supplied for easy retreat. Zhou Tao's eyes lit up as he suggested the underground specimen archive in the laboratory building, both defensible and stocked with emergency rations and water. Passing a supermarket, I considered replenishing our supplies. Its front doors hung in tatters, and inside, the shelves were toppled over in disarray, but scattered goods still littered the floor. Zhou Tao and the others' eyes gleamed. In the apocalypse, such things were as good as gold. I reminded them to stay vigilant and took the lead, stepping into the supermarket first. Li Xian had just bent down to pick up a pack of compressed biscuits when suddenly, from behind a collapsed shelf, a zombie burst out. It was incredibly fast, lunging straight for Li Xian's neck. Wang Hao reacted instantly, shoving Li Xian aside, only to be scratched by the zombie himself. Zhou Tao swung his club at it, but the zombie was sly and dodged. In the next moment, more growls echoed from the depths of the supermarket. It became clear there were quite a few zombies lurking here. I shouted, "Retreat!" Swinging my blade, I swiftly decapitated the zombie. The four of us fought our way out of the supermarket and managed to shut the zombies out at the door. As we caught our breaths, we looked at the wound on Wang Hao's arm, realizing how close we had come to dying here. Zhou Tao was still fixated on the supplies in the supermarket, saying there was a lot left behind and it would be a waste not to retrieve it, preparing to head back in. Li Xian and Wang Hao were also about to follow, but after looking at the limited capacity of their backpacks, both frowned. At that moment, I walked back to the entrance, scanned the supermarket for a moment, and in the blink of an eye, as if by magic, all the supplies inside disappeared without a trace, leaving the space completely empty. Zhou Tao, Li Xian, and Wang Hao stood there, dumbfounded, their eyes as wide as saucers. I turned around as if nothing had happened and casually said, "Let's go, I've collected everything." Zhou Tao stammered, pointing toward the supermarket, asking where the supplies were. Waving my ringed finger, I replied it was just a little trick, telling them not to stand there gawking and to get moving to the data center. The three exchanged shocked and bewildered glances before quickly following me, their eyes filled with awe and excitement. When we arrived at the Southern City Data Center, the building was eerily quiet. The exterior walls were filthy, and shattered glass littered the ground near the entrance. After Zhou Tao and Li Xian scouted the entry area, they signaled it was safe. I was just about to give the order to proceed when Wang Hao let out a muffled grunt, swaying unsteadily. Li Xian rushed to steady him and noticed that Wang Hao's nose was bleeding. His complexion grew worse by the second, and his eyes were filled with agitation and pain. Wang Hao, realizing he had been scratched by a zombie and might start transforming, begged me to end it. Remaining calm, I told him there was a 24-hour window from the moment the virus entered the body until full transformation. During this time, there was still a chance to reverse it. I asked him to trust me. I instructed Li Xian to keep a close eye on him and restrain him if he lost control. Zhou Tao and I would take the lead. We had to secure the data center and find what we needed to save him within the next 24 hours. Inside the data center, the atmosphere was chilling. The pale emergency lighting barely illuminated the corridors. Papers and shattered electronics were scattered across the floor, blood splattered the walls, and the air reeked of decay. Suddenly, growls echoed from every direction. Zombies began pouring in, blocking all potential escape routes. "Stay close. Don't fall behind," I shouted before rushing forward. My alloy blade cleaved through the horde, cutting a bloody path. Zhou Tao, like a human battering ram, slammed into the zombies approaching from the side, sending them flying. Li Xian half-carried and half-dragged Wang Hao, struggling to keep up. We fought our way to the security control room. Zhou Tao kicked the door open, and everyone hurried inside while Li Xian slammed it shut and locked it tight. Most of the screens in the control room were dead, but the main console faintly glowed with active indicator lights. Sitting at the console, I drew on my knowledge from a past life to pull up the data center's schematics and surveillance feeds. Zombies swarmed through the corridors, converging on the control room. I decided to lure the zombies to the main server hall in Zone A. Zhou Tao would head to the hallways in Zone B to make noise and draw most of the zombies away. Without hesitation, Zhou Tao charged out, and the zombies surged after him like a tidal wave. Once he reached the safety point in B3, I activated the fire suppression system in Zone A. Liquid carbon dioxide sprayed out, instantly freezing the zombies into ice statues. We moved swiftly to the core server room. Its door was secured by both a physical and electronic lock that would trigger an alarm if tampered with. I asked Wang Hao to use his mutated strength to help break it. One powerful punch struck the lock's weak point, and I used the Dominion protocol to forcefully hack into the system, unlocking the door. Inside the server room, I directed Li Xian to retrieve a specific server array and the main switching equipment, while I pulled out materials to begin modifying the network. Time ticked by, and Wang Hao's condition worsened, his anguish growing. Zhou Tao held him down tightly. Finally, the network was activated, and the interface for the Apocalypse network appeared. I rushed to Wang Hao's side, using the Dominion protocol and a shard of the Shadow Core to stabilize his consciousness. Gradually, Wang Hao returned to normal. Zhou Tao and Li Xian looked at me with a mix of reverence and disbelief. When I pressed the confirmation key, the moment the Apocalypse network booted up, its signals rippled out across the city. Every survivor received a notification and a mental interface appeared before them. The public communication channels were instantly flooded as excitement exploded among the survivors. I issued an announcement: the launch of an online trading platform. Old currencies were officially void, and a new currency system would be implemented tomorrow. The network buzzed with frenzied reactions. Those clinging to old ways, especially the wealthy elites of the former world like Zhang Qingde, began to protest loudly. Without hesitation, I removed Zhang Qingde and his ilk from the network entirely. Then, I issued a final announcement, stating that I made the rules here. If anyone defied them, they were no longer welcome. Zhou Tao excitedly asked me what the currency of the new era was, and I told him it was spirit stones. I explained to them that spirit stones were highly purified solid energy crystals, capable of being used as energy or absorbed by the awakened. I also knew that there was a vein of spirit stones beneath the abandoned machinery plant in the northern part of the city, and we needed to harvest the vein before the announcement of the currency system. The four of us set off toward the northern machinery plant. Once we arrived, the place was as eerie as a haunted house. Relying on memories from my past life, I led them to the abandoned forging workshop to locate the entrance to the vein. But as we neared the stamping machine, we were surrounded by a pack of mutated hyenas. I shouted, "Prepare for battle," and charged forward, slashing at the hyena leader. Zhou Tao, Li Xian, and Wang Hao joined the fight, and soon the hyenas were dealt with. I found the entrance to the vein, pushed aside the stamping machine's base, and led everyone down into the cavern. Within the cavern, glowing crystalline structures provided illumination. What was even more eye-catching, though, was the cluster of spirit stones deep inside, emitting a faint blue light. However, before we could get closer, several crystal-devouring beasts rushed out. These creatures had high physical defenses and energy shock attacks, making them difficult to deal with. I warned everyone to be careful. As the crystal-devouring beasts charged forward, I raised my blade to block, and my arm went numb from the impact. The battle instantly became heated. The beast's sharp claws clashed against Zhou Tao's rock-like skin, Li Xian's daggers barely scratched them, and Wang Hao, still recovering, teetered on the edge of danger. Observing that the beast's cores were located in their chests, I instructed everyone to target the cores. Using the dominance rule, I sensed their energy flow, identifying weaknesses. My blade danced unpredictably, striking precisely at the cores. Zhou Tao and the others coordinated with me, holding the beasts at bay and creating opportunities for precision strikes. After an intense battle, we finally cleared out the crystal-devouring beasts and stood before the spirit stone vein. The clusters of stones were as radiant as a galaxy, their energy almost tangible. I took out a specialized tool and demonstrated the extraction method. Everyone got to work as the spirit stones piled up in the storage rings, enough to support the initial trade system of the Doomsday Network. After finishing the extraction, we quickly returned to the surface and reset the stamping machine's base. There was still time before the currency system announcement. Looking toward the refuge, I thought it was finally time for the currency of the new era to make its debut. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa in the eastern district of the city, Zhang Chengde was utterly furious, smashing a golden goblet onto the ground. Being kicked out of the Doomsday Network had made him frantic, like an ant on a hot pan. His wife was sobbing beside him, and his son, Zhang Chang, suggested asking the household servants and bodyguards if any of them had access to the network. Gathering everyone together, they questioned them until they found a few who were connected. Zhang Chengde immediately instructed one of the bodyguards to post in the public communication area, pleading for my forgiveness in a humble tone. He promised to pay any price to return to the network, emphasizing that they had vast supplies and secret stockpiles. Now, the entire family anxiously awaited my response, as if awaiting a judgment of fate. Their pitiful message of conciliation, relayed through the bodyguard, landed like a stone sinking into the sea as far as I was concerned, without even making a ripple. I couldn't be bothered to respond. With a mere flicker of thought, I used my highest authority to directly ban the bodyguard's ID, kicking him out of the network outright. Reconciliation? Not a chance. In that distant villa, when Zhang Chengde received this feedback, he trembled with rage. With a loud crash, he overturned a luxurious rosewood coffee table, roaring like thunder throughout the house. "This is outrageous! This is outrageous!" Little did I know about this, nor did I care in the slightest. I returned to the glinting shelter with Zhou Tao and the others, our storage rings brimming with a vast reserve of spirit stones. Linuan and Su Xiao, who had stayed behind, visibly relaxed when they saw us return safely, especially since Wang Hao's condition had stabilized. I didn't rest. Instead, I immediately threw myself into the next phase of work. Alone, I entered the core control room, connecting my consciousness deeply to the newly established Doomsday Network. With my highest authority applied, the network interface evolved and reconstructed at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, a brand new, highly complex section was completed. The trading market. The interface of the market was simple and clear, divided into a buy requests zone and a sell items zone. Any survivor who connected to the network could mentally upload details about items they wished to sell, including images and descriptions, and browse purchase requests as well. The most eye-catching feature, however, was the glowing blue diamond-like icon in the center of the transaction interface. Beneath it was the explanation: the sole designated currency, spirit stones. Spirit stones, pure energy crystals capable of cultivation, powering advanced equipment, or replenishing energy. Their value remains consistently stable. I also published a detailed guide on spirit stones and methods for identifying them, such as energy fluctuation characteristics and common forms. When the trading mall went live, a notification was pushed to all network users, and the entire city instantly exploded with activity. The trading platform, direct teleportation, and the mysterious spirit stone currency. This announcement was like pouring ice-cold water into a boiling oil pot, stirring the city into utter chaos. At first, people were stunned, but soon after, they went crazy searching for spirit stones. Whether rich tycoons, white-collar workers, or laborers, as long as they connected to the Apocalypse network, their minds fixated on one thought: finding spirit stones. Streets, parks, abandoned buildings, even sewers, anywhere that might possess traces of special energy, you could see survivors scavenging. Following the identification methods I provided, people desperately tried to sense those faint energy fluctuations. I found it! I found it! Ha ha! A young man hiding in an office building dug out a grain-sized spirit stone emitting a soft white glow from a crack in the fake rocks of a potted plant. He was so ecstatic that he danced and almost wept with joy. Yet, before his cheers could settle, two figures suddenly emerged beside him, eyes glinting with greed and malice. Hand it over! You're looking for death! After a violent brawl and blood-curdling screams, that tiny, now blood-stained spirit stone changed hands. Similar robberies and slaughter played out across every corner of the city. The moment spirit stones appeared, they ignited the raw greed and malice buried in human nature. Many didn't even get a glimpse of what the stones looked like before falling on the treacherous path of pursuit. Zombies lurking in the shadows of ruins and mutated creatures made more aggressive by energy anomalies turned into their eternal nightmares. Countless people lost their lives for the chance of finding a spirit stone that might not even exist. Within days, a brutal selection process had begun among the remaining survivors. When the first few daring pioneers carefully listed items on the trading mall and successfully exchanged a loaf of bread for 5 spirit stones, the network erupted again. 5 spirit stones, converted from the luxury goods that initially appeared sparingly on the mall, were worth the equivalent of tens of thousands pre-apocalypse. A wave of panic buying and speculative behavior spread rapidly. Food, medicine, weapons, and even seemingly useless luxury items were frenziedly listed, with price tags starting at several spirit stones and often soaring to dozens or more. Some began hoarding resources, while others would go to any lengths to obtain even a single spirit stone, all to gain a foothold in this new system. Chaos, bloodshed, greed, and tales of overnight wealth unfolded both within and beyond the Apocalypse network. And I sat quietly within the sanctuary's core like a god overseeing everything, calmly watching it all happen. The circulation of spirit stones was subtly transforming the city's power dynamics, just as I intended. My inexhaustible reserves of spirit stones and the monopoly over the trading channel had positioned me as the sole dealer in this frenzied game. At the Jiang family estate, Jiang Chengde gazed at his subordinates' listings on the mall, marked through proxy accounts, extravagant jewelry and priceless paintings, only to see them go unsold for days on end. His face grew darker by the day. Attempting to leverage the wealth of bygone times to influence the new economy was laughable in the merciless face of apocalypse-driven necessity. Damn it! These ignorant peasants, he roared, hurling a report onto his desk in fury. The report revealed that after painstakingly collecting a batch of bottled water and dumping it on the market as per the Alliance's plan, they had been undercut by an influx of much cheaper water sources. Not only did these flood the market and absorb their entire supply, but they also drove prices so low that the Jiangs failed to profit a single spirit stone while losing significant fees. It's the sovereign. He must have massive reserves. He's targeting us intentionally, a wealthy businessman allied with the Jiang family exclaimed in fear. At that moment, one of the Jiang family's proxy accounts suddenly received a chilling message from the sovereign, accompanied by blurred but identifiable trade records and communication fragments. Announcement: malicious market manipulation detected. Involved parties: Jiang Chengde, former Jiang Group, Linuan, former Wanlong Trade Company, and 5 others. Offense: price manipulation, attempting to destabilize the spirit stone system. Punishment: permanent ban on all associated accounts. Additionally, a bounty is issued: provide accurate information on the whereabouts of the aforementioned individuals, and earn 100 spirit stones per person. claim their heads, and earn 500 spirit stones per head. This announcement was like pouring freezing water into boiling oil. The Apocalypse Network fell silent for a moment, and then all hell broke loose. The bounty announcement was akin to dropping a massive stone into a placid lake, stirring up a tidal wave within the Apocalypse Network. After a brief quiet, the information flow exploded into chaos. 500 spirit stones. My God! That's enough for me to cultivate till the end of time. The Jiang family is finished. The sovereign is crushing them without mercy. Quick! Does anyone know where Jiang Chengde and his people are? This is the golden ticket we've been waiting for. Are the people upstairs naive? Anyone capable of being a tycoon surely has some means for self-preservation. What if they lose their lives before even getting their hands on the spirit stones? The discussions were endless, and the action-driven ones had already started to move. Before long, encrypted private messages began flooding in, each containing similar content, potential hiding spots of Jiang Chengde and his associates, even including the precise coordinates of the villa where they might be, along with a rough layout of its external security arrangements. I didn't hesitate. Through the network's back end, as promised, I immediately transferred 100 spirit stones to those anonymous accounts that had provided effective information. The entirety of the operation was swift and secret, an impeccable demonstration of my authority and credibility as the supreme controller of this network. Simultaneously, I posted an anonymous announcement. The bounty has been awarded. To ensure the safety of the information providers, all identity details have been anonymized. Supplementary announcement, effective immediately. Any individuals or groups found to be closely associated with the Jiang Corporation and providing them substantive support will be subject to equal retribution upon verification. Their network access privileges will be permanently revoked. The supplementary announcement made the message clear as day: no mercy for anyone supporting the Jiangs. Instantly, the tone of discussions across the network shifted. The sovereign is determined to wipe out the Jiangs. Collective punishment, brutal. Yet I love it. Let's see who dares get involved with the Jiang family now. What the hell did the Jiangs do to deserve this? All they wanted was to sell some antiques, right? Does it warrant this level of eradication? So naive. It's got to be more complex than that. I heard they were behind the market disruptions the other day, trying to sabotage the spirit stone system and cut off everyone's livelihoods. Exactly. The sovereign is protecting the trading platform we all depend on. If the Jiangs wanted to ruin it, they deserved death. My cousin used to work security for the Jiangs, and he just got fired yesterday. Looks like internal purging has already begun. Speculations, analyses, schadenfreude, it was all over the network. Everyone now realized that this enigmatic sovereign was making a thorough declaration: those who align with me will thrive, those who oppose me will perish. The Jiang Corporation had become the first sacrificial stone of my authority, ruthlessly cast aside amidst the tides of this new era. I sat within the shelter, coldly observing the wild frenzy of online discourse against the Jiang family. Isolating them was only the beginning. I would make it unequivocally known that in this wasteland, I was the one and only sovereign. While the storm of anti-Jiang rhetoric raged online, blood-soaked pursuits were unfolding in reality. But my mind was steeped in the bitter memories of a past life. Every scene replayed vividly, almost unbearably clear: Jiang Chang's face grotesquely twisted by greed, Linuan's expression of hopeless despair, and my own pitiful, ant-like helplessness. The searing hatred consumed me like venomous fire. Jiang Chang, Jiang Chengde, I whispered their names, each syllable laced with icy resolve. My gaze turned as cold as a frozen abyss. This time, I won't let you die easily. I'll crush every last glimmer of your hope and leave you to rot slowly in endless fear and despair. Just then, a gentle knock interrupted my spiraling thoughts. Chen Mo, we made some porridge for you. Lin Wan's soft voice called from the door. I quickly masked the simmering rage in my eyes, returning to my usual composed demeanor. Come in, I replied. The door creaked open, and Lin Wan entered alongside Su Xiao, each holding a steaming bowl of porridge. However, what caught me off guard was their attire. They were wearing what seemed to be modified, vintage-style black and white made outfits, though more like revamped kitchen aprons. The fabric wasn't luxurious, but it still framed their youthful, elegant figures vividly. The aprons cinched at the waist, accentuating their slender forms further. Linuan's refined face glowed with a slight flush under the wafting steam, while Su Xiao stood shyly with her head lowered, nervously twisting the edge of her apron. Usually dressed in casual wear for ease of motion or combat gear, they now presented themselves in this feminine, delicately styled attire, a stark contrast that felt heartbreakingly beautiful and surreal against the backdrop of this apocalyptic world. For a moment, I couldn't bring myself to look away. Linuan noticed my gaze and grew even more flustered. Her cheeks turned the shade of a ripe apple as she stammered in a voice barely above a whisper, Our regular clothes haven't dried yet, and Su Xiao found these in the storage room. Apparently, they were left over from some school event long ago, so this was all we could wear. Her voice trailed off into embarrassed silence, her head dropping lower with each word. Realizing I had been staring, I felt an uncharacteristic wave of awkwardness. Reflexively scratching my nose, I diverted my gaze and spoke as naturally as I could manage. I see. That's perfectly fine. It's good like this. I accepted the still warm bowl of porridge, but as my fingers brushed against Linuan's hand, both of us froze momentarily, as if jolted by electricity. The room filled with nothing but the faint sound of rising steam from the bowls, and the atmosphere grew inexplicably warm and awkward. This brief yet heartwarming interlude, like a small flower blooming unexpectedly amidst a bloody battlefield, weakened the killing intent in my heart while strengthening my resolve. I must protect this hard-won peace and beauty before me. Anyone who dares to disrupt this, whether it's Zhang Chang or any other force, I will utterly crush them. Su Xiao noticed the situation, pursed her lips into a smile, and quietly stepped out, thoughtfully shutting the door behind her. Now it was just the two of us in the room, and the atmosphere grew even more delicate. Linuan took a deep breath, suppressing the shyness in her heart, and spoke of the real matter. Chen Mo, ever since I was ambushed by Lu Mingqi and the others, although my injuries are healed, I feel like my talent has been damaged. These past few days, when I try to guide energy, not only is it progressing slowly, but it also keeps becoming chaotic. Hearing this, I became serious. I asked Linuan to sit down while I stood behind her. The Dominion law silently began to operate as I carefully sensed the energy flow within her body. A moment later, I furrowed my brow slightly. It's your spiritual pathways, they're a little blocked, which is disrupting your energy harmonization. Forcing it could be risky, it needs external assistance to ease it. I paused, my tone slightly awkward. I can help you, but I'd need to make contact with the Ling Shu point on your back. Through clothes, the effect would be greatly reduced. Linuan's body instantly tensed, her ears turning a fiery red. Quickly, I added, you can turn your back to me. This way. I won't see anything. The air seemed to freeze. Linuan lowered her head, her fingers clutching the hem of her clothes tightly, torn by inner conflict. Her trust in me fought against her maidenly reserve in her heart. Finally, the desire to restore her strength and her trust in me won out. She softly murmured an all right before slowly standing and turning her back to me, her trembling fingers unfastening a few buttons on her shirt. Her fair, smooth back and slender waist were exposed to the slightly cool air and to my gaze. Her skin was like polished jade, smooth and radiant. Her shoulder blades were beautifully defined, with the curve of her spine tracing downward, disappearing beneath the edge of her remaining clothing, an intoxicatingly suggestive sight. I forced my thoughts to stay clear, pushing away any distractions, but when my fingertips brushed against the cool, silky texture of her skin, I couldn't help but tremble slightly. Linuan stiffened all over, letting out a soft gasp. Relax, guide your energy to follow my direction, I said, my voice a little husky. My fingertips gathered a gentle yet precise thread of energy, which I delicately directed to the energy points along her back, beginning to unravel the chaotic flows within her spiritual pathways. A subtle, intimate tension began to fill the silent room. Linuan's body trembled involuntarily as she felt the warmth of my fingertips against her back. When the gentle energy slowly infused into her, she couldn't suppress a soft moan. Realizing what she'd just done, her flushed face turned an even deeper shade of red, and she hastily bit down on her lip. My own breathing grew noticeably heavier. My fingertips traced down along her spine slowly, my voice low and rough. the Ling Shu point is near the fourth vertebra. Linuan could feel the heat of my breath grazing her neck. When my palm fully rested against her back, her entire body softened, almost collapsing into my arms. Focus, I said, my voice laced with restrained control as I supported her delicate waist. Follow my guidance to circulate your energy. My hand slid gently along her smooth back, each touch causing Linuan to shiver lightly. The energy flowed between us, creating a strange, resonant harmony. This feels strange, Linuan's voice carried a faint, dreamlike quality as she felt a wave of warmth coursing through her body. My fingertips lightly circled near her lower back. This is an energy node. Relax, let me clear it for you. Unconsciously, Linuan tilted her head back, revealing an elegant arc of her neck. My lips were mere inches from brushing against her nape, but I stopped myself at the last moment, barely holding on to my restraint. Just a little more, I murmured, my voice now almost hoarse. When the final barrier of energy was breached, Linuan let out a soft, drawn-out groan, her body going limp as she leaned backward directly into my waiting arms. Our breathing mingled, our eyes met, and the air was thick with an undeniable intimacy. My hand still rested on her bare back, my fingertips unconsciously stroking the delicate skin. I feel so much better now, Linuan whispered, though her eyes couldn't seem to help but linger on my lips, so close to hers. Just as I was carefully channeling energy into her and feeling her tense body gradually relax, her cheeks flushed as she absorbed the soothing yet heated contact on her back. Bang! The door swung open with a sudden loud crash. Zhou Tao burst in, all flustered. Brother M.O. Something's wrong. Outside. He froze mid-sentence, his booming voice abruptly cutting off. What he saw was Linuan hurriedly clasping her shirt closed, her face burning red as if it might drip blood, her gaze evasive. Meanwhile, I withdrew my hand impassively, though the lingering trace of intimate energy in the atmosphere and the faint ripples of power left Zhou Tao instantly understanding that his timing couldn't have been worse. Well. I just remembered something I need to deal with. Zhou Tao's scalp prickled as if ants were crawling all over, and he was ready to slip away at any second. Stop. My voice betrayed no emotion, neither anger nor joy. What is it? Speak. Zhou Tao stiffened, reluctantly turning back, afraid to meet my eyes as he rattled off at lightning speed. Brother M.O., the outer sentry detected something unusual. Suddenly, from who knows where, a massive horde of zombies appeared. They're converging on our shelter from multiple directions. A sea of them, pitch black and endless, it's terrifying. They're just about to enter the perimeter of the energy tower. This news hit the room like a splash of ice water, quelling all the inner warmth and soft tension that had lingered moments before. My gaze sharpened instantly, snapping back to my usual cold fortitude and precision. I glanced at Linuan, whose cheeks were still flush but now carried a trace of genuine worry. In a firm tone, I said, "Got it. Gather everyone immediately. Prepare for battle." Yes. Zhou Tao looked visibly relieved, swiftly turning on his heels to deliver the orders. I walked to the window and stared out into the distance beyond the shelter. Sure enough, on the distant horizon, blurry waves of black surged forward in slow but menacing unison, their guttural roars faint but audible even from this distance. A zombie horde. And it was far larger than anything we'd faced before. My fists clenched tightly, and the flicker of warmth from earlier gave way entirely to an icy, ruthless resolve. Whatever brought these monsters here, they would never shake my foundation. We need to prepare as well, I said to Linuan with an undertone of finality in my voice. She took a deep breath, nodded firmly, her eyes sharpening with determination. Beyond the shelter, the faintly glowing white energy barrier flickered erratically under the dim, shifting sky. On the other side of the barrier, an endless tide of zombies writhed and surged. They snarled and threw themselves madly at the barrier, their decayed hands and twisted bodies colliding with it, producing a grating, tooth-on-edge screech. Blackened vapor of charred flesh rose with every impact, accompanied by the acrid tang of burnt decay. I stood at the forefront, having swapped my ally combat knife for a long-handled saber. It was better suited for sweeping, deadly strikes. Its blade shimmered with a subtle, nearly imperceptible sheen of energy. Taozi, flank left. Li Xian, take the right. Wang Hao, mobile support, block any gaps. My voice cut through the grotesque cacophony of zombie screeches and howls, reaching every ear with piercing clarity. Understood. Zhou Tao roared, his skin immediately hardening into a rugged, rocky armor that covered him from head to toe. He resembled a living, gray war god as he swung his heavy staff to send the zombies on the left flank flying one after another, echoes of bone splinters cracking in the air. Li Shen danced lightly across the right flank like a phantom, his movements eerie and elusive. His dagger strikes were no longer aimed to kill but instead targeted zombie joints, destabilizing them and paving the way for the next wave of attacks. Meanwhile, Wang Hao darted between different points along the defensive line. Wherever the pressure surged, he charged in like a tempest. His residual mutation left him endowed with unruly strength, enabling him to dismember charging zombies with his bare hands, tearing into them like a raging beast. Behind the lines, within makeshift cover, stood Linuan, Su Xiao, Chen Wei, Zhao Xiaolin, and other women. Their faces were pale, and their hands trembled slightly as they gripped their weapons. This was a nightmare summoned to life. The decomposing faces, the bloodthirsty screeches, they hammered away at their nerves relentlessly. Fear is not an option. Linuan whispered to herself, taking a deep breath and forcibly calming her trembling body. A soft golden radiance flared from her as her damage-sharing ability activated, precisely synchronizing with Zhou Tao to bear part of the incoming damage for him. Su Xiao pressed her palms toward the ground, activating energy harmonization at full strength. Her ability wasn't offensive but instead introduced faint disruptions in the zombies' energy cycles as they neared the barrier, causing their movements to falter briefly and reducing pressure for those on the front lines. Chen Wei's palms glowed green, focused intently forward, ready to heal anyone who fell in battle at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaolin engaged her optical camouflage, melting into the shadows as a vigilant watcher, keeping an eye on the flanks for any surprise assaults from lurking threats. They were all terrified. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. But they knew one undeniable truth: to falter now would mean death, not just for themselves but for all within this shelter. The energy tower was their safeguard; without it, survival was unthinkable. Their fear, eerily, became the last anchor that kept them standing, propelling them to endure. The battle was brutal beyond words. The zombies seemed infinite, a relentless tide gnawing at their defenses. Glow after glow, the energy barrier wavered under the strain, its brilliance dimming moment by moment. Zhou Tao's once solid rocky armor bore fractures and claw marks, while Li Xian's breath grew visibly labored. Wang Hao fought with wild abandon, his figure soaked in putrid, smeared blood, eyes blazing with bloodthirsty resolve. As for me, my long saber carved through the chaos like a reaper's scythe, whistling sharply with every wide arc, dismembering clusters of enemies in violent precision. My gaze remained unwavering, sharp and decisive. Dominion rules, my unique ability, heightened my battlefield judgment, allowing me to pinpoint the most vulnerable locations among the relentless surge. Under my command, the scattered defenders consolidated into a precise and effective counterattack. This was a fight for survival, a collision between existence and oblivion. None could stand idle. Each person fought with all they could muster, down to their final breath. When the horde at last receded, it left devastation in its wake, a battlefield littered with gore, dismembered corpses, and the pungent stench of rot lingering heavy in the air. The faint white glow of the energy barrier gradually regained stability. Yet it was visibly thinner along its outer edges compared to the beginning of the attack. Within the shelter, the lingering atmosphere fluctuated between hushed relief and overwhelming exhaustion, a fragile sense of unity after brushing against the precipice of annihilation. Zhou Tao plopped down onto the ground, his rocky skin peeling away to reveal shallow white scratches underneath. Li Xian leaned against the wall, panting heavily, while Wang Hao collapsed completely, unwilling even to lift a finger. Behind them, the girls were nearly exhausted as well. Xin Wei was using the faint glow of life healing to treat an injured companion's wounds. We held the line. Zhou Tao grinned, trying to laugh, but the movement tugged at the wounds on his face, making him grimace in pain. A faint smile appeared on everyone's faces. This was a victory earned through blood and sweat. But I stood at the edge of the battlefield, my brows furrowed, gaze scanning over the mangled corpses of zombies. In my eyes, there was no joy of triumph, only an impenetrable heaviness. Chen Mo, is something wrong? Did you notice anything off? Linuan's perceptive nature caught my unsettling demeanor. She approached me softly, her tone filled with concern. This wave of undead was too well organized. My voice was low. The rhythm of their assault, the calculated feints in their movement, even the way they targeted the weaker points of the energy towers. This isn't something mindless zombies could accomplish. I crouched down, ignoring the filth as I placed my hand on the relatively intact skull of one mutated zombie. Activating Dominion's law at full force, I sent my perception like an intricate probe deep into its chaotic and deathly still brain, searching for any unusual remnants. Zhou Tao and the others gathered around, their smiles fading as they realized the situation wasn't as simple as it seemed. Suddenly, my fingers twitched slightly. I had found it. Among the spiritual ruins of death and chaos, I detected a faint trace of something unnatural, a cold, nearly imperceptible strand of mental control, as thin as spider silk. It was dissipating rapidly, but its essence was something far beyond the capabilities of zombies. It felt like the remnant of a high-level, intelligent entity's remote control signal. As I thought, there's something wrong. A glint of icy light flashed in my eyes. With my fingers tightening like a poised blade, I channeled an even stronger spiritual force into the zombie's brain, forcibly capturing the rapidly fading fragments of that signal while attempting to trace it back to its origin. This was a highly risky mental probe. Any mistake could result in backlash from the chaotic thoughts that lingered. Beads of sweat formed on my forehead as the world before me began to distort and blur. Shattered images surged past like a flickering kaleidoscope, endless darkness, twisted tunnels, viscous liquid. Until finally, the visions froze on one terrifying scene, a massive, pulsating, tumor-like organ, resembling a grotesque beating heart. It was incomparably vast, its surface riddled with thick blood vessels and nerve bundles, glowing ominously with a deep crimson light. A powerful, malevolent mental wave emanated from its core, rippling outward like shockwaves. Just one fleeting glimpse of that cold, greedy, life-devouring presence sent chills down my spine. A hive core, or perhaps, the brain of a corpse king. I retracted my spiritual force, my face pale as I exhaled deeply. A hive core? What is that supposed to mean? Zhou Tao quickly pressed, alarmed. Before I could answer, the receiver on Li Xian's wrist, a crude device connected to the foundational information flow from the Apocalypse network, suddenly began flashing urgently. Streams of messages from other parts of the city were filtering through, displayed on the small screen. SOS. Intelligent zombies spotted in the Western Sewer District. It's commanding other creatures. Suspected emergence of a corpse king in the Eastern Industrial Zone. Our team has been wiped out. It feels like it's watching us. Warning. Unidentified source of mental corruption detected. Coordinates unclear. The entity seems to influence lower-level zombies' behavior. One after another, the messages appeared like missing pieces of a puzzle, perfectly aligning with the harrowing vision I had just witnessed. Everyone's expressions turned grim. The fleeting sense of victory from repelling the zombie wave vanished instantly, replaced by a suffocating realization we were no longer just facing a mindless disaster. We were confronting a cunning, organized force lurking in the shadows, a true enemy. I stood, my gaze cold and piercing as it drifted toward the hidden darkness in the deeper parts of the city. My voice carried an iron-like weight. It seems our real trouble is only just beginning. Suppressing the swirling doubts in my mind, I couldn't ignore the truth. In my previous life, such commanding entities, whether hive cores or corpse kings, only began to emerge several months into the apocalypse. For it to appear this early, it had to be related to the butterfly effect triggered by my rebirth. But this wasn't something I could share with the team just yet. Immediate action was paramount. I quickly connected to the Apocalypse network, issuing a brief announcement under the name The Sovereign. Announcement: massive zombie wave repelled. The Sovereign's sanctuary remains secure. There was no boasting in the statement, just a simple declaration of fact, yet its tone carried an undeniable authority. The message spread across the network like wildfire, a surge of hope igniting in the hearts of survivors everywhere. While many were still struggling to survive under the zombie threat, news of the Sovereign's forces defeating a massive wave suggested one thing: true safety, backed by absolute power. In an instant, private messages and requests to join us flooded my inbox, exploding in numbers through the public channels. Master, please take us in. There are 3 of us, all awakened. We are willing to offer all our supplies, just for a place to shelter. I have management experience and can serve under you. Around the periphery of the shelter, faint figures of survivors began to appear. They dared not approach, merely gazing from a distance at the energy tower radiating a steady light amidst the darkness, their eyes brimming with longing. Reading these messages and then casting a glance at the initial team members, their determination even stronger after enduring bloody trials, I realized that the small team model could no longer adapt to the challenges ahead. I gathered all the core members beneath the newly repaired energy tower. Scanning each face, I began. In the apocalypse, standing alone is ultimately impractical. If we want to survive, to live better lives, we need greater strength and must establish true order. My voice was steady, carrying an undeniable tone of resolve. Starting today, we establish the Apocalypse Order. I will be its leader. Then, I announced the preliminary organizational structure. Zhou Tao, Minister of Combat, responsible for defense, clearing threats, and external operations. Li Xian, Minister of Intelligence and Technology, overseeing information gathering, network maintenance, and technological development. Linuan and Su Xiao, jointly responsible for the logistics and medical department. Linuan will manage internal coordination and medical duties, while Su Xiao will assist and focus on energy management. Wang Hao, captain of the Special Operations Unit, in charge of handling unique and high-risk missions. Chen Wei and Zhao Xiaolin, integrated into the logistics and medical department. Everyone now had distinct roles and responsibilities. An unprecedented sense of belonging and mission ignited within their hearts. The organization will operate under a contribution-based system. Completing tasks, contributing supplies, and making technological advancements will all earn contribution points. These points can be exchanged for spirit stones, food, weapons, and even upscale living conditions and cultivation resources. After making my announcements, it was clear and unshakable. No one dared to raise objections. Zhou Tao, like a macho man, pounded his chest forcefully. Li Xian's eyes were as sharp as searchlights, practically piercing. Wang Hao, that guy, even licked his lips. Lin Wan and Su Xiao exchanged a glance filled with nothing but responsibility, a solid accountability duo. Chen Wei and Zhao Xiaolin were over the moon. From being pitiful souls saved from despair to becoming part of the management team, it was like they had boarded a rocket to take off straight into the skies. As soon as the organizational framework was cemented, I swiftly posted a recruitment notice through the network. The announcement made it explicit: contribution points could be earned through combat merits, unique skills, and resource donations, which would then grant shelter eligibility and cultivation resources. The rules were straightforward and brutally clear, like leveling up in a game by killing monsters and completing quests. The announcement drew a surge of responses like wildfire. People flocked to apply as if it were a celebrity livestream with fans scrambling to place orders. Within days, the periphery of the shelter was swarmed by survivors pouring in from every corner of the city. Each individual was dressed in ragged clothes, their faces haggard and yellowed from malnutrition, but their eyes burned with a desperate hunger for survival, like someone who hadn't eaten for 3 days finally spotting a feast. The sheer number of people gathering was staggering. It was so crowded that their shouting and murmuring nearly drowned out the distant roars of monsters. The human energy was so palpable, it seemed to form a living barrier that even zombies instinctively circled around, as if afraid of getting burned by the sheer vibrancy of the scene. As for me, I kept my aura of mystery, playing the role of the hidden boss behind the scenes. Any outward matters were delegated to Zhou Tao, the combat minister. Zhou Tao stood atop a makeshift platform, gazing at the dense sea of people below. His heart surged with passion but also tingled with a bit of dread. The sheer number of people made him feel like an ant lost in a swarm. "Quiet down, all of you," Zhou Tao bellowed, his voice booming like rolling thunder. "If you want to join the Apocalypse Order, you follow the rules. Register your name, talent, and abilities first. Combat-capable individuals will undergo priority testing. For those with special skills, like doctors, craftsmen, or tech experts, line up to the left. Regular folks, go to the right for evaluation, where we'll assess your physical strength and other potentials. Through Zhou Tao's effort, alongside a few newly selected combat unit members, order was barely maintained amidst the chaos. However, problems began surfacing soon after. The shelter's interior space was limited, there simply wasn't room to accommodate all these people. The majority of newcomers were forced to set up makeshift shacks outside an environment as harsh as it was unsafe, like a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment. While the contribution-based system appeared fair on the surface, questions arose: how should the value of different tasks be quantified? How could fairness be ensured? Combatants naturally had greater chances of earning high contribution points, causing dissatisfaction within the other departments. It left a bitter taste in their mouths, like swallowing flies. The biggest debate centered around the criteria for screening new members. Zhou Tao believed in strict selection, prioritizing combatants and skilled workers. What we need right now are people who can fight immediately. Those who are old, weak, or sick will just be a burden, consuming our food and medicine, he argued, scowling at the registration form filled with notes stating no talent or physically frail, his brows furrowed like a tightly wound knot. Linuan was in charge of logistics and accommodation. When she saw the tragic scenes outside, she couldn't bear it in her heart. A mother had almost knelt down begging just to exchange for a bite of food for her child, an old man curled up in the corner, barely breathing. She came to me, her voice full of sorrow. Chen Mo, I know resources are tight, but can't we think of a way to give those who can't fend for themselves a chance to survive? Even just the most basic relief? If we're only focusing on strength, how are we any different from the monsters outside? Su Xiao sided with Lin Wan as well. Exactly, Chief. Some people may not have combat skills, but they're meticulous and can handle detailed internal tasks. They don't necessarily have to be a burden. When Zhou Tao found out, he came straight to confront us, his tone aggressive. Lin Wan. This is nothing but sentimental foolishness. This is the apocalypse, not some charity organization. If we take them in, the resources for our core members' cultivation will have to be shared. Without an improvement in combat strength, when the next wave of undead comes, all of us are done for. So leaving them to die is the right thing to do? Linuan argued back with reasoning. We can set a basic safety net, let them do low contribution work in exchange for food. And who's going to supervise them? Who'll handle the distribution? Won't that consume the limited management effort we already have? Zhou Tao retorted. The two of them were locked in a heated debate over the recruitment criteria. I didn't express my stance immediately. Instead, after a moment of silence, I issued an instruction: pause all recruitment. For those who've already reached the perimeter, don't drive them away, but don't allow them into the core area either. Come with me to a place. Without explaining further, I led the core members of the team away from the bustling shelter perimeter to the abandoned and chaotic northern district of the city. We took refuge on the third floor of an abandoned shopping mall, peering through a broken window at a dead-end alley below, piled high with garbage. Zhou Tao lowered his voice and asked, Brother Mo, what are we doing in this hellhole? Watch, I replied with a single word, my gaze cold as it stared below. Before long, a frail, emaciated elderly man, so weak that even walking seemed laborious, entered the alley with the help of the wall. He spotted a young awakened individual in the corner, who appeared to have gained something and was resting. Without hesitation, the old man rushed over, falling to his knees as tears streamed down his face. Young man, please, be kind and give me some food. My granddaughter is starving, just one bite, just one bite. The young awakened man's face showed a moment of struggle. He glanced at the pitiful old man and then at his own bag, which held little food. Eventually, he was moved by sympathy and sighed. Old man, I don't have much either, but I'll share a bit with you. With that, he set down his weapon and lowered his head to rummage through his bag. At that moment, when he was off guard, a vicious glint suddenly flashed in the elderly man's eyes. His frail, bony hands moved like iron clamps, producing a sharpened piece of rebar from who knows where. With calculated precision, he thrust it into the young man's neck. Ugh! The young awakened's eyes widened in disbelief as blood spurted out. He convulsed before collapsing to the ground. The old man quickly snatched his bag, frisking his body for valuables. There was no sign of pity left on his face, only a twisted blend of greed and malevolence. He even spat at the body. Ha, idiot! From above, Linuan witnessed this and immediately covered her mouth. Her face turned deathly pale, her body trembling uncontrollably. Su Xiao took a sharp inhale, instinctively grabbing Li Xian's arm. I remained expressionless, pointing in another direction. Everyone followed my gaze to see a temporary alliance of survivors who had surrounded and attacked a lone, weakened zombie. However, as soon as the zombie was taken down, the alliance disbanded. One of the members launched a surprise attack, driving a dagger into the back of his companion, all to take sole possession of the pitifully small energy crystal that might have been inside. Further in the distance, a woman cradling a baby used the infant's cries to draw out other survivors. Her accomplices then emerged from the shadows to rob them. Deception, betrayal, murder, desperate to survive, desperate for more resources, the ugliest aspects of humanity were laid bare in this desolate wasteland, like a curtain torn away to expose the shame beneath. Zhou Tao clenched his fists tightly, his teeth grinding in anger. Damn it! These bastards! Li Xian and Wang Hao's faces were grim. Linuan slowly lowered her hand, her eyes filled with shock, pain, and confusion. She had always believed in the inherent goodness of humanity and had wanted to help the weak. But the bloody reality in front of her shattered that belief into pieces, like glass smashed to shards. I spoke slowly, my voice cold and unaffected, as though I had seen through all of it. In the apocalypse, starvation and despair devour what's left of a person's conscience. Your kindness might just become the blade someone uses to stab you. I looked at Linuan. I'm not rejecting kindness. I'm just reminding you it requires the power to protect it and the wisdom to judge who deserves it. Indiscriminate aid will only drag us down, or worse, invite trouble. Linuan fell silent, staring at the elder below who was now gleefully counting his spoils. Her thoughts shifted back to the shifty-eyed strangers at the shelter's outskirts. Finally, she nodded firmly. Though traces of pity lingered in her gaze, clarity and resolve now overshadowed them. I understand now, Chen Mo. I was too naive. I knew this lesson, though cruel, was one she had to learn. I turned around, my voice steady again. Go back. Establish stricter screening and observation protocols. What we're building here is a force capable of surviving the apocalypse, not a piece of meat waiting to be devoured by betrayal and greed. Having witnessed the grotesque ugliness of human nature in the northern ruins, Linuan finally understood my concerns. Kindness needed a sharp edge, and protection had to be built on rigorous selection. She no longer insisted on unconditional acceptance of the weak, her gaze transformed into one of resolve and practicality. Once back at the shelter, looking at the growing, chaotic crowd gathering outside, Zhou Tao voiced a new concern. Brother Mo, I get that we need strict selection. But with hundreds, even thousands outside, we can't take them all in. Plus, there's bound to be scum like the ones we've seen mixed in. How do we even sort through them? Investigate each one's past? That'd take forever. No need to bother with that. My voice remained calm, as if I'd thought this through long ago. I've devised a way to test them. Those who are disloyal or harbor ill intent won't make it past. This recruitment only 50 elite members. We'd rather have too few than compromise. Everyone was stunned. 50? To pick just 50 from thousands, and even test their inner integrity? I didn't offer much explanation. Instead, I headed straight for the core control room of the energy tower. Sitting cross-legged, I channeled the sovereign law, emanating a profound, mysterious energy. I didn't create a physical instrument but instead used my vast spiritual power and deep understanding of energy laws to craft an intangible, spirit-level psychic mirror testing field by integrating it with the foundational framework of the Apocalypse Network. After hours of exertion, I opened my eyes. I felt somewhat drained, but my gaze was sharp with determination. I outlined a specific area on a patch of open ground inside the shelter's entrance. The testing zone is ready, I announced to everyone. This area is linked to my mind. Inside, there's a psychic mirror formation. Whoever enters will have their inner nature, strongest desires, and hidden malevolence magnified under the formation's influence. This feedback will reach my perception. While I can't discern every detail, it's enough to judge their loyalty and mindset. Zhou Tao and the others stared, astonished, at what appeared to be an unremarkable patch of ground. The unprecedented nature of this method left them in awe, deepening their sense that my abilities were unfathomably vast, like an unending abyss. Before long, word spread that recruitment had resumed with highly stringent conditions. Yet the sheer power of the sovereign faction and the shelter provided by the energy tower continued to draw many who believed they had what it took. The testing began. Each applicant had to enter the marked area alone. The first was a burly man with a fierce countenance. The moment he stepped in, his body stiffened slightly, and a glint of panic and violence flickered in his eyes. From inside the control room, I immediately sensed a chaotic intent filled with greed, betrayal, and the desire to exploit the weak. Rejected. My cold voice was relayed through Zhou Tao. The man protested, "Why? I haven't even shown what I can do yet." Zhou Tao stepped forward, his rocky skin visible, his voice firm. "The sovereign said you're not qualified, so you're not qualified. Get lost." Next came several others, some entered with darting eyes, others instinctively gripped concealed weapons, and some radiated sheer greed. From their thoughts, I sensed their inner filth. All were immediately disqualified. Then finally, a young man with a resolute gaze and upright posture entered. Inside the testing zone, though he seemed to feel some pressure, his eyes remained clear. His primary thoughts were a desire to grow stronger, protect his comrades, and respect for the sovereign's power. Approved. My voice rang out. The youth's face lit up with joy. He bowed solemnly toward the direction of the energy tower. The process carried on in an orderly manner. The extraordinary psychic mirror test acted like a high-efficiency filter, barring those with sinister intentions, weak resolve, or inherently corrupt natures. But then, a thin, utterly ordinary-looking young man calmly stepped into the testing zone. Inside the control room, I habitually focused my perception on him, prepared to sense his mental fluctuations as I had with the others. What I encountered, however, was a complete blank. No. It wasn't a void, it was an extreme form of nothingness. No intense desires. No hidden malice. Not even the typical nervousness, anticipation, or reverence that most possessed. It was like shining a searchlight into dense fog. The light passed through, illuminating nothing, and returned with no reflection. My brow furrowed slightly. I intensified the output of my spiritual power, and the sovereign law, like invisible tendrils, probed even deeper toward the core of his mind. The result remained the same, sheer emptiness. It was as though this man had no past, no emotions, no deep cognitive activity. Either he was shrouded in a flawless mental disguise, or he was born this way. This situation was something I had never encountered in my previous life. Either this person's mental strength far surpassed mine, capable of completely concealing themselves from detection, which was almost impossible, considering my SSS level talent, and the spiritual strength I had gained through rebirth was absolutely overwhelming at this stage, or they possessed some ridiculously unique talent, or their mental state itself was inherently abnormal. "What's wrong, brother Mo?" Zhou Tao, standing guard nearby, noticed something off about my expression and softly asked. I didn't answer. I just stared intently at that young man through the one-way observation window. The young man seemed completely unfazed by the test, standing still with a calm look in his eyes as if he were merely awaiting an inevitable result. Was his mind truly as tranquil as still water, a state of complete serenity? Or was he a perfect hollow shell, or perhaps an extraordinarily skilled infiltrator? I thought for a while. His abnormality, in and of itself, carried either potential value or significant risk. Eliminating him outright would be the safest choice, but it might also mean missing out on something truly remarkable. Let him pass the preliminary test, I decided, speaking calmly. Add him to the priority observation list and temporarily assign him to Li Xian's Intelligence and Technical Division for basic information registration and background checks. Though Zhou Tao appeared a bit skeptical, he didn't question my decision in the slightest and quickly complied. When the young man heard the directive of past, his expression remained unchanged. He simply gave a slight nod and serenely walked over to the passers section, standing quietly amongst the other candidates who were either visibly excited or nervous, forming a stark contrast. The tests continued, but in my heart, I had already marked this young man, codenamed Blank, with a unique tag. I was certain that the secrets he concealed might turn out to be far more intriguing or dangerous than the overt threats. 50 elites were quickly recruited. They either possessed remarkable talents or exceptional combat abilities and were evenly distributed across the battle unit, the intelligence and technology division, and the logistics and medical division. This set the initial framework for the Apocalypse organization. As for the awakened ones who were eliminated, they watched enviously and bitterly as the chosen individuals entered the core zone enveloped by the radiance of the energy tower. Before long, a wave of discontent began to spread among the rejected candidates. A burly man named Li Long stepped forward. Having awakened the talent of furious Herculean strength, he deemed himself extraordinarily powerful and was fuming at his inexplicable elimination. "Brothers, the Dominion has left us with no way out. He's discriminating against us. That damn test of his is just a facade. This energy tower, this sanctuary, it should belong to all of us." Li Long shouted, his words full of incitement. "Let's join forces and take this place for ourselves. Why should they get to feast and thrive while we're left out here to die?" Under his provocation, hundreds of rejected awakeners banded together, forming a rebellion alliance, encircling the entrance to the sanctuary in an airtight blockade. The atmosphere was tense and ready to ignite. Zhou Tao immediately led the newly assembled battle unit to form a defensive line. Though they were vastly outnumbered, each individual exuded sharp focus and showed no signs of retreat. However, as a freshly established team, they were still unfamiliar with one another's coordination. The overwhelming numbers of their opposition placed immense pressure on them. Seeing the grim situation, Linuan grew anxious and tried to step forward to mediate. "Calm down, all of you. Dominion has built this order to save as many lives as possible, not to." She hadn't even finished speaking before Li Long's lecherous and greedy gaze landed on her face and body. He grinned wickedly, his expression disgusting. "Little beauty, stop making excuses for your cowardly leader. Once I take care of that so-called Dominion, this place will be mine. And as for you, you'll naturally be part of my spoils of war." These words, transmitted clearly to the core control room through the energy tower's sensors, reached my ears without fail. Boom! A frosty, bone-chilling killing intent erupted from within me, as if it had materialized into something tangible. The air in the room seemed to freeze solid. A dragon cannot be touched at its reverse scale, it kills instantly. And Linuan, she was the one line I would never allow anyone to cross in this lifetime. Outside, Li Long could no longer hold back and roared, "Brothers! Break through and seize the food! Grab the women! Charge!" Spurred on by his shout, hundreds of enraged awakeners surged toward the sanctuary defenses like a flood breaching a dam, their abilities flaring chaotically. Fireballs, wind blades, and earth spikes flew in all directions, crashing down fiercely against the thin defensive line Zhou Tao and his team had hastily erected. Zhou Tao bellowed, his rocky skin covering his entire body as he positioned himself at the forefront. But even with his immense strength, he was just one man against a sea of foes. The line was on the verge of collapse. The rookie team members fought desperately, but as the chaotic surge hit them full force, casualties started to appear. At this precarious moment, an invisible yet overwhelmingly vast pressure descended from atop the energy tower, like the entire sky falling down. It enveloped the battlefield in an instant, halting everything in its tracks. Everyone felt a sudden heaviness in their bodies, as if they'd fallen into glue, their movements becoming painfully slow. But what terrified them even more was the loss of the surging energy within powers they had prided themselves on, their precious awakened abilities, all severed in an instant, as if someone had cut off the source. The violent strength gathered on Li Long's arm vanished. The flames in the palm of an awakened fireball user extinguished. A speed-type awakener felt as though their legs had been filled with lead. "What's going on? My ability. My power, it's gone? It's the Sovereign. The Sovereign has acted." Panic spread like a plague through the rebel alliance. They were horrified to realize they had been reduced to nothing but ordinary people, relying solely on sheer muscle. In the core control room, I remained seated cross-legged, my gaze as cold as eternal frost. All I had done was expand the domain of the sovereign's law. I hadn't physically attacked them directly but instead used higher dimensional rule-based power to forcibly interfere with and temporarily silence the operation of all energy within this area that existed on a lower regulatory level than mine, including their innate abilities. Without leaving the room or speaking a single word, I had seized control of the situation effortlessly. At this moment, whether it was the arrogant Li Long, the panicked thugs, or Zhou Tao and the new recruits nervously defending themselves, they were all stunned by these godlike methods. Through the energy tower, my icy voice resonated clearly in everyone's ears, carrying a tone of indisputable judgment. Insects dare lay schemes against me and insult my people? Now, leave. Or die. My voice, as cold and absolute as divine decree, echoed in the air, and its effect was immediate. The thugs of the Rebel Alliance, realizing they still couldn't summon their powers and feeling the crushing omnipresent pressure that could obliterate them without warning, utterly broke down. Run! Mercy, Sovereign! We're leaving, now! No one knew who shouted first, but the hundreds of awakened beings who had been so aggressive just moments before now scattered like frightened rabbits. Dropping their weapons, crying out for mercy, they fled toward the edge of the shelter, desperate to grow an extra pair of legs. The scene devolved into utter chaos. Li Long, who had led the incitement, turned paler than a sheet, terror ripping through him. He had never imagined the sovereign's power could be this horrifying, able to strip everyone's strength without even appearing in person. Realizing the enormity of his mistake, he attempted to blend into the crowd in a bid to escape amid the confusion. Yet just as he turned and took a single step, he felt an invisible force, immovable and irresistible, seize him entirely. He was lifted off the ground, suspended mid-air. No. Sovereign, mercy, Li Long thrashed his arms and legs desperately, his throat releasing guttural sounds of panic and plea, his eyes brimming with terror and despair. In the core control room, my gaze held nothing but chilling, killing intent. For someone who instigated trouble and dared to hurl vulgar insults at Linuan, scum like him, I would show no mercy. I clenched my outstretched hand into a fist. In the distance, Li Long's body in midair stiffened abruptly, as though caught in the grip of an enormous, invisible hand. Then, to the horrified gazes fixed on him, his body suddenly collapsed inward, from his limbs to his torso. A gruesome series of bone-crunching noises broke out, as his form twisted, contorted, and compressed under the unbearable pressure. There was no blood splatter. Every fluid and tissue had been utterly obliterated under that horrifying force. Li Long didn't even manage a complete scream before his body exploded into a fine crimson mist, scattering into the breeze, erasing his existence entirely, as though he had never been. Silence. A deathly silence. The remaining thugs, who had only fled a short distance, turned to witness this horrifying scene. Their souls seemed to flee their bodies, and they ran even faster, leaving trails of rising dust in their wake. Within the shelter, whether it was Zhou Tao and the veteran members, still shaken from the battle they'd survived, or the 50 newly recruited elite team members who had yet to fully pledge their loyalty, everyone stood frozen, stunned, staring at the place Li Long had just been obliterated. A chill ran from their feet straight to the tops of their heads. Killing from afar. True authority over life and death, word becoming law. Perhaps they had heard rumors, or imagined the sovereign's power in abstract terms before. But now, having witnessed this incomprehensible display firsthand, they finally understood what sovereign truly meant. It wasn't just the wisdom to establish a network or set rules, it was the unmatched, absolute power to control life and death. Any curiosity, doubt, or faint pride that might have lingered in the eyes of the new members had now completely vanished, replaced by awe and fear surging from the depths of their souls. They knew, without question, that here, the only rule was the sovereign's will. Loyalty was the sole path to survival. Zhou Tao took a deep breath, suppressing the tremor in his heart, and looked toward the direction of the energy tower's core with a gaze now brimming with fervent admiration. He understood, after this incident, the Apocalypse organization would no longer have any dissenting voices. I slowly withdrew my mental energy, and the oppressive feel outside vanished along with it. I was still seated in the control room, as if I had just performed a trivial task. That move earlier, well, it was merely a demonstration to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys, a warning. And that move could only be used once in a short time. The horrifying scene of Li Long being obliterated remotely served as the harshest warning, deeply etched into the hearts of every new member. The venue was so silent that even the drop of a pin would have been audible. Following my instructions, Zhou Tao suppressed the turbulence in his heart, took a step forward, and scanned the 50 new members in front of him. Their expressions varied, but all carried a look of reverence. Sternly, he addressed them, "The crisis has been resolved. Now, everyone state your name, former occupation, and gifted ability." Starting with the combat division. The new members dared not slack off and stepped forward one by one for self-introductions. Reporting. My name is Zhao Taizhu. Formerly a construction worker. My gift is steel bones, resistant to being beaten. A burly man with tan skin spoke in a deep, muffled voice. Reporting. Lu Qian, previously a medical university student. My gift is rapid healing, which accelerates wound recovery. A girl wearing glasses, who appeared gentle and quiet, spoke softly. Reporting. Sun Hao, former soldier. My gift is dynamic vision, adept at sniping and reconnaissance. A young man with a sharp gaze and upright posture introduced himself succinctly. The introductions proceeded methodically. Most abilities fell within the common categories of strength, speed, and elemental manipulation. While there were notable talents, none were outside my expectations. Finally, it came to the turn of the young man I had marked as blank. He stepped forward calmly. His face remained expressionless, and his voice was steady, devoid of any fluctuation. Wu Hao. Former librarian. My gift is presence nullification. Presence nullification? The name of this ability caused Zhou Tao and the other recruits to hesitate momentarily. It sounded like some kind of stealth-related skill, not particularly impressive. Zhou Tao glanced in the direction where I was seated and, after receiving my nod of approval, instructed Wu Hao, "Demonstrate it." Wu Hao nodded slightly. The next moment, something miraculous occurred. Though he clearly remained standing in place, motionless and unchanged, everyone's gaze seemed to uncontrollably slide past him, as if he were no more than a patch of air. Without consciously focusing, one might entirely overlook his presence. Interesting, Zhou Tao murmured, rubbing his chin. But aside from stealth and reconnaissance, what else can this ability do? At that moment, within the core control room, a glimmer of understanding flashed across my eyes. Through the law of dominion, I could clearly see that when Wu Hao activated his ability, he was enveloped in an extraordinarily thin yet almost flawless layer of energy. This energy distorted light and sound and, to some extent, interfered with biological instinct and mental locks. This was far from a mere presence nullification. My voice traveled through a special channel, directly to Zhou Tao's ears. "Taozi, activate your stone skin defense at maximum strength, and let him test an attack on you." Although puzzled, Zhou Tao immediately complied. With a low shout, the pale gray rocky texture covered his entire body, exuding an aura of dense solidity. "Wu Hao, come. Use your full strength to attack me." Wu Hao looked at Zhou Tao with the same calm gaze. He didn't make any exaggerated attack movements. He simply took a step forward, almost like he was strolling, and again his form seemed to blur in everyone's perception. The next instant, Zhou Tao felt an incomprehensible force collide against his chest. It didn't feel like being hit by a fist, it was more akin to being struck head-on by a silent high-speed train. Boom! With a dull thud, Zhou Tao's rock-like skin, capable of withstanding zombie claws and regular blades, began to crack, piece by piece. His entire body flew backward like a broken kite, slamming harshly against the rear wall, which quivered as dust and debris rained down. Cough, cough, Zhou Tao clutched his chest, groaning in pain and staring in disbelief at Wu Hao. The latter, meanwhile, withdrew his hand and resumed his tranquil demeanor, his aura once again unremarkable. The entire room was in an uproar. Everyone was completely stunned by the dramatic turn of events. A seemingly harmless individual with what sounded like a support class ability had just shattered the defense of the combat division's leader with a single strike? In the core control room, the corners of my lips curled upward. A realization dawned on me. It's not presence nullification, I declared, my voice ringing clear with an air of discernment. It's existence interference. You can, to some extent, manipulate how others perceive your existence, including causing them to disregard your threat. And then, you convert the disregard into a tangible attack. The more thoroughly you are ignored, the harder it becomes to detect or defend against your strikes. I had instantly unraveled the true essence of Wu Hao's gift. Such an ability, this was no mere talent. It was the ultimate weapon for an assassin. And in team operations, it could just as easily become a critical game-changer. I was quite satisfied. This recruitment effort truly brought us an unexpected gem. This Wu Hao, as long as he's used wisely, could undoubtedly become a sharp blade hidden within the shadows of the Apocalypse organization. The foundations of the organization were gradually being built, piece by piece. The tide of corpses had receded, and my Apocalypse organization successfully recruited 50 elites. But the 100-square-meter safe house was now crammed full, leaving almost no space to even stand. I immediately gathered the core members to discuss countermeasures. Pointing at the city map, I announced, this place can no longer accommodate us. We need to find a real fortress. Zhou Tao suggested the abandoned freight station in the west of the city, saying that it had a large space and high walls. Li Xian proposed the Beishan Observatory for its advantageous terrain, easy to defend and hard to attack. Linuan, however, favored the ecological park in the southern suburbs because of its water source and agricultural potential. Everyone voiced their opinions. Each location had its advantages and drawbacks. My gaze eventually settled on a specific point on the outskirts of the City Civil Defense Command Center. Here, I said sternly. Wartime-grade defenses, independent energy, and water supply, with a comprehensive underground structure. Everyone immediately understood. This underground command center was indeed the best option, sturdy enough to withstand missile strikes and fully equipped internally. It was the ideal base. Move out immediately, I ordered decisively. Li Xian, gather all relevant information. Zhou Tao, assemble a scout team to investigate. Linuan, prepare a relocation plan. One command after another was swiftly relayed. Everyone knew that once the strategic stronghold was secured, the Apocalypse organization would experience a qualitative transformation. A battle for the future of the base was about to begin. After a brief yet efficient analysis, the Civil Defense Command Center, with its irreplaceable strategic advantage, became everyone's consensus. When I called the roll, I deliberately added, Wu Hao, have him come with me. Once the order was given, no one questioned it, but quite a few new members were seeing me, the mysterious overlord, for the first time. I looked young and quiet, my presence restrained, only my eyes were deep, as if they could see through people's hearts. Wu Hao merely looked at me calmly, showing no reaction. Our group set off quietly, avoiding the main roads and weaving through ruins and back alleys. Along the way, the zombie shrieks and the low growls of mutated monsters rose and fell in waves. My movements were clean and efficient. Every time the ally combat saber swung, it precisely took down a monster, as if it were just an everyday task. But Wu Hao's performance was even more surprising. He hardly attacked proactively, just walked on calmly. Yet strangely, the zombies or monsters that lunged at him would, at the last moment, seem to suddenly forget he existed, their movements stalling with a fatal hesitation, or simply turning to attack other targets. In that instant, the short blade in Wu Hao's hand would dart out soundlessly like a venomous snake, accurately stabbing into vulnerable spots like the eye socket or lower jaw, killing with a single strike. The whole process was terrifyingly quiet. Your talent, you use it really well. I swung my blade and severed a tentacle that pounced down from the rooftop, speaking without even looking back. Wu Hao sidestepped a corrosive bug that spat acid, then hooked and flicked his short blade into a gap in its carapace, destroying its core. You flatter me, Overseer. Your talent is what's truly unfathomable. His reply was as bland as ever, giving away no emotion. We said nothing more, yet an unspoken understanding took shape in the silence. When the civil defense facility built against the mountain, its entrance disguised as an ordinary fissure in the rock, came into view at the far end of our sightline, everyone's heart sank. The entrance had already been completely refitted. A heavy alloy gate had replaced the original plain iron door, with sandbag emplacements and automated weapons platforms set up around it. Even more striking were the guards in uniform black combat suits, thunder shield insignia on their armbands, sharp-eyed and moving with a lean, hardened air. Thunder Shield Group, they moved too fast. My gaze darkened. This organization, powerful and mysterious like a fog even in my previous life, was growing even faster than I'd estimated. I carefully observed the defensive line. There were 12 people on sentry duty, split into 2 groups patrolling in a crisscross pattern, well equipped. On the high ground on both sides of the mountain, at least 4 sniper positions were concealed, and that machine at the entrance, constantly emitting a faint hum, was clearly a high-precision energy detection device. A frontal assault would be like an egg striking a rock. A bold plan quickly took shape in my mind. Through the Apocalypse network, I used my mental power to connect directly with Linuan inside the shelter. Linuan, try reversing your damage sharing talent, not sharing damage, but sharing Wu Hao's existence interference talent effect with me through your link. Inside the shelter, Linuan received the instruction. She was a little surprised, but didn't hesitate at all. She closed her eyes and focused. A pale golden glow lit up around her, gentler and more permeating than usual. Carefully, she extended the bond of her talent outward, no longer to share pain, but like weaving an invisible web of resonance, softly bringing the mental and energy fluctuations of me, Wu Hao, and herself into temporary sync. A wondrous change occurred. Damn, just thinking about it pisses me off. That day, Wu Hao, Linuan, and the others and I were in the middle of an operation when I suddenly felt this super thin but insanely perfect energy film *schwa* spread outward with Wu Hao at the center, covering all of us. It felt like I'd toggled an invisibility hack. Not only was my appearance visually blurred like I turned skin smoothing up to level 10, but my aura, energy fluctuations, and even the weight of my existence in other people's perception got shaved down to scraps like a tiny pebble by the roadside that nobody pays attention to. I was overjoyed and hurriedly whispered, "It worked, keep the link up, and stay as quiet as quails." Then I signaled Zhou Tao and the others to stay put, concealed, and on standby. Then Wu Hao and I moved forward like 2 transparent ghosts, sneaking along in the shadows. A Thunder Shield patrol member swept his gaze over us like he was blind and just skipped right past, as if he were looking at a patch of air. We casually crossed the outer patrol perimeter, and even slipped through a gap less than 3 meters from 2 sentries. They didn't notice a thing. Wu Hao's existence interference, plus Linuan's god-tier support, straight up produced a small area group invisibility spell absolutely 666. Just as we were about to feel our way to the hidden maintenance access door beside that heavy alloy gate, the red light above the inside of the door began flashing with a beep beep, and an icy voice blared through the loudspeaker in the entrance area, "Alert! The entrance energy field has detected an unknown disturbance, waveform unidentifiable. Squad 3, move out and inspect the B-zone corridor and the surrounding sensors immediately. Raise the alert level." My heart lurched. I stopped at once and pressed myself tightly against the cold rock wall. Leidan Group's detection tech really is sneaky as hell, scarily good. Several patrol squads hurried tap tap tap, footsteps rushed past. Flashlight beams swept back and forth over our heads, and at last everything quieted down. Looks like whoever was on duty chalked the energy disturbance up to an equipment malfunction. I whispered, "Move." The 2 of us slipped in like slick loaches, soundlessly squeezing through that concealed maintenance door. Once inside, we came to a thick, airtight door. The viewing window on it had been blacked out from the inside, but the putrid stench seeping out from under the crack and the sharp reek of chemical reagents nearly made me vomit. I gently pressed my hand to the door, and my psychic power seeped in like tiny feelers. An utterly disgusting scene immediately played in my mind. Behind the door was a hall like an underground warehouse, converted into a makeshift laboratory. Under the harsh white shadowless lights, several metal dissection tables held all kinds of grotesquely shaped zombies and mutated monsters strapped down. Some had their bellies slit open, with rotten, blackened organs and twisted bones exposed. Some had their skulls opened, their gray-white brains laid bare, still hooked up to a dense web of electrodes and tubing, twitching now and then like they were about to rise from the dead. Farther away, rows of large glass culture tanks held numerous zombie specimens at different stages of mutation, like a horrifying human specimen repository. Wu Hao couldn't see it, but from the vague sensations I shared in that stench, his brow furrowed too. My heart sank. The scene confirmed my earlier bold and terrifying suspicion that organized, targeted zombie tide very likely came from here. Linuan Group, this mysterious badass organization, not only hoards resources and expands its territory, it actually actively studies zombies and mutants. What are they trying to do? Control them, or create an even more terrifying biological weapon? Just then, another door deeper inside the laboratory opened. A researcher who looked like a supervisor came out, took off his mask, and complained into the communicator. The third live field test data for the Scavenger project has already been recovered. Coordinated attack efficiency is 15% lower than expected. The mother nest's neural signal interference is still too strong. We need to further optimize the control unit. The Scavenger project. Live field test. Mother nest neural signals. Those words exploded in my head like thunder. So it was true that zombie tide wasn't a natural disaster, it was man-made. It was a live field test cooked up by the Linuan Group using their mother nest and control technology, and those dead survivors had all become sacrifices under their cold data. A surge of rage flared up in my chest. In my previous life, the Linuan Group had been secretive and ruthless. Who would have thought that in this life, they'd be even crazier? I signaled to Wu Hao, and just like when we came in, the two of us slipped out of this suffocating laboratory without a sound and went back the way we came. Back at the shelter, I told everyone about the tightly layered defense system inside the Civil Defense Center, the location of the laboratory, and what little information I had on the Scavenger program. When everyone learned that the zombie tide that had nearly wiped us out was Lei Shield Group's live fire test, the anger and chill shot up in an instant. Zhou Tao slammed his fist into the wall, his rock-like skin even surfacing, and cursed, "Bastards! Treating human lives like lab specimens, they're not even human." Linuan's face was deathly pale, but she said with a steady gaze, "We have to drive them out. We can't let them keep harming people like this." The hatred in my chest was overwhelming. Now I finally understood, behind those endless zombie tides in my previous life, it was very likely Lei Shield Group pulling the strings. I don't care what their ultimate goal is, right now I have only one thought: I'm taking that Civil Defense Center. I absolutely can't let this scourge remain in this city. Just as everyone was indignantly discussing how to deal with the behemoth that was the Thunder Shield Group, with a BZZ, a heavily modified drone painted with the Thunder Shield insignia forced its way through the energy barrier of the Glimmer Shelter, hovered precisely over the core area, dropped a small metal case, and fled. The case opened to reveal an encrypted satellite communicator. Once the link connected, a processed male voice came through, impossible to place by age. The tone was hypocritically polite, but the arrogance practically overflowed. "Mr. Chen Mo, or should I call you Overlord? I'm the Thunder Shield Group's External Liaison Director, codename Shepard. First, congratulations on successfully withstanding the previous chaos tide, proving the value of you and your team." To my ears, every word reeked of sarcasm. He continued, "The Thunder Shield Group values talent. We formally invite you to join us and share resources and technology. You may retain partial administrative authority over the Apocalypse Network and develop its potential together with us. As a gesture of sincerity, we hope you will share the exact location of the Spirit Stone vein north of the city. This is extremely important to our future planning. You have 24 hours to consider. I trust someone as smart as you will make the most cost-effective choice." After saying that, he even threatened, "Of course, we also hope this will be a friendly cooperation, without any unnecessary friction." As soon as the transmission ended, the shelter fell so quiet you could hear a pin drop, and the pressure came down like a mountain. Should we play along for now, feign surrender to buy some time to develop and gather intel, or make a stand and confront this unfathomable behemoth head-on? Zhou Tao was the first to shout, "Brother Mo, we can't agree to this. Those guys are up to no good. Working with them is like skinning a tiger." Li Xian was a bit calmer. "If we go head-to-head, we don't stand a chance right now. Maybe we can cooperate in name only, feel them out, and buy some time." Linuan looked at me worriedly. "No matter what we choose, it's too dangerous. They're here for the network and the spirit stones, they won't truly accept us. Wang Hao licked his lips, his eyes fierce, and said, worst case, we go all in, let's do this. The newly joined members were scared pale. They'd only just found a shelter, and they'd already run into a crisis this big. I looked at the crowd arguing, my gaze firm. I raised my hand to silence everyone and said just 2 words, prepare for war. I followed up with orders, notify all departments, initiate level 1 combat readiness. Reinforce all defensive fortifications, check weapons and ammunition, and assign defensive zones. Raise the energy tower's output to the critical threshold. I had no intention of playing along. My experiences in my previous life told me that in the face of an absolute gap in strength, compromise and stalling are just a slow death. Linuan Group wants everything I have, my network, spirit stones, and even me as a person, so there's no possibility of cooperation. Zhou Tao asked with some worry, but brother Mo, how are we supposed to fight? My gaze swept over everyone present, finally landing on Wu Hao and Li Xian, and I said, they have their tricks, we have our methods. The Civil Defense Center, we have to take it. Since Linuan dares to reach out, they'd better be ready to have that hand chopped off. Now, carry out my orders. In an instant, the entire shelter started running like a war machine wound up on a spring. Tension hung thick in the air. Everyone knew that 24 hours from now, what awaited us might be a devastating blow. Under immense pressure, I began to devise a super bold, borderline crazy counterattack plan. I had Zhou Tao stay behind, told Li Xian to lock onto the Thunder Shield Command Center, and tapped Wu Hao, Wang Hao, and the newly recruited Jiang Hao, whose talent is signal silence, to get ready to move. Li Xian's hands flew across the console. By cross-checking the network data stream with the signal source Wu Hao recorded during his infiltration, he quickly pinned down a set of coordinates, the abandoned radio and TV tower in the north of the city. I double-checked and said, that's the place. It was an ideal signal hub. Our 4-man elite squad set out under cover of night. With Linuan providing remote support, Wu Hao's existence interference shrouded all of us, and we slipped through the ruins like ghosts, avoiding every patrol. The TV tower entrance was heavily guarded. I murmured, Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao nodded, raising both hands as if pressing down. An invisible ripple spread out. In an instant, every surveillance screen around the tower turned to static, and the communication channels filled with nothing but noise. Someone inside the tower shouted, equipment malfunction. Hurry and fix it. Taking advantage of the chaos, our squad moved in as if the place were deserted, heading straight up to the core level along the maintenance passageway. In the main control room, the technicians were run ragged. A man who looked like a supervisor was roaring, it has to be restored within 24 hours. Otherwise. Before he could finish, Wang Hao charged in like a raging bull and, with a single punch, sent the nearest technician flying, man and equipment together. I flashed forward, made straight for the main console, and plugged in the USB drive. With Dominion rules fully activated, I brute forced the firewall, and data poured in like a flood. The supervisor screamed, enemy attack, and then drew his gun. Wu Hao appeared behind him. With a flick of his short blade, he slit his throat. I stared at the progress bar. It read, Scavenger Plan Data Destruction Complete, Core Logs Downloading. Suddenly, a piercing alarm blared throughout the tower. The self-destruct program had been activated. At the same time, I took another squad, carrying the psionic signal amplifier we'd gotten from the TV tower, and infiltrated the sewer network closer to the civil defense base. We found that Hive's subbody, a tiny, tumor-like piece of tissue. I aimed the amplifier at the subbody and, running Dominion Law at full power, simulated the Thunder Shield Group's signature control signal and injected a powerful attack command. Roar! The broodmother spawn was enraged. More zombies and mutants poured out of the sewers, instinctively charging toward the civil defense base the signal source pointed to. In an instant, the civil defense base fell under a two-pronged siege. Above were frenzied bloodbaths, below was a surging tide of undead. Though the Thunder Shield guards were well equipped, they were caught off guard. Energy weapons overheated, and the defensive line was in crisis everywhere. I led everyone to take cover on high ground in the distance, calmly watching this war I had directed. Li Xian rapidly analyzed the battlefield data and said, the bloodbaths have torn open their air defenses. The broodmother monster is tying down their ground main force. When a huge breach was ripped open in the base's outer fortifications by the bloodbats and the undead tide, and violent explosions rang out from within, I knew the time had come. I said, "It's our turn." The long-prepared main force of Apocalypse charged toward the heart of the base like a sharp sword. Braving the remaining bloodbat assault, Zhou Tao smashed open the warped alloy gate with a single punch. Wu Hao darted in and out among the chaotic Thunder Shield soldiers, assassinating commanders with pinpoint precision. Linuan's healing golden light drifted across the battlefield, keeping our side's combat strength intact. I led the charge, alloy blade pointed toward the deepest part of the base. That was Thunder Shield Group's core control zone and the place where resistance was fiercest. A Thunder Shield squad leader roared, "Stop them!" Scorching flames surged over his body and A-rank flame talent. With a shove of both palms, berserk fire serpents swept down the corridor. Zhou Tao bellowed and rushed up, his rock-like skin taking the flames head-on, hissing with sizzle, sizzle. Wang Hao charged from the flank. That savage strength smashed another member who was spraying gunfire, man and gun together, into a pulp. Wu Hao's figure flickered in and out of the crowd. Each time he appeared, a Thunder Shield commander went down, throwing the enemy's command system into total chaos. Suddenly, an intimidating pressure surged from deep inside the control room, and the air seemed to solidify. A tall, middle-aged man in a silver Thunder Shield uniform stepped out. His gaze was icy, and crackling silver arcs of electricity coiled around his body. His presence was far more terrifying than that flame captain from earlier. A Thunder Shield member cried out, "It's Steward Han." SS-tier lightning talent, as if he'd just seen a savior. Steward Han looked at me, his voice cold and laced with arrogance. "You made it this far, so you've got some skill. But this is as far as you go. Kneel, hand over the network privileges and the Spirit Stone vein, and I can leave you an intact corpse." I unleashed an even more terrifying aura. The pressure of the SSS tier, Dominion Law, was like the real thing, and in an instant it crushed Steward Han's electric arc domain into pieces. Deacon Han's expression changed drastically, and for the first time fear showed in his eyes. "Impossible. Your energy level." Before he could finish speaking, I moved. My figure was so fast it seemed to surpass the limits of speed, and a faint yet rule-severing wisp of energy gleamed around the alloy blade. "Thunder Prison!" Deacon Han roared, unleashing his strongest killing move. Countless thick bolts of lightning, like a huge cage, came down over me. But before the Dominion Law, this rampaging lightning was like meeting its natural nemesis. When it neared my body, it automatically disintegrated and vanished. My blade light was like lightning tearing through the night, no defense worked. It went straight through Deacon Han's lightning field and swept across his throat. Steward Han froze there, eyes wide, his face full of disbelief. A thin line of blood seeped out, he clutched his throat, with endless shock and unwillingness, and collapsed to the ground with a thud. An SS-rank powerhouse, killed by me in a single slash. The remaining Thunder Shield members completely fell apart, with no will to fight left at all. Just then, that shepherd came scrambling out of a corner, his face deathly pale, yet still stubbornly shouting, "Chen Mo. You're finished. You have no idea how powerful Thunder Shield is. This is just a branch. The wrath of the headquarters will grind you and your men into powder." I flicked the blood droplets off my blade, my gaze utterly unmoved, and walked toward him step by step. He backed away in terror. You don't come any closer. We can talk. PSSH. A flash of steel, and the shepherd fell silent, his head rolled onto the ground. I sheathed my blade and watched as the last resistance in the control room was wiped out. Facing the silent channel, I said calmly, "Let them come. By the time they get here, I may not still be at my current strength." With the purge complete, the Civil Defense Command Center officially belonged to our Apocalypse. We finally had our first true fortress against the end times. But everyone knew that the war with the behemoth known as the Thunder Shield Group had only just begun. After the battle, the air everywhere reeked of gunpowder smoke and blood. Zhou Tao led the team in clearing the battlefield and found several sealed crates in the corner of the base warehouse, shouting excitedly, "Brother Mo. Come take a look." I walked over and opened the crates. Inside weren't weapons or ammunition, but several pieces of metal and minerals gleaming with a strange luster, a piece of deep, shadowy blue coal iron that felt icy to the touch, a scorch flame crystal core with something like magma flowing inside, and a short segment of lightning struck wood covered in natural runes. Li Xian recognized them at a glance and said excitedly, "These are psionic materials. And top-tier attribute materials at that." My eyes lit up as I picked up the alloy combat saber that had fought alongside me for so long and was already battered and worn. Memories from my past life surged up in an instant, and I knew these materials were perfect for reforging and enchanting a weapon. I gave a decisive order, "Taozi, clear out this area. Li Xian, go pull up the blueprints for the base's industrial machine tools and energy smelting furnace. Su Xiao, come help me stabilize the energy." Soon, a temporary forging area was set up in the base workshop. I tossed the materials into a high-powered energy smelting furnace. Under the precise control of the Dominion Law, frost iron, and the original alloy fused flawlessly, the scorchflame crystal core, turned into flowing flame runes that sank into the blade, the thunderstrike wood, was refined into an energy-conducting grip. Su Xiao pushed energy harmonization to the limit, stabilizing the violent turbulent energy during the forging process. When the final step was completed, I lifted the newborn saber from the coolant. The blade was dark blue, with faint lava-like patterns flowing within it, and the wood grain on the hilt flickered with tiny arcs of electricity. The entire weapon radiated a frightening energy fluctuation. With a casual swing, whoom! A crescent-shaped blade aura fused with icy chill, searing heat, and the power of lightning shot out, silently slicing the alloy target used for testing in the distance into two halves. One side of the cross-section was charred black, the other frozen over, with electric serpents still dancing across it. Zhou Tao stared in shock and shouted, "Good blade!" I ran my hand along the icy-cold blade, feeling the terrifying power contained within, and said, "From now on, your name is Extinction." With this new weapon, my combat strength rose another notch. Zhou Tao stared at the Extinction battle saber in my hand, so envious his eyes practically turned green, and said, "Brother Mo, this saber is way too cool." I looked at the few core partners beside me and said calmly, "There are materials left. I can forge one item for each of you." I looked to Zhou Tao first and said, "Your rock skin has solid defense, but your counterattack options are a bit lacking." I took out an earth-yellow crystal core and a few chunks of meteorite iron. "I'll use these to forge you a pair of quake gauntlets. When they hit a target, they can trigger a shockwave made specifically to crack hard armor." Next was Linuan. I chose a piece of warm, milky white jade and some lightweight star pattern steel, and said, "Your damage sharing has to be maintained at close range. Use these to make a life-link necklace. It won't just expand the sharing range, when you take a fatal blow, it can also automatically generate a shield." It was Li Xian's turn. I picked out a few pieces of mithril with natural veining and a cyan wind crystal, and said, "You're the technical core, you need to stay alive and stay mobile. These, gale boots, will let you blink short distances. When it counts, they can save your life." Last was Wang Hao. I took out the most ferocious materials and dark crimson beast king crystal core and blood pattern steel, and said, "Your fighting style is all out. These, bloodthirsty knuckle dusters, can absorb an enemy's chi and blood to replenish you. The more you fight, the braver you get." I glanced again at Wu Hao in the shadows, took out a rare void crystal and shadow iron, and said, "Your talent needs absolute concealment. This, lightless thorn, not only fits your ability perfectly when you strike, it can also disrupt spatial fluctuations." After saying that, I went into the forging room. 3 hours later, I came out with 5 pieces of gleaming equipment. Zhou Tao put on the gauntlets and slammed a punch into the test post. The heavy alloy pillar shattered with a crack, and the shockwave kicked up a ring of ripples in the dust around it. Linuan put on the necklace. The pale golden glow was several times brighter than before, and the area it covered expanded to encompass the entire squad. Li Xian put on the boots, and with a flicker he appeared 10 meters away, moving so fast he left an afterimage. Wang Hao put on the knuckle dusters and, with a casual strike, left deep claw marks in the steel plate. A blood-red glow flowed faintly along the knuckle dusters. Wu Hao took the dagger, and his whole body seemed to melt completely into the shadows, his very presence gone. I looked at my companions, all refreshed and renewed, and nodded in satisfaction. With this bespoke gear, our team's combat power is bound to make a qualitative leap. In Modu, at the Lei Shield Group headquarters, in the top floor office, a middle-aged man in a high-ranking uniform with 3 gold stripes on his epaulets stared at the screen in front of him, now a field of static, his face so dark it seemed ready to drip. The communications channel held only the crackling hiss of current. The shepherds sent earlier to make contact and Steward Han stationed at the branch had both lost their signals. He said coldly into the shadows, Tianshan City branch, confirmed out of contact. Send Blood Butcher and Shadow over there. Find out what's going on. If it was done by someone, make them use the most painful way to let those people know what happens when you provoke Thunder Shield. Yes. 2 low voices in the shadows answered at the same time, and then their presence vanished. In Tianshan City, at the Civil Defense Command Center base, unlike the gloom of Thunder Shield's headquarters, this place, though bustling, was full of hope. After we thoroughly cleaned up the traces and bloodstains Thunder Shield had left behind, we began assigning this new home. The space inside the base was much bigger than we'd imagined. There was a living area, storage area, training grounds, a command center, and there was even the beginnings of a small ecological farm. Its facilities were exceptionally complete. Split among 50 people, everyone had an independent, spacious room to rest in. We no longer had to cram into that tiny 100-square-meter place. Zhou Tao excitedly slapped the alloy wall of his room, making a thump-thump sound, and shouted, This place is awesome. Now this feels like home. Linuan and Su Xiao, along with the girls from the logistics department, began sorting out the supplies moved over from the former shelter and the captured materials, categorizing and storing them. Relaxed smiles were on everyone's faces. With more space, living conditions and reserves could both be improved. Li Xian dove straight into the base's main control server room. The technical equipment here was several generations ahead of the busted terminals we used before. He was thrilled to migrate the primary node of the Apocalypse network here, and he also started cracking the encrypted database Lei Dun left behind, hoping to find more intel about the scavenger plan, the mother nest, and even Lei Dun itself. Wang Hao led the combat department members to familiarize themselves with every defensive node in the base, inspect the weapons platforms, and set up new guard posts. Wu Hao was like a real shadow, quietly slipping into the base's dark corners and becoming the most concealed hidden sentry. I stood atop the highest lookout tower in the base, gazing down at this solid fortress that had already become the heart of the Apocalypse organization. In my hand I held the new, silent extinction, Warblade, feeling the power within it. I knew Thunder Shield wouldn't let this go. The current calm was only the lull before the storm. The shelter's former, Glimmer Shelter Core, energy tower had been carefully moved over and placed in the center of the hall, giving off a steady, pale white light membrane. I said to the core members who had gathered around, the basic energy tower can't keep up with our development anymore. Zhou Tao, take the combat division and secure every entrance around the base perimeter. During the upgrade, we can't let any interference in. Li Shen, have the tech division fully support me, monitor all energy readings and ensure the node connections stay stable. Everyone immediately acknowledged and got to work, and the entire base began operating with the efficiency of a precision instrument. I took a deep breath and walked up to the basic energy tower. I expended most of the shadow core fragments, along with the psionic resonance crystals, seized from Thunder Shield's base. I muttered to myself, it's not just about expanding the range, we need to raise the energy tier and the functions, too. I pressed both hands lightly over the energy tower, unleashing Sovereign Law at full power. Vast mental force, like an invisible engraving knife, began to alter and reconstruct the runic structure and energy channels inside the tower. Li Xian reported nervously at the console, energy readings have exceeded the critical threshold. Su Xiao immediately activated energy harmonization, channeling and smoothing the chaotic energy flow. Fine beads of sweat formed on my forehead, but my gaze remained calm. My mental power carefully guided every strand of energy, blending in the power of the Shadow Core Shard, giving the energy field a measure of concealment and mental resistance. At the same time, large quantities of spirit stone seemed to ignite as pure energy was frantically extracted and injected into the transforming core. Who knew how long it took? When the last rune was re-engraved, the energy tower suddenly shuddered. Bzzzzz. A deeper, longer hum than before rang out as a light pillar as thick and solid as milk shot into the sky, instantly piercing the base's dome and forming a distinct halo high above. Immediately after, a paler golden light membrane, heavier and expanded by more than 10 times in range, spread out from the energy tower like mercury spilled on the ground, effortlessly covering the entire massive underground civil defense base, even including part of the mountainous terrain outside the base. Vague, mysterious runes flowed across the membrane, radiating an aura that was both reassuring and awe-inspiring. Regional level energy barrier, Dawn Bastion, activated. Effect: the energy environment within the area is highly purified, recovery effects increased by 150%, low-tier undead and chaotic energy creatures cannot approach, provides a certain degree of resistance to mental interference and a physical concealment effect. Li Shen looked at the stabilized energy readings on the console, far higher than before, and shouted excitedly, "It worked! The energy level has tripled. The coverage radius has reached 1.5 kilometers. Everyone could feel the changes within this pale gold film of light. The energy was more abundant, every cell in their bodies seemed to be cheering, and the fatigue of the past several days vanished in an instant. The sense of mental oppression also disappeared completely. I looked at the successfully upgraded Dawn Bastion, felt the tremendous power contained within it, and slowly let out a breath of stale air. A few days later, 2 SS-class experts sent by Thunder Shield headquarters, Blood Slaughter and Shadow, finally arrived in Tianshan City. When they saw that civil defense base built against the mountain from afar, both of them froze. A thick, solid pale gold membrane of light, like an upside-down bowl, covered the entire base and the surrounding mountains tightly. Runes flowed across it, and the energy fluctuations were both immense and steady. The burly man with the savage scar across his face, Blood Butcher, said in a muffled voice, the energy tower here, was it ever this powerful before?" He remembered the branch report saying it was only a simple energy tower. Shadow was thin, as if he could melt into the light, and said in a hoarse voice, "Something's off. The energy level and range are far stronger than what the report said." The two of them quietly moved closer. Relying on their formidable SS-class strength and special concealment techniques, they easily avoided the outer patrols. When they got a clear look at the guards standing watch at the base entrance, uniformed, but not in Thunder Shield uniforms, their hearts both sank with a jolt, knowing the base had changed hands. A bloodthirsty killing intent flared in Blood Butcher's eyes as he said, "Looks like Steward Han and the others are probably in grave danger. Anyone who dares lay a hand on Thunder Shield's things is asking to die." Shadow said coldly, "Break this turtle shell first." The two of them stopped holding back. The terrifying aura of SS rank erupted in an instant. Blood Butcher let out a furious roar, his right fist gathering scarlet energy capable of tearing a tank apart, and slammed it viciously into the pale gold light membrane. Shadow turned into a twisted black streak, the short blade in his hand stabbing straight at a single point on the membrane, trying to pierce through with a point to break the whole surface. Boom! The membrane shook violently, ripples spreading in all directions, but in the end it still wasn't broken open directly, only the glow had clearly dimmed by several degrees. A piercing alarm immediately blared throughout the entire base, enemy attack. Maximum alert. Zhou Tao's furious shout spread everywhere through the internal channel. Before long, he led a squad of combat department members rushing to the entrance. Seeing the two men outside the membrane, bristling with aggression, Zhou Tao felt a little nervous, but he didn't back down and demanded loudly, "Who are you? How dare you attack the Apocalypse base?" Blood Butcher bared his fangs in a vicious grin, his voice like a broken gong. "Apocalypse? Where'd this small fry crawl out from, daring to take Thunder Shield's spot? Tell your boss to get the hell out here and die." The moment Zhou Tao heard that, his anger flared with a whoosh, but he remembered my instructions and forced it down as he said, "You want to see our leader? Get past me first." Blood Butcher sensed that the energy fluctuations on Zhou Tao were only around A rank, along with the not-so-impressive rockskin talent, and his face filled with disdain. "Trash talent, and you dare block my way? Die!" With a casual wave, a crimson shockwave blasted toward Zhou Tao. In his eyes, that single strike would be enough to grind Zhou Tao to pieces. But Zhou Tao not only didn't retreat, he suddenly stomped the ground, then slammed his fists together. The earth-shaking gauntlets on his hands erupted with intense earth-yellow light. Boom! The gauntlets and the shockwave collided head-on. This completely stunned Blood Butcher. His strike, powerful enough to split mountains and crack boulders, had actually been blocked and dispersed by this pair of gauntlets that looked clumsy. What shocked him even more was that a strange gravity ripple surged back along the energy collision, making his chi and blood roil. His legs went weak, and the force of the shock even knocked out a back molar. Blood Butcher spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm, with that tooth in it, and said in shock and fury, "Pooh, you." Shadow's gaze also turned serious. They knew they'd misjudged him. Although Jiao Tao's talent grade was low, that pair of gauntlets was definitely top-tier psionic equipment, able to amplify the user's power to such a terrifying degree. If even a gatekeeping lackey had equipment and strength like this, then just how formidable must the boss behind them, who'd wiped out the Thunder Shield branch, be? Shadow made a snap decision, grabbing Blood Butcher, who still wanted to fight, and said, "Withdraw." The two figures flickered, then vanished into the distant mountain forest. Jiao Tao didn't chase after them. He just snorted coldly, rubbed his slightly numb arm, and felt even more impressed with the gear I'd made. He immediately reported to me, "Brother M.O., two formidable guys showed up, looked like people from Lei Dun. I drove them off, but they probably won't let it go." When I got the message, my gaze turned icy. Lei Dun's retaliation had indeed come, and right off the bat, it was two SS-tier experts. We'd beaten them back for now, but this was only a probe. I looked at the Dawn Barrier energy tower running steadily in the center of the hall, thinking we couldn't keep relying on passive defense. I called Li Xian and the tech team over again and said, "The energy tower needs an upgrade at offensive capabilities. Any lifeform that approaches the base without authorization, whether human, zombie, or monster, will be automatically attacked the moment it enters the alert radius." Li Xian immediately pulled up the tower's structural schematic and said, "In theory it's doable, but we'll have to load a friend or foe identification module and a precision targeting system. That'll put a huge strain on the energy core." I took out a case of high-purity energy crystals seized from the Lei Dun warehouse, along with some psionic materials left over from my earlier artifact forging, and said, "Use these to reinforce the energy core and build a multi-layered rune array. The recognition system will have underlying support from my overlord law." No sooner said than done, I began modifying the energy tower again. This time it was more complex. While maintaining the existing barrier, I had to integrate an attack system. With the overlord law as the core, I inscribed precise sensing and targeting runes, embedding the high-purity energy crystals at the top of the tower and shaping them into an octagonal crystal bombardment form. The entire process lasted a full day. The energy membrane spread outward with Wu Hao at its center, enveloping me and Linuan as well. Its effects were significant. 1. Visual blurring. Visually, it makes us appear blurry and harder to notice. 2. Diminishing our presence. It drastically weakened the aura and energy fluctuations of us, and even the weight of our existence in others' perception was greatly reduced, making us seem like pebbles by the roadside present, yet hard to attract anyone's notice. With this layer of energy film, we were able to easily slip past the outer patrol ring, get close to the automated weapon platforms, and even pass through a gap of less than 3 meters between two sentries without being discovered. Damn! The moment I finished engraving the last rune, the Dawn Barrier jolted with a clang like it had just strapped itself to a rocket, and the octagonal crystal at the top of the tower began to turn slowly. The energy fluctuations it gave off were like a top-ranked player popping an ultimate, scary as hell. Upgrade complete, directly unlocking Dawn Barrier punishment mode. I quickly set the alert radius to 500 meters around the base perimeter. If anyone with hostile intent, or anyone unmarked, dared step into that range, the energy tower wouldn't hold back, it would go full firepower and give them a physical send-off. To test how well this thing worked, I had Jiao Tao drive a few captured low-tier zombies to the edge of the warning line. The first zombie, dumb as a rock, had barely stepped over the 500-meter red line when the octagonal crystal atop the tower flashed with a whoosh, and a blinding milky white energy beam shot out with a zip, precisely drilling the zombie's head for a bone-chilling ice-pick moment, turning it straight into ash. The speed, the power, and barely any noise, like it was running cheats. The guys were stunned, but they felt a lot more at ease. With this super energy tower that combines offense and defense, our base's security jumped several levels. I figured that next time Blood Butcher and Shadow come knocking, it won't be so easy for them to get close. I stared into the distance, mulling it over. Do we take the initiative next, or keep laying low? That depends on what kind of intel Li Xian can crack out of Lu Dun's database. But now we've got a solid fortress and a handy blade, our backbone's stiffer, and we actually have choices. I walked into the Civil Defense Center. The air reeked of disinfectant and rotting tissue like something out of Resident Evil. Zhou Tao was leading people in cleaning up the battlefield. The team members kept their heads down as they carried those grotesque zombie test subjects, along with bizarre organ specimens soaked in formalin, into the abandoned warehouse in the northwest corner. Zhou Tao eyed that pile of experimental trash, frowned, and asked me, "Emoji, this stuff?" I swept my gaze over a mutant that had been ripped open, its organs replaced with mechanical structures, and my stomach turned. I said coldly, "They've been gone for a long time. All that's left is a painful shell, put them out of their misery." With that, I turned around and headed for the data center. At the data center, Li Xian and several key tech people were staring at screens full of scrolling code and encrypted data streams, busy as ants on a hot pan. Li Xian rubbed his temples and pointed at a few encrypted files they'd isolated. "We cracked part of it. The contents are shocking." I leaned in for a look. Those fragmented bits of information, pieced together, included coordinates of abnormal energy fluctuations, molecular formulas for materials never seen on Earth, and a stack of mind-numbing records of mental contamination. Most crucial were the annotations on several lab logs, which mentioned follow the guidance and execute the seeding directive. Guidance, sewing, I murmured under my breath, a chill running straight up my back. Behind the Thunder Shield group, there had to be something even more terrifying. Their crazy experiments were never about human evolution, more like they were carrying out some order from outer space. I immediately gave the order, keep digging. First, find information on where this guidance comes from and what sewing really means. I left the oppressive data center and headed deeper into the base, toward the ecological agriculture zone. The constant temperature system hummed, and artificial lights cast a soft glow. Linuan had her sleeves rolled up, carefully watering the newly sprouted green seedlings, while a few girls from logistics sorted the packaging salvaged from an old-world seed bank. Seeing me, Linuan straightened up, wiped her sweat, and said, "You're here. Look, potatoes and leafy greens are all planted. It's slow, but at least there's hope." I crouched down. In this battered, broken apocalypse, this bit of vitality was like a beam of light in the darkness, far too precious. I told her, food is the foundation. From now on, I'm leaving this place to you. Linuan met my eyes and asked softly, "Over at the data center, is it really bad?" I didn't hide it from her and briefly explained my suspicion about a link to another world. Her face went a little pale, but her gaze stayed as steady as ever. "No matter what the enemy is," she said, "we still have to survive." As she spoke, she tightened her grip on the watering can. Outside the base, deep in the dense forest, Blood Butcher slammed a fist into a tree trunk. The bull-thick tree snapped with a crack. He howled, the ultimate humiliation. Blood was still pouring from the wound on his shoulder. Shadow leaned against the side, pale-faced as he dealt with the burn on his leg. The wound was so deep you could see bone, it hurt just to look at it. In a hoarse voice, Shadow said, "That energy tower, something's off. These people don't have any backing, how could they possibly build something like this?" Blood Butcher's eyes were red. He pulled a small metal case from his pocket. Inside were 2 vials of serum glowing with a dangerous red light. He said, "Blood Rage serum. You dare use it?" Shadow hesitated, then gritted his teeth and said, "Using it might ruin us, but if we don't, and the mission fails, we're dead when we get back anyway." The two of them steeled themselves and injected the serum into their carotid arteries. In an instant, a vast, violent power exploded inside their bodies. Their muscles bulged like small hills, veins popping out, their aura surging, almost reaching the threshold of SSS rank. Blood Butcher roared, "Tear them apart." Then they charged the base again. This time they were faster, their momentum fiercer, like they were pumped full of stimulants. But the moment they stepped across that invisible warning line, the octagonal crystal atop the Dawn Barrier Tower seemed to have eyes, locking onto them instantly. No longer a single beam, dozens of energy bolts interwove into a web of death, sealing off their retreat. The speed, power, and precision were far stronger than before. Shuatu was so frightened he shouted, "How is that possible?" The blood-red shield he propped up crumpled under the beam's impact like it was made of paper. Crash. It shattered in an instant. A beam punched straight through his thigh, and blood burst out with a pft. Shadow dodged desperately, but still got grazed by 2 beams across his waist and abdomen and along his arm, leaving charred black marks that made him bare his teeth in pain. With just that one round of coordinated fire, the 2 of them, pumped full of banned drugs, their strength skyrocketing, were beaten half to death again, even worse than last time. Shadow roared, "Move!" Then, dragging Shuetu, who could barely walk, he burned his life force to unleash a secret technique, turning into a streak of blood-red light as they fled, even faster than when they came. In the base command center, I watched the surveillance screens as those 2 fled in disgrace, and I didn't react at all. I said, "Log the energy tower's attack data. Analyze their weaknesses. Next time they show up, it won't be so easy for them to get away." After that, I looked again at the data on the Otherworld guidance, and I understood the hidden danger inside was more terrifying than the enemies outside. I needed to figure it out fast, what exactly Lei Dun Group, or whoever was behind them, was trying to plant in this world. I headed down to the weapons testing range on the lower levels of the base. Zhou Tao was leading a few team members in testing new gear. When he saw me, he excitedly raised the pulse rifle in his hands and said, "Brother Mo, this batch Li Xin modified is even better than Lei Dun's standard issue kit." I took the rifle and carefully inspected the energy circuitry. Just then, Wang Hao came running over in a rush, holding a newly decrypted file, and said, "We found an encrypted subdatabase in the database, we need your authorization to open it." I returned to the command center and pressed my hand against the console. The power of the sovereign law seeped into the system, and the encrypted file slowly opened. The moment I saw what was inside, my eyes widened. This was a research report on spatial rift stability, detailing a method for opening a stable passage in the northern mountains outside the city. I muttered to myself, no wonder they wanted to control the mother nest so they could open a permanent otherworld passage. Suddenly, the base alarm blared. Li Xin's voice came through the communicator. "The energy towers have detected multiple high-energy signatures closing in, not human." The surveillance feed switched over, and several creatures that none of us had ever seen before appeared on the perimeter. Their bodies were covered in dark purple carapace, 6 pairs of compound eyes gleamed with eerie light. One look was enough to tell they weren't Earth mutants. My heart clenched as I shouted, "They're otherworld creatures! Activate the defense array, prepare to engage." The soldiers had barely taken up their positions when one of the creatures let out a piercing screech. I froze in shock. The zombies around us actually obeyed its command, surging toward the base in an organized rush. I tightened my grip on the Annihilation Warblade, a heavy weight settling in my chest. It looked like Lei Dun's experiment had gone wrong. Worse still, these otherworld creatures could even control local zombies. This fight was not going to be easy. "Open fire!" Zhou Tao bellowed, yanking the trigger. The energy beam from his modified pulse rifle struck an otherworld creature with pinpoint accuracy. But its carapace was like a mirror. The beam went whoosh as it refracted away, leaving only a scorched mark. Wang Hao howled and charged in, smashing a bloodthirsty knuckle duster into another creature's head. His strength could punch through tank armor, yet when it landed on the creature, it merely swayed and the backlash sent Wang Hao staggering back several steps. Li Xin shouted anxiously over the comms channel, "Their carapaces can deflect energy attacks, and their physical resistance is insanely high." Worse still, the shrill cries these creatures emitted could control the zombies. Under their command, a horde of zombies charged like a suicide squad, slamming their bodies into the energy barrier. The Dawn Bastion rocked violently, and the energy readings plunged with a rapid whoosh-whoosh. At the edge of the battlefield, Wu Hao quietly closed in on one of the otherworldly creatures, and the lightless thorn stabbed soundlessly toward the gap between its compound eyes. But the creature seemed to have X-ray vision. Its 3 pairs of compound eyes suddenly swiveled toward Wu Hao, and a mental shock slammed into him with a bang. Wu Hao let out a muffled grunt, dropped out of stealth, and blood began to pour from all 7 orifices. Linuan cried out, "Wu Hao!" The golden light of the lifelink necklace instantly enveloped him. The situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Zhou Tao's gauntlets couldn't budge these things. Wang Hao was being surrounded and attacked by 2 creatures and was in constant danger, and the ordinary team members' attacks were like scratching an itch. Under the zombies' suicidal impacts, cracks had even appeared in the energy barrier. At that critical moment, I moved. I stepped out past the barrier, and the Annihilation Warblade slid from its sheath without a sound. No flashy glow, no earth-shaking momentum, only a faint gray shadow flashing across the battlefield. The first otherworldly creature was about to pounce on the injured Wang Hao when it suddenly froze in place. A thin line appeared on its carapace, and then, with a crack, it split neatly into two halves. The second creature let out a piercing alarm, and all 6 pairs of compound eyes locked onto me at once. But before it could react, the gray shadow had already passed through its body, and the light in its compound eyes went out in an instant. The third, the fourth. I flickered across the battlefield, and every time I appeared, an otherworldly creature fell. My blade work was as simple as it could possibly be. Every strike landed precisely on the barely visible energy nodes on its carapace. That was the supreme insight the sovereign laws granted me. When the last otherworldly creature fell, the battlefield became terrifyingly quiet. Without command, the zombies turned back into a chaotic mob and were quickly cleaned up. I slid my blade back into its scabbard, my face a little pale. That burst of maneuvers just now had worn me out, but what worried me more were these creatures' traits. Their speed of adapting to Earth's environment was far too fast, and their learning ability was absurdly strong. I returned to the command room, where Li Xian was already leading the research team and analyzing the otherworldly creatures' corpses. The preliminary test results gave me a shock. These creatures' cellular structure was completely different from Earth life. Their carapaces contained large amounts of elements no one had ever seen, and their gene sequences weren't in any existing biological map. Li Xian pushed up his glasses and said, "They really are from another world, and based on the analysis of residual energy, there are faint spatial fluctuations inside all these organisms." I stared at the test report and connected all the clues. What Leidong Group called seeding was opening a passage for these otherworldly creatures. Those terrifying monster tides that appeared out of nowhere in my previous life might very well have been related to this. I silently made up my mind, I have to increase my strength as soon as possible. No matter how powerful equipment and external aids are, there's a limit. Only when you're strong yourself is it the true way. I went to the cultivation chamber in the deepest part of the base and took out the core spirit stone I'd found in the ore vein. I placed both hands against the spirit stone, and the sovereign law slowly began to circulate. Pure spirit energy flowed into my body like a stream, nourishing every inch of my flesh, blood, and meridians. This kind of direct absorption was far more efficient than the way I used to cultivate. I could clearly feel my strength rising bit by bit. 3 hours later, the spirit stone crumbled into powder and slipped through my fingers. I opened my eyes, a flash of light passing through them. This session alone was worth 3 days of hard cultivation in the past. I walked out of the cultivation chamber and gave the order, pass it down, have all core members take turns cultivating with spirit stones. Get your realms up first. Zhou Tao scratched his head, looking at the slightly dim spirit stone in his hand, and couldn't help asking, "Brother Mo, with the way we're cultivating, what level are we, exactly? There's got to be a way to put it, right?" I glanced at the brothers gathering around and knew it was time to let them understand the power system. I said, "The path of cultivation has tiers, but it isn't a simple stack of numbers, it's a leap in the essence of life." I divided into 9 realms. I raised my hand, energy floated my fingertips, tracing clear lines in the air. First realm, spiritual awakening. Sense energy, draw spiritual energy into your body, and cleanse the mortal flesh. This is the entry point, and also the foundation. Most of you are in this realm. Second realm, core condensation. Condense an energy core inside the body, like installing an engine for your power. Energy circulation efficiency increases dramatically, and you can begin to release it outward. Third realm, manifestation. Energy turns from intangible to tangible. Depending on your talent, you can condense things like battle armor and wings, greatly boosting offense, defense, and mobility. Fourth realm, domain. Personal will merges with energy, influencing the surrounding environment and forming your own domain. Within this domain, you are the one who sets the rules. Hearing this, everyone held their breath. I continued. The fifth realm, laws. Touch the deepest rules of the world, comprehend and master a fundamental law. Any casual move carries the power of heaven and earth. The sixth realm, shattering the void. Break free of a planet's constraints, fly through the void for a while, and begin exploring the vast world beyond. The seventh realm, world creation. Open up a small world within your body and create your own rules. With a single thought, all things are born. Eighth realm, unity. All laws return to their source, making the complex simple. Past and future, time and space, all within a single thought. Ninth realm, transcendence. Step outside all rules and concepts and make your own rules. This realm exists only in theory, mysterious as hell. After he finished speaking, it was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. I said calmly, I'm currently at the peak of the fourth realm, domain. That Steward Han from earlier was probably mid-third realm, shapeshifting. Those two otherworldly creatures were only around the second realm, core condensation, just with pretty good talent. Zhou Tao suddenly understood. So, brother Mo, you could easily kill them because your realm completely outclassed theirs. I said, realms are important, but they're not everything. Gear, technique, and willpower all matter. And even more important is talent. My talent is an SSS tier sovereign law. With that, cultivation goes a bit faster. I looked at everyone and said, the road is already laid out before you. How far you can go depends on yourselves. After saying that, I went alone to the control room. Announcing the ranking system was not only to give the team a clear direction, but also a form of motivation. The threat from the other world was drawing closer and closer. I had to break through to the fifth realm law as soon as possible to take my fate into my own hands. I was wholly focused on improving my strength to deal with the threat from the other world when the Apocalypse online trading platform I'd built suddenly blew up. A newly listed product posting was like a bomb tossed into water, causing a huge uproar. Product: Light Psionic Sentry Turret Blueprint. Type: Structure/Defensive Fortification Blueprint. Description: Consumes psionic materials and base metals to construct a fixed defensive turret that automatically seeks enemies and fires psionic rays. Range: 300 meters. Highly lethal against low-tier undead and light armored units. Price: 100 spirit stones. Note: the blueprint dropped by chance after killing the corrosive giant scorpion. The source is clear. 100 spirit stones. The price stunned most survivors. By the rough exchange rates on the current black market and platforms, that was roughly equivalent to purchasing power in the millions in the old days. The public chat area instantly erupted, with people talking over each other. My god. 100 spirit stones. Who can afford that? Tower defense blueprints? That can actually drop? Killing high-level monsters can drop blueprints? Is that real? But less than 3 minutes after this product listing went up, its status changed to sold out. The entire network fell silent all at once, then erupted into even more heated discussion. Sold? Someone actually bought it. 100 spirit stones. Not even blinking? Who else could it be? It's got to be Lord Overlord. Everyone understood, only the Overlord, who controlled the network and owned spirit stone veins, could have that much money and be in such a hurry to get tower defense blueprints that could strengthen base defenses. I really didn't hesitate. In the Air Defense Center control room, I looked at the blueprint data that had just been transmitted over and preliminarily verified, and I felt pretty satisfied. In the mid to late stages of my previous life, blueprints dropping from killing specific monsters was quite common. I didn't expect it to show up this soon, and it was a defensive blueprint I needed. These 100 spirit stones were well spent. My move was like flipping a switch. Many survivors who had been watching from the sidelines or trying to sell at a higher price couldn't sit still anymore. Even a sky-high item priced at 100 spirit stones could be snapped up by the Overlord in an instant, proof that this mysterious big shot wasn't just powerful, but also desperately short on all kinds of rare resources, and extremely generous when spending. For a time, the trading platform was flooded with treasures that were usually hard to come by. Item: High-efficiency energy circuit etching technique, fragmentary scroll. Item: Basic body enhancement serum formula. Item: Damaged ancient runic stone tablet, suspected to contain energy. Item: Mutated plant glowing mushroom cultivation notes. Item: 5x rare metal stellar steel ingot. All kinds of strange things, technologies, and materials started popping up, with price tags ranging from a dozen to several dozen spirit stones, all hoping to catch the overlord's eye. Watching the marketplace interface suddenly turn lively, I stayed pretty calm. I needed to quickly make myself and the base stronger. Relying on myself alone to search for resources was far too slow. Using the surplus spirit stones in my hand to trade for precious resources others had exchanged with their lives or luck, this deal was worth it. I gave Li Xian, who was in charge of preliminary screening, an order: set up an evaluation team. Screen these goods first. As long as it's related to technology, rare materials, advanced blueprints, or anything that helps the base develop and the price is reasonable, don't ask for instructions. Buy it directly. Li Xian said, yes. So, under the dumbstruck gaze of a group of survivors, those high-priced bottom-of-the-trunk items on the trading platform turned into, sold out, one after another. The overlord bought again. This one too. Mine sold too. Thank you, overlord. The internet completely exploded. I swiped a finger across the console, and the 3D blueprint of the light psionic sentry turret unfolded in front of me. I studied every energy node and structural parameter carefully and said, materials list. Li Xian immediately pulled up the inventory data and said, the base's stock of psionic alloy is just enough. The power core can be replaced with a standard spirit stone, but the conduction circuits need refined gold. I cut him off. Use the thunderstruck wood from the third row of the warehouse instead. It conducts better, and it can add a paralysis effect. Manufacturing began at once. In the base's processing zone, Zhou Tao led the combat unit members in moving materials, while Su Xiao used her energy harmonization talent to precisely control the smelting temperature. When the first turret base was finished, everyone was drawn to its exquisite structure. The streamlined barrel was cast from psionic alloy, and once energy was infused into the runes on the base, they glimmered with a faint pale blue light. Li Xian marked 8 points on the holographic map and said, the installation coordinates have already been calculated. These positions will form overlapping fields of fire and cover every approach route. I personally led the team to install them. When the last turret was set in place on the high ground in the base's northwest corner, 8 pale blue energy beams suddenly shot from the tops of the turrets, weaving into a net in midair. Li Xian looked at the data on the console and said, defense array self-check complete. Any hostile target entering range will be met with concentrated fire. As if to prove his point, a wandering mutated vulture happened to fly over the base. In the blink of an eye, 3 turrets fired at once, the psionic rays converged in the air, and that unlucky vulture vanished instantly. Zhou Tao gaped and said, that power. I, however, frowned and said, the reaction speed is still too slow. If we run into a high-speed target, we'll have to predict the firing trajectory in advance. I pulled up the turret control program and began modifying the aiming algorithm. The Dominator's law made my perception of energy flow exceptionally precise, and soon a new firing model was uploaded to all the turrets. Just then, the base alarm suddenly blared. The surveillance feed showed a heavily equipped convoy rapidly approaching. Zhou Tao recognized the emblem on the lead vehicle and said, it's the Thunder Shield members who got away earlier. I looked at the monitor, the corner of my mouth curling into a cold smile. Perfect, let's use them to test the turrets in real combat. I ordered the base gates opened. All 8 sentry turrets simultaneously entered standby, their barrels shifted slightly, locking onto the oncoming convoy. Watching the convoy draw closer on the monitor, I mused, military vehicles? I hadn't planned to clash with them. Calmly, I issued an order, give them a warning. Outside the base perimeter, the first military off-road vehicle was about to accelerate and charge forward when suddenly boom! The ground ahead erupted. A thick psionic beam struck with pinpoint accuracy less than 5 meters in front of the convoy, leaving behind a charred crater more than 10 meters in diameter, with soil at the edges still steaming under the intense heat. The violent energy shockwave made the entire convoy slam to a stop, the vehicles rocking hard. Every soldier was stunned by the sudden attack and its overwhelming power. They raised their rifles and went on alert, but none of them dared to make a rash move. The lead vehicle's door opened, and a middle-aged man stepped out. He was wearing a slightly worn but perfectly pressed military uniform, and his shoulder insignia marked him as a high-ranking general. His face was resolute, his gaze steady. Looking at the still smoking crater ahead and the 8 strange turrets above the base clearly trained on them, he took a deep breath and raised both hands high to show he was unarmed. Through the vehicle's loudspeaker he shouted, "Don't fire. We mean no harm. I am Yang Jinghua, former chief of the General Staff of the Tianshan City Military Region. I request to speak with your leader." In the control room, I looked at the screen at that tough yet somewhat weathered face and found it a bit familiar. I'd heard of this general in my previous life, someone who had organized resistance in the early days. I said to Zhou Tao, "Take a squad. Let only him come in." Before long, Yang Jinghua entered the base under Zhou Tao's escort. Along the way, he kept his eyes forward on the surface, but out of the corner of his eye he took in the orderly operations inside the base, the members' excellent equipment, and especially the central light tower radiating powerful energy. He was already utterly shocked inside. He must have been thinking, this is no survivor's outpost, it's plainly an advanced fortress from the future. When they reached the command room, Yang Jinghua saw me seated in the main chair, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He probably hadn't expected the leader of this mysterious faction to be so young. I said, "Chief of Staff Yang, have a seat." He sat down and said neither servilely nor overbearingly, "Thank you for receiving me." To be frank, after the disaster broke out, although our army fought desperately, the monster hordes and the communications blackout dealt us catastrophic losses, and we could only withdraw from Tianshan City for the time being. Now we've gained a foothold in the capital and are rallying our strength, preparing to reclaim lost territory step by step. According to the plan, each civil defense base is an important pivot for us to rebuild order. We originally came to take over and restart this base, but we didn't expect, he paused, then gave a wry smile, that it has already been run by you, Your Excellency, like an ironclad fortress. After hearing him out, I cut straight to the crux. With the conventional military strength you currently have and those newly awakened abilities, trying to clear the monsters inside the city, especially when it comes to dealing with certain special threats, your odds aren't great. Yang Jinghua's expression changed. He really did feel powerless. The army's guns and artillery didn't do much against high-level monsters. I went on, what I have is psionic technology, the laws of energy application. It's completely different from the old era's technology. With a casual tap, a holographic energy screen appeared, displaying the base's defensive system, psionic weapons, and some hazy information on otherworldly creatures. As Yang Jinghua looked at these technologies he'd never even heard of, his breathing quickened. He hesitated for a moment, then said frankly, "To be honest with you, sir, I was also lucky enough to awaken an ability. It seems to be related to lightning, but I've never been able to find a method. I can't control it properly." He spread his palm, and only a faint electric spark flickered once. I looked at Yang Jinghua as the Dominion Law quietly began to operate, and in an instant I saw through the essence of his talent. I said, "Your talent is thunder punishment. It has good potential, you just lack the right guidance and energy support." I stood up, walked over to Yang Jinghua, and said, "Relax your mind. Don't resist." Although Yang Jinghua hesitated a little, sensing the powerful aura on me, he still relaxed as I told him to. I brought my fingers together like a sword and gently touched the spot between his brows. A stream of pure yet gentle energy flowed into his body, like a guide, instantly calming and straightening the chaotic thunder element power within him, and it even traced a simple energy circulation route at his dantian. Wah! Yang Jinghua's body jolted, his eyes snapped open, and a flash of deep azure lightning flickered across them. He subconsciously raised his hand, crack. And a small, snake-like arc of electricity leapt from his palm, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction, more than 10 times stronger than the faint sparks he'd managed by fumbling around before. Shocked and thrilled, he said, this is my power?" I withdrew my fingers, sat back down, and looked at him calmly. "This is only a key. How big a door it can open depends on your own cultivation. Now, Chief of Staff Yang, we can talk again about how we cooperate." Yang Jinghua took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He understood completely that the power and knowledge this young man possessed were the key for the military and even all of human civilization to survive through the apocalypse. He suppressed the surging lightning within him, and his expression returned to its steady composure. Leaning forward slightly, he said with sincere intent, Mr. Chen, on behalf of the military, I formally invite you to serve as a specially appointed commissioner. You will have the highest level of authority, priority access to resources, so long as you provide us guidance on key technologies and help our soldiers awaken. His gaze firm, he continued, soldiers are physically strong and disciplined. Once awakened, they'll be the backbone against the disaster. The nation and the people both need power like yours. My fingers lightly tapped the armrest as I said flatly, I'm not interested in titles or restrictions. Holding my base and increasing my strength, that's what matters. The negotiations seemed to have hit a stalemate. Yang Jinghua fell silent for a moment, then suddenly dropped a bombshell. What if we've discovered several spirit stone veins with reserves so astonishing they're beyond your imagination? Right now, what we lack are efficient methods to extract and utilize them. I, who had been calm the whole time, sharpened my gaze in an instant. I leaned forward slightly, an invisible pressure in the air made Yang Jinghua's breathing hitch. I said coldly, explain in detail. Yang Jinghua felt confident now, knowing he'd said the right thing, this is top secret. When we were prospecting in the West, we accidentally detected an energy anomaly. Preliminary surveys indicate there's a main vein there, with branch veins spread across several provinces. Conservatively estimated, the total reserves are more than 100 times that of your vein north of the city. 100-fold. A glint flashed in my eyes. With that many spirit stones, not only could I raise my cultivation realm quickly, the strength of the entire Apocalypse organization would also shoot up like a rocket. I said, location. Yang Jinghua said, I can give you the coordinates, but a highly dangerous mutated creature is squatting there, and the environment is extremely harsh. Regular troops can't get anywhere near it. We need your strength to carve a path, and we also need your technology to extract and utilize these resources efficiently. He emphasized, cooperate, we share the vein together. You provide the technology and awakening guidance, we provide the location, manpower, and official support. That's far faster than you trying to hold one spot and develop on your own. I leaned back in my chair and began to think. The military's information on the vein was far too tempting, I couldn't refuse. If we cooperated, I'd have a broader stage and more resources, but I'd also be pulled into a more complicated situation. After a while, I looked at Yang Jinghua and said, I can provide limited technical support and awakening guidance, and help you clear the threats around the vein area. But Apocalypse must remain independent, I won't accept any direct orders. As for the spirit stones you mine, I want 70%. That's my bottom line. Yang Jinghua took a deep breath. My terms were harsh, but that massive spirit stone vein might as well not exist if no one mined it. Besides, the power and potential I'd shown were worth the price. He stood up, solemnly extended his hand, and said, Deal. Pleasure working with you, Mr. Chen. I hope this is the beginning of humanity's counterattack. After I agreed to cooperate with Yang Jinghua, the huge weight in his heart finally lifted, but his curiosity also skyrocketed. He couldn't help asking me, Mr. Chen, if I may be so bold, how did you turn the base into this in such a short time? This is basically like you've got cheats turned on. His eyes looked like he wanted to dig some kind of secret weapon out of me. I kept a calm expression and brushed it off casually, just ridiculously good luck, caught a few key turning points, that's all. Then I shifted the topic to the situation, how's everything in Huagua overall right now? And what's it like overseas? The moment Yang Jinghua heard that, his face instantly turned pained and grave. He sighed and said, it's beyond awful. Most major cities at home have basically fallen, communications are down, and everyone's fighting on their own. Civilian groups that can build a stable stronghold like yours are truly rare. Most survivors are still struggling on the edge of life and death. Over in Jingdu, they're desperately trying to gather up the remnants and rebuild contact, but progress is like a snail's crawl. The threat from monsters and otherworldly creatures is even fiercer than we imagined. He paused for a moment, then continued, as for overseas, we've gotten a few scraps of information through some special channels. The situation is probably even worse than ours. In some places, everything has completely fallen apart, plunging into a horror beyond description. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. Yang Jinghua quickly pulled himself together and suggested, Mr. Chen, since the cooperation is settled, let's not dawdle, let's head to the western mineral vein right away. The earlier we start mining, the sooner we'll have the capital to fight back. But I shook my head. No rush. Wait 2 more days. Yang Jinghua looked utterly baffled. Wait 2 days? Time won't wait for us, Mr. Chen. For every extra day we delay, the situation could get that much worse. I stared out the window, as if I could see the distant future, my tone so firm it left no room for doubt. 2 days from now, a fortuitous opportunity will descend on the abandoned observatory in the east of the city. I have to get that thing. With it, our success rate in exploring the ore vein can increase by at least 30%. A fortuitous opportunity? That thing? Yang Jinghua's eyes went wide, his curiosity instantly maxed out. He realized I seemed to possess some kind of foresight he couldn't understand, which made him respect me even more and filled him with anticipation for this partnership. All right. I'll wait for you for 2 days. Yang Jinghua agreed decisively. He wanted to see for himself what could make me care this much, and even boost our chances of finding the ore vein. After we struck the deal, a thought stirred in my mind, and a blue virtual interface was projected directly into Yang Jinghua's consciousness. Apocalypse network connected. Yang Jinghua's body jolted, his face filled with disbelief. He looked at the crystal-clear interface in his mind, felt the flowing information on it, the trading list, and the communication functions, and his voice trembled. This is. I explained calmly, it's a psionic-based mental network I built. For now it mainly covers this city, but its potential is limitless. Yang Jinghua quickly snapped out of his shock. A soldier's keen instincts made him immediately realize the strategic value of this technology, and he excitedly, Mr. Chen. This tech is incredible. If we combine it with the nation's power and extend it across all of Huagua, even just restoring basic communications and intel sharing would be a huge help in re-establishing order and striking back at the monsters. When I heard that, I felt a little tempted. Spreading the network out could pool resources and information from across the country. The benefits would definitely be far greater than just holding onto a single city or patch of land. But I still said cautiously, that's a good proposal. However, as for how we cooperate specifically, let's wait until we get to Kyoto and talk it through in detail after we've met someone who can make the call. Just then, the alarm suddenly blared throughout the base. Brother M.O. This is bad. A massive number of zombies have appeared on the perimeter, charging toward the base from the east and south. There are so many it's terrifying. Zhou Tao's urgent voice came through the internal channel. My expression unchanged, I said to Yang Jinghua, Chief of Staff Yang, come with me. I quickly ran with him up to the highest observation platform of the civil defense base. At a glance, even the well-informed Yang Jinghua sucked in a cold breath. Outside the base, across the open wilderness, zombies packed densely like a surging tide, their howls making one's scalp go numb, at least tens of thousands of them. There were also some huge mutant variants. The spectacle was terrifying. Yang Jinghua instinctively suggested from a military perspective, Mr. Chen, there are too many zombies. Have the troops withdraw first and rely on the internal fortifications for defense. I said flatly, no need. This is a good chance to show you our base's routine defenses. As soon as my words fell, a thought stirred in my mind. BZZ. 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 The 8 light psionic sentry turrets on the base's perimeter activated in an instant. The octagonal crystals atop the towers flared brilliantly, locking onto their targets at once. The next second, 8 milky white psionic beams, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, lanced into the densest part of the zombie tide. There was no earth-shaking explosion, only the faint buzz of energy annihilation, but the effect was nothing short of devastating. Wherever the beams passed, hundreds, thousands of zombies were instantly vaporized, leaving not even slag behind. The 8 beams crisscrossed and swept through the horde, easily carving out vast blank areas. With just a single volley, a huge chunk of the surging front line was simply erased. The zombies behind were frightened by the horrific strike, and their momentum even stalled for a moment. Yang Jinghua's mouth fell open as he stood there, stunned, his mind completely blank. He hadn't expected the turrets to be this terrifyingly powerful. This wasn't a conventional weapon at all, it was outright erasure on the level of laws. No wonder I was so calm. Watching the battlefield below being rapidly cleared, I said evenly into the communicator, "Zhou Tao, take people out. Clean up the stragglers and bring back the energy crystals." "Yes, Brother M.O." Zhou Tao's voice was brimming with excitement. Yang Jingguo slowly turned his head and looked at me, the shock in his heart beyond description. He was certain that cooperating with me would be a crucial turning point for Huagui in the apocalypse, and that the power I commanded was enough to change the course of the war. He was full of anticipation for the trip to Kyoto and the exploration of the western mineral vein. Dealing with the incoming zombie horde was easy, like casually swatting a few flies. I returned to the control room, had Zhou Tao lead a team to collect the spoils of war, and strolled around the Apocalypse online trading platform myself. Suddenly, a newly listed product caught my eye. Item: Assembly Blueprints for the Doomsday Mecha War Vehicle, Base Version. Type: Vehicle/War Machine Blueprint. Description: a blueprint for a heavy land combat platform that integrates defense, firepower, and mobility. The base form is equipped with a psionic shield, a rotary autocannon, and short-range missile pods. Requires a large amount of psionic materials and special alloys. Price: 200 spirit stones. Note: dropped after killing that alloy colossus deep within an abandoned military base. Doomsday Mecha War Vehicle. A flicker of recollection passed through my eyes. In my previous life, I'd seen the fully developed Doomsday Mecha War Vehicle from afar in the wastelands. That thing was like a moving fortress, insanely powerful firepower, and it left a deep impression on me. The one in front of me was only the starter version, its performance couldn't compare to the fully developed form, but I glanced at Yang Jingguo beside me, then thought of the long trek to Kyoto, and the western mining area Yang Jingguo mentioned, which might have even more formidable monsters. This war vehicle was exactly the means of transport and breakthrough trump card we needed right now. Buying it. I didn't hesitate and confirmed the payment directly. 200 spirit stones were instantly deducted from the account, and the blueprint data stream was simultaneously transmitted to the base database. Items sold out. The public network channel fell silent for a moment, then my lavish spending set it ablaze. 200 spirit stones. My God! It's the Overlord again. Not even blinking an eye. Doomsday Mecha War Chariot? Just hearing that name sounds badass. Yang Jingguo was stunned by my casual extravagance of spending 200 spirit stones. This was practically the haul of a small military reconnaissance team over several months. But what surprised him even more was the sheer magic of this trading platform. "Mr. Chen, this blueprint, after someone buys it, if they memorize the contents and resell it, wouldn't it be infinitely reproducible?" He raised a practical question. I shook my head and explained, "The platform rules are set by me. This kind of knowledge-based commodity, especially blueprints and formulas, has uniqueness and soul-binding properties. Once the buyer reads and understands it, the rule information inside binds to the buyer's soul, and the original automatically self-destructs. It can't be resold a second time or copied." I pointed at the blueprint data that had just been added to inventory and said, "So this Apocalypse Mech War Chariot initial version blueprint is now one of a kind. Unless I drop another copy, or someone figures out reverse engineering, I'm the only one with the manufacturing method. That's why it's worth 200 spirit stones." Yang Jingguo suddenly understood, and his appraisal of this mysterious network rose another level. This wasn't just a trading platform, it was a knowledge repository protected by absolute rules, able to prevent technology from flooding out and spreading chaotically, ensuring the value of scarce knowledge. He looked at me and felt I was becoming more and more unfathomable. Immediately organized the technical department and the engineering staff. Make analyzing these blueprints the top priority. I ordered Li Xian. I want to see the first prototype roll off the line as soon as possible. We'll need it to get to Kyoto. The blueprint data was quickly parsed, and the intricate structural diagrams and bill of materials were laid out before everyone. There was a huge list of required supplies: spirit energy conductive metals, high-toughness armor plating, a large energy core, and more. Quite a few of them would require tapping into the base's strategic reserves. Zhou Tao stared at the war chariot structure in the holographic projection, brimming with a sense of power, and couldn't help smacking his lips as he asked curiously, "Brother Mo, this is only the initial version? If we keep upgrading it, what will it end up becoming?" A scene I'd witnessed in my previous life flashed through my mind, the massive shadow hovering in the sky, blotting out the sun, bristling with gunports, like a moving mountain range. With a hint of emotion in my voice, I said, "An aircraft carrier." "An aircraft carrier?" Zhou Tao froze. "The one at sea?" No, I shook my head, my gaze seeming to pierce through the dome of the base and look toward a more distant future. A true aerial fortress. Those 4 words exploded in the minds of Zhou Tao, Li Xian, Yang Jinghua, and the others. The ultimate war platform able to soar across the skies, carrying countless weapons and personnel. It existed only in the realm of sci-fi imagination. Zhou Tao's breathing quickened, his eyes burning with fanatic fervor. Even the well-informed Yang Jinghua's heart skipped a beat, stunned by this grand vision. All right. No matter how good the blueprint is, we still have to take it step by step. I withdrew my gaze and steadied myself. Li Xian, list the core materials we're critically short on. Yes. Li Xian worked quickly. We're mainly short on 3 things: the core rotor for a large psionic engine, which requires high-purity wind pattern gold, our stock of obsidian iron for the main armor plates is insufficient, and as for the medium psionic reactor that serves as the energy hub, we currently don't have the capability to manufacture it. I thought for a moment, then issued orders at once. Zhou Tao, take a squad to the abandoned wind farm on the west side of the city. The turbine core components there should have wind pattern gold. Be sure to clear out the flying-type mutants entrenched there. Wang Hao, have your special operations squad head to the abandoned mine shaft deep in the subway. We previously surveyed it and confirmed there's a vein of obsidian iron there. Mining it will be difficult, but bring back an initial batch first. As for the medium psionic reactor, I looked at Yang Jinghua. Chief of Staff Yang, does the military have any similar energy core reserves? Or any related substitute technology? Yang Jinghua responded at once, yes. Based on relic technology, the Kyoto Institute has preliminarily restored an energy core from the Bedrock series. The efficiency may not meet what the blueprint calls for, but its output and stability should satisfy the needs of the initial version. I can contact Kyoto immediately and have them rush ship 2 sets over. Good. I nodded. Then split up and move out, get all the materials together as soon as possible. The entire Apocalypse base was like a precision machine, roaring back into high-speed operation. Dreams of an aerial fortress turned into powerful momentum for action. Everyone was hoping the first Doomsday War vehicle would roll out of the workshop as soon as possible. In the base's dedicated communications room, Yang Jinghua activated an encrypted channel to Kyoto's highest command headquarters. After several layers of complex verification, a steady, authoritative voice came through the loudspeaker, carrying a trace of fatigue. "Jinghua, report your situation over there. Tianshan City's signal has been gone for a long time." "Sir." Yang Jinghua straightened up, his tone heavy yet excited. "Tianshan City has already fallen." There was silence on the other end of the channel for a moment, clearly processing the bad news. "Give me the specifics." "We've discovered a civilian organization called Apocalypse. The leader is named Chen Mo." Yang Jinghua began his detailed report, from the integrated offensive and defensive energy towers outside the base, to my terrifying strength that instantly killed otherworldly creatures, to the miraculous Apocalypse network and the deep pockets I showed by spending 200 spirit stones on blueprints. He described everything he had seen as objectively as possible. However, what he said was beyond the commander's understanding on the other end of the line. "Jinghua." The commander's voice carried suspicion and gravity. "Are you sure what you're saying is true? Energy towers, a mental network, casually spending 200 spirit stones. This sounds like an elaborate scam, or you've been mentally affected?" Yang Jinghua took a deep breath. He knew this information would be hard for anyone to believe. Facing the communicator, he said firmly, word by word. "Chief. I, Yang Jinghua, pledge my 40 years of military service, my every honor and my life as guarantee. Everything I saw is absolutely true. Chen Mo and the power he commands are on a level we've never encountered. They're the key to our survival in the apocalypse, even to striking back. He's not a fraud, his value is beyond measure. There was an even longer silence on the other end of the communicator, only the faint crackle of static. Yang Jinghua knew the chief was weighing it, judging. At last, the chief's voice sounded again, decisive. All right, Jinghua, I believe you. What support do you need? Yang Jinghua immediately said, we're working together to build a piece of equipment called the Doomsday Mecha War Vehicle, and we urgently need 2 sets of Rock Series energy cores as its power source. This is the first step in demonstrating our sincerity and capabilities. The Rock cores are important strategic reserves. But I can give them to you. The chief pondered for a moment, then approved decisively. I'll immediately arrange the fastest transport aircraft, carrying ultra-high-speed drones for delivery. Within a day, they'll be delivered to your coordinates. Thank you for your trust, Chief. The weight in Yang Jinghua's heart finally lifted. Before the call ended, the chief gave one last instruction: Jinghua, keep him steady and meet his reasonable demands. We'll form the highest-level liaison team as soon as possible. This person concerns the nation's fate. Yang Jinghua ended the call and let out a sigh of relief. He knew he'd made the right bet. My existence had already drawn the attention of the very top. He walked out of the communications room and nodded to me, waiting outside. Mr. Chen, the energy core will arrive within a day. The foundation of our cooperation became even more solid with Kyoto's urgent emergency order. My apocalypse organization had also formally entered the sightline of the highest levels of state power. The base's calm was shattered once again by the shrill blare of the alarm. Zhou Tao rushed into the command room, his tone graver than ever. Brother Mo. We're in big trouble this time. There aren't just ground zombies outside, there's also a huge swarm of flying monsters in the sky. They look like a hybrid of mutated bats and vultures, insanely fast. My gaze sharpened, and I immediately ordered, all combat personnel, take your positions. Energy towers, prioritize maintaining barrier strength. Li Xian, calculate the flying monsters' attack patterns and weak points. I personally led the team in a charge to the defensive platform on the base perimeter. The sky was a dense black mass, countless flying monsters with wingspans over 2 meters let out piercing screeches as they continuously dove, attacking the dawn bulwark with sharp claws and corrosive saliva. The pale gold light membrane rippled violently under the assault. Open fire! Zhou Tao roared. The combat division's pulse rifles and psionic weapons fired in unison, energy beams weaving across the air. But these flying monsters were far too agile, most attacks were dodged, and the few that hit still struggled to deal fatal damage. Wang Hao tried to leap up to attack, but several monsters swarmed him, leaving him in constant peril. Wu Hao's stealth skill was far less effective against fast-moving flying targets. I swung the Annihilation Warblade, and several arcs of blade energy cut down a few of the leading monsters, but in the face of a flying army numbering in the hundreds and thousands, individual strength was like a drop in the bucket. The main pressure was still on the energy barrier. This can't go on, barrier energy is being drained too fast. Li Xian reported urgently over the comms. After repelling this wave of attacks, I looked at the ground covered in monster corpses and the energy barrier, whose glow had noticeably dimmed, and realized our weakness. Our defenses have a blind spot, I said in a low voice. We need to give the defense towers anti-air capability. I threw myself back into upgrading the Dawn Bastion. This time, I focused on modifying the structure of the octagonal crystal at the top of the tower, adding a psionic focusing array capable of 360-degree rotation. At the same time, I used the excellent energy conductivity of the newly collected wind pattern gold to re-engrave the targeting runes so it could lock onto fast-moving aerial targets more quickly. Most crucially, I integrated the multi-target lock-on algorithm I'd learned from the mech war vehicle schematics, simplified it, and embedded it into the defense tower's control core. The entire upgrade process lasted most of the day. When the modified Dawn Bastion powered up again, the crystal structure at the top of the tower became more complex and sharper, stirring up a faint energy vortex as it rotated. Not long after the upgrade was completed, the alarm sounded again, a giant flying mutant, clearly a scout, with a wingspan of more than 5 meters, appeared in the distant sky and was rapidly closing in on the base, as if trying to reconnoiter the situation. Perfect timing, I said coldly. Activate anti-air mode. Let's use it to test the blade. The moment that gigantic flying mutant breached the airspace 3 kilometers outside the base perimeter, a flash of light flared atop the Dawn Bastion tower. A psychic energy beam, thinner than before, yet faster and more condensed, shot out in an instant, accurately anticipating the monster's flight path and punching straight through its skull. The massive creature didn't even let out a cry before it tumbled from the sky. The entire base erupted in cheers. I watched the scene and gave a slight nod. With the anti-air capability perfected, the base's defensive system had become even stronger. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Above the boundary of Tianshan City, a large transport helicopter painted with military insignia flew toward the civil defense base. The atmosphere in the cabin was somewhat stifling. Besides the crew, there were 6 passengers, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses with a sharp, capable air, he was the chief's key secretary, surnamed Zhang, and 5 fully armed special operations soldiers with keen eyes, members of the military's Longyan squad, responsible this time for escort duty as well as evaluation. One squad member with a faint scar on his face, codenamed Mountain Cat, couldn't help breaking the silence. Secretary General, isn't what Chief of Staff Yang reported a bit too exaggerated? An energy tower, a psychic network, and able to instantly kill an SS-level expert? It sounds like science fiction to me. Could the Chief of Staff be under too much pressure and got taken for a ride? Another member chimed in, exactly. And he even said a civilian organization can build mech-armored vehicles? Our institute has poured in so many resources, and we've only just managed to come up with the rough prototype of an exoskeleton. Secretary General Zhang pushed up his glasses and didn't state his position outright, but there was a trace of doubt in his eyes as well. Yang Xingguo was a longtime comrade in arms of his, dependable as a man, yet the content of this report truly went beyond normal understanding. He said in a deep voice, "We'll talk after we get there and see it with our own eyes. Maintain a professional attitude." Just then, the helicopter suddenly lurched violently. A shrill alarm blared. "Report! We're under attack by unknown flying creatures. 3 of them." Extremely fast, came the pilot's tense voice. Everyone looked out through the portholes and saw 3 pterosaur-like flying monsters, covered all over in bony spikes with blood-red eyes, nimbly circling the helicopter as they attacked. Their talons scraped across the armor, making a nails-on-chalkboard sound. "It's bone-wing wyverns." The lynx's expression changed. They showed up on the outskirts of Kyoto before, especially hard to deal with. Even fighter jets have a hard time locking onto them. The helicopter pilot desperately tried to evade while the autocannon fired like mad, but the bone-wing wyverns were too agile, always dodging the attacks and continually closing in. A rocket streaked out, only for the lead wyvern to whip its tail and smack it aside, blasting a fireball in midair. The fuselage shook violently again. One engine belched black smoke, and the power began to drop. Secretary General Zhang's face turned pale as he gave a decisive order: "Prepare to abandon the aircraft and parachute. We can't hesitate any longer." "Secretary General. What about the bedrock core?" a team member shouted, pointing at the 2 sealed metal cases in the center of the cabin. This was the most important cargo of the mission. A flash of anguish and helplessness crossed Secretary General Zhang's face. "The core is important, but our comrades' lives are more important. Carry out the order. The core can only be abandoned." Just as the crew were about to force the hatch open, and the special ops soldiers were preparing to cover the Secretary General's parachute jump in a moment of despair. Whoosh! 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 3 extremely concentrated milky white beams of light, as if crossing space itself, shot through the skulls of the 3 bone-wing wyverns with blinding speed and pinpoint accuracy. Those 3 terrifying monsters that had left them helpless, so much so that they were even preparing to abandon the aircraft and flee, went rigid in an instant. The savage light in their eyes went out, and they fell toward the ground like puppets with their strings cut. Everything happened too fast. The helicopter was deathly silent. Everyone stared, dumbstruck, at the monster corpses plummeting outside the window, their minds completely blank. What was that? Lynx muttered, his voice dry. The pilot jerked his gaze to the radar screen, then toward the direction the beam had come from, his voice trembling. It was fired from the direction of the target's civil defense base. The distance, over 10 kilometers. More than 10 kilometers away, a precise instant kill on 3 small, high-speed moving aerial targets? Secretary General Jiang sprang to his feet, rushed to the porthole, and stared into the distance at the massive base that was gradually coming into focus, shrouded in a pale golden light film. The doubt and worry on his face were instantly replaced by awe. Bobcat and the other special operations soldiers also crowded over, looking at the base like a sci-fi fortress, and then thinking of that miraculous interception just now. Earlier skepticism and belittlement turned into shame and reverence. Only then did they understand that not a single word Chief of Staff Yang Jinghua had reported was likely exaggerated. That man called Chen Mo, and his Apocalypse organization, possessed power far beyond their imagination. The helicopter, carrying the relief of surviving the ordeal and an inexpressible shock, slowly flew toward that miracle base. The transport helicopter landed on the designated pad of the civil defense base. A hatch opened, and Secretary General Jiang and 5 Longyan Special Operations soldiers stepped out. Their eyes were immediately drawn to the dawn barrier towering at the center of the base, radiating vast waves of energy. Experiencing it up close was even more awe-inspiring than seeing it from the air. Yang Jinghua had already been waiting there. He went up to greet them and said, "Secretary General, you've had a hard trip." Jinghua, Secretary General Jiang looked at his old friend, then at the base interior that seemed like a world of the future, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. The Special Operations soldier codenamed Wildcat, though shaken inside, couldn't help letting his pride make him mutter softly to his companion, "The energy tower is impressive, sure, but personal strength, maybe it's not as godlike as the Chief of Staff said? Could be they're relying on some weapon we don't know about." His voice was low, but many of the awakened present had keen hearing, and Zhou Tao and the others immediately glared at him. Just then, I slowly walked over from the direction of the command room. My aura was fully restrained, and I looked like an ordinary young man. Seeing how young I was, Mountain Cat grew even more suspicious. Unable to resist, he stepped forward, his tone provocative as he said, "So you're Chen Mo? I've heard you're pretty impressive. I'm the hand-to-hand combat instructor for the Longyan Special Forces. Do you dare spar with me? Let me see for myself just how strong is someone who can kill an SS rank expert in seconds." Yang Jinghua's expression changed, and he was just about to scold him when I raised a hand to stop him. I calmly looked at Mountain Cat and the few Special Forces members behind him, their eyes full of scrutiny, and said flatly, "Sure." I casually pointed at a pile of abandoned alloy target posts beside the training ground used for testing weapon power. "Hit that target post with everything you've got." Lynx didn't understand what I meant, but he still took a deep breath, summoned strength from his whole body, muscles bulging. With an angry roar, he slammed a fist down hard on the target post. Thud. There was a dull thud. The target post swayed slightly, and a fist mark about 2 centimeters deep was left on it. Lynx panted, quite pleased with his own strength. This was already destructive power ordinary people couldn't achieve. I nodded without saying anything, only seeming to casually flick my hand through the air toward another identical alloy target post more than 10 meters away. There was no astonishing aura, no glow of energy. The next moment, under everyone's stunned gaze, the half-meter-thick solid alloy target post seemed to be crushed by an invisible, tremendous force, instantly twisting and warping, and then with a boom, it completely exploded into countless metal fragments, spraying everywhere. The entire training ground was so silent you could hear a pin drop. Bobcat held his punching stance, staring at the shallow dent beneath his fist mark, then at the fragments scattered across the ground opposite him, his face flushed red in an instant, cold sweat beading on his forehead. This gap was simply worlds apart. His provocation just now looked utterly ridiculous. The other 4 Special Operations members also put away all their scrutiny and doubts. The way they looked at me was filled with shock and awe. A strike from a distance, effortlessly smashing a half-meter-thick alloy target post into pieces. Could a human really do that? Secretary General Jiang adjusted the glasses that had nearly slipped off, took a deep breath, and was completely convinced. He stepped forward and said to me solemnly, "Mr. Chen, earlier we were short-sighted and offended you in many ways. On behalf of Kyoto, I apologize to you for our ignorance. The power you possess is the hope of our human civilization. He turned around and said sternly to the special operations soldiers behind him who were still dazed, "What are you still standing there for? Carry the rock core down. From now on, when dealing with Mr. Chen and his organization, you are to show the same respect as you would to the highest commander." Yes. The 5 special operations soldiers, including Mountain Cat, immediately straightened up and gave me the most standard military salute. There wasn't a trace of doubt left in their eyes, only complete admiration. I calmly accepted the salute. I knew that only by displaying absolute strength could one earn true respect and equal cooperation. The upcoming trip to Kyoto should go much more smoothly. My brothers and I had worked our asses off to finally cobble together the Doomsday Mecha armored vehicle. What a sight it was! It was basically a real-life version of Tech and Ruthless Tricks. Previously, the bedrock energy core shipped from Kyoto had been set firmly into place, and the wind pattern gold and obsidian iron that Zhou Tao and Wang Hao had brought back were stacked neatly in the fabrication workshop. The whole setup looked just like a game where you finally gathered all the materials for top-tier gear, ready to go all out. I stood right in the center of the workshop, staring at the structural schematic of the Apocalypse Mech War Chariot, initial version, in the holographic projection, my blood surging with excitement. Li Xian had brought the technical team, and Yang Jinghua, Secretary General Zhang, and the others were all nearby, watching me eagerly, waiting for my command. I swept my arm and shouted, "Let's begin," and the entire workshop instantly came alive, as if shot full of adrenaline. The large industrial robotic arms moved like they had cheats enabled, precisely hoisting up the obsidian iron armor plates and setting them securely into place. The engineers, too, got to work briskly with welding and riveting, sparks flying everywhere like fireworks. In the core power area, the 2 bedrock energy cores were carefully lowered into specially made shock-absorbing mounts. Li Xian personally led the team in connecting the energy conduits, with the seriousness of someone assembling a superbomb. The moment the cores started up, a deep hum rolled out, and azure energy streamed through the conduits, as if breathing a soul into the steel behemoth. The transmission and suspension systems used a combination of psionic technology and mechanical structure. Zhou Tao led a squad of strength-type awakened, chanting in cadence as they installed the heavy components one by one. The scene was like a crew of strongmen moving mountains. As for the most critical weapon system, I took the field myself, using the Overlord's Law to etch wind pattern gold into precise energy conduction circuits, ensuring the weapons could output firepower steadily and efficiently. It felt like forging an unrivaled divine weapon. The entire assembly process lasted a full day. Everyone ate and slept in the workshop. When they got tired, they took turns resting, and once they woke up, they got right back to work. That fighting spirit was like playing a game of speed with life and death on the line. Secretary General Zhang and the members of Team Longyan pitched in as well, completely swept up by the highly efficient, focused, passion-filled atmosphere. When the last armor plate snapped into place and the final line was connected, the lights converged on this behemoth. Damn, that presence was just unreal. Its whole body was black-gray, and its streamlined frame bristled with sharp angles, like a steel colossus lying in wait. Just looking at it was enough to make you choke. The rotating turret on the roof gave off an icy metallic sheen, and the missile pods on both sides were like dormant fangs, sending a chill down your spine. At my order, start. The deep rumble grew powerful and steady. Pale blue energy exhaust flared from both sides of the hull, and the huge compound eye sensor at the front lit up with a crimson glow, like a sleeping beast opening its eyes. So damn cool. Li Xian excitedly announced, "Doomsday Mecha Battle Vehicle, Unit 01, assembly complete," and the workshop instantly erupted into thunderous cheers. Zhou Tao, that guy, couldn't help stepping forward to stroke the armor, muttering, "So freaking awesome." I walked up to the battle vehicle and pressed my hand against the armor, feeling the surging energy within and the intricate mechanical structure. With it, the road to Kyoto would no longer be a bottomless pit. I ordered the final ground tests and weapons calibration, and we'd set out for the observatory early tomorrow morning. This war machine, condensing the highest technological crystallization of the Apocalypse organization, was about to let out its very first roar. I led everyone onto the armored vehicle. The interior was more spacious than I'd imagined, brimming with a futuristic tech vibe, like stepping into a spaceship. The driver's seat had an amazing view, and there was everything you could want: a weapons console, comms and navigation systems, the works. There was even a simple rest area and a storage compartment. Everyone was so excited they could barely contain themselves, exclaiming in amazement. Zhou Tao sat in the co-driver's seat, staring at the completely unobstructed scenery ahead and shouting, "This view is incredible." Li Xian quickly checked the data on the console and reported, "Energy readings are stable. All systems are operating normally." I sat in the main driver's seat, both hands on the control sphere. With a single thought, my mental power linked up with the armored vehicle's psionic core. The low rumble abruptly intensified, and the massive body of the vehicle vibrated slightly. I reminded everyone, "Hold on tight," then guided it slowly out of the fabrication workshop, through the base's wide internal passageways, and toward the main gate. When this steel behemoth rolled out of the civil defense bunker and into the sunlight and open wilderness, the people inside the base burst into excited cheers. The scene was like welcoming a hero home. I nudged the speed up a bit, and the armored vehicle immediately displayed astonishing agility, nothing like the pace of body that Huge ought to have, as it headed for the designated test area, an abandoned industrial zone. Our objective was to wipe out a large monster nest entrenched there. Not long after we entered the industrial zone, a group of zombies and several mutant dogs rushed us. I calmly ordered, "Test the weapons system." The rotating psionic autocannon on the roof locked onto the targets instantly, firing a rapid series of short bursts, TSS TSS TSS. Pale blue psionic beams, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, precisely blew the heads off every charging monster, clearing a swath in an instant. Then a Ripper mutant the size of a truck smashed through a factory wall and burst out. I ordered again, "Missile test fire." A flash flared from the short-range missile pods on both sides of the vehicle, and two small psionic missiles shot out trailing flames, striking the Ripper's massive body dead-on. Boom! Boom! Two deafening explosions tore it to pieces, and the shockwave flipped the abandoned vehicles nearby. The war vehicle drove on. Whether it was scattered zombies or small packs of mutated beasts, under the psychic-powered autocannon's precise burst fire and the missile's blanket strikes, they were swiftly wiped out, truly achieving wherever it passes, not a blade of grass remains. Zhou Tao was so excited he pumped his fists and shouted, "Too strong! This firepower! This defense!" Yang Jinghua and Secretary General Zhang exchanged a look, both eyes full of shock. The members of Team Longyan were completely convinced as well. With this ultimate killing machine, their ability to survive in the wasteland instantly took off. The test was a complete success, and I steered the war vehicle around and headed back to the base. With this first prototype of the Doomsday War vehicle, the trip to Kyoto could finally be put on the schedule, and everyone was filled with confidence and anticipation for the expedition about to begin. Back at the Civil Defense Base, the joy of victory was still on our faces when the news Secretary General Zhang brought was like a bucket of cold water, dousing everyone's enthusiasm. But command room felt as heavy as a boulder. Secretary General Zhang grimly briefed us on the latest situation in Kyoto. "It's even worse than we expected. 80% of the urban area has fallen. All survivors have been moved into several large civil defense complexes, where living space and supplies are dangerously tight. Our forces have been forced to abandon the outer defensive lines and fall back to key nodes, fighting in blood every day. The casualties are enormous." He paused, his tone so heavy it made it hard to breathe. "Kyoto, that's the heart. If it falls completely and the signal is cut off for good, the remaining forces scattered across the country will truly become a loose pile of sand. The consequences are simply unimaginable." Everyone's mood turned exceptionally gloomy. Zhou Tao and the others clenched their fists, wishing they could rush over to rescue people immediately. Secretary General Zhang looked at Yang Jinghua and said, "Jinghua, what was that plan you mentioned in your earlier communications? Now you can go into detail." Yang Jinghua took a deep breath and laid out the cooperation intent he and I had reached earlier. "My plan is to formally hire Mr. Chen Mo as a military special appointed commissioner. Using his abilities, he will guide the awakening of our most elite soldiers and rapidly build a powerful awakened unit. In return, the spirit stones mined from the western spirit stone vein we discovered, Mr. Chen will take 70%. 70%? The moment Yang Jinghua finished speaking, Bobcat couldn't help blurting out in surprise, and the other special operations team members also wore shocked expressions. Anxiously, Bobcat said, Chief of Staff. Isn't that condition too harsh? The value of a spirit stone vein is immeasurable. We may not know its exact use, but every faction is searching for it like mad. Its strategic significance is absolutely enormous. How can we just give up 70% so easily? Hearing that, I calmly turned my gaze to Bobcat and asked flatly, Oh? Then what are you going to do with these spirit stones once you get them? Bobcat's tone stalled. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say a thing. They did know spirit stones contained energy and were extremely valuable, but as for how to use them effectively, aside from a very small number of research institutes still feeling their way forward, the military currently had no mature technology at all. Most of the time, they could only treat them as an ultra-expensive strategic reserve. Seeing that Bobcat couldn't answer, I didn't say any more. Yang Jingwa spoke at the right moment to break the slightly awkward atmosphere. He looked at Bobcat and suggested, Bobcat, since you have doubts about the value of spirit stones and Mr. Chen's abilities, why not have Mr. Chen awaken you first? Let you experience for yourself whether this kind of investment is worth it. How about it? Bobcat froze for a moment, glanced at me, then at Yang Jingwa and Secretary Zhang. Gritting his teeth, he straightened his chest and said, All right. I'm willing to give it a try. If my awakened talent is strong enough and can greatly boost combat power, then I, Bobcat, will be the first to be completely convinced. Everyone's eyes focused on Bobcat and me. This small test concerned the direction of subsequent cooperation, and could even affect the fate of all of Kyoto and even all of Huagua. The command room fell silent at once. Bobcat took a deep breath and stepped in front of me, relaxing his body according to my instructions, but his tightly clenched fist still revealed the tension in his heart. I raised my hand and pressed it lightly against Bobcat's forehead as the Dominion law operated soundlessly. A moment later, a trace of surprise flashed in my eyes as I said, Your talent is precision shooting, a special variant. Guided by the energy at my fingertips, Lynx's whole body shuddered violently. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a faint crosshair-like phantom flickered in his pupils. This feeling, Lynx stared at his hands in disbelief, snatched up the pistol he carried with him, and without even aiming, casually pointed it out the window. Bang! The bullet precisely pierced a branch swaying in the wind 100 meters away, splitting a dead leaf cleanly in two. Unbelievable! Secretary General Zhang sprang to his feet in excitement. The other Special Operations members were also stunned slack-jawed. They knew all too well the value of such an ability on the battlefield. Lynx was still in shock, trying continuous fire. Bang bang bang, 3 shots rang out, and all 3 leaves drifting down in midair were pierced through. I need a heavy sniper rifle. Lynx's voice trembled, his eyes brimming with fervor. I said evenly, this is only the beginning. As your strength improves, you can replace bullets with energy, and even predict the enemy's movement trajectory. Lynx spun around and snapped to attention, saluting Secretary General Zhang. Report. I request immediate execution of the original plan. Forget 70% of the spirit stones, even 90% would be worth it. The other Special Operations members also asked to be assigned at once. Please approve it, Chief. Secretary General Zhang nodded heavily, the look he gave me full of respect. Mr. Chen, on behalf of the military, I formally accept your terms. 70% of the spirit stones from the Western Mineral Vein will belong to you. Please assist us in training an awakened force as soon as possible. He solemnly took out a classified document. This is a specially appointed order signed by the Supreme Command. You will enjoy the highest level of authority. We urgently need power like yours. Having witnessed Lynx's complete transformation with their own eyes, the other 4 Dragonflame Special Operations members could no longer hold back, staring at me with blazing eyes. I didn't keep them waiting long, and one by one I performed awakening guidance for the 4 of them. The results were exhilarating. These Soldier Kings selected from thousands truly had formidable talent. One awakened Iron Will, greatly boosting the mental resistance of himself and nearby allies within a small radius, with remarkable effect against the mental corruption of otherworldly creatures. One awakened Tactical Overlook, able to construct a 3-dimensional battlefield map in his mind and perfectly grasp the situation of friend and foe, a natural seed for a battlefield commander. One awakened Explosive Fist. Force, capable of highly compressing strength into a single point for an outburst with astonishing destructive power, a master at breaching and armor breaking, and the last awakened the rare energy deflection, able to deflect energy attacks for a short time, an indispensable defensive talent against psionic weapons. The talents of these four, combined with Lynx's precision shooting, could form a perfectly tactical squad with complementary functions in both offense and defense covered. Their potential and coordinated combat capability would far surpass teams made up of ordinary awakeners. Secretary General Zhang and Yang Jingguo watched, their hearts surging, as if they could already see squad after squad of such elite awakeners slaughtering like crazy on the battlefield. After everyone had somewhat calmed their excitement, I spoke up. Since cooperation is settled, the Spirit Stone vein can wait. Tomorrow, we have something more important to do first. My gaze swept over the 5 Special Ops members who had just awakened, brimming with momentum. You 5, get familiar with your new abilities tonight. Tomorrow, you're coming with me. Mr. Chen, where are we going tomorrow? What mission are we running? Lynx asked on behalf of the team, his tone full of eagerness. I looked toward the east side of the city beyond the window, my voice carrying an unquestionable certainty. City East, the abandoned, an opportunity? Yang Zhenghua asked thoughtfully. Like what you mentioned before, something that can increase the success rate of exploring the vein? That's right. I nodded, but didn't reveal more details. Tomorrow's opportunity isn't just one, and the competition will be fierce. The 5 newly awakened abilities you have will be just right for the job. I looked at the 5 Special Ops members, my eyes sharp. Remember, tomorrow's operation may run into other contenders, and even non-human beings. I want you to show the strongest qualities of soldiers and the power you've just gained, and make sure we secure the most important item. We guarantee mission completion. The 5 Special Ops members straightened their chests and spoke in unison, their voices brimming with confidence and fighting spirit. They had just obtained extraordinary power and were eager for real combat to test themselves. I felt reassured. With this initially formed squad of soldier awakeners assisting me, plus my own strength, my chances of seizing living armament were that much greater. Tomorrow's observatory was bound to be anything but quiet. Early the next morning, an icy prompt sounded in the minds of all awakeners: adventure quest, abandoned observatory spacetime ripples have appeared, secret treasures and opportunities are about to emerge. Obtain a token within the time limit. Rewards include psionic gear, rare materials, unknown inheritances. Opportunity and risk coexist. The whole of Tianshan City instantly boiled over. Every surviving faction, like sharks catching the scent of blood, surged from every corner of the city toward the east side. I stood on the base watchtower, calmly watching the dust rising in the distance, and said, "Move out." The Doomsday War chariot let out a low roar, like an awakened behemoth rolling out of the base. Its ferocious silhouette and surging energy made it the most eye-catching thing on the road. Behind it followed several modified vehicles carrying the core members and the Long Yen squad. When our team reached the observatory's perimeter, several hundred people had already gathered in the open area. Every faction eyed the others warily. The moment I stepped down from the war chariot, I instantly became the focus of the entire crowd. That war chariot is insanely badass. Who are these people? Isn't that the blueprint the Overlord bought a few days ago? Didn't think they'd actually build it. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Zhang Qingda and his son Zhang Chang stared at me dead hard. Zhang Chang suddenly realized something and shrieked, pointing at me, "It's you! Chan Mo. So you're the Overlord. You're the one who kicked us off the network." The scene fell silent at once, everyone's gaze converged on me, eyes full of shock and curiosity. I glanced at Zhang Chang indifferently and said, "You brought it on yourself. If you hadn't coveted Linuan that day, spewing filth and trying to disrupt the rules, how would it have come to this?" My words carried clearly across the whole place, and the looks people gave Zhang Chang immediately filled with disdain. Zhang Qingda's face turned ashen, he suddenly slapped Zhang Chang hard and barked, "Shut up!" Then he put on a smile and stepped up to me with a bow. "Mr. Chen, it's all because this wretched son of mine doesn't know any better. I apologize on his behalf, please give us a chance to rejoin the network. The Zhang family will surely follow your lead in everything." I looked at the fawning Zhang Qingda and spat out 2 icy words, no Zhang Qingda's smile froze on his face. Zheng Chang glared at me with venom, but didn't dare say another word. I ignored them, my gaze sweeping over the entire area before locking onto the silent observatory building. The real struggle was about to begin, and my objective was crystal clear: the set of living armor. Zhang Chang covered his face, staring venomously at my back as he growled in a low voice, "Dad, this Chen Mo is practically asking to die. He's made our Zhang family unable to hold our heads up in Tianshan City. This grudge must be repaid." The fawning smile had long since vanished from Zhang Qingda's face, replaced by icy killing intent. He didn't speak, only gave a slight nod, his gloomy eyes sweeping over our group. He had already made up his mind: once inside the secret realm, the moment he found an opening, he would eliminate me. This serious threat, seize everything I had. Just as the various factions grew restless and stayed on guard against one another, bzzz. The main structure of the abandoned observatory suddenly began to shake violently, and the spherical observation dome at the top burst forth with a blinding white light. A massive spatial gateway, rippling like water, slowly condensed into shape in front of the building. Inside the gateway was a bizarre riot of light and shadow. Faintly visible were twisted corridors, floating platforms, and unknown spaces, exuding an ancient and dangerous aura. The secret realm has opened. Time limit, 3 hours. Those who fail to exit in time will be trapped forever. The cold prompt sounded again. Charge. The opportunity is mine. The factions that had been barely holding themselves back surged toward the spatial gateway like floodwaters released from a dam, rushing madly as their figures vanished into the glow. "We move too," I ordered calmly, leading the squad forward at a steady pace. The Apocalypse War vehicle couldn't enter, so it stayed outside to provide support. The instant we stepped through the spatial gateway, everyone felt as if they were passing through a chilly film of water, and the scene before our eyes changed abruptly. We appeared in a huge circular corridor that stretched beyond sight. The corridor walls weren't solid, but made of flowing energy and streams of data code. Beneath our feet was a transparent platform, and below that lay a bottomless void. The air was thick with pure spiritual energy, yet hidden within were chaotic spatial fluctuations. "This isn't like anywhere on Earth." Bobcat tightened his grip on his gun. His precision shooting talents seemed to be disrupted here, his perception no longer as clear. "Spread out to explore, maintain communications, watch the other factions, especially the Zhang family," I ordered, while pushing Dominion Law to its fullest, sensing the secret realm's spatial structure and energy flow. I could feel several particularly powerful energy sources scattered throughout the realm. One of them brimmed with life and vitality, exactly what I had come for: living armor. The squad immediately split into 2 groups. I formed one group with Zhou Tao, Linuan, Mountain Cat, and another Special Ops member, while Li Xian and Su Xiao formed the other with the remaining 3 Special Ops members, exploring in different directions along the circular corridor. We hadn't gone far when several blue, illusory monsters made of pure energy suddenly appeared ahead, letting out a soundless roar as they lunged at us. "Watch out!" Zhou Tao charged forward, his quake gauntlets blasting out, but the shockwave passed straight through the phantoms with little effect. "Physical attacks aren't effective. Use energy attacks," I shouted, slashing out with the Annihilation Warblade. The blade aura infused with the power of laws easily tore the phantoms apart and erased them. Mountain Cat also tried imbuing his bullets with psionic energy before firing. Sure enough, it worked. We pressed on and encountered all kinds of bizarre challenges: a gravity field that shifted without warning, a data maze that could replicate an opponent's mirror image, and whispers filled with temptation yet capable of corroding the mind. The trials within the secret realm were even more brutal than the apocalypse outside, testing one's will, technique, and understanding of the nature of energy. Relying on sovereign law and my formidable control over energy, I led the team through obstacle after obstacle with a few close calls but no real danger, rapidly closing in on that source of life energy I could sense. Meanwhile, along another route in the secret realm, Zhang Chengda and Zhang Chang led a few trusted lackeys, viciously tailing another smaller survivor team, waiting for a chance to kill and seize their loot. The entire secret realm had already become a massive hunting ground, and the most valuable prey, without a doubt, was me and the living armament I was seeking. Our squad advanced cautiously through the energy corridor. The passage kept branching, each fork leading to an unknown area. The spatial fluctuations permeating the air grew stronger and stronger. Clearly, we were nearing the core of the secret realm. Stop! I suddenly raised a hand. The corridor ahead abruptly warped, and space rippled like the surface of water. When the disturbance settled, 3 completely identical passages appeared before us. A spatial labyrinth. Li Xian immediately analyzed. The energy readings for each passage are identical. This is a spacefolding phenomenon. Just as we were hesitating, a rapid clatter of footsteps came from behind. Zhang Qingde led his men in pursuit from another direction, and the two sides ran into each other unexpectedly at this fork in the road. What a small world for enemies, Zhang Chang said with a chilly smile, dark energy coalescing in his hand. I didn't even glance at them, only saying to Li Xian, keep analyzing. Zhang Qingde gave a look, and several of his men suddenly launched an attack, but as their strikes neared our squad, they bizarrely veered off course and hit empty air. It was that special ops member awakened with energy deflection at work. Left, I said suddenly, taking the lead into the left passage. The squad followed immediately, leaving the Zhang group where they were. Zhang Chang tried to chase, but Zhang Chengde stopped him. Don't rush. Let them scout the road for us. Inside the left passage, the scene changed completely. This was no longer an energy corridor, but a dense, glowing forest. Enormous mushrooms gave off an eerie blue light, and spore-like luminous motes drifted in the air. Detected strong life signals, but this isn't the kind of energy signature plants should have, Su Xiao said, watching the surroundings warily. Suddenly the ground shook violently, and those huge mushrooms actually came to life. From beneath their caps, tentacle-like vines extended and swept toward us. Open fire! Zhou Tao smashed the nearest vine with a punch, but more vines surged in from all directions. Mountain Cat calmly raised his rifle and fired in controlled bursts, each shot precisely hitting a vine's node, but there were simply too many, and we were gradually being surrounded. Just then, I noticed an anomalous energy source deep in the forest. I swung the Annihilation Warblade, and the blade aura carved a path through the massive vines. Follow me! Fighting as we withdrew, the squad moved toward the energy source. When we broke through the last vine barrier, the sight ahead left everyone stunned. A complete alien creature's skeleton was floating there, and at its center was a pulsating crystal heart. Even more shocking, several pieces of equipment radiating powerful fluctuations were scattered around the skeleton. Among them was the living armament I had been searching for all along. My gaze locked onto the living armor flowing with silvery light, and I was just about to step forward when a sudden change erupted. That alien skeleton began to tremble, its crystal heart bursting with dazzling brilliance. The bones seemed to be assembled by an invisible hand as it slowly stood up, and 2 clusters of ghostly blue flames ignited in its hollow eye sockets. Invaders, die! A psychic wave swept across the entire area, and everyone felt a sharp stab of pain in their minds. Protect Chen Mo. Wildcat forced himself to endure the discomfort and raised his gun, firing in rapid succession. The specially made psionic bullets struck the skeleton, but only scattered a few sparks. Zhou Tao roared and charged, slamming his quake gauntlets into the skeleton's chest cavity. Amid a thunderous boom, Zhou Tao was actually thrown back several steps by the recoil, and fine cracks appeared on the surface of his gauntlets. Its defense far exceeds estimates. Li Xian analyzed quickly. The skeletal structure contains an unknown energy field. At this moment, the Zhang family's people also caught up. When Zhang Chang saw the living armor, greed flashed in his eyes. Dad, that's not yet. Zhang Qingde gave a cold smile. Let them wear it down first. The skeleton was clearly enraged, the bony claws on its arms suddenly extended, raking toward me with a shriek that tore through the air. At this critical instant, I moved. The Annihilation Warblade struck first despite moving later, its edge precisely tapping the energy node on the bone claw. Crack! The claw snapped off on the spot, but even more shocking was that new bone rapidly grew from the break. It can evolve in the middle of a fight. Su Xiao cried out. My eyes sharpened as the sovereign law ran at full force. In my perception, every movement of this skeleton depended on the heart's circulation of energy, and the living armor seemed to be resonating with the heart in some way. Cover me. I suddenly sheathed my blade and retreated, forming seals with both hands. Pale golden law patterns surfaced around my body, and I began to parse the skeleton's energy flow. Seeing this, the Jiang family thought there was an opening. Zhang Chang quietly circled behind, wanting to seize the living armor, but the moment he got close, he was whipped away by the skeleton's tail, slamming hard into the rock wall. Idiot! Zhang Qingda's face turned ashen. By now I'd finished my analysis. So that's how it is, understanding flashed in my eyes as I abruptly changed tactics, no longer attacking the skeleton but instead tapping the ground lightly with my blade tip. VMMMM, a ripple of law spread outward. Wherever it passed, the skeleton's movements slowed noticeably, and newly formed bones stopped growing. It's repairing itself using the secret realm's energy. I barked. Cut off its energy supply. All the team members immediately understood, concentrating their fire on the point where the skeleton connected to the ground. Under the barrage, cracks finally appeared in the skeleton. The instant the skeleton collapsed, the crystal heart suddenly exploded, countless points of light shooting like meteors toward the living armor. Now! I sprang upward and, at the moment the light points merged into the armor, seized it in my hand. The moment I gripped the living armor, a new mutation erupted. The silver fluid struggled violently, countless sharp spikes surfacing across it as it tried to break free of my control. A cold mental shock stabbed straight into my mind, lowly lifeform, unworthy to be my host. At the same time, the Jiang family, who had been lying in wait, finally made their move. A vicious glint flashed in Jiang Qingda's eyes as the shadow energy he'd been gathering for so long condensed into a sharp arrow and shot straight at the small of my back. The timing was devilish right as I was distracted resisting the living armor's backlash. Chen Mo, watch out! Linuan cried out, the golden light of our lifelink flared to its brightest. Put! The shadow arrow pierced through the golden light. Though its power was greatly reduced, it still drove viciously into my back. I let out a muffled groan, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of my mouth. Now! Take the treasure! Jiang Chengda was ecstatic as he led his people in a headlong rush. Cold light exploded from my eyes. Gritting through the agony, I didn't even turn around as I slashed backhanded. The Desolation battle blade traced a perfect arc, its blade aura spreading like a crescent moon. The ecstasy on Jiang Chengda's face froze instantly. He looked down at the bloody line that had appeared on his chest, then stared at me in disbelief. Before he could finish, his body split in two from the middle, blood and organs spilling all over the ground. Dad! Zhang Chang let out a piercing scream and charged at me like a madman. I didn't even look. With a casual wave, an invisible force slapped Zhang Chang away, landing him right in the middle of those vine monsters that had become active again. No! Help! Chen Mo, I was wrong. Zhang Chang's pleas were quickly drowned out by the creaking of vines wrapping around him and the monster's tearing bites. After dealing with those flies, I immediately sat down cross-legged. The living armor was still struggling wildly in my hands, the silvery fluid constantly shifting shape as it tried to escape. A dead thing, and you dare resist? I activated the law of dominion. Vast spiritual power turned into countless golden threads that wrapped around the living armor layer upon layer. Each thread pierced into the fluid's interior and began forcibly refining it. Don't even think about it. I am a creation of an advanced civilization, that consciousness was still struggling. Advanced civilization? I sneered. Now you're my weapon. I increased my spiritual output, and the golden threads flared brilliantly. The living armor's resistance gradually weakened, the silvery fluid began to spread along my arm, slowly covering my right arm and forming a sleek silver armguard. When the last trace of resisting consciousness was erased, tame ripples of light lit up across the armguard's surface, fusing perfectly with my flesh. With a thought, the armguard instantly reshaped into a silver shield, then into a razor-sharp handblade. It worked! I opened my eyes, a flicker of silver light flashing through them. At this moment, the living armor had completely acknowledged me as its master and become part of my body. I could feel the immense energy contained within it, and I knew the gains from this secret realm far exceeded expectations. I stood up and swept my gaze around. The secret realm was collapsing, but there was still time to test the new equipment. I raised my right arm, With a slight thought, the silver armguard liquefied and recombined in an instant, becoming a slender war saber, its blade flowing with a mercury-like sheen. Just then, a few vine monsters that had slipped through lunged from the side. I gave a casual swing. The silver blade traced an elegant arc, no sound, no resistance, and those monsters vanished into thin air as if erased by a rubber eraser, not even a speck of ash left behind. This power, Zhou Tao's eyes widened. The vines he'd had to smash with full force using the Earthshaker gauntlets were utterly helpless before the living armor. I shifted forms again, the armguard turning into a silver round shield that neatly blocked a massive boulder falling amid the collapse. With a thunderous boom, the boulder shattered, yet the shield didn't even have a scratch. Defensive performance surpasses the base's latest alloy. Li Xian immediately recorded the data. The most shocking part came next. I transformed the armguard into a firing form. A silver beam instantly pierced the rock wall 100 meters away. The wall didn't explode, instead, it was directly vaporized into a smooth, round hole. Energy conversion efficiency, 97%. Practically no loss. Su Xiao checked the energy readings, her voice edged with amazement. The living armament seemed able to sense my every thought. When another horde of monsters surged in from all directions, the vambrace automatically split into dozens of silver flying blades, as if alive, precisely shredding every target. It's learning your fighting style. Link stared in disbelief at the deadly arcs the blades carved through the air. The test over, I looked with satisfaction at the living armament as it returned to its vambrace form. This wasn't just a weapon, it was more like an extension of my body, with limitless possibilities. Time to go. I led the squad toward the exit. On the way, my Dominion Law keenly detected several faint energy fluctuations, hidden within collapsed ruins and chaotic energy currents. If my perception hadn't spiked just now, they would have been easy to miss. This way. I decisively changed course, leading the squad into a side corridor that was about to be swallowed by a spatial rift. At the end of the passageway lay several scattered items, each gleaming with a different luster, clearly treasures left behind by previous intruders or condensed by the secret realm itself. Holy crap, no sooner had I entered this secret realm than my eyes were basically running X-ray vision hacks. I spotted the perfect loot for our team at a glance. First I saw that pair of semi-transparent tactical goggles, with streams of data glow like something out of a cyberpunk movie. I tossed them straight to Link's. Bro, these eagle-eye goggles are for you. Put them on and your precision shooting skill will take off on the spot. They'll even give you dynamic prediction and weak point analysis, crazy useful. And those dark gold metal bracers, with runes carved all over them that looked mysterious as hell, I tossed them to Zhou Tao. Taozi, you take these giant strength bracers. Activate them and your power will burst out instantly. Pair them with your knuckle gloves and it'll be punch after punch landing solid, wipe out a whole bunch in no time. That emerald green seed was radiating dense vitality. I handed it to Linuan. Sister Wan, the seed of life is for you. It's packed with pure life energy, your healing will jump to the next level. And in a critical moment, it can even sprout defensive vines. A legit life-saving artifact. That silver metal block that kept changing shape, I passed to Li Xian. Brother Xian, this universal interface is for you. It can emulate most electronic ports and can also crack basic encryption. For your technical research, it's like giving a tiger wings. That bracelet made of 7 crystals in different colors, I gave to Su Xiao. Sister Xiao, put on this elemental balance bracelet, it'll send your sensing and balancing efficiency for all kinds of energy skyrocketing. My allocation was decisive as hell, every single treasure was a perfect match for our team members, directly patching their weaknesses or boosting their abilities. Once the Lynx put on the goggles, the world in front of him instantly filled with a bunch of data and trajectory lines, and his control over precision shooting leveled up straight to the top-tier rank. When Zhou Tao put on the bracers, he felt a warm current rush into both arms, and his sense of strength went completely maxed out. At that moment Li Xian shouted, "Move, now! This place is going to collapse." I didn't dare waste a second. Carrying the newly acquired treasures, we bolted for the increasingly unstable exit light gate. The moment we rushed through the light gate and returned to the abandoned observatory in the real world, the spatial portal behind us let out an overloaded hum, then completely collapsed and dissipated, as if it had never existed. Breathing hard after surviving the catastrophe, we stared at the dazzling treasures in our hands, all grinning from ear to ear. On this trip into the secret realm, I not only secured the core living armament, but our entire team's strength also received a solid, tangible boost. Let's head back. I looked at the silvery sheen flowing over my right arm and felt the team members' soaring fighting spirit. For the upcoming trip to the Western Mineral Vein and the journey to Kyoto, my confidence shot straight through the roof. Back at the Civil Defense Base, Jiang Hao couldn't wait to open his marching bag and dump all sorts of strange materials he'd gathered in the secret realm onto the workbench: metal fragments glittering with starlight, crystals containing spatial fluctuations, and several remnants of an alien skeleton. Jiang Hao excitedly pointed at the materials. "Brother Mo, look at these. I found them in the secret realm ruins. These feel way stronger than what we've got now." I stepped forward to inspect them. With a slight probe using the Dominion law, I nodded in approval. They really are good. This starlight metal has excellent energy conductivity, the spatial crystals might be used to stabilize small-scale spatial folds, and the hardness and energy resistance of the alien bones far exceed obsidian iron. I immediately summoned Li Xian and the technical team. Combining the newly acquired materials with the technical inspiration brought by the living armament, we began upgrading the Doomsday War Chariot Prototype Unit Number 1. The upgrades mainly focused on 3 aspects. 1. Armor and structural reinforcement. After smelting the alien bone fragments and combining them with the existing obsidian iron armor, we produced a brand new biometal armor. I personally inscribed energy channeling runes so that when the armor takes a beating, it can proactively disperse the impact energy. Its defense more than doubled. 2. Power system upgrade. Using starlight metal to refit the psionic engine core increased energy conversion efficiency by 40%. Even better, Li Xian's team embedded small pieces of space crystal into the engine and successfully created a miniature space jump device. Each activation guzzles an insane amount of power and the cooldown is long, but in critical moments it can do a short-range blink perfect for staying alive and launching surprise attacks. 3. Weapon system innovation. Inspired by the living weaponry, I redesigned the War Chariot's weapons module. The main gun can now fire energy beams in 3 modes: high explosive, penetrating, and area strike. Even more astonishing, the missile pods on both sides were converted into recoverable floating turrets, normally stowed inside the hull, released in combat to form a 3-dimensional fire net. The entire upgrade took 3 days. When the modified War Chariot rolled out of the workshop, everyone was stunned by its new form. The body lines were sleeker, the armor showing a dark silver interwoven with star-like radiance, giving off energy fluctuations that chilled the blood. The main gun on the roof looked even more menacing, and on both sides you could vaguely make out the bays where the floating guns were stored. "Test it," I ordered. The War Chariot drove to the test range, facing a specially arranged cluster of alloy targets. The side panels snapped open, and 12 floating turrets howled out, instantly weaving a dense fire net that smashed every target to pieces. Then the main gun roared, cycling through 3 modes of energy beams and blasting deep craters of various shapes into the distant mountainside. Best of all, when a simulated missile swarm came in, a flash of silver light swept around the chariot and it reappeared 100 meters away in an instant, perfectly dodging every attack. "So strong." Jiang Hao excitedly patted the new chassis. "Now this truly deserves the name Doomsday War Chariot." I ran my hand over the icy armor, feeling the tremendous power contained within. With this upgraded War Chariot, our expedition to the Western Mineral Vein is basically a sure thing. Just then, the military encrypted communicator on Yang Jingguo's wrist suddenly let out a piercing buzz. A blood-red SOS signal popped up on the screen, along with Kyoto coordinates and a short emergency code. This was the highest-level crisis. The defensive line was about to collapse. Yang Jingguo's expression changed in an instant. He snapped his gaze to me. "Mr. Chen, Kyoto is in danger. Highest-level distress signal. The defensive line. I'm afraid it won't hold. Requesting immediate support." My gaze sharpened. Without a second thought, I decisively changed the plan. "Everyone, get in. Destination, Kyoto." The upgraded Doomsday War vehicle let out a deep, thunderous roar. A brilliant azure energy plume erupted from its rear, and it shot out of the civil defense base like an arrow loosed from the bow, hurtling toward Kyoto. With starglow metal fused into its frame and a new engine installed, the vehicle's speed was absurd. On the ruins and wasteland it became a silver-blue phantom. In less than half an hour, the shattered outline of Kyoto appeared ahead. The scene before us was simply unbearable to look at. Once prosperous Kyoto had become a bloody battlefield. The towering city walls had collapsed in many places, smoke choked the air and flames soared into the sky. Waves of monsters surged through every breach toward the inner city. Inside were massive, ferocious-looking mutants, and we could even see a few bone-winged wyverns we'd encountered before, circling low overhead and spewing corrosive breath. The remaining soldiers and awakened warriors relied on hastily built fortifications to make their last stand. Ammunition was almost gone, energy weapons had overheated and failed, everyone was wounded, their faces smeared with mud and blood, and their eyes showed grim resolve. A one-armed officer clutched a bundle of grenades, eyes bloodshot as he prepared to charge into the densest mass of monsters. A young medic, crying as she worked, bandaged the wounded, only for them to shove her away, urging her to save those who could still fight first. The entire battlefield was steeped in a tragic, brutal atmosphere. Everyone was ready to live and die with Kyoto. Open fire! My icy voice rang out inside the armored vehicle. No need to test the waters, go straight in and hit hard. BZZ. The three main cannons atop the Doomsday War Chariot charged simultaneously. The next instant, three thick energy beams, like the whip of a god, lashed viciously into the densest part of the monster horde. High explosive mode. Boom! A swath of monsters was blasted into minced pieces. Piercing mode. Hiss. The monsters in a straight line, no matter their size, were all punched through. Area strike. BZZ. Monsters across a fan-shaped sector toppled in droves. This sudden, horrifying blow brought the surging monster tide to an instant halt. Then, what is that? The remaining defenders stared dumbfounded at the silver war chariot that looked like a divine soldier descending from the heavens. What shocked them even more was still to come. The armor on both sides of the war chariot opened, and 12 floating gun turrets came howling out. Like a living swarm of silver bees, they darted nimbly through the skies over the battlefield, precisely picking off elite monsters and flying units that posed the greatest threat to ordinary soldiers. Their firepower was both accurate and fierce, instantly easing the defenders' immense anti-air pressure. Just as several giant siege-type mutants pushed through the artillery fire and were about to breach the final line of defense, the Doomsday War Chariot flashed with silvery light all over. Spatial jump. In an instant it appeared in front of the breach, its biomental armor forcibly taking the impact of the giant mutant's charge. At the same time, all the roof-mounted weapons opened up, firing at close range and blasting those thick-skinned brutes into shredded chunks. Reinforcements. It's our reinforcements. Hold the line. Brothers, hold the line. Reinforcements are here. Hope reignited in the defenders' eyes, and their previously sagging morale surged in an instant. Coordinating with the Doomsday War Chariot's firepower, they launched a counterattack. I controlled the armored vehicle like the silver Grim Reaper on the battlefield. Wherever it passed, the monsters scattered and were annihilated. With the boost from the living armament, the weapon system was basically a dimensionality reduction strike against these monsters. Faced with the apocalyptic war chariot's invincible firepower and mobility, the monster tide that had been unstoppable just moments ago had its offensive momentum forcibly cut off and fell into chaotic rout. The moment this upgraded apocalyptic war chariot entered the fray, it surged forward with thunderous force, turning the tide and reversing the situation across the entire battlefield. The chariot's ferocious firepower gave the defenders a chance to catch their breath. Through the observation window I swept my gaze over the battlefield and immediately spotted the key issue. The otherworldly creatures mixed in among the ordinary monsters were reorganizing their formation. Priority: eliminate the command nodes. I locked onto 3 bone-winged wyverns hidden behind the monster horde. The main cannon switched to penetration mode, and 3 energy beams precisely pierced through their skulls. The leaderless monster horde instantly fell into chaos. But just then, the ground suddenly bulged upward, and a mountain-sized behemoth burst out of the earth. Its entire body was covered in crystalline armor, and 6 pairs of compound eyes locked onto the war vehicle at once. It's a brood nest guardian class. Yang Jingguo recognized this terrifying existence that had appeared in the intel. Its carapace can deflect most energy attacks. The behemoth opened its huge maw, destructive energy rapidly condensing. The defender's morale, which had just been lifted, sank again. I let out a cold laugh. The living armament on my right arm instantly liquefied and spread along the barrel. When the silvery fluid covered the entire muzzle, the main gun let out a different kind of hum. Analysis complete. Structural weak point locked. A mental ripple came from the living armament. A beam of interwoven silver and black energy whooshed out. The attack carried no earth-shaking spectacle, yet the instant it struck the giant beast's carapace, that supposedly indestructible shell melted like ice and snow. The giant beast let out a sky-shaking wail. The energy it had been gathering went out of control and detonated, blasting half its body to pieces. "That's impossible," an observing officer cried out. The monster they'd previously failed to kill even after concentrating the entire defensive line's firepower had been taken out with a single shot. What shocked them even more was still to come. The living armor suddenly detached from the armored vehicle, transforming into a silver torrent that surged toward the beast's remains. It wrapped itself around the crystal core within the wreckage, and in no time at all absorbed the precious energy source completely. "Is it feeding?" Zhou Tao stared in stunned disbelief. After absorbing the crystal core, the living armor returned to my arm, its flowing light even more dazzling. I could feel that its energy reserves had increased by 15%. At this moment, the monster horde began to break apart. The defenders erupted into earth-shaking cheers, many soldiers hugged each other and wept. They had held the line, and at the final moment, a miracle arrived. Yang Jingguo gripped my hand excitedly. "Mr. Chen, you saved Kyoto." But my gaze was fixed on the distance. The living armor sent back a new sensation. An even more powerful otherworldly creature was awakening there. The real battle was only just beginning. The victory in the defense of Kyoto was only temporary. The monster tide had retreated, but it hadn't been completely wiped out. Danger was everywhere in the city, surviving monsters wandered through the ruins, and an even greater threat hung over everything like storm clouds. Yang Jingguo didn't dare waste time and said to me solemnly, "Mr. Chen, I have to report the situation to the Supreme Command immediately. You and your team are our benefactors, please come with me to the command center. It's absolutely safe there." I shook my head, looking at the shattered city outside the window and the scattered flashes of explosions in the distance. "Your duty is to report back. We're used to operating independently, all those rules and restrictions at the command center don't suit us. The top priority is to find a suitable temporary base, somewhere we can rest and regroup, and also deal with the next wave of attacks." I understand Yang Jingguo's position, but I trust my own judgment and strength more. The Doomsday War Chariot may be formidable, but it isn't a perpetual motion machine, and the team members also need a relatively stable environment to process what they've gained in battle and improve their strength. Seeing my firm attitude, Yang Jingguo knew he couldn't persuade me. He immediately pulled up a detailed map of Kyoto on his encrypted communicator and marked several relatively intact, easy-to-defend, hard-to-attack areas. These places were key defense zones before. Some infrastructure may still remain. Please be extremely careful. He gave a solemn military salute. "Once I've finished reporting, I'll immediately find a way to contact you." After saying that, Yang Jingguo, with a few close attendant soldiers, jumped into a military off-road vehicle and sped toward the core area of the inner city. I drove the Doomsday War Chariot, changed course, and headed for one of the areas Yang Jingguo had marked, beneath the former Kyoto University, a large civil defense project that also served as a scientific research reserve base. The structure there was solid and spacious, there might even be some useful leftover supplies. The war chariot rolled through streets that had turned into rubble. Along the way, we occasionally ran into small packs of monsters and panic-stricken survivors. I didn't stand by and do nothing. My floating turrets fired precise bursts, clearing the threats, but I didn't stop for any survivors who tried to approach or beg for help. This wasn't the time to play savior. I had to ensure my team's safety and stability first. Before long, the outline of Kyoto University came into view. The campus had long since lost its former appearance, most of the iconic buildings had collapsed. But that underground base hidden at the end of the tree-lined avenue, its entrance sealed by a special alloy gate, looked like it had held up fairly well. The war chariot stopped in front of the heavy alloy gate. Li Xian tried to connect to the base system remotely, only to find the power was out, and the backup system was offline too. Looks like we'll have to open it manually. Zhou Tao cracked his knuckles, ready to use the war vehicle's main gun to blast it open by force. Wait. I stopped him, staring at the access control system as I said, forcing our way in would make too much noise and could damage the internal structure. Let me handle it. I walked up to the gate, and the living weapon on my right arm began to writhe again, extending countless silver tendrils finer than hair, slowly interfacing with the access control system's physical port. It was as if innumerable tiny computing units were running inside the living weapon, the silver fluid seeping along the wiring into the door. A few seconds later, there was a soft click. The access control screen flickered a few times, and a faint green light actually came on. Immediately after, the heavy alloy gate let out a dull creak and slowly slid open to either side, revealing the deep passageway beyond. Badass! Zhou Tao couldn't help exclaiming. The armored vehicle drove into the passageway, and the main gate slowly closed behind us, temporarily shutting out the chaos outside. Inside the base was pitch black, only the vehicle's lights illuminated the way ahead. The air carried a sealed up, faintly moldy smell. We followed the main corridor deeper in and found the place was enormous, with several sections like living quarters, storage areas, and research zones. Most areas still looked the way they had at the time of evacuation, just coated in a thick layer of dust. We chose a comprehensive zone on the base's middle level. It seemed to have originally been the command and living center, lots of rooms, plus independent energy and water circulation systems. Let's stop here. I brought the war vehicle to a halt. Zhou Tao checked the surrounding corridors and set up sentry posts. Li Xian, try restarting the base's backup power, at least restore basic lighting and ventilation. Everyone immediately split up. I walked over to an observation window in the base and stared out at the dead-silent, pitch-black city, frowning. That sensation coming from the living armor, being watched, being locked onto, not only didn't fade after we went underground, it became even more pronounced. The seeds of conflict were sown right then. Just as Li Xian successfully brought the base's backup generator online, and the lights in some areas flickered back on, a burst of chaotic footsteps and shouting came from the main passage we'd used to get in. People inside, listen up. This is the Longshan Guard Defense Corps. This base has been taken over by us. Lay down your resistance at once, hand over your weapons and vehicles, and submit to inspection. A group of about 20 people poured in, wearing a mishmash of uniforms and homemade armor and carrying all kinds of firearms. Leading them was a burly man with a scar on his face and a vicious look in his eyes. They had clearly been drawn here by the energy from the base's restart. The so-called Longshan Guard were a bunch of routed soldiers, awakened ones, and hooligans who'd banded together after the apocalypse, seized a piece of territory, and, under the banner of maintaining order, went about looting and oppressing people. Zhou Tao immediately stepped in front of everyone. Scarface stared greedily at that high-tech, apocalypse war chariot, then glanced at Linuan and the others, and finally fixed his gaze on me, his tone even more arrogant. Kid, you've got some luck finding a treasure like this in such a nice nest. Now it belongs to our Longshan Guard. If you know what's good for you, we might leave you a way to live and have you work for us like oxen and horses. The lackeys behind him all raised their weapons too, wearing nasty grins. They thought there were only a few of us and that we were no match for them. I slowly turned around, my gaze frighteningly calm. I didn't even look at Scarface, I just spoke lightly, my voice echoing through the empty underground space. 3 seconds. Get out. Or die. Scarface froze for a moment, then flew into a rage. Fuck. You don't know when you're being given a chance. Brothers, get him for me. Before he could even get the word him out, his vision blurred. My figure vanished from where I stood like a ghost, and in the next second I was already right in front of him. No one saw how I moved. They only heard a crisp crack of breaking bone and a piercing scream. The armed Scarface was holding the gun with bent at a bizarre angle, his whole body looked like he'd been hit by a speeding truck as he was flung backward, smashing hard into the wall behind him. By the time he slid down, he was barely breathing. I stood where I was, as if I'd never moved at all. Only the living weapon on my right arm seemed to have a life of its own, rising and falling faintly, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. I raised my eyes and looked at the Dragon Vanguard Guards members who had been scared stupid in an instant, my gaze cold as ice. Who else wants to try? Icy killing intent spread as if it had substance. Those lackeys who had been arrogant just moments ago now looked like ducks being strangled, not daring to make a sound. Staring at me and my eerie silver arm, it was as if they were looking at a demon god from hell. After clearing the battlefield, Jiang Hao led a squad from the combat unit to inspect a relatively isolated area on the east side of the base. This place seemed to have once been an emergency shelter. At the end of the passageway was an alloy door that looked exceptionally heavy, and the electronic lock on it had long since lost power and was useless. What's behind this door? A storeroom? Jiang Hao muttered. He didn't think much of it. Relying on his great strength, he put on the Earthshaker gauntlets, had the team back up a few steps, then let out a shout and slammed a heavy punch into the door lock's weakest point. Clang! The heavy metal door bolt was smashed off by the tremendous force, and the door slowly opened a crack inward. But what came from behind the door wasn't the musty smell of supplies, it was a stench of rotten blood so strong it made you want to vomit. Right after that came countless suppressed, chaotic roars. Curious, Jiang Hao leaned in close and peeked through the crack. In an instant, his scalp tingled and he was scared out of his wits. Behind the door was a vast auditorium space, packed so tightly with figures it was impossible to squeeze through. Most of them wore blue and white school uniforms that were long since filthy beyond recognition, their bodies were twisted, their skin ashen, and bloodthirsty red light flickered in their eyes. All of them were zombies. Judging by those immature faces, they were clearly all underage students. They seemed to have been trapped here for a long time. The moment they caught the scent of the living, they surged out through the crack in the door like floodwaters released from a sluice gate, pouring out in a frenzy. Holy shit! Jiang Hao let out a frightened yelp and scrambled backward to flee, turning deathly pale. There was none of the swagger he'd had when he was smashing the door just now. What's going on? Hearing the commotion, I immediately brought people over. When I saw that wave-like horde of zombies in school uniforms pouring out, my pupils suddenly constricted as well. Ah! Linuan, who was right behind me, saw the scene and couldn't help letting out a mournful cry. Tears streamed down her face instantly. They're all students. How could this happen? The sight before us was far too shocking. These zombies moved in a frenzied way, yet you could still vaguely make out what they looked like in life, those young but twisted faces seeming to tell of the despair and tragedy of being trapped here when the apocalypse fell, only to end up infected together. A ripple of emotion passed through my heart as well, but more than anything there was cold rationality. I knew that no matter who they were in life, now they were a deadly threat. Get ready to fight. I suppressed the strange feeling in my chest and barked the order. Lock down this area. We can't let them spread. The living weapon on my right arm activated in an instant, transforming into a massive silver shield that I slammed into the corridor entrance, temporarily holding back the impact of the zombie tide. Jiang Hao. Take your people and set up a defensive line. Li Shen, see if you can find a way to close the main gate or seal off the passage completely. Lin Wan, fall back, leave this to us. My voice was so calm it was almost cruel. Jiang Hao was still shaken, but he also knew he'd messed up. He roared as he led the team forward, going full firepower, trying to force the zombie horde back. Su Xiao pulled Lin Wan to the rear. Watching those student zombies drop one after another under the gunfire, she cried until she was sobbing uncontrollably. She knew my decision was right, but her kindness couldn't bear such a brutal scene. As I held them off with the shield, I observed calmly. I realized that although there were many of these student zombies, their individual strength seemed even weaker than the ordinary zombies outside, perhaps because they'd been trapped for so long with nothing to eat. But there were simply too many of them. Once they all poured out, the consequences would be unimaginable. We have to find the source, or seal this place off completely. I knew we didn't have much time left. This gate to hell that had been opened by accident had to be shut as soon as possible. Watching the tide of zombies repeatedly slam into the silver shield, with Linuan sobbing behind me and Zhou Tao's face drained of color, my mind raced. A frontal assault would cause heavy casualties, and facing these former students was too much psychological pressure. We needed a cleverer method. I suddenly whipped my head around and, staring at the shaken Zhou Tao, asked anxiously, "Zhou Tao, did you hide some raw meat earlier? That batch of rabbit meat you were planning to barbecue?" Zhou Tao froze for a moment, then nodded instinctively. "Why yes, yeah, in the supply crates in the back." "Brother M.O., at a time like this you're still thinking about eating? Eat my ass." I cut him off sharply, my tone leaving no room for argument. "Go get all the raw rabbit meat, now. Use the smell of blood to lure them back into that room, then we'll take the chance to slam the door shut." Only then did Zhou Tao realize what I meant, but reluctance immediately showed on his face. "Ha? All of it? That's something I worked my ass off to get. I was going to use it to improve everyone's meals." Seeing he was still hesitating, I cursed him out in anger, my voice echoing down the passageway. "What fucking time do you think it is right now? What matters more, some rabbit meat, the safety of the base, or the lives of the brothers outside who are still holding the line? If these zombies break out, how much chaos do you think they'll cause? Move. If you keep dragging your feet, I'll throw you in with them too." My roar, like a clap of thunder, jolted Zhou Tao fully awake. He also realized he had almost caused a major disaster. Not daring to hesitate anymore, he scrambled and crawled toward the storage area at the back, and soon came running back, dragging a sealed box. "Open it. Throw it in," I ordered, bracing behind the shield. Zhou Tao gritted his teeth and opened the box, and a strong stench of blood instantly spread through the air. With all his strength, he hurled an entire box of blood-soaked raw rabbit meat toward the auditorium doors. To starving zombies, the scent of fresh flesh and blood was simply an irresistible temptation. The horde that had beating the shield paused for a moment, then, like a pack of cats catching the smell of fish, let out even more frenzied but clearly directed howls, turned around one after another, and surged into the room toward where the rabbit meat had fallen. The pressure instantly eased a lot. "Now! Close the door!" I shouted, stowing my shield as I charged to the metal door ahead of everyone else. Zhou Tao and several teammates snapped out of it too. Together they heaved, pushing the heavy metal door. Creak bang! In the brief window while the zombie horde was drawn deeper into the room by the rabbit meat, the thick metal door was shut again. Zhou Tao picked up the door bolt on the ground that had been smashed out of shape and, using brute force, jammed it back into the doorframe, temporarily sealing off the entrance. From inside the door came the chaotic sounds of zombies scrambling, tearing and biting, and slamming into the door, but they were cut off for the moment. The passageway fell quiet for the time being, leaving only everyone's ragged breathing and Lin Wan's soft sobbing. Zhou Tao stared at the tightly shut door, then at the empty box, his face full of lingering fear and guilt. "Brother M.O. I glanced at him and didn't curse him again, only saying sternly, "Remember this lesson. In the apocalypse, any lapse can mean irreversible ruin." I patted Zhou Tao on the shoulder. "If the meat's gone, we can find more. If a person is gone, then everything is gone." I turned to look at that metal door, my expression complicated. Those former students inside, their tragedy could no longer be changed. And now, what we had to do was ensure that such a tragedy did not spread any further. Using his superb technical skills, Li Xian successfully cracked and restored part of the historical records from the surveillance system in this independent zone. He gathered the core members in front of the makeshift command console, his face grave as he pulled up one blurry yet discernible segment of surveillance footage after another. "This is the record from the day the disaster broke out." Li Xian's voice was a little hoarse. The footage showed that this had originally been a large underground auditorium that also served as an emergency shelter. The space was exceptionally vast, with a ceiling over 10 meters high, and an area large enough to accommodate several thousand people. At this moment, the screen displayed the scene from the day the apocalypse descended. In the footage, tens of thousands of students wearing blue and white school uniforms, under the guidance of teachers and staff, poured into the shelter, panicked, yet still more or less orderly. Their faces were filled with fear, but also a trace of relief at having found a safe place. The auditorium had some emergency supplies in storage. The children were packed together, the teachers struggled to maintain order, and the loudspeakers were still broadcasting notices meant to calm people down. Although the whole space was crowded, it was, for the time being, still relatively stable. However, disaster still found them. One of the surveillance cameras captured a horrific moment on the outskirts. A boy who looked like he was sitting quietly suddenly began convulsing violently, froth spilling from his mouth, his skin turning gray at a visible speed. Classmates and teachers nearby rushed over in terror to check on him, trying to help him. "Don't go near him." Watching the footage, Linuan couldn't help screaming, as if she could send a warning across time and space. But everything had already happened. The mutated boy suddenly lunged at the classmate closest to him and started tearing and biting. Screams and wails instantly shattered the brief calm. The virus spread at an astonishing speed through the dense, panicked crowd. The surveillance footage began to grow chaotic and jumpy, recording a hellish scene. One area had barely been quarantined when a new outbreak erupted in another. The teachers tried to organize the uninfected students to retreat farther inside, using desks and chairs to build a temporary defensive line, but the line kept collapsing under attacks from both within and without. Brave students tried to fight back, striking the zombies with fire axes and broken chair legs, but they were often swallowed up in an instant. Desperate sobbing, agonized wails, and the zombies' roars intertwined. The once vibrant youthful faces, one after another, twisted and went dull, turning into monsters that knew only how to devour. The final image froze on the center of the auditorium. There, layer upon layer, were figures all wearing the same school uniform, only they were no longer running, no longer crying, but swaying unconsciously, letting out low, guttural roars. The entire spacious auditorium had become a huge, hopeless cage stuffed with several thousand student zombies. Then the power system seemed unable to hold on any longer, and the surveillance feed went completely black. Silence fell in front of the command console. Everyone was so shaken by this tragedy, presented across time and space, that no one could find the words. Especially seeing those young lives vanish one by one in despair, only to all become walking dead in the end, the impact was even greater than facing a horde of zombies head-on. Linuan was already in tears, and Su Xiao turned her head away with reddened eyes. Even a tough guy like Jiang Hao clenched his fists tightly, his eyes rimmed with red. I stared silently at the pitch-black screen and took a deep breath. I finally understood why the zombies here were relatively weaker as individuals. They had transformed through internal attrition in a sealed environment, lacking any replenishment of energy. That also explained why the door had been jammed shut from the inside. Perhaps, in the final moment, some desperate person wanted to seal hell in there. This heavy truth felt like a boulder pressing down on everyone's heart. How to deal with these several thousand zombies who had once been students became an extremely difficult and painful choice. Silence spread through the temporary command room. The only sounds were the faint crackle of static from the surveillance monitors and Linuan's suppressed sobbing. The tragedy, forged from the lives of several thousand students, weighed heavily on everyone's heart. Zhou Tao suddenly slammed a fist into the metal wall beside him with a dull bang. His eyes were bloodshot as he growled, "Damn it! Damn it!" He didn't know whether he was cursing this cursed apocalypse or cursing his own reckless act of opening the door just now. Li Xian took a deep breath and forced himself to snap out of his grief. As the technical core, he had to stay calm. Based on the surveillance footage and the structural blueprints, this auditorium is a completely independent sealed structure. The ventilation system has been shut down for a long time, and there's only one main entrance and exit, the door we just closed. They can't leave on their own. Su Xiao wiped the tears from the corner of her eye. Her voice still trembled a little, but her tone had already returned to reason. So as long as the door stays shut, they can't get out. But what should we do? Thousands, that's several thousand. She couldn't go on. Everyone understood the crux of the problem. These zombies had once been living, breathing students, and now they were a deadly threat. Leave them alone, and it was like a bomb that could explode at any moment. Wipe them out completely, and the psychological burden was more than anyone could bear. This wasn't just a tactical issue, it was a test of humanity. Everyone's gaze fell on me again. I closed my eyes, and in my mind flashed the surveillance footage, those young faces shifting from hope to despair, and finally being swallowed by darkness. I stared at the tightly shut metal door, my voice low but clear, carrying a cruel, "Come death has arrived" chill. Hey, listen up, those aren't students anymore. They're straight-up monsters, walking carriers of the virus, ticking time bombs that threaten every survivor's safety. Grief and hesitation? That's a trap. It won't change a damn thing, and it'll only put more people in the danger zone. I looked at the door, my gaze like a laser, but we can give them a one-click wipe, so this place won't be contaminated anymore, and so these trapped souls can finally rest in peace. As I spoke, I raised my right arm, and the silver living armor flowed like something alive. Li Xian, reconnect the auditorium's internal emergency power right now. Start the ventilation system and route the exhaust outlet to the sealed incineration zone outside the base. Su Xiao, hustle and calculate the psionic shockwave frequency at maximum output. We need a way to neutralize zombie activity on a large scale, fast, and without turning the place into a gorefest. Zhou Tao. I looked at the burly man with guilt written all over his face. Take some people and guard this door for me. There must be absolutely no mistakes. Yes. Brother M.O. I'll stake my head on it, nothing will go wrong. Zhou Tao straightened his chest and thumped it hard. Linuan. My voice softened a little. Take the logistics staff and prepare some disinfectants and purification supplies. When we're done, we'll need to purify this place thoroughly. Orders went out one after another, and the team sprang into efficient motion as if pumped full of adrenaline. Even though everyone's mood was heavy as lead, they all knew this had to be done, and it was the most humane way to handle it. I walked up to the main gate and pressed my palm, covered in living armor, against the cold metal. I could sense the several thousand chaotic, hungry souls behind it. Dust to dust, earth to earth, I murmured, both to comfort the dead within and to give myself an answer. When Li Xian said everything was ready and Su Xiao calculated the optimal frequency, a trace of silver light flashed in my eyes as I coldly spat out two words: activate. A low hum came through the metal gate as psionic oscillation waves at a specific frequency surged into the sealed hall. This wasn't an explosion, it was a more ruthless annihilation. The howls and scratching from behind the door grew weaker within barely 10 odd seconds, until there was no sound at all. Everyone remained silent, having completed this heavy yet necessary cleanup. When the gate was carefully opened a crack, there was only a pile of bodies inside, no longer moving. I walked in wordlessly. The living armor glowed faintly, automatically absorbing the relatively pure energy crystals drifting into space. This was the last trace of purity left after those young lives had been twisted by the virus. I would use this energy to protect more people who were still alive. Rest in peace. I murmured silently to myself, then turned resolutely and walked away from this place filled with despair and sorrow. The road ahead was still long, and thorns were everywhere. The base's cleanup work went on for a full day in a heavy, solemn atmosphere. The auditorium was thoroughly purged and sealed up, and the air still held a lingering scorched and sorrowful mix left behind by the spiritual energy shockwaves. At the emergency all-hands meeting, I stood before everyone, my gaze sweeping over one familiar yet wounded face after another. I saw the redness in Zhou Tao's eyes that still hadn't faded, the tear tracks on Lin Wan's face that hadn't dried, and I also saw Mountain Cat standing at the front of the ranks, his posture still upright, along with the equally grave, solemn expressions on the faces of the Longyan squad members behind him. They weren't outsiders, they were comrades who had just fought their way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood with me, and who had also lived through the tragedy inside the base together. We just won a hard fight against an external enemy. My voice was low and clear, breaking the dead silence. But now, we've gone through an inner hell together. I didn't avoid the auditorium incident, I faced it head-on. We lost several thousand lives that could have been saved, and we made the hardest choice. That weight doesn't belong to any one person, it's something all of us who are still alive have to shoulder together. My gaze met Bobcat's, and I saw unwavering support and understanding in his eyes and unspoken rapport forged through life and death. But, brothers. My voice suddenly rose, cutting through hesitation with resolute decisiveness. We've proven we have the ability to clear external threats, and the courage to face internal rot. The road is still under our feet, and because we stand shoulder to shoulder, this road will be wider and more solid than ever. After the meeting ended, my words reignited everyone's fighting spirit. Bobcat strode up to me not as a guest, but with the bearing of a comrade in arms and a subordinate. "Chief." His voice was steady and forceful, instantly drawing everyone's attention. "Our Longyan squad, ever since returning from the Tianshan mission, has taken Apocalypse as our home. After yesterday's battle, we're even more certain, only under your leadership can we uphold the vow we swore to protect in this end times." He turned and, facing all the corps members, including Zhou Tao, Linuan, Li Shen, and the others, solemnly announced, "Here, I, Bobcat, on behalf of all 30 members of the former Longyan Special Operations Squad, formally request orders from the Chief. We ask to be organized as an independent unit, to become the base's sharpest blade of war, aimed at any enemy that threatens our survival. Whether it's the zombies outside, or the hidden dangers within, Longyan will not refuse even death." This wasn't a request to join, it was a request for appointment. After confirming that our beliefs and path were completely aligned, they were volunteering to shoulder the heaviest responsibility. A magical scene appeared, the lines and structure on the blueprint seemed to come alive, beginning to flow, recombine, and expand. The mark that had represented the basic version slowly faded away, replaced by a more complex, larger structural diagram and a new label, Intermediate Doomsday War Vehicle Not Activated. "We've successfully built the basic version, and the blueprints automatically unlocked the next stage," I explained, pointing at the highlighted materials list on the blueprint. "Look, the core materials needed for the upgrade: a spirit conduction resonance core, a high-density spiritual energy storage unit, a bioalloy frame." "Li Shen," I ordered, "use our network right now and match where these materials are most likely to come from." Li Shen moved quickly, and streams of data scrolled across the screen at high speed. A moment later, he looked up, excitement shining in his eyes. "The match results are in. Based on their energy characteristics and the geological conditions required to form them, there's over an 80% chance these special materials are found in the associated deposits or core area of that large spirit stone vein in the west." The news was like a shot in the arm. The goal became clearer than ever: head west, not just for energy, but for the ultimate upgrade to the base's mobile fortress. With an intermediate Apocalypse war chariot, Apocalypse would finally have the means to make long journeys across this vast wasteland and face any challenge. "Good." I put away the blueprint, my gaze sweeping over everyone. "Shift the priorities for the prep work. Gather all intelligence on the western mineral vein and the surrounding area. Our next objective is to let it," I pointed at the armored vehicle under our feet, "be reborn." With the objective clear, the entire base began operating at high speed as if it had been pumped full of stimulants. Li Xian led the technical team, mobilizing every available satellite scan authorization and the remaining regional network nodes, focusing on the distant west. Bobcat's Longyan squad, meanwhile, put their professional value to work, using former military leftover communication channels and reconnaissance networks to start collecting more covert, first-hand information. Intelligence converged like snowflakes. After filtering and analysis, a brutal picture of the western spiritstone mineral vein region gradually came into sharp focus on the command room's big screen. The situation was even worse than expected. Environmental mutation. Satellite imagery showed that across the mineral vein region and several hundred kilometers around it, the terrain had become unrecognizable. Vegetation had grown abnormally lush yet twisted, taking on an ominous dark purple hue. The air was perpetually filled with high-concentration spiritual energy interference haze, severely affecting long-range observation and communications. Forbidden zone of life, because the area was sparsely populated to begin with, and after the virus outbreak had never received effective cleanup or resistance, the vast western region has completely become a monster nest. Ordinary zombies underwent unpredictable mutations in the high-concentration psionic environment, larger in size, far more aggressive, and even exhibiting primitive pack-hunting behavior. Survivor islands. The few remaining human strongholds mostly rely on old-era military fortresses or extremely treacherous terrain. Connections between them have almost been cut off, and they struggle to survive under siege by monsters. As for specific intelligence on the mineral veins, it is practically zero. Looks like that place isn't just a treasure trove of resources, it's also a hunting ground for evolved monsters. Bobcat stared at the high-risk area marked on the screen, his tone grave. Zhou Tao sucked in a sharp breath. This godforsaken place is more complicated than anything we've run into before. My eyes swept over the intel summary, my gaze sharp. Precisely because of that, the resources there haven't been stripped clean. Danger and opportunity are a CP. I tapped the coordinates of the ore vein. Our preparations must be flawless. Long Yen Squad, starting now, begin high-intensity adaptive combat training for mountainous terrain, deserts, and complex psionic environments. Li Xian, keep monitoring the patterns of psionic fluctuations in that area and try to build a predictive model. At the same time, analyze all mutant data and look for possible weaknesses. Su Xiao, based on the new materials list and known threats, start preliminary research on upgrade plans for the intermediate armored vehicles' weapon systems and defensive modules. Orders were issued one after another. Everyone knew the trip west would be a tough fight. But with clear objectives and Long Yan's addition, the apocalypse base was like a wound-up clock, stockpiling explosive power under the crushing pressure. Inside the command room, after the various orders were issued, everyone went about their own tasks, the whole operation running efficiently. Li Xian led the technical team in a full-scale analysis of the Western data. Lynx's Long Yen squad began targeted, brutal training. The training ground echoed with shouted commands and simulated gunfire. Zhou Tao, meanwhile, took the veteran members to inventory equipment, making the most basic preparations for the expedition to come. I watched this busy yet vibrant scene and felt a little more at ease, but the oppressive weight that had been hanging over me since the auditorium incident still hadn't fully lifted. I needed to get out and breathe. "I'm going out for a walk," I told Linuan beside me. A flicker of worry crossed her eyes, but she didn't ask more, only reminded me softly, "Be careful." I left the base's core area alone. I didn't drive, relying on legs sheathed in living armor. I sprang up to higher ground without a sound and threaded through the broken walls and ruins like a ghost, surveying this city that was both familiar and unfamiliar. Kyoto, once a bustling heart of prosperity, is now nothing but a pale skeleton. Skyscrapers stand like giants' tombstones, their glass curtain walls are all shattered, leaving only gaping black windows staring down at the deathly quiet streets. The once traffic-choked main roads are now jammed tight with abandoned vehicles and the collapsed remains of buildings, with rust and dried stains the most common colors on them. A bitter wind slips through the gaps between the buildings, making a keening, wailing sound as it whips up dust and scraps of paper from the ground. On a model wall, someone has painted a huge arrow and the word "safe zone" in some unknown paint, but the direction it points holds only a blown-out bridge and more ruins. A skeleton curled up in the corner of a damaged shop clutches an empty can in its arms, frozen in the final posture of life. Farther off, shadows stagger through the rubble, wandering zombies whose very existence is a reminder that this is still a land of death. It's worse than I expected. This isn't a simple collapse of order, it's the utter desolation that comes after a civilization has been torn out by the roots. However, amid this utter deathly silence and ruin, my senses also caught something else. On the balcony of a half-collapsed apartment building, someone had actually planted a few cold hardy, malnourished green plants in broken pots. Farther off in the sky, trained mutant birds of prey occasionally swept past, definitely not wild, which meant there might be a nearby survivor outpost capable of taming creatures. I stood atop a 100-meter-high building, looking down over this vast urban graveyard. No expression could be seen on the face beneath my living armor. I leapt lightly from the roof and landed on a back street piled with rubble. I was about to head back to base when a weak female voice, thick with sobs, came from the side. "Big brother, please, have mercy, give me something to eat. I'll do anything." I turned my head and saw a young woman curled up behind a damaged billboard. She was quite pretty, with fair skin that looked out of place in this filthy environment. She deliberately tugged her neckline lower, exposing smooth shoulders, and looked at me timidly, her eyes full of helplessness and temptation. A newbie in the early days of the apocalypse might actually have been fooled by this scene. But I only looked at her coldly, the corner of my mouth curling into undisguised mockery. "Staying this clean in the wasteland, wandering alone out here," my voice didn't waver at all. "Do you think I look like an idiot, or are you just tired of living?" The pitiful look on the woman's face froze in an instant, a trace of barely perceptible panic flashed in her eyes, but it was quickly covered by a deeper, more coquettish allure. "Big brother, what are you saying? I was just lucky, good at hiding. Your acting's terrible." I couldn't be bothered to waste words. My right hand, covered in living armor, flicked out casually. WNG, an invisible psychic pressure, like a sledgehammer, instantly enveloped the woman. Ugh, ah! The woman let out a miserable scream as the force drove her straight out of hiding. She staggered a few steps and fell in the middle of the street. The weakness on her face was gone, replaced by a streak of viciousness and fear. She twisted her waist, moving as fast as a leopard. A cold glint flashed in her hand. Now there was a poisoned dagger. Courting death, she barked under her breath, then lunged at me, so fast it was beyond normal. So it really was a trap. That clean exterior was bait to lure in prey. There had to be accomplices hiding in the dark. I didn't even move my feet. The instant her dagger was about to stab into me, my fingers, covered in silver armor, seemed to casually reach forward. Clang! A crisp ring of metal on metal. I caught the poisoned dagger firmly between two fingers, and it couldn't move another inch. The woman's pupils shrank sharply, her face filled with disbelief. My fingers tightened slightly. Crack! The finely crafted steel dagger snapped on cue. Before the woman could react, I lifted my leg and delivered a plain, no-frill side kick. Bang! It was as if the woman had been hit by a truck speeding at full tilt. Her whole body flew backward, smashing heavily into a pile of rubble more than 10 meters away, kicking up a cloud of dust. She struggled twice, then fell silent. Almost at the same time, from behind the broken walls on both sides and from the rooftop, 5 or 6 figures suddenly popped out, gripping various modified weapons, their eyes savage. Damn it! Kill him, the hulking man in front roared. I stared at the ambushers indifferently, as if I were looking at a bunch of ants. Perfect. Time to loosen up. My figure flickered, turning into a streak of silver light as I took the initiative and charged into the crowd. Over the next dozen seconds or so, all that could be heard was a rapid succession of short, sharp screams, the crack of bones shattering, and the noise of weapons being forcibly snapped. When my figure came back into clear view, those ambushers were all sprawled on the ground, either dead or crippled. I didn't even glance at the spoils on the ground. As if I'd just swatted away a few annoying bugs, I kept walking toward the base. In this wasteland, people are more dangerous than zombies. And absolute strength is the only pass. The screams abruptly stopped. Just as I was about to leave, a faint groan came from beside my feet. That hulking leader still wasn't quite dead, his chest caved in, blood spilling from his mouth and nose, his eyes burning with crazed hatred as he stared at me. You're dead, he rasped the threat, spraying bloody foam with every word. Cross the Qinglong gang. East District, we call the shots, our boss is an SS class expert. You, and your stronghold, are finished. SS rank? I stopped in my tracks for a moment, lowered my head to look at him, and a hint of interest flickered in my eyes beneath the mask. East District, the Azure Dragon Gang? Pretty powerful? Scared, aren't you? Cough, get on your knees and beg right now, and I'll leave you an intact corpse. The burly man thought he'd scared me, and his tone grew even more ferocious. I crouched down, placing the palm covered in living armor on the burly man's uninjured shoulder, and exerted a little force. Ah! He let out a pig-slaughtering scream, feeling like his shoulder blade was about to shatter. Make it clear. The Azure Dragon Gang's boss, what exactly is his ability? Where's their base? How many people? My voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. In the face of absolute power and pain, the big man's bit of ferocity vanished in an instant. I'll talk. Boss, nicknamed Qinglin. His ability is to manipulate a kind of azure energy. He can condense it into scale armor and weapons. Both defense and offense are insanely strong. The stronghold is at the old steel mill in the East District. There are more than 200 people. More than 200 people, an SS rank, I muttered to myself, then let out a cold laugh. Perfect. I stood up. The living armament writhed slightly as if it were alive, conveying a craving for energy and specific substances. Upgrading a beginner living armament requires not only spirit stones, but also high-strength biomass and special energy cores. A faction with an SS rank awakened, entrenched in one area, might very well have what I need among the supplies they've accumulated. I only wanted a bit of peace and quiet. Didn't expect an unexpected bonus. I stared in the direction of the East District, my gaze sharp as a blade. Wipe you out, and maybe I can scrape together part of the upgrade materials. I no longer bothered with the burly man at my feet who was barely clinging to life. My body moved, turning once again into a streak of silver, but this time, my target was no longer the base, but the Qinglong gang's lair in East District. Since trouble had come knocking, I might as well uproot it by the roots. In this apocalypse, mercy won't keep you alive, only by baring your fangs can you intimidate petty villains and seize resources. I moved swiftly through the ruins of East District. The closer I got to the old steel plant mentioned in the intel, the more figures I saw moving around, most with vicious eyes and an unrestrained, savage aura. The air was thick with the stench of cheap tobacco, blood, and some kind of rotting mixture. Soon, an area crudely fenced off with scrapped cars, concrete blocks, and rusted steel came into view that was the Qinglong gang's lair. Just as I was about to look for a way in, a burst of shrill sobbing and lewd, snickering laughter drew my attention. By a broken wall not far outside the perimeter, several men in tattered clothes, their bodies marked with crude Qinglong tattoos, were pinning down a raggedly dressed woman. One of them had already roughly torn open her clothes, exposing her upper body, pressing her against the icy broken wall, about to violate her. The woman struggled desperately and begged, tears mixed with grime smeared across her cheeks. Fuck. Behave. Let us have our fun first, maybe we'll toss you something to eat afterward. Ha, her skin's pretty smooth. My gaze turned ice cold in an instant. In the apocalypse, the law of the jungle was common, but to parade such brutality in broad daylight, trampling people like livestock, still made my stomach churn. You fucking scum, I cursed inwardly. Even in the apocalypse, this kink is way too special. In her despair, the abused woman caught sight of me standing quietly not far away. Like she'd grabbed hold of the last straw, she used every last bit of strength to sob and shout, "Save me! Please! Save me!" I looked away and ignored her. I'm not a savior. These small-time grunts on the outskirts and their victims aren't worth me startling the snake in the grass right now. My targets are the SS-level boss inside and any possible upgrade materials. However, just as the saying goes, the tree may wish for calm, but the wind will not cease. Those Qinglong gang members also noticed me, the uninvited guest. Seeing that I was alone, dressed strangely, and looked unfamiliar, clearly not one of their own, the man who had been about to commit violence found his fun interrupted. Annoyed, he yanked up his pants, cursing as he strode toward me. The others let the woman go as well, their expressions dark as they closed in. Hey! Where the hell did you come from, punk? What are you staring at? The leader, a brute with a face full of thick flesh, looked me up and down. His gaze lingered for a moment on my streamlined silver armor, a flash of greed crossing his eyes. Nice suit you've got there. Where'd you get it? If you've got any sense, hand over every good thing you've got on you, food, supplies, and that suit, give it all to me. Otherwise, he grinned viciously and shook the steel pipe with barbs in his hand. I'll let you taste what it's like to have your skull cracked open. I slowly turned my head, the cold stare beneath my mask settling on the brute's face like I was looking at a dead man. Otherwise what? My voice didn't ripple in the slightest, as if I were asking about the weather. That icy look made the brute shudder for no reason, but emboldened by their numbers and by his swagger on his own turf, he quickly shoved that unease aside and roared viciously, "Otherwise I'll fucking beat you to death. Brothers, grab your weapons, finish him." Several members of the Azure Dragon Gang immediately charged up, swinging steel pipes and machetes, their faces twisted with ferocity. I didn't even move a step. My right arm, covered in living armor, casually swept out, drawing a silver afterimage. Bang! 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 The three men in front flew backward as if struck by an invisible sledgehammer, hurtling away even faster than they'd come. Their chests were visibly caved in, they were dead before they even hit the ground, crashing down heavily and falling silent. The rest, including the burly man with the fleshy face, froze in an instant, the viciousness on their faces replaced by overwhelming terror. And awakened, the fleshy-faced man screamed, turning to run. I flicked my finger. Several faint silver energy rays shot out, precisely piercing the backs of their heads. In the blink of an eye, Only the man who had been about to commit violence at the start remained, now limp on the ground, his crotch soaked through, and the woman, curled up by the broken wall, barely covering herself with torn clothes, staring in stunned disbelief. I didn't even look at the terrified man and turned to leave. Don't kill me. Please. I was wrong. I was blind. The remaining man was sobbing with tears and snot streaming down his face, kowtowing desperately. Just then, the disheveled woman suddenly moved. A kind of madness and hatred born of being driven to the brink exploded in her eyes as she lunged at the man begging on the ground, a dagger in her hand. She'd somehow gotten hold of one dropped by a dead Qinglong gang member. Animal! Die, she screamed, using all her strength to ram the dagger viciously into the man's temple. The motion was clean and decisive, carrying a hysterical, all-or-nothing resolve. The man's body stiffened, disbelief in his eyes, then he went limp on the ground, completely silent. The sudden brutality even startled me slightly. The extent of this woman's ferocity really was beyond my expectations. The woman gasped violently, pulled out the dagger, and blood splattered all over her face. She wiped at it messily, forced herself to wrap her torn clothes tighter, then walked up to me and bowed deeply. Thank you, thank you. Her voice was still trembling, yet her gaze was unusually resolute. The face she lifted was smeared with blood and dust, but it couldn't conceal the clean, delicate features beneath. She truly was a rare beauty. I looked at her, my eyes lingering on her blood-stained face for a moment, and replied flatly, "No need to thank me." I raised a hand and pointed at the corpse on the ground. "I wasn't trying to save you. They were asking for it and ran right into me." My tone was calm and distant, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with me, as if I were merely a passerby cleaning up. I moved swiftly through the ruins, my destination clear, the steel mill's core area. But behind me came hurried, unsteady footsteps. Wait. Please, I'm begging you, take me with you. It was the woman's voice, thick with tears and a desperate, all-out plea. I didn't stop walking, didn't even look back, my tone edged with impatience. I heard that line a few minutes ago. I meant that fake weak-looking female bait. I'm not a savior, and I'm definitely not some saint. Why should I drag along dead weight like you? The woman bit down on her lower lip, blood and tears smeared together across her face, making her look utterly pathetic, yet her eyes burned like flames. I'm not dead weight. I can help you kill people. She swung the blood-stained dagger in her hand. The movement was clumsy, but there was a viciousness to it. You're here to cause trouble for the Azure Dragon Gang, aren't you? I know where their treasury is. All the good stuff Qinglin grabbed is hidden in there. That sentence made my steps slow for a moment. I turned around, my gaze under the silver mask appraising her. Treasury? Yes. Seeing me stop, the woman hurriedly said, "It's under the old heavy workshop at the steel plant. There's a hidden underground storehouse. The entrance is disguised as an abandoned hydraulic platform. Qinglin's most important spoils are all there. I can take you there." I didn't respond to the intel right away. Instead, I changed the subject and asked, "Why are you here? It doesn't look like you belong to the Azure Dragon Gang." The woman's eyes dimmed, revealing genuine pain and anxiety. "I'm here to save my younger sister. She was abducted by people from the Azure Dragon Gang a few days ago. I secretly followed them here, looking for a chance to rescue her, but I'm so useless. Not long after I slipped into the outer perimeter, they spotted me and caught me. Just now I finally managed to break free and tried to run, but then over there she didn't continue, but her clenched fists and humiliated gaze said everything. So you're not bait, just an unbelievably unlucky, and somewhat overconfident, older sister?" My tone gave nothing away. "Yes." The woman lifted her head and met my eyes without flinching. "I know I'm weak, but I can't give up on my sister. Right now all I want is to get her out. You're strong. I can help you find the treasure vault. I only ask that if you run into my sister, please do everything you can to save her. If something has already happened to her." Her voice caught for a moment, then was replaced by overwhelming hatred. "Then I'll help you kill them all. I know I might not be capable of it, but if I can kill even one, I'll kill one. I looked at her in silence. A woman who, to save her younger sister, would go straight into the tiger's den without hesitation, who, even when trapped in a desperate situation, still wouldn't give up, and could even erupt with the courage to kill in an instant. The treasure vault intel she provided was indeed valuable. Follow me, and you'll die faster. I stated a fact. I'm not afraid, the woman said emphatically. Then keep up. I said no more, turned around, and kept walking forward, slowing down a little. Remember, if you hold me back, I won't hesitate to abandon you. A flash of hope instantly lit up the woman's eyes. She nodded hard, gripped her dagger, and, though stumbling, followed that silver figure with unwavering resolve. At this moment, her goal and mine were, for the time being, the same. Once inside the steel plant's core area, I stopped holding back. The living armor flowed like mercury, instantly covering my entire body and radiating an icy killing intent. Enemy attack. The sentry had barely shouted when my silver silhouette swept past like a phantom, blood sprayed in a thin line, and he was already down. I charged straight through, unstoppable. Wherever I passed, Azure Dragon gang members fell like wheat before a scythe, and no one could last even a single exchange against me. The woman followed closely behind me. Watching this efficient slaughter, she was terrified. In the end, we charged into the innermost workshop. A tall man whose entire body was covered in cyan energy scales, Qinglin, was pulling up his pants as he stood up from a tattered sofa. Beside the sofa, a naked young girl lay there on the verge of death, filthy all over, her eyes hollow. Sis, the girl saw the woman and called out weakly. Xiao Ya. The woman's eyes instantly turned bloodshot as she rushed at Qinglin like a madwoman. Beast! I'll kill you. Overestimating yourself. Qinglin snorted disdainfully, flicking his hand as a cyan energy shockwave blasted out. The woman was sent flying back like a kite with its string cut, slammed into the wall, spat blood, and was gravely wounded. Qinglin paid her no more attention and fixed a grave gaze on me, seething with killing intent. To have fought his way here without a sound, he had to be a tough one. He suppressed his anger and forced out a trace of cordiality. Sir, is there some misunderstanding between us? Why not sit down and talk? My gaze swept over the dying girl and the badly injured woman, my tone as flat as ice, no misunderstanding. I simply want to wipe out the Azure Dragon gang. By the way, I'll loot some valuables too. You're asking for death. Qinglin roared in fury, the green-scaled energy around him boiling as he charged at me like a cannonball, his fist cutting through the air with a howl. I neither dodged nor retreated, driving my silver fist straight into his. Boom! The shockwave exploded outward, and Qinglin was knocked back again and again, the scales on his arm shattering, his face full of horrified disbelief. My offensive came like a tide. The speed and power granted by the living armor completely crushed him, and every collision left Qinglin more badly injured. In the end, I brought down a knife-hand strike, silver light flashed, cleanly slicing through the energy barrier over Qinglin's heart and plunging straight through. Qinglin stumbled to the ground, his vitality draining fast. He hadn't died immediately, but he was completely incapable of fighting anymore. I was just about to finish him off when a figure moved even faster than I did. It was that severely wounded woman. I didn't know where she found the strength, but she picked up a broken piece of rebar from the ground, her eyes wild. Without a second thought, she lunged forward and drove the rebar viciously into Qinglin's eye socket, straight through to his brain. Ugh! Qinglin's body convulsed violently once, then went completely still. The woman collapsed beside the corpse, gulping for air. Bloody froth spilled from the corner of her mouth, yet her eyes held the fierce satisfaction of long-awaited vengeance. I looked at her, feeling a slight stir in my heart. This ruthlessness, ruthless to the enemy, even more ruthless to herself, far exceeded my expectations. Perhaps someone like her would be more useful in the apocalypse. I changed my mind. If you want to live, follow me. I tossed her a low-grade spirit stone. Hold it, it'll help you recover a bit. Save your sister. The woman froze for a moment, then clasped the warm, smooth stone. A wave of heat immediately surged through her limbs and bones, and her injuries actually began to slowly heal. Surprise flashed in her eyes. She immediately struggled to crawl to her sister's side and placed the spirit stone into her sister's hand as well. I stopped paying attention to them and turned toward the treasury. Just as the woman said, I found the hidden entrance. Inside, it was piled high with supplies, weapons, food, and quite a few energy-infused ores and mutated creature materials. With a wave of my hand, I swept everything into my storage ring. Bioalloy, psionic crystals, upgrade materials, complete. This trip's haul was even better than I'd expected. When I brought Ling Shui and Lingya back to the base, the scene was like I'd parachuted in with 2 mystery blind boxes, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Zhou Tao, that guy, came over like a gossip expert, waggling his eyebrows and muttering in a low voice, "Brother Mo, you go out for one trip and come back with 2 girls, what kind of romantic luck is this?" Not bad at all. I shot him a look and couldn't be bothered to explain. Lin Wan's gaze swept over the 2 girls, especially when she saw the bruises and wounds on them. A trace of something complicated and sympathetic flashed in her eyes, then she quietly went back to her own work. I felt that wasn't enough. In this apocalypse, you can't make it without real ability. I told Ling Shui she was suited for ambushes from the shadows, and Lingya she was suited for saving lives and healing the wounded. Then I reached out and tapped the center of their brows with the fingertip of my silver living armor, injecting energy into them. Ling Shui felt a cool chill spread through her body, her perception of her surroundings became super sharp, and her body felt lighter, too. Lingya felt a warm current surge in, fatigue and hidden injuries were smoothed away, and she could even sense life energy. In less than a minute, I withdrew my hand. Ling Shui melted into the shadows at once, her presence coming and going. Lingya stared at her hands, her face full of surprise and delight. I told Ling Shui her abilities were Shadow Affinity and Precision Ambush, and that she needed to train harder. I told Lingya her abilities were Life Sense and Basic Healing, and that she should study properly with the medical team. Ling Shui got so excited she dropped to one knee. Lingya hurried to kneel as well. Zhou Tao was still muttering, "Brother Mo, this move of yours is basically turning stone into gold." Next, I planned to activate the portable area defense force field generator we'd taken from the Azure Dragon Gang's treasury to strengthen the base's defenses. I took the core members and the eager to try Ling Shui out to the ruins beyond the base. I had Li Xian install and calibrate it. Ling Shui asked to test her abilities, and I agreed, telling Zhou Tao to lure a few zombies over. Zhou Tao quickly brought in 3 mutated zombies. They lunged straight at Ling Shui. Ling Shui snapped into action, her figure flickered and melted into the shadows, then she drifted up to the first zombie like a wraith. Shadow energy gathered at her fingertips, and with a wet pft, she finished it off. The other 2 tried to flank her. She twisted her waist, and both hands struck their vital points with precision. Shadow energy pierced through their bodies, and the 2 zombies dropped instantly. The whole process took less than 10 seconds, clean and decisive, and everyone was left staring. Zhou Tao's mouth fell open as he muttered, "Well, I'll be damned, with skills like that, I probably wouldn't get the better of her in a fight." Mountain Cat was full of praise too, and Linuan and Su Xiao were both shocked. I rated Ling Shui's use of Shadow Affinity as decent, but her precision ambush technique was still rough. I told her to add 4 hours a day of extra training, stealth and one-strike kills, and to have Mountain Cat coach her. After the test, Li Xian said the defense force field had been installed and calibrated. I gave the order to activate it. A pale blue energy curtain rose up and covered the base, boosting its defenses. That night, Ling Shui actually used her shadow ability to sneak into my room. Without turning around, I said, "Shadow ability isn't for this." She gave a bitter smile and revealed herself, then started taking off her clothes, saying this was the thanks she could offer. I warned her not to play with fire, but she stepped forward anyway, her eyes full of both fear and resolve. I lifted her up and tossed her onto the bed. That night, the battle was so fierce even the moonlight bore witness. The next morning, I saw her sprawled on the bed and said, "Double your training load today," then left. She watched my back, the corner of her mouth still hooked into a complicated curve. The next day, Yang Jinghua arrived in a modified military truck. The moment he entered the base, his eyes went wide, and he kept praising how well we'd made use of the civil defense works, better than some of their official shelters. He said there were 2 matters. First, he hoped I would step in and wipe out those fallen survivor factions, for the sake of order in Kyoto and the survivors. Second, he wanted to plug our apocalypse network into Kyoto's official shelter system. I thought the proposal was good, so I agreed. Li Xian said that for a stable connection and expansion, we'd need to link up to Kyoto's root server node, but that place was surrounded by monsters and the signal interference was strong. Yang Jinghua said they'd noticed it too and suspected there was something incredible there. The moment I heard that, I was interested, and decided to take the root server. After seeing Yang Jinghua off, I took out the blueprints and decided to build an upgraded energy tower in the Kyoto base. With the resources and technology in place, everyone got to work at once. A few days later, the energy tower was finished. I injected psionic power to activate it. The tower let out a roar, the energy sphere at the top lit up, and a sturdier energy shield unfolded. Everyone could feel their energy recovering. Li Xian excitedly reported the data, Zhou Tao shouted, "Badass," and Mountain Cat acknowledged it too. Looking at the base, I decided to bring all the members from Tianshan City over. Zhou Tao volunteered, and I agreed. Linuan wanted to come as well, and in the end we boarded the armored vehicle and set off. Along the way we ran into zombies and mutated creatures, all of which were easily dealt with by the vehicle's firepower. When we reached Tianshan City, the closer we got, the more something felt off and eerie, abnormal quiet. The armored vehicle entered the outskirts, the streets were empty, with only scraps of paper swirling around. Zhou Tao found it strange too, saying old Jiang and the others should have been on watch by now. I had the vehicle slow down, living armor covering my right arm. Turning the corner, we were all stunned. The base's outer wall was riddled with bullet holes, the main gate had been torn apart, the watchtower was snapped, and in the middle of the square there were more than a dozen bodies covered with white cloth. Zhou Tao slammed a fist into the control console. At that moment, Zhao Tai ran out, covered in blood and grime, saying the Haisha gang had attacked 3 days ago. Old Zhang had sacrificed himself to trigger the self-destruct program, and the kids from the medical team hadn't made it either. As we were talking, the Haisha gang's off-road vehicles drove over, their loudspeakers demanding that we hand over the energy tower. Zhou Tao was so furious he was about to rush up, but I stopped him and said coldly, "Leave none alive." The scarred bald man saw Lin Wan and Ling Shui and started spewing obscenities. Killing intent surged in Ling Shui's eyes, Lin Wan's face turned ice cold, and Zhou Tao roared in rage. I flickered in front of the scarred bald man like a ghost and clamped my hand around his throat. The Longyan squad also fanned out fast, firing precise shots. Zhou Tao and Ling Shui joined the fight as well, and in a dozen seconds we finished off the rest of the Haisha gang. I asked the scarred bald man who was behind it. He said it was Lu Hongtian, and that Lu Hongtian was the Haisha gang's leader. Because I had killed his daughter, Lu Mingqi, he'd come for revenge. I asked where Lu Hongtian was, he said in the Hongtian building downtown. I told everyone to clear the battlefield, bury our brothers, then head to the Hongtian building. This debt, I was going to collect it with interest. We entered the Civil Defense Center, and the scene inside was even worse. The corridors were covered in crater marks and bloodstains. Zhao Tai said Lu Hongtian was very strange, there was black mist around him, and many brothers died for no reason at all, unable to see how he even struck. Ling Shui examined the bodies and said the residual shadow energy was off. Lin Wan also said the victim's life energy had been drained dry in an instant. Things were getting complicated, and I decided to go meet Lu Hongtian myself. We headed toward Hongtian Tower. The surroundings grew increasingly eerie, both sides of the road were piled with corpses. Later, there were even the bodies of little girls, too horrible to look at. Zhou Tao was so furious he was about to go mad, and I was burning with rage as well. At that moment, a member of the Black Fiend gang tried to slip away, but Ling Shui caught him and dragged him over. I crippled all 4 of his limbs and asked what was going on with the bodies. He said Lu Hongtian had a special kink, he liked little girls. Those adults had come to save people, they failed and lost their lives, too. Zhou Tao smashed the wall with a single punch. Lin Wan turned her face away. I stomped down and crushed that member's throat. I looked at Hongtian Tower and said coldly, "Today, the Black Fiend gang, no one gets out alive. Lu Hongtian, I'll make him regret ever coming into this world." The addition of Ling Shui and Lingya brought significant impacts to the team on multiple fronts. ### enhanced combat strength. Ling Shui possesses the abilities Shadow Affinity and Precision Assault, demonstrating formidable combat power in real engagements. In a test against zombies, she was able to meld into the shadows swiftly, and with wraith-like speed and precise strikes, she cleanly dispatched 3 mutated zombies in a short time, each blow aimed straight at vital points, with astonishing efficiency. This powerful assassination capability provides strong support for the team when facing danger and carrying out special missions, giving the team more options and methods in combat. Lingya possesses the abilities of life perception and basic healing. Her presence greatly strengthens the team's medical support. In a post-apocalyptic environment, injuries are common. Lingya can use her abilities to sense life energy and guide it to speed up wound healing. She can also identify which components and substances are beneficial or harmful to the human body. This plays a vital role in treating the wounded and restoring team members' combat effectiveness. Supplementing intelligence resources. Ling Shui has some understanding of the backgrounds of certain survivor groups in the East District. She can help the team distinguish who is worth approaching and who harbors ill intent. In the apocalypse, intelligence is the key to survival. The information Ling Shui provides helps the team plan their actions more effectively, avoid unnecessary danger, and also find more opportunities for cooperation and resources. Strengthening team cohesion. Ling Shui and Ling Ya's addition injected new vitality into the team, and their growth and integration also brought team members closer together. After acquiring her ability, Ling Shui trained proactively and worked hard to improve herself. This positive, go-ahead attitude also inspired the other members. Ling Ya's gentleness, kindness, and medical ability likewise made the team feel cared for and warmly supported, strengthening the team's cohesion and sense of belonging. Expanding the team's development potential. As Ling Shui and Ling Ya's abilities continue to improve and develop, they will bring more possibilities to the team. Ling Shui's assassination ability may play an even greater role in the future when confronting powerful enemies, carrying out covert missions, and the like. Ling Ya's medical ability can also be further expanded, enabling the team to develop more effective treatment methods and medicines. Their presence lays a solid foundation for the team's long-term development. I stood atop the ruins, the silver fluid all around me surging wildly like boiling water, and that unprecedented killing intent directly pushed the living armor into frenzied evolution mode. The cold gleam of metal condensed and took shape within the fluid. Along with that teeth-aching buzz, an incredibly vicious-looking silver longsword with unbelievably smooth lines actually extended from my right arm. It felt as if it were connected to my very bloodline, fitting me better than any meticulously forged weapon ever could. Kill. I spat the word coldly, instantly turning into a bolt of silver lightning as I charged first toward the defensive works on the outskirts of Hontian Tower. That living longsword was like the Grim Reaper's scythe, one flash of its blade, and whether it was concrete cover or the Black Fiend's gang's low-level goons, it all tore apart as easily as paper. Zhou Tao roared as he transformed into a rock giant, sticking close behind me and crushing every obstacle in the most brutal way possible. The Long Yan squad didn't slack off either, sweeping every corner clean. Before long, the outer outpost had been washed clean in blood. When I cleaved apart the last iron door with a single strike, the scene behind it stunned Linuan, who was right on my heels. She clapped a hand over her mouth, and tears streamed down in an instant. In the dim hall, dozens of women were suspended in midair by coarse ropes. Their clothes were in rags, their bodies covered in bruises and wounds. Most were logistics members who had stayed behind at the Tianshan city base. Some had clearly already stopped breathing, their corpses swaying slightly in the air. The rest stared blankly, like broken dolls. The air was thick with despair and the stench of blood. These fucking beasts. Zhou Tao spotted a few familiar faces and let out a beast-like roar, smashing a punch into the load-bearing pillar beside him and cracking it in a spiderweb pattern. Ling Shui's eyes were icy. She swiftly stepped forward with several members of the Longyan squad, carefully cutting the ropes and lowering the survivors. Linuan forced down her grief and fury, immediately moving in to examine them and using her faint healing ability to steady their minds. I stood between a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood in this human hell, the hand gripping the living longsword so tight my knuckles had gone white. I slowly raised my head, my gaze piercing through layer after layer of floor slabs, as if I could see the guy on the top floor of the tower directly. The living armament sensed my boiling killing intent, it trembled slightly, letting out a low hum that longed to drink blood. Lu Hongtian, I murmured the name under my breath, that was tantamount to pronouncing his death sentence. The stairwell and corridor leading to the top floor became a literal corridor of death. The Black Sha Gang's last elite forces had gathered here, using modified heavy machine guns, flamethrowers, even crude energy weapons to build layer upon layer of defensive lines, trying to stop my silver figure come to claim lives. Stop him. Hurry and send a signal to Master Lu, a petty boss bellowed himself hoarse. Yet their resistance, in the face of my raging fury, was like paper paste. With a single sweep of the living long sword, what spilled forth wasn't blade light, but silver ripples of death. Bullets were knocked aside by the curtain of steel, flames were kept at bay by an invisible force field, and the gang members who charged up were neatly cut in two, man and weapon alike. I didn't pause at all. With every step I took, several more enemies died. Zhou Tao and Long Yan's squad stayed close behind me, mopping up the remaining resistance and ensuring the retreat route was secure, but the main assault was entirely on me alone. Too fast, he's too fast. We can't stop him. We can't stop him at all. Desperate wails spread through the gang. They wanted to send a distress signal to the top floor, but all communications failed under the intense energy interference emitted by the living weapon. I was like a precisely executed killing program, tearing through every line of defense at an unstoppable speed, driving straight for the core. When I kicked open the reinforced metal door leading to the top floor office, the corridor behind me was already carpeted with corpses, blood streaming down the stairs. The last few gang members who tried to come up to provide backup only saw my silver figure vanish through the doorway, along with the despair-inducing sound of the hinges snapping. They were too late. Inside the door was another world. The top floor office was unnaturally spotless and absolute opposite to the bloody scene downstairs. Lu Hongtian had his back to me, standing before the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the city, his suit razor-sharp, his hair slicked back without a strand out of place, as if everything happening downstairs had nothing to do with him. You're here. He turned around, a gentle smile on his face, but his eyes were as cold as a venomous snake. My pupils tightened slightly as I realized the Dominator Law couldn't see through this guy at all. A bizarre fog of energy shrouded Lu Hongtian, even blocking the living armor's senses from reaching him. My daughter, Mingxi, Lu Hongtian said as he unhurriedly adjusted his cuffs, has been afraid of the dark since she was little. He suddenly raised his hand, and the shadows throughout the space began to writhe. So I took the darkness, the shadow surging toward me like a tide, and turned it into her toy. The living longsword let out a shrill hum. For the first time, I retreated half a step, taking a fully defensive stance. This opponent was even more dangerous than I'd imagined. The shadows coiled in like living things. I swung my blade and cut them apart, silver light flashed, and the shadows were driven back for the moment, only to strike again the next second from an even more vicious angle. This wasn't a simple energy attack, it was more like a distortion of physical laws. The shadows themselves were blades, shackles, and a poison that eroded the mind. I drove the living armor weapon to its absolute limit. The longsword whirled so tightly it let nothing through, my figure moving at high speed within the office's limited space. Every time the blade met the shadows, a piercing ripping sound erupted. I felt like I wasn't fighting a person, but taking on the darkness of the entire space. The other party's energy tier might not be enough to overwhelm me, but this bizarre ability keeps me from fully unleashing my strength. At best, I can only bring out 70% of what I'm capable of. Lu Hongtian remained standing where he was, calm and composed, merely lifting one hand in a guiding gesture as he controlled the shadows filling the sky. He watched me weaving and dodging within the tide of darkness, a flicker of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Chen Mo. He suddenly spoke, his voice steady, utterly out of place amid the ferocity of the battle. Stop. Look at this world. Order has collapsed, the weak are prey to the strong. With the power you and I possess, why cling to the moral shackles of the old era? I slashed apart a shadow spike that had stabbed up from the ground and used the momentum to leap back, staring at him coldly. Lu Hongtian continued, your power and my methods, if you and I join forces, this capital, this wasteland, even the wider world, will all be ours for the taking. We can establish a new order, an order defined by us. Why fight to the death for those ant-like survivors? I flicked the shadow energy clinging to my long blade, as thick and sticky as asphalt, and the corner of my mouth curled into a mocking arc. Join forces? The disgust in my voice was undisguised. Work with a pedophile who takes pleasure in torturing and killing children? My gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over Lu Hongtian's sanctimonious face. Thinking about the hands that touched those children, thinking about the crimes you committed in this building, I feel nothing but nausea. Just breathing the same air as you makes me want to vomit. I leveled my long blade straight at him, silver light surging once more. Today, I only want to send you and your new order to hell together. The mild smile on Lu Hongtian's face vanished in an instant, replaced by an extreme, sinister gloom. My words completely tore off his civilized mask, exposing his rotten essence. Stubborn fool. Lu Hongtian growled, thrusting both hands out. Then you'll become part of my shadow along with those little bastard brats. More shadows surged in from all directions. The light in the office was utterly swallowed, as if we had fallen into eternal darkness. The darkness devoured everything completely. This wasn't ordinary dark, but nothingness at the level of laws. Sight, hearing, and touch were stripped away, even my thoughts seemed to be freezing solid. I could feel my soul energy being drawn out and gnawed away, thread by thread, by this eternal darkness. No wonder the brothers who stayed behind died so inexplicably. In this domain, Lu Hongtian was an invisible Grim Reaper, so much so that even the sovereign law could not easily discern his origin. Do you feel it? This is true power. Lu Hongtian's voice came from all directions, brimming with the smug certainty of victory. Once I devour your soul, my eternal night domain will be flawless. The apocalypse? It's nothing but my stepping stone. I floated in absolute nothingness, the radiance of my living armor suppressed until it could only protect the space immediately around me. I closed my eyes, no longer wasting effort on a futile battle of perception, and instead sank my mind completely into this darkness. I no longer tried to see through it, I tried to understand it. The core of the sovereign law was not merely insight and control, but definition and reconstruction. Since this darkness was a manifestation of the law, it had to follow a pattern of operation, with a core authority. How, then, did Lu Hongtian control it? Through an even deeper darkness, or some kind of twisted will? I stopped resisting that soul-stripping force. Instead, I carefully split off a sliver of consciousness, like the finest probe, and took the initiative to touch and analyze the essence that made up this darkness. At first, my consciousness was like a clay ox entering the sea, instantly assimilated and dissolved by the darkness. But with attempt after attempt, as the living armament and the Dominion laws operated in perfect coordination, I began to catch some extremely subtle veins, the paths along which dark energy flowed, the nodes that sustained the domain. Lu Hongtian sensed something was off. My soul didn't collapse quickly as he had expected, instead, like a stubborn rock sinking into the deep sea, it was changing the nature of the surrounding seawater in a way he couldn't understand. What are you doing? Lu Hongtian's voice carried a trace of barely perceptible alarm. I didn't answer. I found it. Deep within that endless darkness, there was a tiny core. It wasn't physical, but a spiritual brand that constantly radiated the intent of termination and silence, the rule Lu Hong had bestowed upon this domain. Your darkness is mine. I murmured to myself. The law of dominion erupted with unprecedented intensity, not to destroy, but to overwrite, to rewrite. With my unyielding will as the foundation, I forcibly stamped my own mark beside that spiritual brand, a silver rune representing devouring and evolution. Buzz. The entire Evernight domain began to tremble violently. The darkness no longer merely swallowed me, instead, along the veins of the rewritten rules, it surged back in a backflow, pouring into my living armor. This wasn't passive absorption, it was active plunder. No. That's impossible. Lu Hong finally panicked. His voice lost its composure, brimming with shock and fury. How can you seize my domain? The darkness began to recede, not dispersing, but like 100 rivers returning to the sea, being madly devoured by my living armor. The office scene reappeared. Lu Hongtian stood not far away, his face deathly pale, his eyes filled with an unbelievable terror. His greatest reliance was, at this very moment, turning into nourishment to feed me. I slowly opened my eyes. In my silver irises, it seemed as though a vortex of darkness was swirling. Feeling the surging, growing power within me, and a brand new understanding of the law of darkness, I raised the long saber in my hand. Now, it's my turn. Lu Hongtian watched in horror as the surrounding darkness flowed toward me like a docile pet. He could feel his connection to the eternal night domain being forcibly severed and overwritten by a more domineering, more fundamental power. He tried to regain control, condensing the shadows into the sharpest spear to stab at me, only to find that the instant those shadows drew near, they meekly collapsed and merged into the silver and darkness interwoven energy streaming around me. No! This is my power! Lu Hongtian shrieked, the composure on his face gone, leaving only twisted panic. His hands flailed wildly, squeezing out the last thread of origin within him, trying to detonate the entire domain in a final struggle. Now, it's mine. My voice was calm and unruffled, yet carried the majesty of a verdict. I raised my hand, not to grip the blade, but to press down toward Lu Hongtian in the air. The law of darkness I had just devoured and comprehended instantly reversed and poured out, with me as the core. A darker prison, more condensed, more profound, took shape in an instant, locking Lu Hongtian firmly in place. This was precisely Lu Hongtian's own eternal night domain, but its core had been completely refashioned by my sovereign law, transformed from a soul-devouring trap into a prison that isolated everything and froze everything. Taste the bitter wine you brewed yourself, I said coldly. Lu Hongtian found he couldn't move, and he couldn't even make a sound. Around him was utter darkness, darkness that no longer heeded his call, but instead began to turn on him, eroding him, stripping him away. He could clearly feel his vitality, the power of his soul, and even his innate talent for controlling shadows being rapidly siphoned off by this familiar darkness. His eyes went wide, filled with boundless regret and terror. The demon's lair he had painstakingly built, the domain he had relied on as a godlike technique, ultimately became the grave that buried him. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no gruesome spectacle of flesh and blood flying. In the deathly silent cage of darkness, Lu Hongtian's body, like a weathered sand sculpture, slowly scattered and crumbled away bit by bit until nothing remained. He was utterly annihilated by the very ability he was most proud of. I slowly lowered my hand. The surrounding darkness receded like a tide, all of it drawing back into my body. The office returned to its original brightness, except that the demon who had caused countless tragedies had vanished forever. I stood where I was, silently feeling the surge of power that came from devouring Lu Hongtian, along with a deeper understanding of the laws of darkness. The silvery sheen on the living armor seemed to have grown more restrained, faintly carrying an extra hint of shadowy texture. Tianshan City's vengeance had been exacted. But the darkness over this wasteland was still far from being purged. On the top floor of Hongtian Tower, I sat with eyes closed, focusing my mind as I poured all my strength into fusing the eternal night domain origin I had seized from Lu Hongtian. That dark set of rules, steeped in deathly stillness and the intent to devour, was swiftly stripped of impurities under the forceful analysis and reconstruction of my dominating laws. From it, I extracted the most essential true meanings of shadow and imprisonment, and merged them into my very foundation. Wah! An invisible ripple exploded outward with me at its center. No longer the unstable prototype from before, but a thoroughly stabilized, perfectly unified, mighty aura. The fourth realm, domain. Achieved. At the instant I officially stepped into the fourth realm, in every Apocalypse member's mind, no matter which corner of Tianshan City they were in, a cold system notification sounded with crystal clarity. System announcement: Member Dominion has successfully broken through and entered the fourth realm domain. All members' permissions upgraded. The system shop function is now officially unlocked. This announcement was like a clap of thunder, exploding among the remaining survivors across the entire Tianshan City. The Dominator? The leader has broken through. The fourth realm, a domain? What does that even mean? The system shop? Hurry and take a look. Everyone couldn't wait to summon the system interface that only Apocalypse members could access. A brand new shop icon, glowing with a mysterious sheen, appeared on the interface. After tapping it, a dazzling list of goods unfolded before everyone's eyes. The shop was divided into several major categories: daily supplies, clean food, drinking water, basic medicines, clothing, and so on. The prices were relatively cheap, and could be exchanged with a small amount of spirit stones, solving most people's survival needs. Weapons and equipment, from well-made cold weapons to enchanted firearms, and even some entry-level energy weapons. The prices were moderate, making them very appealing to combat personnel. Skill scrolls, scrolls that record various basic combat techniques, methods of using energy, and even low-tier abilities. They aren't cheap, and they're a fast track to increasing one's strength. Special treasures, this section is the most eye-catching, but the prices are also outrageously high. It randomly refreshes with treasures that make your heart race just from their names, such as Basic Gene Optimization Serum, Psionic Cultivation Accelerator, 24 hours, One-Time Teleportation Scroll, Random, Talent Awakening Stone, Low Probability, and so on. The Spirit Stone prices marked behind them are astronomical figures that the vast majority of people wouldn't even dare to imagine at this stage. More importantly, the mall retained a third-party trading function. Members can freely trade spirit stones and supplies, and can even list items they don't need on the system platform to trade with others. This made spirit stones truly become hard currency. My God! There really is gene optimization serum. But 100,000 low-grade spirit stones? Sell me and I still couldn't afford it. Look! That spirit power cultivation accelerator can double the training speed. It costs 5,000 spirit stones. We're done for, can see it but can't touch it. This is torture. The entire city of Tianshan was in an uproar. People excitedly discussed the items in the shop, especially those special treasures they couldn't afford for the time being, which greatly stoked everyone's desire and motivation. They knew that as long as they obtained enough spirit stones, they could quickly grow stronger through this miraculous system shop. Zhou Tao stared at a weapon in the shop labeled Earthshaker Warhammer, practically drooling. Then he looked at the price and grimaced. Looks like I'll have to bust my ass earning spirit stones from now on. Linuan paid special attention to Dew of Life and several kinds of high-end medical supplies. Ling Shui's gaze fixed on a piece of equipment called Shadowwalker boots. Ling's and Li Xian, along with the others, valued more the technical blueprints and group buff items that could boost overall strength. Feeling the steady domain power within me, I also browsed the system shop. For me, some of the treasures here were just as enticing, especially items involving insights into laws and advanced energy. I know that the appearance of the system shop will completely change how Apocalypse operates, greatly boosting every member's motivation. A virtuous cycle centered on spirit stones and aimed at increasing strength is taking shape. I looked toward Kyoto, my gaze deep. It was time to lead this team, hungry to grow stronger, into greater challenges and secure more resources. The root server was a must. I returned to the damaged Tianshan City Civil Air Defense Base. The deputy captain in charge of holding the fort, Zhao Tai, brought the remaining personnel to rendezvous with me. After counting heads, the garrison force that had originally numbered dozens was now reduced to less than half, but just as Zhao Tai said, anyone who had survived Lu Hontian's bizarre methods and the Black Sha Gang's siege was, without exception, an elite with unshakable will, outstanding strength, or special abilities. In their eyes was the grief of losing their comrades, and an even fiercer fighting spirit, burning all the more after taking revenge. I stood atop the ruins, my gaze sweeping over these faces tempered by blood and fire, as well as every member who had just shaken off the shock of the mall. Apocalypse, no dead weight. My voice rang clearly in everyone's ears, carrying an unquestionable coldness. In this world, standing still is the same as death. I laid down an iron rule. Effective immediately, all full members must advance by at least one minor realm every week. Whether it's from early spirit awakening to mid-stage, or breaking through from peak core condensation to shapeshifting. Within a week, anyone who makes no progress whatsoever will be deemed to have exhausted their potential and expelled from the apocalypse. I don't want to see any more companions fall because they aren't strong enough. This rule hit everyone's hearts like a sledgehammer. The pressure was immense, but no one argued. The appearance of the system shop had already pointed the way to becoming stronger, obtain spirit stones and exchange them for resources. And my breakthrough had set an example. To survive, to follow in the footsteps of the strong, one must keep breaking through one's limits. Now, everyone, get in the vehicle. I didn't give them much time to process it, pointing to the apocalyptic war vehicle behind me, like a steel behemoth. The 40 surviving elite fighters from Tianshan City, along with the core squad I brought, boarded the war vehicles in silence and with speed. No one felt any attachment to this homeland steeped in pain and sacrifice. Their gazes turned toward the distance, where there were stronger enemies, and also a broader world and more resources. The engines roared, crushing over the ruins, carrying this team, tempered by blood and fire and burdened by the pressure of new rules, once again, unwaveringly, toward Kyoto. There were unfinished battles, a mysterious route server, and a future that belonged to the strong. The massive Apocalypse War vehicle rolled over the ruins of Kyoto and finally came to a steady stop outside the school that had become the core base of the Apocalypse. The pale blue upgraded energy shield remained firm, radiating a reassuring glow. When the survivors from Tianshan City climbed down from the war vehicle and stepped into the tightly protected underground civil defense complex, even those hardened elites who had seen it all were shaken by the sight before them. Compared with the base in Tianshan City, this base, built on Kyoto's standard civil air defense facilities, far surpassed it in scale, depth, and overall completeness. A labyrinth of interwoven corridors connected multiple functional zones, spacious residential quarters, a fully equipped combat command center, clearly partitioned research areas, and warehouses stocked with massive supplies. Everything here spoke to its enormous potential as a long-term stronghold. So this is our new home in Kyoto? Lingya murmured in awe. Her keen, life perception could sense the rich yet steady flow of energy here. Way more impressive than our place. Zhao Tai swept his gaze around, and even his taut expression softened a little. I went straight to the base's central control room, where Li Xian and Su Xiao were already waiting. I didn't waste time and directly took out, from my storage space, the wreckage of the primary energy tower that I had dismantled and brought from the core of the Tianshan City base. Although the tower's body was damaged, its core energy conversion module and part of the basic circuitry were still intact, only the glow had dimmed. Li Xian, Su Xiao, analyze the wreckage structure and try to dock and fuse it with our upgraded energy tower, I ordered. Understood. The two of them immediately sprang into action. Li Xian was responsible for the hardware connection and the construction of energy conduits, while Su Xiao, relying on the talent energy harmonization, meticulously sorted through the possible energy conflicts and compatibility nodes between the two energy towers. Under everyone's tense gaze, the damaged beginner energy tower wreckage was carefully positioned beside the base of the upgraded energy tower. When Su Xiao guided a strand of energy flow from the upgraded energy tower into the wreckage's core, the dim runes on the wreckage actually lit up faintly, producing a resonance-like vibration. The energy frequencies are synchronizing. Li Xian stared at the data stream on the screen. The structural complementarity is extremely high. Some of the basic circuits in the Tier 1 tower can make up for the parts of the wide-area energy absorption module that were simplified away in the upgraded tower due to enhanced defense and recovery functions. This could work. Zhou Tao clenched his fist. I stepped forward and pressed my hand against the main control interface of the upgraded energy tower. Dominion Law ran at full power, like a highest privilege command, forcibly guiding the cores of the two energy towers into a deeper level of fusion. BZZ. An even more massive energy fluctuation than before erupted. The tower body of the upgraded energy tower trembled slightly, the energy sphere at its summit flared brilliantly, and the dark blue energy conduits on its surface seemed to come alive, extending new branches and linking up with the wreckage beside it. The runes on the wreckage were fully lit and began to flow like liquid, merging into the main structure of the upgraded energy tower. A few minutes later, the radiance gradually subsided. A new energy tower, taller than before and noticeably more structurally complex, appeared before everyone. It retained the upgraded version's silver-gray primary color scheme and sturdy framework, but faintly displayed additional, more archaic patterns derived from the basic tower. The energy field it emanated felt heavier and more harmonious overall. Fusion complete. Su Xiao reported with delight. The new composite energy tower has its defensive strength increased by about 10%, internal energy recovery boosted by 20%, and most importantly, the energy absorption range has nearly doubled. It can absorb free-floating psionic energy more effectively, and long-term operation will be more stable and efficient. Li Xian added, also, we seem to have unlocked a new passive effect, weak energy purification, which can slowly remove minor accumulated energy toxins and mental fatigue in personnel within the area. Within the base, every member could feel this gentler yet vast nourishment of energy, as if the entire base had come alive, brimming with vitality. I looked at the energy tower, completely renewed, and nodded slightly. After completing the fusion upgrade of the core energy tower, I didn't sit idle. The fall of the Tianshan city base made me understand that relying solely on a primary shield and internal energy recovery was still not enough to deal with sudden attacks from multiple directions. I had to build a three-dimensional, all-around defensive system with no blind spots. I took out several primary defensive tower core modules that I had recovered from the ruins of the Tianshan city base and that hadn't been completely destroyed. These defensive towers were far less powerful individually than the upgraded, fusion-enhanced main energy tower, but their advantage was that they could be deployed at multiple points to form a crossfire network. Li Xian, Zhou Tao, take people and install these defensive towers at key nodes around the perimeter of the base. I issued the order, and transmitted to them a schematic marked with the optimal installation locations. The coverage radius must form effective overlap with the shield boundary of the main energy tower. Understood. Zhou Tao replied in a muffled voice, immediately calling over a squad of strong, sturdy members to hoist the heavy defense tower bases and energy conduits, and begin installing them along the outer wall, the high ground, and the key corridors leading to the underground entrance. Li Xian, meanwhile, handled the technical calibration, ensuring that each defense tower's energy supply was linked to the main energy tower and integrating its control permissions into the base's central control system. After several hours of frantic work, as the last defense tower was activated, a faint humming sounded around the perimeter of the base. BZZ. Metal towers about 5 meters tall lit up with an eerie blue glow at their designated positions, and the energy emitters atop them began to rotate slowly. What they fired was no longer a massive shield, but comparatively slender yet tightly concentrated beams of energy. These beams linked and interwove around the base's perimeter, ultimately forming a secondary energy grid composed of countless hexagons, pressed tightly against the inner layer of the main shield. Though this grid's defensive strength was inferior to the main shield, it made up for it with rapid response, automatically identifying and attacking any unauthorized non-friendly units attempting to cross or approach. Whether mutated creatures crawling along the ground or flying monsters attempting an aerial strike, all would be met with precise, all-angle punishment with no blind spots. Seen from above, the entire apocalypse base seemed to be shrouded in 2 layers of radiance. The inner layer was a thick, solid pale blue main shield, providing absolute defense and energy recovery. The outer layer was a constantly flowing defensive tower energy grid, flickering with an eerie blue glow like the most loyal sentries, ready at all times to tear apart any invading enemy. Now this really is a watertight formation. Zhou Tao clapped his hands, looking with satisfaction at the results of his work. Link stood atop a watchtower, observing the new defense system, and gave a slight nod. There are virtually no visual blind spots, and the response mechanism is very sensitive. Conventional infiltration and raid tactics basically won't work here. Seeing this unprecedentedly tight defense, the members inside the base felt a much stronger sense of security. On the eve of setting out to explore the root server, the atmosphere in the command room was heavy. All the core members had gathered together, and on the massive holographic sand table, a simulated map of the root server data center and its surrounding area was being displayed. The situation is even more severe than what we previously detected. Li Xian pointed at the sand table, where red dots were packed densely, his tone grave. According to the latest aerial scans and energy fluctuation analysis, the number of monsters and zombies gathered within the data center and a 3-kilometer radius around it is conservatively estimated to be over 15,000. That number made everyone present suck in a sharp breath. A monster tied on the scale of 10,000 who knew how many powerful mutants were hidden among them. Just then, the door to the command room was pushed open, and Jiang Hao, covered in dust, slipped inside. There was a trace of lingering fear on his face, and his breathing was a little ragged. "Chief, I'm back." Jiang Hao's voice was a little hoarse. "I infiltrated to within less than 500 meters of the data center and confirmed it with my own eyes." He walked up to the sand table and tapped several key points. "The monster density is extremely high, practically shoulder to shoulder. And their sensitivity to the scent of living beings is beyond imagination. I relied on my ability to almost completely conceal my own energy fluctuations, but downwind I still almost got spotted by a few hound mutants with especially keen noses. Their noses are sharper than anything we've encountered before. Recalling that perilous moment, he still felt lingering fear. I didn't dare stay. I pulled back immediately. It's certain that a frontal assault is almost impossible. Once you get tied down, you'll be swallowed by the corpse tide in an instant. The command room fell into silence. Tens of thousands of monsters, abnormal sense of smell. This all but ruled out the possibility of stealth or a small team breakthrough. Zhou Tao scratched his buzz cut and said irritably, "Fuck, how are we supposed to fight this? What, crush our way through with armored vehicles? Wouldn't that racket draw every monster in all of Kyoto over here?" Su Xiao stared at the sand table, her delicate brows tightly furrowed. "Even if we can fight our way in, how do we make sure we have enough time and a safe enough environment to connect to the root server and get what we need while we're being swarmed by countless monsters?" Wildcat folded his arms and analyzed calmly. "We need a way to clear out the monsters on the perimeter on a large scale, fast, or lure them away." Everyone's gaze once again focused on me. I stared at the red area on the sand table that represented a dead end, my fingers unconsciously tapping the console. The living armor seemed to sense my rapidly racing thoughts, its surface sheen subtly shifting. "Going head-on, the losses are too great. Stealth has already been proven difficult to pull off." I spoke slowly, my gaze sharpening. "Since we can't slip in quietly, then let them move aside on their own." I lifted my head and looked at everyone. We need a bait with enough weight to it, something that can make these monsters, drawn together by something, shift their attention for a while. My eyes finally settled on the sand table, on another prominent marker a few kilometers from the root server, the largest abandoned water treatment plant in Kyoto. The terrain there was complex, the water storage structures massive, and more importantly, Li Xian, pull up the structural blueprint of the water treatment plant, especially the data on its massive underground pipe network and reservoirs. The corner of my mouth curled into a cold arc. Maybe we can prepare a feast for them. A bold and dangerous plan began to take shape in my mind. I traced a clear route with my finger across the holographic sand table, stretching from the base to the abandoned water treatment plant. "Zhou Tao, take a squad and drive the modified heavy trucks. Your mission is to make noise and lure the monsters toward the water treatment plant." I looked at the man with rock-like skin. "Remember, your job is to bait them, not wipe them out. After entering the plant, withdraw along the planned route." Zhou Tao forcefully thumped his chest, his rock-like skin letting out a dull thud. "Understood." "Lynx." I turned to Captain Long Yin. "Take the sniper team and seize the high ground at the water treatment plant. Make sure the evacuation route stays clear, and provide covering fire if necessary." Lynx nodded calmly, already mapping out sniper positions in his head. "Li Xian, I want you to hack into the water treatment plant's control system." I pointed to the vast reservoir area on the sand table. "Once the decoy team pulls out and the monsters have gathered at maximum density, open every sluice gate." Li Xian immediately understood the strategic intent. The chief means to flood them out? Not just water. I looked at Su Xiao and Ling Shui. "Su Xiao, take the energy harmonization team and inject high-concentration psionic energy into the water source. Ling Shui, you're in charge of dumping the stockpiled corrosive agent into the water." Su Xiao's eyes lit up. Psionic water mist can disrupt the monster's perception, plus the corrosive effect. This is the first wave of cleansing. My gaze swept across everyone present. When the water level drops, Jiang Hao will lead the team to mop up the remnants. Zhao Xiaolin will use optical camouflage to assist reconnaissance. Zhao Xiaolin, who had been standing quietly in the corner, gave a slight nod, her figure faintly blurred in the light. "The main force will follow me and break into the root server amid the chaos." I gave Linuan and Xinwei one last look. The medical team comes along, casualties likely won't be light this time. Linuan clenched her hands. "Understood. We move at 4 a.m. tomorrow, when the monsters are least active." I swept my gaze over everyone. "Start preparing now." I want this banquet to be foolproof. The command room sprang into frantic activity in an instant. Everyone knew this would be Apocalypse's largest and most dangerous operation in Kyoto. But no one backed down. The secrets hidden in the root server were worth the risk. Moonlight filtered through the base's energy shield, turning into a hazy blue glow that spilled across the corridor. Ling Shui arrived silently outside my door. Her fingertips had only just touched the metal panel when the door slid open without a sound. I stood by the window. My living armor had already receded, and I was wearing only a simple combat uniform. I turned back at the visitor, a little surprised. "Why are you still here?" Ling Shui closed the door behind her and leaned against it. Tonight she had changed into a black camisole, making her skin look even fairer. The curve of her waist was faintly visible in the dim light. "I might die tomorrow." She chuckled softly, but there was no real mirth in her eyes. "Men at a time like this, their needs are especially strong." I frowned. "I know you're thinking about Linuan." Ling Shui stepped closer, her fingertips tracing over the stiff muscles of my back. "Don't worry, I don't want a title, and I won't cling to you." Her breath warmed the back of my ear. "Just treat it as pre-battle stress relief." I whirled around and grabbed her wrist. In the darkness, the two of us locked eyes, our breaths mingling. Ling Shui tilted her head up at me, the camisole strap sliding halfway off her shoulder. "Are you sure?" My voice was low and hoarse. Ling Shui answered with action. She rose onto her toes and kissed me. The kiss carried the taste of gunpowder and resolve. I pressed her against the wall, the fabric of my combat uniform giving a faint tearing sound. Outside the window, the energy tower's light pulsed in a steady rhythm, casting our overlapping silhouettes onto the wall. A long time. Ling Shui propped herself up, her black hair falling over my chest. "Come back alive." I clasped the back of her neck and pressed her back into my arms. Moonlight streamed over the old scars on her spine, like a silver river. At 3:50 a.m., I stood before the assembled, ready to deploy formation, the living armor glinting with a cold light. Ling Shui silently returned to the assassination squad's ranks. Our eyes met for an instant and then parted. The Bobcat said in a low voice, "The water level monitor is in position." I looked toward the cluster of buildings lying in wait in the darkness in the distance, a smile spreading across my face. At 4 a.m, everything was dead silent. I floored it, and the modified heavy truck's engine let out a roaring emperor-like thunderous howl. The sound tore the silence to shreds. I slammed my fist down hard on the steering wheel. This rock-like skin, in the faint glow of the instrument panel, looked like a slab of cold, hard steel. "Get your asses up and moving, now!" I roared at the heavy machine gunner on the roof. 12 heavy trucks formed a wedge formation, their roof-mounted loudspeakers all blasting the engine noise at maximum volume. The wall of sound was like a tangible shockwave. Along the way, the glass in the buildings rattled with a Sususa tremor, like we were putting on a rock concert. The root server side immediately sprang into action. At first it was just scattered hissing roars, like the cries of low-level mobs in a game, then it swelled straight into a sky-rending wave of sound. A black-tide corpse horde surged out from around the data center, chasing the ear-splitting source like they'd gone mad. In the rearview mirror, I caught sight of the foremost mutants, those hounds running on all fours, fast as hell. Their crimson eyes drew streaks of blood-red lines through the darkness, like someone had turned on special effects. "Maintain speed," I growled into the comms. "Lead these bastards to the reservoir." At the same time, up at the high point of the water treatment plant, Bobcat was adjusting the focus on his scope. Through his night vision, he saw Su Zhao's team pouring psionic crystals into the largest reservoir. Blue powder merged into the water's surface, sending up eerie ripples, like a magic trick. Energy fluctuations detected. Li Xian's voice came through the earpiece. "Control system breach complete. The gate can be opened at any time." The main force led by Chen Mo lay low in the ruins east of the root server. Ling Shui's figure flickered through the shadows as if she were using an invisibility trick, and she soon returned to his side and whispered, "The main body of the corpse horde has been lured away, but there are still guards in the core area." Her voice was calm, as if nothing had happened last night. But Chen Mo noticed the faint marks that showed indistinctly beneath the collar of her combat suit. "What kind of guards?" Chen Mo asked. At least 3 new type mutants. Ling Shui gestured. They're not large, but their energy signatures are strong. Also, she suddenly froze, her pupils tightening. Chen Mo followed her gaze. On the top floor of the root server building, a pallid figure stood before the shattered floor-to-ceiling window. It was a person in a researcher's white lab coat, but its eyes were completely black, with no pupils. A psychic-type mutant. Chen Mo judged at once. It can control other monsters. At that moment, my roar came through the communicator, in position. Get ready to close the gate. From the direction of the water treatment plant came the thunderous boom of sluice gates opening. Millions of cubic meters of sewage, mixed with psionic crystals and corrosive agents, became a tide of death surging toward the lurid horde of corpses. But at that critical moment, the man in the white coat atop the root server suddenly raised a finger. The horde charging toward the water treatment plant stopped in unison, and the front row hound mutants writhed in agony on the ground. Their eyeballs burst, yet they still struggled to turn toward the root server. It's recalling the horde. Lynx reported urgently from the sniper position. Chen Mo made a snap decision. Li Xian, seal off all exits of the water treatment plant. Zhou Tao, withdraw immediately. He rose to his feet, and the living armor instantly enveloped his entire body. A silver fluid coalesced on his right arm into a long blade, its edge aimed straight at the man in the white coat on the top floor. Change of plan. Chen Mo's voice came through the faceplate. I'll deal with that, Commander. Ling Shui, take the assassination squad and clear the core zone guards. Main force, full assault. He was the first to burst from cover, his long blade slicing through the pre-dawn darkness like a superhero making an entrance. The white-coated figure on the upper floor showed a sinister smile and slowly spread his arms. Deeper shadows spilled out from within the building. Chen Mo shot forward like a silver bolt of lightning, ignoring the ordinary zombies below that tried to block him, his target fixed on the top-floor white-coated psychic mutant. The living armor under his feet extended suction structures along the wall, letting him sprint at high speed up the nearly vertical facade like Spider-Man. Stop him. The white labcoat mutant emitted a piercing psychic pulse, not language, yet one that let every monster understand its intent. The core zone's remaining guards, 3 new model mutants, moved at the same time. One resembled a gigantic mantis, its forelimbs energy blades glinting with cold light. One was like a bloated toad, its belly swollen, radiating dangerous energy fluctuations. The last had completely merged into the shadows, with only a pair of blood-red eyes floating in the air. They lunged at Chen Mo, who was still climbing. Your opponents are us. Ling Shui's icy voice rang out. She and Jiang Hao sprang out of the shadows like ghosts, precisely intercepting the shadow mutant and the mantis mutant. At the same time, my decoy convoy narrowly withdrew through the exit on the other side of the water treatment plant. The heavy sluice gate dropped behind us, sealing part of the corpse tied together with the corrosive floodwaters inside the facility. Lynx's sniper team began making precise single shots at the monsters trying to turn back toward the root server, easing the pressure on the main force launching the frontal assault. Downstairs, the frontal battlefield had already erupted. For the apocalypse. Kill! Wang Hao roared, charging at the very front like a human tank. Every time his heavy fist swung, they smashed several zombies to pieces, like playing whack-a-mole. Li Xian controlled the drone swarm, precisely dropping explosives to clear the densely packed horde, like playing a shooter game. Linuan and Shenwei stayed in the middle of the team, one sharing the energy impacts borne by their teammates, the other scattering the healing light of life, straining to hold the line. At the top floor, Chen Mo finally broke through the interception and leapt onto the rooftop. The white-coated mutant slowly turned around. Its pitch-black eyes fixed on Chen Mo, and an invisible mental storm swept in an instant. The attack struck directly at the soul, enough to make an ordinary awakened collapse on the spot. But Chen Mo merely snorted coldly. The law of dominion began to operate on its own, and the violent mental impact was like crashing into an invisible barrier, exploding and dissipating on the outskirts of his sea of consciousness, unable to intrude in the slightest. Your tricks don't work on me. Chen Mo angled his long blade downward, advancing step by step. For the first time, shock appeared on the white-coated mutant's face. Its strongest mental attack had actually had no effect. It suddenly thrust both hands forward, the shadows on the rooftop writhed like living things, transforming into countless pitch-black tentacles that lashed toward Chen Mo, while it itself rapidly retreated, trying to escape. Domain, unfold. Chen Mo murmured. Centered on him, a miniature domain blended with silvery streams of light and profound darkness burst open. This was the unique domain he formed after fusing with Lu Hongtian's domain, Dominion Dark Domain. Within this domain, those shadow tentacles instantly lost their vitality. Instead, they were assimilated and absorbed by the power of Chen Mo's domain. The white-coat mutant felt as if it had fallen into a swamp, its speed dropping sharply. In terror, it discovered that its connection to the outside shadow energy had been completely severed. Die! Chen Mo's figure appeared before it as if by teleportation. The living Longblade, carrying an aura that could tear through anything, came down in a simple, direct overhead chop. The mutated creature in the white lab coat screamed as it gathered all its mental power into a shield, but before the long saber infused with the sovereign's laws and the power of a domain, that shield was like paper, shattering in an instant. A flash of blade light. The mutant's movements froze, a thin silver line running straight down from the center of its brow. In the next moment, its body split neatly in two and toppled backward. Before it even hit the ground, it was reduced to ash under that razor-sharp blade intent. With its death, the tightly formed pack of monsters downstairs, previously forcibly restrained, immediately fell into massive chaos. Deprived of unified command, they became a scattered rabble again, their threat greatly diminished. I stood at the edge of the rooftop, looking down on the battlefield below as it was gradually cleared, and on the root server building close at hand, emanating mysterious fluctuations. The greatest obstacle had been removed. Next came the moment to probe the secrets within. The living armament inside me trembled slightly, conveying an intense yearning for some presence within the server. After clearing the threats on the upper level, I stepped alone into the root server building. Unlike the noise and ruin outside, the interior was as quiet as a haunted house. Only the emergency lights provided a faint source of illumination. The air was filled with the low, heavy hum of running equipment and a faint stench of rot, like walking into a scene from Resident Evil. I advanced cautiously along the main corridor, living armor covering my entire body, the Dominion law sensing the flow of energy around me. Suddenly, a pressure door to the side slid open violently, and a black shadow burst out on a foul, bloody wind. I reacted instantly, twisting aside to avoid the lunge, my living longsword swinging down in one smooth motion. However, after missing, the shadow stumbled a few steps and didn't attack again right away. Instead, it leaned against the cold metal wall, panting hard. It was a middle-aged man in a tattered researcher's uniform. Half his face had already taken on the bluish-gray hue of zombification, one eye was clouded, but the other still retained a trace of human clarity. He raised the one eye that still held on to reason and looked at me, his throat letting out a hoarse, guttural sound as he struggled to form words. Don't kill me, please. I'm still conscious. My knife hand paused slightly, my gaze icy. A zombie that could talk? No, more like a dying man whose last shred of reason was being completely swallowed by the virus. I don't have much time. The man seemed to be using every ounce of strength to suppress the virus and the urge to destroy inside him. His voice came in broken fragments, full of pain. The virus is eating my brain. I can't hold on much longer. He lifted a trembling hand and, from the inner pocket of his tattered uniform, painfully fished out a crumpled photo stained with blood and grime, holding it out to me. In the photo was a little girl of 7 or 8, smiling brilliantly. My daughter, her name is Nyonya. In the west side of the city, at the underground shelter of Hope Orphanage, the man's eyes were full of pleading, the last attachment to this world. Please, help me, go see her, tell her. Daddy loves her. He seemed to know he couldn't offer any reward. His voice grew weaker and weaker, his body began to convulse uncontrollably, and the clarity in his one good eye quickly faded, replaced by brutality and murkiness. I don't have anything to give you. I can only beg you. I looked at the photo, then at the father before me who was making his final struggle against fate, my brows knitted tightly. I could have swung without hesitation, cutting him down to end his suffering and eliminate a potential threat. In the apocalypse, mercy is often a path to death. I almost turned and walked away. But the smile of the girl in that photo, and the fatherly light in the man's eyes that never went out until the very last moment, was like a tiny thorn, stabbing into my icy defenses. In the end, I am a Huagua person. After thousands of years of cultural inheritance, some things, such as the value placed on family affection, the value placed on promises, have long since been fused into the depths of the bloodline, not something the cruelty of the apocalypse can completely erase. I can be cold, I can be decisive and ruthless, but when faced with a dying man's final, humble request about family, I found that I couldn't truly bring myself to stand by and do nothing. All right. A single, simple word left my mouth. The instant I agreed, an extremely twisted yet relieved smile appeared on the man's face, and the last trace of human consciousness completely dissipated. He let out a pure zombie howl and lunged at me again. This time, I didn't hesitate. A flash of blade light. The man's head rolled away, his body slumped to the ground, and he went completely still. But on his face, there seemed to still remain that faint trace of release. I bent down, picked up the photo that had fallen to the ground, wiped the bloodstains off it, glanced at it in silence, and put it away. Once I've taken control of the server, I'll go look for it, I murmured under my breath. Then, gripping the long blade tightly, I continued toward the deepest part of the building, the core server room emitting the strongest energy fluctuations. This brief episode sent a faint ripple through my icy heart, but it was quickly suppressed by a greater objective. Right now, the most important thing was to seize control of the core here. I stepped into the root server's core room. Massive cabinets rose like a cold steel jungle, indicator lights flickering like a sky full of stars. Following the original plan, I prepared to use the interface and equipment Li Xian had readied, attempting to connect and obtain control privileges. However, just as I drew near the main server, the living armament within me stirred of its own accord. Silver fluid spilled out uncontrollably, like a shark catching the scent of blood, lunging straight at that main server. What's going on? My heart jolted as I tried to rein it in, only to find that the connection between me and the living armament was being temporarily overridden by an even stronger instinctive craving. BZZ. The living armament's silver fluid instantly wrapped around the main server, not to destroy it, but to permeate it like mercury, seeping in everywhere without leaving a gap. The server's casing melted at a visible rate, exposing the delicate components inside in the surging torrent of flowing data, only for them to be greedily devoured and absorbed by the living armament. I could clearly feel it. The living armament was frenziedly siphoning something essential contained within the server, not merely data and energy, but more like a conglomeration of information and rules, the foundation that formed the very basis of this area network's existence. I froze. This was completely beyond my plan. But the very next second, a massive torrent of information surged back, pouring straight into my consciousness. I felt as if, in an instant, I had connected to an unimaginably vast network, Kyoto's network nodes, and, across an even broader region, the data flows, permission checkpoints, everything appeared with crystal clarity within my perception. I somehow had, in this utterly inconceivable way, become the de facto controller of the regional network. In that case, I forced down the shock in my chest and immediately went with the connection, sinking my awareness into these newly acquired network privileges. I found the Apocalypse network node and began the operation. At the Kyoto base, the surveillance screens in front of Li Xian suddenly flooded with updates, the data stream surging wildly. What's happening? The root server's signal is gone? No. We seem to have obtained the highest privileges? Li Xian's voice was filled with disbelief. Almost at the same time, every Apocalypse member's communicator received a forcibly popped-up message. Network-wide announcement: the Spirit Web's core privileges have been obtained by the Overlord. The Kyoto main node and the Tianshan City subnode have completed grid integration. Regional barriers have been removed, cross-city communications and full resource interaction channels are now open. When that voice, like a decree of heaven, rang out in the minds of every awakened, all the survivor strongholds across Kyoto and Tianshan City fell into an instant of dead silence. A lone hunter fighting a swarm of mutant rats amid the ruins abruptly retreated, staring in disbelief at the crude communicator on his wrist that had suddenly lit up. Two sisters hiding in an air raid shelter and sharing canned food stared blankly at each other, realizing that a translucent communications interface was reflected in both their eyes. Even two small squads locked in a tense standoff over half a crate of compressed biscuits instinctively stopped and looked toward the terminals that had suddenly popped up with the same message. Tianshan City, is it that Tianshan City 300 kilometers away? The man in a tattered military uniform trembled as he tapped open the map module that had abruptly appeared in his mind. When he saw the marker for Tianshan City light up, this tough guy, who hadn't shed a tear even in the middle of a zombie horde, suddenly had his eyes redden. Brother! In some underground garage, a girl cried into the communicator that had suddenly activated, I'm in the western district of Kyoto. You're still alive. More awakened, complete strangers to one another, began trying to connect. When the first Kyoto hunter successfully transmitted mutated beast materials to the craftsman of Tianma City, when a healer in Tianma City guided emergency treatment for Kyoto's wounded through a light screen, when the squads of the two cities began sharing real-time monster distribution maps, some connection lying dormant deep within the bloodline was being reawakened. And the instigator was standing at the center of the data torrent. I felt countless streams of consciousness interweaving and colliding within the newly built network. The silver sheen flowing over the surface of the living armament gradually took on a brilliance like a star network. With a thought, a new message, carrying the unique fluctuations of my will, was conveyed through the network just established to the mind of every member. I am the sovereign. The network is open, the road ahead, we walk together. Kyoto, a heavily guarded underground command center somewhere. Yang Xingguo was standing before a massive circular screen, briefing several elders with steady, imposing presences and epaulets denoting extremely high rank on the latest developments regarding the apocalypse and me. His tone carried unmistakable astonishment and a hint of unease. According to our analysis of the last signal we received, Shen Mo and his team did indeed enter the root server area, but then the signal underwent a drastic change we can't comprehend. The root server's physical signal disappeared, replaced by a brand new kind of network fluctuation with frighteningly high privileges. At that moment, without any warning, every screen still running inside the command center, including the most important main display, was instantly washed over by a soft, silvery stream of light. A line of clear text appeared. Apocalypse Network Invitation, high-level official authorization detected. Authorize access to the all-domain communications and resource interaction platform? At the same time, in everyone present's mind, whether awakened or not, the same stream of information came through with crystal clarity, as if a gentle yet vast consciousness were speaking to them directly. What's going on? Enemy attack? The guards tensed up in an instant, weapons trained on their surroundings. The white-haired elder at the head of the group, though a flicker of astonishment flashed in his eyes as well, quickly regained his composure. He raised a hand to stop the commotion, his sharp gaze fixing on Yang Xingguo. Yang Xingguo hurriedly shook his head, indicating it was absolutely not their doing. Stay calm, the white-haired elder said in a deep voice. He pondered for a moment, his eyes falling on the screen. Since the other side can silently break through all our physical and electronic defenses and speak directly to our consciousness, if they truly meant harm, we'd probably already be hit. Authorize access. At his command, the technicians operated tensely and selected Authorize. In the next moment, the entire command center scene changed. It was as if they had instantly found themselves within a vast starry sky. Beneath their feet lay a miniature, exquisitely detailed 3D map of Kyoto. Countless points of light flickered and moved across it, each one representing an awakened individual, beside which there were even brief status details and location markers. In the distance, another, slightly smaller starfield was clearly visible, labeled Tianshan City, and the two were tightly linked by countless bands of light, flowing with data. They could see survivors from the two cities trading supplies, sharing intelligence, and even collaborating remotely to fight monsters on the platform. An unprecedented kind of cooperation and vitality, transcending geographical barriers, was vividly unfolding across this virtual starry sky. This is, a general in charge of technological intelligence stared, dumbstruck, as he tried to magnify a certain area with his mind. The map responded at once, bringing up street-level details and a heat map of monster distribution, its precision and real-time responsiveness far surpassing any reconnaissance method they currently had. It's not just communications, this is, in a sense, it has visualized and made instantaneous the combined strength of all the survivors in the two cities, another elder murmured, seeing a squad in Kyoto rely on a weapons blueprint transmitted from Tianshan City to retrofit their equipment on the spot. Yang Zhenguo was completely stunned as well. He knew I was extraordinary, but he hadn't expected anything on this level. This was no simple network connection, this was practically the creation of a prototype second world for the awakened. The white-haired elder fell silent for a long time, gazing at the two tightly linked spheres of city light on the star map, and the points of light that represented the hopes of countless survivors, before taking a deep breath. All our previous contingency plans are obsolete. His voice carried a complex mix of emotion, along with a thrill he could barely suppress. This Chen Mo, what he accomplished wasn't seizing the root servers, but reshaping the rules. He turned to Yang Zhenguo, his gaze grave beyond measure. Immediately reassess every cooperation plan with Apocalypse, no, with Chen Mo. Our stance must be cooperation and respect at the highest level. The power he holds now concerns far more than the gains and losses of a single city or region. All the senior officials nodded in silence, their hearts still reeling. They knew that from this moment on, the old order had been completely shattered, and a brand new era led by Overlord Chen Mo had begun. And they had to adjust their posture and integrate into this newly born starry sky. Standing in the empty server room, I lowered my head and looked at my hands, covered in silver armament. My original plan was simply to gain control of the root servers, open up the network between the two locations, and secure more information and resources for Apocalypse. Yet I never could have imagined that the living armament inside my body would directly devour and fuse with the server's core, and on that foundation construct such an unbelievable spirit web. Devouring an evolution, so it's not just matter and energy, even a conglomerate of information and rules can become nourishment for your evolution? I murmured to myself. When I regrouped with Zhou Tao, Linuan, and the other core members, everyone looked at me with an unprecedented mix of shock and admiration. MOGE. You really made one hell of a commotion. Zhou Tao gaped, pointing at the vast star map interface on his communicator. Right now I feel like some kind of immortal able to see what the brothers in half of Kyoto are up to. Su Xiao, Mountain Cat, and the others nodded as well. As high-tier awakeners, they could better grasp the terrifying authority and potential represented by the network behind it. I looked at them and only gave a faint smile, offering no further explanation. I patted Zhou Tao's rock-like shoulder. Cut it out. Come out with me for a bit. Where to? Zhou Tao froze. I took the bloodstained photo from my inner pocket, my gaze settling on the radiant smile of the little girl named Nyonyo. Qingxi, Hope Orphanage. My voice was calm, yet carried an unquestionable resolve. To fulfill a promise. Zhou Tao looked at the photo, then at me, as if he understood something. The grin on his face faded, and he gave a heavy nod. All right. I didn't bring many people, only Zhou Tao. The setting sun was blood red, staining Kyoto's ruined streets a dim yellow, as if draping the city in a crimson veil. Zhou Tao and I, two figures, moved swiftly through the shadows of the rubble, just like a pair of assassins in the night. Brother Mo, is that orphanage reliable? How long has it been already? Zhou Tao lowered his voice, warily scanning the surroundings for any danger that might appear. He wasn't questioning my decision, it was just that in the apocalypse, hope was often the most extravagant luxury. My gaze calmly swept past a skeleton at the street corner that had been picked clean, and in my mind surfaced that blood-stained photo and the man's pleading eyes. No idea, I replied bluntly. But I gave my word, so I'm going to take a look. I didn't use the newly acquired network access to conduct a high-profile search. The commotion would be too great, might draw unnecessary trouble, and could even bring disaster to that shelter if it existed at all. Instead, as I traveled, I spread out my Dominion Law perception like an invisible radar, scanning the life signatures and energy fluctuations in the area ahead. The closer we got to the west side of the city, the more dilapidated the surroundings became, and the traces of monsters clearly increased as well. We even ran into a small mutated zombie horde, but under my precise blade flashes and Zhou Tao's violent fists, it was quickly cleared out, easy as taking out the trash. There are kind of a lot of monsters over here. Zhou Tao shook the filthy blood off his fists. Doesn't look like there's a stable shelter. I didn't speak, but my perception picked up some subtle irregularities. Some zombies had died in a very clean way, their cores precisely destroyed by a sharp weapon, rather than torn apart in chaotic biting. and in certain hidden corners, I found fresh traces left by human activity, carefully concealed footprints, and man-made, hard-to-notice warning marks set up near abandoned entrances. Someone's been active nearby, and they're very cautious, I said in a low voice. Zhou Tao's spirits lifted. There's a chance. The two of them grew even more cautious, following these faint clues as they threaded their way through the maze-like ruins. At last, before nightfall completely set in, we stopped in front of a half-collapsed building with a barely legible sign that read Hope Orphanage. The playground equipment in the yard had long since rusted through and collapsed, and half of the main building had caved in as well. But to my senses, beneath those collapsed ruins there seemed to be an ingeniously concealed entrance, and from there came an extremely faint fluctuation of human life signs, and a suppressed sense of fear. Down there. I pointed toward the ruins, my gaze sharpening. There are living people, but things may not be going too well. Zhou Tao immediately clenched his fists, his rocky skin gleaming with a cold, hard sheen in the hazy night. Go straight in? I shook my head. The living armor subtly shifted, blending better into the surrounding shadows. Observe first. We'll keep our promise, but we also need to make sure we don't bring the Reaper in with us. I lifted my hand in a silent gesture. Zhou Tao immediately understood, and his massive body slipped soundlessly into the shadow of a broken wall. A faint sheen flowed across the surface of the living armor. My perception, like mercury, washed over the ruins, instantly catching the stifled sobbing and heavy, ragged breathing in the underground space. 3 adults, 12 children. My voice sounded directly in Zhou Tao's mind. Something big is blocking the vent. Just then, a thunderous crack of breaking concrete erupted from below, accompanied by children's terrified screams. My gaze sharpened. We'd arrived just in time. Boom! Rubble exploded as a ghastly white tentacle slick with slime smashed up through the ground, whipping with pinpoint accuracy toward the little girl hiding behind the wreckage of the slide. The child clutched half a packet of biscuits tightly in her arms. It was Nyo-Nyo from the photo. Now! I surged forward like a bolt of silver lightning, my living longsword carving out a crescent arc of blade light. At the same time, Zhou Tao sprang up from the side, his rock-heavy fist whistling through the air as it smashed toward the tentacle's base. The blade flashed, and the tentacle snapped off on the spot. But more tentacles drilled up from underground, each one splitting open at the tip into a sucker lined with jagged teeth. It's a burrowing fiend. Zhou Tao roared, punching away a tentacle that lashed at him. This thing's at least a level 3 mutation. I spun and severed 3 tentacles, my gaze sweeping over the terrified children. The living armor suddenly let out a high-frequency tremor, and silvery fluid rapidly spread along the ground. Domain expansion. A miniature dark silver domain unfolded with me at its center. The instant every tentacle touched it, they froze rigid. Seizing the opening, I plunged my long blade into the ground, and the living armor surged madly down into the earth along the blade. From below came a teeth-gritting tearing sound, accompanied by the dying wail of some creature. When I pulled the blade free, its tip skewered a black heart that was still twitching. The surviving teachers crawled out of the shelter, trembling. Nyo-Nyo suddenly broke free from the caregiver's arms, ran up to me, and held up that packet of biscuits crushed out of shape. Thank you, Uncle. This is for you to eat. Looking into the little girl's clear eyes, I fell silent for a moment, then gently ruffled her hair with a hand not stained with blood. Pack up, I turned to the shaken survivors and said. I'll take you somewhere safe. Zhou Tao nudged the tentacle that was no longer moving and grinned. This trip was worth it. At that moment, a gaunt man wearing battered glasses who looked like a teacher instinctively shielded several children behind him. His voice trembled, yet he forced himself to sound steady. A safe place? How do we know you're good people? Who knows what it's like outside now? In the apocalypse, trust was scarcer than food. They huddled in this underground shelter, struggling to survive, and had seen far too much malice disguised as goodwill. Zhou Tao's brows shot up, a little impatient. He was just about to speak when I stopped him with a look. I didn't explain, nor did I try to persuade anyone. I simply swept my gaze calmly over these gaunt, sallow-faced survivors with frightened eyes, and in the end my eyes settled on the little girl clutching biscuits, looking up at me, Nyo-Nyo. The choice is yours. My voice rose and fell without the slightest emotion, as if I were simply stating a plain fact. If you're willing to believe, willing to take a gamble, come with me now. If you doubt it and want to stay, I won't force you. After I finished speaking, I no longer paid attention to the adults' complicated looks, and turned as if to leave. This utterly nonchalant attitude, making no attempt to keep anyone and completely handing over the choice, only made those who were hesitating even more flustered. Wait! A clear voice rang out, though with a hint of timidity. It was Nyonyo. Clutching that bag of biscuits tightly, she jogged over to my legs, reached out with her grimy little hand, and carefully took hold of the corner of my clothes covered in living armor. She looked up, the fear in those big eyes from earlier was gone, replaced instead by a pure kind of trust. Uncle! I'll go with you. Her voice wasn't loud, yet it was unusually clear. Nyonyo's action was like a stone thrown into still water. Children's thoughts are the simplest, they can sense who is stronger, who can offer a greater sense of safety. Seeing Nyonyo make the first choice, the other slightly older children also timidly shuffled their feet and moved to stand behind her. The adults exchanged glances. They looked at the children who were determined to leave, then at the huge mutant corpse on the ground. In the end, the desire to survive and their sense of responsibility for the children outweighed their doubts. Wait, we're coming too, the man with glasses finally ground out through clenched teeth, then began urging the others to hurry up and pack the pitiful few belongings they had. I looked at the small hand clutching the hem of my clothes, that icy living armor seemed to carry a faint warmth, barely perceptible. I gave Zhou Tao a slight nod. Zhou Tao understood. He stepped forward and said to the survivors in a rough voice, brusque yet carrying a hint of reassurance, "Stop dawdling and keep up. If our leader says it's safe, then it's absolutely safe." The group, carrying the relief of having survived and their unease about the future, followed the two figures ahead, one big, one small, and disappeared into Kyoto's heavy night. The promise, at this moment, was fulfilled. Back at the base, the pale blue energy shield and orderly surroundings made the survivors who had emerged from the ruins feel as if they had entered another world, as though they had gone from hell to heaven. I handed Nyonyo and the other children directly over to Linuan and Shenwei. Take them to wash up, check them over, and arrange accommodations. Linuan looked at the children's gaunt, sallow faces, a hint of softness flashing in her eyes. She gently took Nyonyo's hand. "Come with me, big sis will take you. It's very safe here." Shenwei also began using her abilities to examine the children and dispel the weakness brought on by long-term malnutrition and fear. I turned to the three adults who were still shaken, my gaze calm and unreadable. "The children can stay unconditionally. But you three, if you want to remain here and enjoy protection and resources, you'll need to prove your worth." The words were like a bucket of cold water over their heads, making the three who had been starting to relax instantly tense up. The gaunt man who had questioned me earlier forced an ingratiating smile, trying to play the sympathy card. Chief, we didn't survive easily either. We're all compatriots, we should help each other." "Shut up." I cut him off, my voice not loud but carrying a bone-chilling coldness. "Say one more word and get out right now. This is the apocalypse, drop your outdated moral blackmail." The man's face went pale, and he fell silent as a mouse. Another man wearing battered old glasses seemed unconvinced. His gaze swept over the busy crowd inside the base, lingering in particular on Ling Shui not far away, wiping down a dagger with an icy expression. A trace of barely perceptible jealousy and darkness flickered in his eyes as he muttered under his breath, "Value? What value? The kind of value that lets someone like that woman stay by sucking up to men? We're decent people." Before he could finish, his vision swam, everything flashed white. Bang! With a dull thud, the bespectacled man didn't even see what happened before his whole body was sent flying as if he'd been hit by a truck at high speed. He flew 4 or 5 meters, crashed heavily to the ground, clutched his stomach, and curled up in agony. His glasses shattered as well. At some point, Ling Shui had already taken the spot where he had just been. She slowly drew back her long leg, her face filled with icy mockery and disdain. "Trash like you is only good for running your mouth. Leader, there's no need to waste words on this kind of garbage, just throw him out to feed the zombies." The fierce killing intent radiating from her, along with the speed and strength she had displayed so casually, instantly scared the remaining two men along with the one who'd been kicked away out of their wits, cold sweat pouring from them. Only then did they fully understand, this was not a place for reasoning or seniority. Everyone here, especially those who could stand here, was no one to trifle with. Even a young, pretty woman had such terrifying skills and such ruthless resolve. No, don't. We're valuable. Valuable. The last man, who hadn't said much and was a bit short and stocky, hurriedly shouted, his voice breaking with sobs. I used to be an electrician. I can repair some simple wiring and equipment. The one who'd been kicked flying also forced himself up through the pain. He didn't dare look at Ling Shui again and said in a trembling voice, I used to be a warehouse manager. I'm good at inventory checks and sorting supplies. I was left speechless by what the bespectacled man said. He was in so much pain he was baring his teeth, yet he still didn't forget to show off that he was a middle school teacher, saying he could teach the kids basic knowledge. I listened expressionlessly as the few of them stammered and fumbled while showing off their meager little skills. To me, those skills were nothing in the apocalypse, hardly worth mentioning. Li Xian. I called out. Yes, Chief. Li Xian came over in a flash. Take them to register and test what level the skills they claim are actually at. The electrician will try his hand with the logistics maintenance team, the administrator will help with inventory, and the teacher will take care of the kids' daily routines for now and teach them basic literacy. I laid it out clearly. Remember, resources here are distributed by contribution. Do a good job and you can stay, trying to play slick won't cut it. I didn't finish what I was about to say, but judging by my look, they probably understood what I meant. The three of them nodded frantically as if they'd just been given a second chance at life, and obediently followed Li Xian away. After this ordeal, they'd finally seen the brutal rules of the apocalypse for what they were. Ling Shui walked over to my side, glanced at how bedraggled the three looked, and let out a cold snort. I said flatly, the apocalypse doesn't need useless kindness, it needs order and rules. I glanced in the direction the children had left. At least they can be of some use, so Linuan and Chen Wei can focus on real work. That evening, I sat alone in the command room, my consciousness slipping into the apocalypse. After merging with the root server, the network looked like a living creature to me, breathing, with a heartbeat. As I was combing through the network nodes, several insanely strong encrypted data streams caught my attention. This encryption, it looks like it has a military imprint, but it's not quite the same. My heart stirred. With the bioweapon and the network core running together, the analytical power granted to me by the dominance law began a brute force crack. In just a few minutes, the contents of the messages were laid bare in my mind. Damn, this wasn't ordinary survivor chatter, it was a conspiracy. Two awakened organizations called the New Era Alliance and the Dawn Legion were contacting each other in secret. Their leaders seemed to be early-stage Fourth Realm powerhouses. The messages were full of arrogant talk, the authorities were nothing but withered bones in a grave, they were going to reshape order, seize the nation's strategic reserves, treat ordinary survivors as consumables, and wipe them out whenever they felt like it. Fury flared in my chest. I lived through the chaos at the start of the apocalypse, I knew how horrific it was when order collapsed. I sought power to protect the people around me, not to become a warlord and bring ruin to my own countrymen. So you think that just because you've awakened an ability you can do whatever you want, and stop caring about your family and your country? I slowly opened my eyes, a silvery gleam flashed within them, murderous intent surging. You really don't know what's good for you. I stood up, and the living armor instantly wrapped around me, sealing me in tight. The oppressive force radiating from that anger nearly froze the air in the command room. Li Xian. I shouted directly into his mind through the spirit net. Leader. Li Xian replied at once, probably sensing something was off in my tone. Maximum alert. Initiate the Skynet Level 1 surveillance protocol. Lock onto all network nodes and energy signatures related to the New Era Alliance and the Dawn Legion. Su Xiao, coordinate the energy, prepare for long-range strategic deployment. Links, have the Longyang team enter the highest state of combat readiness. Zhou Tao, Linuan, all core members, assemble in the command room. A rapid string of my orders was transmitted instantly through the spirit web. Before long, everyone had arrived in the command room. Feeling the killing intent radiating from me, they all knew something big was about to happen. I projected the decrypted intel onto the holographic screen. Zhou Tao was the first to blow up, damn it. Those bastards have gone crazy trying to play warlord, and they even dare set their sights on the strategic reserves. Bobcat's gaze was sharp as a hawk's, 2 Fourth Realm cultivators. Not a small operation. The plan's pretty meticulous, threat level extremely high. Linuan looked worried. If they pull it off, the Huagua survivor system might get dragged back into civil war. I swept my gaze over everyone and said decisively, it's time for them to wake up from their sweet dream. Notify Yang Jinghua. Have him and the people behind him make preparations. Apocalypse, the first cross-regional operation. I stood there, the figure beneath my silver armor looking especially towering. Objective, eliminate the cancer of rebellion. Tell the people of this wasteland Huagua will not tolerate division. Our compatriots are not expendable. The silver gleam in my eyes slowly faded, but the air of resolve only grew heavier. I didn't rush to deploy troops, instead, I pondered for a while first. Li Xian. I called out to him again. Reverse trace the source of the encrypted communications. I want the most precise location, especially the signal relay nodes. Understood. With root server low-level privileges, they won't get away. Li Xian's voice brimmed with excitement. Before long, a detailed electronic map appeared on the command room screen. The rebel stronghold, the communications relay stations, and the location of the East China No. 3 Strategic Reserve Depot were all marked with crystal clarity. Mountain Cat, dispatched the Longyan reconnaissance team to verify the map markers on the ground, especially the surroundings of the No. 3 Reserve Depot. I want to know every blade of grass and every tree there. I ordered. Yes. Bobcat acknowledged the order and hurried off to arrange the scouts. I then connected to my encrypted channel with Yang Jinghua and sent over some of the decrypted intel along with the rebels' intentions. The other end of the channel fell silent for a full minute before Yang Jinghua's heavy, slightly trembling voice came through. Comrade Chen Mo, is this information reliable? Depot No. 3 concerns the winter supplies of over 1 million survivors in East China. Absolutely. My tone stayed flat. There are 2 options now. 1. I take action personally and remove these 2 tumors before they make their move. 2. We work together to stage a play and lure them into walking right into the trap. Yang Jinghua chose the second immediately. I'll report to the top command at once. Option 2. We need to find out whether they have any accomplices, and we also need to use this to straighten out our ranks. A massive trap centered around Strategic Reserve Depot No. 3 began to be quietly set in motion. While the authorities were relocating key supplies from the depot, they also deployed heavy troops in camouflage around the perimeter. Like a patient hunter, I watched the rebels' every move through Apocalypse, waiting for them to fall into the trap. Meanwhile, in an abandoned underground military bunker, Wu Yan, the Flame Lord of the New Era Alliance, and Mo Ing, the Shadow Serpent of the Dawn Legion, met in secret. Wu Yan impatiently tapped the table, while Mo Ing sat opposite him with a soft, sinister air. Wu Yan said, Mo Ing, the plan is in motion, Depot No. 3 is almost ours. But that Apocalypse in Kyoto and Chen Mo, the Overlord, are wildcards. I suspect our communications have been interfered with. Mo Ing cut him off. Not suspect, certain. The only ones capable of that are the official tech forces, or Chen Mo. Wu Yan cursed, damn it. That kid is a walking disaster. His online reach is getting bigger and bigger. If he keeps growing, there won't be any room left for us. Mo Ing gave an eerie smile. Before we feast on warehouse No. 3, let's serve him an appetizer first. What do you mean? Wu Yan leaned in. Mo Ing analyzed, Chen Mo is very strong. In a head-on fight, we're not his match. But he has a weakness, the Apocalypse base is what he cares about, and he rose too fast, his foundation isn't solid. On one hand, we spread rumors to stir up hostility from the small and mid-sized factions toward him. On the other, we'll set him up with a big gift on his way to put down the rebellion. Wu Yan licked his lips. Have you found a way to deal with his domain? Moing twirled the black mist around his fingertips and said, I've got a targeted domain disruptor. As long as he steps into the preset battlefield, even a true dragon will have to bow its head. They didn't know that I'd heard every word of their conversation. I slowly opened my eyes, the corners of my mouth curling into a cold sneer. A trap within a trap? Interesting. I withdrew from the apocalypse's consciousness. There wasn't much surprise on my face, only the icy chill of just as I thought. Li Xian. Here, Chief. Lock onto the location where Shadow Serpent Moing is sending his communications, and the preset battlefield area he mentioned. Prioritize scanning the geological structure, psionic energy flow, and historical data. Understood. After cross-checking the data, we've identified 3 high-probability areas, all on the way to warehouse number 3. The geology is complex, with underground spaces suitable for an ambush. I looked at those 3 areas, and began to reason it through in my mind. Like a precision scanner, I fixed my gaze on the 3 marked areas. Su Xiao, I called to her. Leader. Su Xiao came over at once, her eyes focused. Based on what Moing called a domain disruptor, combined the data on Lu Hongtian's eternal night domain with the information in the root server about energy field confinement to run a simulated deduction. I want to know how it works, the attributes of its energy core, and its weaknesses or any backdoor we can exploit. Su Xiao took a deep breath. To harmonize energy, you have to understand the fundamental frequency and structural weak points. Give me some time, I need Li Xian's data and computing support. Li Xian, fully cooperate with Su Xiao, I ordered, then looked to Zhou Tao and Shan Cat. Shan Cat, the sniper team's mission has changed. Don't support warehouse number 3. Split up and infiltrate the pre-designated battlefield area, set up miniature psionic sensors and traps, and monitor the energy convergence points and the underground entrances. Your eyes and ears, not a blade. Understood. We'll become their ghosts. Shankat accepted the order calmly and went to pick his team. Zhou Tao. I looked at Zhou Tao, who was itching for action. Have your combat team split up as well and stand by on the outskirts of the 3 areas. Without my order, even if you spot the rebels, don't give yourselves away. Once you get the instruction, tear open their ambush ring from an unexpected angle. Don't worry, Brother Mo. I'll make sure they learn their lesson. Zhou Tao thumped his chest. I looked at Yang Jinggua's comms ID, Staff Officer Yang. Comrade Chen Mo, go ahead. Yang Jinggua's voice was as grave as ever. The plan needs a slight adjustment. When the rebels attack warehouse number 3, the authorities will collapse according to the original plan and let them get the supplies. But the timing of the net closing in will be on my command. Also, I want the authorities to spread a message, say that the Apocalypse leader, Overlord, because of merging with the Kyoto root server, suffered a psychic energy conflict and backlash, and has to go into seclusion to stabilize his realm. Apocalypse affairs will be handled by his deputy. Yang Jinghua froze for a moment, then immediately understood and said admiringly, brilliant. Feigning weakness to lure the enemy, making them overconfident. It'll lower their guard and let them set up an ambush without worry. I'll report it at once and carry it out to the letter. After the news that Overlord was severely wounded and went into seclusion spread, all sides had their own thoughts. Small and medium-sized settlements began to wait and see, and also started cozying up to the New Era Alliance and the Dawn Legion. The rebels' victory at Reserve Warehouse number 3 went smoothly. Wu Yan looked at the supplies, pleased with himself. After Moing confirmed that Overlord had gone into seclusion, he had no more doubts and set the ambush location in Soulbreak Valley. In a limestone cave in the valley, he installed a domain disruptor. The core of the device was a dark purple crystal that gave off an ominous aura. He said smugly, as long as Chen Mo enters the valley and the disruptor activates, his domain will be suppressed by at least 30%. We'll definitely make him die here. He had no idea that Bobcat and the others had already set up sensors throughout the valley, transmitting his every move back to me. Bobcat lay in wait outside the valley like a stone, watching the activity within. The Longyan team members had planted psionic traps around the mining area, and Zhou Tao was leading the assault team at another entrance, lying in wait. Everything was unfolding according to the rebels' script, but I had already woven a huge net, sealing Soulbreak Valley tight. They still didn't know they had become the prey. I stood in the command room, watching the footage coming through the spirit net and the data calculated by Su Zhao's team. My face showed little expression, but in my mind, everything was under control. "It's time," I said softly. "Inform Staff Officer Yang, warehouse number 3 can start reeling in the net. And us, it's time to go to the banquet." In Soul-Severing Valley, the atmosphere was so tense it felt like you could wring water out of it. Wu Yan hid behind a rocky cliff, sweat pouring down as he roared into the communicator, "MOing. Are your intel and timing reliable? If that kid doesn't show up, we'll be a laughingstock." Inside the limestone cave, MOing stared at the jammer, his fingers clenched so hard they'd gone white. He was just about to reply. Boom! A deafening blast erupted behind them, followed by gunfire, battle cries, and screams blending into a single cacophony. "Our rear has been flanked, it's the official troops." On the left are people from Apocalypse, the one leading them is Zhou Tao. The communications channel descended into chaos. Wu Yan sprang to his feet, his eyes bloodshot. "Fuck! We fell for it. The authorities and Apocalypse are in on it together." Almost at the same time, the jammer in front of MOing screeched, the core crystal flickered, and the gauges on the control panel swung wildly. "What's going on?" MOing was both shocked and furious. "No idea. The instruments are being interfered with, they're about to go out of control." The operator was so scared his face turned green. MOing understood in an instant it was the root server's privileges. Chen Mo had seen through their tricks long ago, even the jammer was under his control. "MOing. What do we do now?" Wu Yan shouted into the communicator in frantic exasperation. MOing steeled himself, pulled out the controller, and said, "If we can't use it, then we'll die together. Activate the self-destruct program." Just as his thumb was about to press down. Bang! The top of the limestone cave exploded. I stepped through the dust and descended slowly, my icy gaze fixed on Mo Ying's fingers. "Only trying to fight for your life now? Too late." My voice made the cave's temperature plummet. Mo Ying's thumb was only half a centimeter from the button. I lifted my hand and pressed down on air. The jammer let out a shriek, its casing shattered into dust, and the core crystal crumbled into powder. MOing froze there, and the controller fell to the ground. "This is all you've got to rely on?" I took a step forward, the living armor gleaming with a cold light. From outside the cave came Zhou Tao's laughter. "Brother Mo. We've taken care of everything up top, not a single one got away." MOing suddenly lunged at me, his hands turning into shadows, but I was faster. Silver light flashed, and he hit the ground with a scream, both arms severed. "Who gave you the technique? Speak." I pressed the tip of my blade to his throat. MOing let out a grim, bitter laugh. "You'll know soon enough. They have already awakened." I frowned and pushed the blade tip down, but Mo Ying's body convulsed, and purple patterns surfaced across his skin. "Careful. The energy reaction is abnormal." Lynx shouted over comms. I took half a step back. Mo Ying's body swelled, then exploded into a blood mist. When I jumped out of the lava cave, the fight outside was already over. Zhou Tao pinned Wu Yan to the ground with his knee, rebel troops were strewn all around, and the Longyan squad was finishing them off. Wu Yan spat a mouthful of bloody phlegm and stared at me. "You won, but this isn't over. There's someone behind MOing. They can build something even more powerful. Working with us is the only way out." Zhou Tao punched him in the back of the head. "Bullshit. You're at death's door and still trying to sow discord." Wu Yan burst into manic laughter. "You have no idea what you're up against. Just relying on your lousy network." I finally spoke, my voice terrifyingly calm. "Finished?" I picked up a fragment of the jammer, running my fingers over the patterning on it. "This tech isn't simple, but you think you're worthy of talking cooperation with me?" The fragments turned to ash in my hand. Take him away. I turned around. Make him tell you everything he knows. As Wu Yan was dragged away, he was still shouting, "You'll regret this when they come knocking." I stared at the distant mountain range, my gaze growing colder and colder. I knew there were more enemies than this, so I had to drag them out one by one. Back at the base, I tossed the odds and ends to Zhou Tao and the others. When Yang Jingui escorted Wu Yan away, his expression was heavy. He looked like he wanted to say something but didn't. I waved my hand and said nothing. The command room quieted down. I pulled up the system shop interface. The items scrolled by quickly, and my fingers suddenly stopped. T-800 General Purpose Mechanical Unit Blueprint. Description: a basic combat unit that can be equipped with multiple weapon modules. Price: 1,000 spirit stones. The name was as ordinary as some knockoff, but it reminded me of my past life. Later on, this thing fell under the control of warlords, forming a tide of steel that swept across half of Huagua. Buy. With a tap, 1,000 spirit stones were deducted from my account. To me, this was nothing. The Apocalypse Network now had an astonishing daily transaction volume, and the commission cut alone could bring in a lot. I walked into the underground factory, and the alloy door shut behind me. I brought up the system panel, selected the blueprint, rolled up my sleeves, and linked the living armament to the manufacturing system. Steel hovered in the energy field, buzzing. Countless parameters flashed through my mind as fragments of memories from my past life reassembled. I personally adjusted the mechanical skeleton and psionic circuitry, increasing the joint torque by 15%. 3 hours later, the last rivet went in, and the light fell across the metal body. I wiped the sweat from my brow and pressed the activation button. BZZ, the T-800's eyes lit up red. Its fingers clenched into a fist, and the transmission emitted a smooth, fluid sound. Better than the mass-produced units from my previous life. Satisfied, I patted its shoulder armor. Once I'd mastered the tech, I could build more. For now, the most important thing was to send it to the battlefield for a trial run. Just then, the base's outer defensive line was about to give way. Another wave of the undead was coming, and it wasn't small. Hold the left. Zhou Tao punched a zombie away, his rock-like skin covered in claw marks. Damn it, why are there so many zombies today? Young team member Li, who was knocked to the ground by 2 zombies. His machete was stuck in bone and he couldn't pull it free. In despair, he shut his eyes. Bang! A zombie's head exploded. A silver robot drew back its fist, and the rotary cannon on its other hand spit fire, wiping out every zombie within 5 meters ahead. This, what the hell is that? Li Hu stammered. Zhou Tao was stunned too. Holy shit, an Iron Man triathlon? The horde of zombies lunged at the cyborg, their teeth clamping onto its armor, but the T-800 didn't budge. With a backhand, it grabbed 2 zombies by the heads and slammed them together. It's not afraid of bites, team member Wang Lei shouted in surprise. Even crazier, a mutant spat out corrosive fluid, and the T-800 shook its arm and kept firing. I walked over and asked, "How is it?" Zhou Tao turned his head and saw me, pointing at the battlefield as he said, "Emoji. This iron bro is insanely fierce, where'd you get him?" "Just made him," I said, watching it rip the mutant apart. Not afraid of the virus, not afraid of pain. As long as there's enough ammo, it can keep fighting. Badass. Zhou Tao excitedly smacked his palm. Can this thing be mass-produced? Give every brother one. Li Hu leaned in with a goofy grin. Boss, can it understand human speech? The T-800 suddenly turned its head, its electronic eyes blinking twice. I laughed and said, "Want to try?" Zhou Tao shouted at the top of his lungs, "Iron bro. Wipe out those pieces of shit." A red glow flashed in the T-800's eyes, the shoulder missile bay opened, and 3 micromissiles shot out, blasting a sea of fire through the tide of corpses. The whole place fell silent. Zhou Tao swallowed. That's fucking badass. The explosion drew Li Xian and the others over. Boss. This machine, Li Xian pushed up his glasses, staring at the T-800. Built from the mall blueprints. I sent the data to him. Li Xian stared at the blueprint, clicking his tongue. With this level of precision, even if an ordinary person had the drawings, they still couldn't build it. Trouble with mass production? Not enough materials. Li Xian pulled up the inventory list. We're short the most on spirit energy conductive metal. What we have in stock is only enough to build 30 units. I looked toward the west. Once we get to the mining area, we can have as much as we want. The T-800 twisted off the last zombie's head. Its mechanical arm was covered in slime, but it was still functioning normally. Zhou Tao hooked an arm around Li Xian's neck. Old Li. When the time comes, outfit our combat squad with 200 units first. Li Xian gave a wry smile. Let's take the west first, then we'll talk. The robot walked back to base, its metal feet leaving clear footprints in the pool of blood. For the next 3 days, I lived in the workshop. The T-800 stood on the workbench, its breastplate open, packed with psionic circuitry and transmission mechanisms. Using silvery fluid like a scalpel, I reconfigured the core energy circuit. Transmission efficiency is down 12%. I frowned and muttered to myself as the living armor reshaped the neural network. Joint torque isn't enough either. While calibrating the visual sensors, I found it couldn't recognize camouflaged mutants. In my previous life, this kind of monster had made plenty of awakeners suffer. Need to add an energy sensing layer. I removed 3 psionic batteries and rebuilt them into a dynamic bioenergy scanning module. As the last piece of composite armor snapped into place, the blue glow in the T-800's eyes bled into purple. Go to the test range. The machine jumped down from the workbench, landing without a sound, moving twice as fast as before the retrofit. On the simulated battlefield, the moment the mimetic zombie appeared, the T-800's arm blade pierced its energy core, the whole process taking less than 0.3 seconds. I was finally satisfied, but then I thought of a new problem. No matter how strong a lone fighter is, there are limits. I needed to build a battlefield data link. I looked at the parts in the warehouse. To realize the idea of a mechanical legion, I had to seize the Western Spirit Stone vein as soon as possible. On the base testing ground, 30 T-800s stood in perfectly neat rows. Their metal shells gleamed with a cold sheen in the sunlight, and their eyes blinked in synchronized blue light. Zhou Tao circled the mechanical formation, reached out and poked the chest armor of the one in front. Iron bro, take a couple steps? I tapped the control console once. All 30 machines turned right at the same time, steel feet striking the ground in crisp unison, making the earth tremble with them. Holy crap! Zhou Tao jumped in fright and took half a step back. This is even more impressive than a ceremonial guard. Attack mode test, I ordered. The mechanized phalanx immediately spread out, arm blades sprang out with a cold flash, and the mock enemy targets were instantly shredded, so perfectly coordinated it was like a single person was controlling them. Zhou Tao sidled up to me. Brother Mo, can you have them do a square dance? I shot him a glance and typed a command into the console. All the T-800s suddenly froze in place, their mechanical arms swinging stiffly, joints creaking. The teammates on the sidelines were losing it with laughter. Li Hu laughed so hard he slapped his thigh. Tao bro, look. They really listen to you. Zhou Tao scratched his head awkwardly. That dance is stiffer than my grandma. The test continued. When a camouflaged mutant was simulated, the T-800's eyes turned purple, their scanning beams locking onto more than a dozen invisible targets, and their arm blades pierced the energy cores at the same time. Group combat isn't a problem. I pulled up the data panel. But sustained operations need psionic core support. I looked west. The ore veins rock would determine the fate of the entire mechanical legion. Zhou Tao was still teasing the leading T-800. Bro, how about we outfit you with some gold-plated armor when we get to the west? The machine turned to look at him, its electronic eyes flickering twice, then suddenly raised a hand and made a throat-slitting gesture. Hey! Who the hell taught you that? Zhou Tao yelped. The corners of my mouth lifted slightly. Of course you learned it from me. Carrying the encrypted file Yang Jinghua gave me, I felt a heavy weight in my chest. When Yang Jinghua came to see me, his face looked worse than the forced smile meme. He slapped the file onto the table with a loud, like setting off firecrackers, 2 rebel leaders cracked. Their technical support and psionic gear all come from the west. I glanced at the energy waveform chart on the file. Damn, it was practically a twin to the frequency of Mo Ying's jammer. So it really is in the west. I tapped the Orvane marker on the map with my fingertip, thinking, this trip won't be a sightseeing tour, it's going to be a hard fight. As we were talking, Yang Jinghua suddenly heard children's laughter. The two of us looked over, and dozens of kids were having the time of their lives under Linuan's lead. These children, Yang Jinghua had just started, when I said, we rescued them a few days ago. Take them with you. Yang Jinghua's eyes reddened as he told me, they're all the nation's future. Don't worry, officially, they'll be given the best education and protection. That night, all the core members of Revelation gathered in the command room. I went straight to the point, we leave for the west tomorrow. We must take that mineral vein, and we have to drag out those rats hiding behind it too. Zhou Tao sprang up like he'd been pumped full of adrenaline. I've been waiting for this day. Li Xian pulled up a 3D map of the vein and said, according to the rebels' statements, at least 3 unknown forces are entrenched there. Wildcat silently checked his weapons and added, the forward recon team is already in position. Su Xiao handed out energy detectors to everyone and warned, the psionic energy concentration in the mining area is 50 times that of normal regions, it could give rise to special mutants. I swept my gaze over the room and said solemnly, this time is different from before. We'll be fighting on the enemy's home turf. Outside the window, the T-800 formation stood silently, their metal shells cold as an iceberg under the moonlight. I rose and said, but as long as we win this battle, the future of all Huagua will be in our hands. Late at night, I'd just finished organizing the western mineral vein data when the door slid open with a swish. Ling Shui slipped in, locked the door behind her, and the shoulder straps of her combat suit had already slid down to her elbows. Still putting on an act, she said, we march out tomorrow. I didn't even look up. You've used that excuse 3 times already. She pressed up against my back, her breath tickling the rim of my ear. The West is dangerous. Then came the sound of fabric rubbing in the dark. Everyone knows what that means. When I pinned her against the supply crate, the silver glow of the living armor lit up the smiling corner of her mouth. Between gasps, she bit my shoulder and said, don't die. I still haven't. The next morning, feeling refreshed, I walked out to the tarmac and froze on the spot. T-800 had crooked cartoon stickers slapped across its chest, Doraemon lugging a rocket launcher, Pikachu cradling a Gatling gun. The whole scene was pure mash-up. Linuan came over with a medical kit and said, I put them on. Way nicer to look at than cold metal. Zhou Tao pointed at Doraemon and cackled, this thing could scare zombies to tears. Ha ha. Linuan narrowed her eyes, and Zhou Tao's laughter instantly jammed in his throat. He went beet red and pretended to cough. I reached out to peel the stickers off, but when I saw the little girl we'd rescued secretly stroking the Pikachu sticker, I said, leave them. Then I turned and boarded the vehicle, calling out, move out. T-800 strode after us, Doraemon catching the dawnlight with a ridiculous gleam. At daybreak, the convoy set off. The lead Doomsday war rig was like a moving fortress, followed by several APCs, supply trucks, and technical support vehicles. I sat in the war rig's command seat, eyes steady. T-800, like a loyal steel guardian, was mounted on the top of the rig, the cartoon sticker on its chest adding a little gapmo to this grim scene. The convoy soon drove out of Kyoto's radiation zone and into the wasteland. The site was one of shattered walls and ruin, everything withered. The once bustling cityscape was now nothing but the skeleton of reinforced concrete, twisted rebar like the bones of a giant beast. On the cracked highway, abandoned vehicles lined up in rows, all rusted into empty shells. The wind carried sand, dust, and ash, keening and whining. The air reeked of desolation and death. Now and then we passed some survivor strongholds, mostly built around small towns, factories, or terrain that was easy to defend and hard to attack, pitifully small in scale. From afar, you could see people keeping watch warily on the walls and watchtowers. Compared with our apocalypse base, these outposts were like they were made of paper. Once, the convoy took a break near an abandoned gas station. Zhou Tao took a few members and headed to a camp enclosed by car wrecks to trade for some intel. They had barely gotten close when several pitch-black gun barrels poked out over the wall along with tense, numb faces, and a hoarse voice barked, "Stop! Who are you?" Zhou Tao quickly raised both hands. "Just passing through, no hostility. We want to trade for some water." After a round of back and forth, they were finally allowed to approach. The survivors inside the camp were sallow and gaunt, there was wariness in their eyes, but also a faint glimmer of hope. Through the war vehicle observation system, I saw that the camp didn't even have an energy tower, only a few diesel generators and a battery alarm device. It had no way to give early warning of psionic fluctuations, and it wouldn't withstand the impact of zombies and mutants. They were surviving purely on luck and terrain. Zhou Tao couldn't help asking, "Has it always been this bad here?" A man who seemed like the leader gave a bitter smile and shook his head. "Being alive is good enough. A few days ago, that settlement to the east got wiped out overnight by some kind of monster that burrows underground. No one even made it out to spread the word." He looked at Zhou Tao's well-made gear and his energetic demeanor, his eyes full of envy. "You're from a big city, aren't you?" Scenes like this repeated themselves over and over along the way, and each time it weighed on us. Looking at the ruins outside the window, I felt even more certain the western or veins had to be taken, only then could this dead land have life again. The convoy drove along the wasteland highway for several days. Everyone was starting to feel a bit visually numb when, suddenly, a different silhouette appeared on the horizon ahead. It wasn't an abandoned city, but a settlement built around a large logistics transfer hub. The wall was put together from discarded shipping containers, concrete blocks, and metal supports, rough-looking, but damn solid. People patrolled along the wall, and modified heavy weapons were mounted on the parapets. The best part was that in the center of the settlement there was an energy tower. It was crude, but running normally. A pale yellow glow emanated from the tower, holding up an energy shield that covered the entire settlement. Zhou Tao pressed up against the window, eyes wide as saucers. "Whoa! This place isn't small, looks bigger than our base back in Tianshan City." Li Xian leaned in too, watching the feed from the recon drone, and said, "The energy tower is an entry-level model, but it's well maintained. From the layout, it's a spontaneously formed settlement, interesting." I observed for a while, then gave the order, "Bring the convoy in and park in the designated area. We'll rest here for a day, replenish supplies, and also take a look at what's going on here." Such a large-scale yet well-ordered unofficial survivor base is truly rare. The convoy checked in outside the wall, handed over a few spirit stones, and was led to a large parking lot. All kinds of vehicles were parked here, from modified off-roaders to heavy trucks, and there were even a few wrecked hovercars, giving the place a surprisingly high-tech vibe. The moment you entered the base, the bustle hit you in the face. Compared with the deathly silent wasteland outside, the streets here were crude, but crowded with people coming and going. Stalls lined both sides of the road. Some sold materials harvested from monsters, some sold homemade weapons and armor, and others sold improved seeds and clean food and water. The sounds of haggling, small talk, and tools clanking blended together, full of the warmth of everyday life. Zhou Tao tugged at Li Xian, eyes shining, and shouted, "Damn! Old Li, look, are they selling a tyrant rhino horn at that stall?" Li Xian was intrigued too. He nudged his glasses and said, "Yeah. Judging by the residual energy in the grain, it is. But the processing is a bit rough, there's serious energy leakage." Wildcat and the Dragonflame squad members didn't let their guard down. They fanned out around me, scanning the crowd in buildings with sharp eyes, assessing potential risks. Ling Shui, meanwhile, slipped silently into the crowd to gather more discreet information. I wandered along the street, taking it all in. This kind of social setup, awakeners organizing themselves and forming a barter economy, was pretty novel. Management here was loose, but for it to sustain such a large scale, there had to be powerful force or a shared consensus backing it. I told the team, "Go take a look around, gather intel, and see if there are any supplies or technologies we need. Wildcat, stay alert. Zhou Tao, don't cause trouble." Zhou Tao agreed verbally, but he grabbed Li Xian and ducked into a weapons stall, immediately launching into a critique of an outrageously styled shotgun. I led Lynx and the others toward the core area of the settlement, wanting to see what was keeping this place running. I was watching a craftsman hand engrave a psionic circuit when I suddenly noticed the flow of people surging in one direction. A lot of faces were lit with excitement and curiosity, even a hint of greed, as they called to one another, "Hurry, hurry! The market is opening today, if you're late you won't get a good spot. I heard there are a few top-tier items this time. Damn it, the spirit stones I saved last time weren't enough, no idea if I can snag a bargain this time." I frowned, thinking, what are this market and these good items? Could it be a large-scale auction for equipment or rare materials? To gather intel, I followed the crowd. Link signaled, and the Dragonflame squad members quietly closed in, protecting me in the middle. The closer we got to the destination, the more people there were, and the more feverish the atmosphere became. In the end, we arrived in front of a circular building converted from an old-era stadium. Burly awakened ones guarded the entrance, and they charged a hefty admission fee. Inside, the place was roaring with noise and brightly lit. In the center was a platform enclosed by an iron cage. I paid in spirit stones, took my people in, and found a seat up high in the stands. When I finally saw what was on the platform, my gaze turned cold in an instant, like an ice blade. There was no equipment or materials on the platform, only people. An auctioneer wearing an exaggerated top hat and holding a megaphone was spraying spittle as he introduced, "Next product, female, 20 years old, wood element awakened. Though she's only at the spirit initiation realm, her ability is gentle and she excels at promoting plant growth, an excellent choice for managing a shelter's eco-garden. Starting bid, 50 low-grade spirit stones." A spotlight fell on a girl in thin clothing with a metal collar around her neck. She trembled, her eyes full of fear and despair, with clear restraint marks on her wrists. Bidding immediately erupted from the crowd below. 55. 60. 65. This girl looks pretty fresh. Jiang Hao sprang to his feet with a whump, his fists clenched so hard they crackled, his rocky skin even bulging out. Damn it! Those animals! They actually... Li Xian's face was livid too. He adjusted his glasses and said in a low voice, "Boss, this." I raised a hand and made a downward pressing gesture. Jiang Hao panted heavily and sat back down unwillingly. Expressionless, I looked down at the floor. The auctioneer started pitching another scrawny teenage boy, saying he had keen perception talent, suitable as cannon fodder scout. Bids rose and fell in waves, pricing people with price tags in plain sight. Here, it was somehow taken completely for granted. I saw clearly the real rules beneath this base's facade of prosperity: the weak are prey to the strong, and power stands above all morality. I said softly to the core members beside me, "Remember this place. Remember these people." I wasn't angry, and I didn't make a move right away. Like a cold recorder, I etched the scene into my mind. This wasn't the purpose of my trip. Acting rashly would startle the snake and affect the Western Mineral Vein Plan. I stood up and said, "Let's go. There's nothing here worth trading for anymore." The people of Apocalypse followed in silence, each of them feeling as if a huge stone was weighing on their chest. We'd seen another form of the wasteland, more chilling than zombies and monsters. Linuan watched as the wood-type awakened girl on stage was bought with spirit stones by a burly man with a face full of thick flesh. The girl's tears of despair made Linuan unable to bear it. She turned her head away and asked in a low voice, "Can we really not do something?" I didn't slow my steps, my voice as calm as an iceberg. In an age where order has collapsed, there are too many people to pity. We're not saviors, we can't save them all. Keep ourselves in line and stay alive, that's the top priority. Just as I was about to take everyone and leave this nauseating place, the entire auction hall suddenly exploded, the roar nearly tearing the roof off. Everyone's gaze, including the representatives of the major powers, snapped to the auction stage. Drawn in by the frenzy, I stopped and turned back to look. On the auction platform, two burly, menacing guards escorted a young girl up. She was 17 or 18, even in ragged clothes with grime on her face, her astonishing beauty couldn't be concealed. But what drew the eye most were her eyes, like a frozen lake, revealing a calmness and stubborn resolve beyond her years. Even in desperate straits, there wasn't the slightest hint of pleading in her expression. The auctioneer was so excited his voice nearly cracked. "Ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, next up will be the most precious item of this auction, no, of this month, even of this entire year." He jabbed a finger at the girl. "Her. An SS rank talent awakener. Her talent is absolute zero. She can wield the power of extreme cold and freeze everything. The room instantly exploded. SS rank, and a rare elemental control talent at that. This meant unrivaled potential and combat power. If she grew to maturity, she would unquestionably become a hegemon in her own right. The auctioneer fanned the flames. Just imagine having her, whether as formidable combat power, or as, a one-of-a-kind collectible. She's irreplaceable. Starting bid 1,000 spirit stones. This sky-high price didn't scare anyone off, instead, it ignited everyone's greed. Bids rang out one after another, and the price shot up. Even my originally cold gaze rippled. An SS rank talent, absolute zero. The SS ranks I'd encountered before, like Lu Hongtian and Wu Yan and the like, were all enemies, and I'd ended up taking them out. But this girl in front of me, if I could subdue her. I happened to need all kinds of powerful talents and abilities to bolster the core strength of the apocalypse. A living SS rank awakener with limitless potential was worth far more than 1,000 spirit stones, more valuable even than a mechanized squad. Zhou Tao also realized something and looked at me. Li Xian quickly said in a low voice, an SS-grade talent, absolute zero. There are very few records of it in the database, but every time it appears, it has the power to change the course of a local battle. If we can recruit her, it will be of great significance to our expedition to the west, and even our subsequent development. Mountain Cat also gave a slight nod in agreement. Amid the crowd's frantic bids, I slowly raised my hand. My voice was calm, it carried an undeniable authority, instantly overpowering the uproar of the entire hall. 5,000 spirit stones. My bid was like a bomb tossed into water. Silence fell at once, and everyone stared at this unfamiliar young face. 5,000 spirit stones, this was half a year's income for many small and mid-sized settlements. The auctioneer was so excited his voice warped. F5,000. This gentleman bids 5,000. Is there anything higher? After a brief silence, a cold voice came from a private box on the second floor. 5,005. The moment people heard it, they recognized the speaker as the leader of the local major power, the Blood Wolf Corps. I didn't even lift my eyelids and said, 6,000. The Blood Wolf leader suddenly shoved open the box window, revealing a vicious face. Friend, the roads are slippery outside. Carrying such expensive goods, you'd better be careful. The threat couldn't have been more obvious. I ignored it outright and said, 8,000. The entire hall sucked in a breath of cold air. I was completely disregarding the local snake. The Blood Wolf leader's eyes were bloodshot as he roared, 8,005. This woman is reserved by our Blood Wolf Corps. What the hell outfit are you with? I said lightly, 10,000. The bid landed like a slap across the Blood Wolf leader's face. His expression instantly turned ashen, his fists clenched with a crack, and he stared at me as if he wanted to swallow me whole. The hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone knew this grudge had just become a big one. The auctioneer trembled as he raised the wooden gavel. Oh, 1,000, once. 1,000, twice. At that moment, a cloaked figure in the corner's shadows slowly lifted his head. Beneath the hood, half a face mottled with venomous blotches was revealed. Poison Scorpion Gang wants that person. A chill spread through the air as the crowd recoiled in terror. Clearly, everyone feared this poison-wielding force. I turned to look at him, the corner of my mouth lifting into an icy arc. 1,500. The Poison Scorpion Gang leader sprang to his feet, toxic mist seeping from his sleeves, his voice hoarse. Outsider, some things you can buy with your life, but you won't live to use. My gaze swept to the auctioneer, whose face had gone pale. Auction house rules, the highest bidder wins. Or is it that your rules here are, the highest bidder dies? The auctioneer jolted, hurriedly signaling the guards to step forward, forcing himself to separate the Poison Scorpion leader. The leader glared at me for a long moment before sitting back down viciously, his snake-like eyes fixed on me the whole time. 1,500, 3 times. Sold. The gavel came down, and it was settled. But everyone knew this was only the beginning. Not only had I won the girl, I had also slapped the Blood Wolf Group and the Poison Scorpion Gang in the face in full view of everyone. Countless greedy, jealous, gloating, ill-intentioned looks stabbed into our backs like thorns. Zhou Tao and Wildcat immediately tensed, forming a battle formation to shield me in the middle, their eyes cold as they swept the surroundings in a clear warning. I, on the other hand, acted as if nothing was wrong, calmly walking backstage to settle the payment. As we passed the iron cage, the girl inside suddenly lifted her head. Our eyes met, and a faint ripple flashed through the icy depths of her gaze, not gratitude, but more like scrutiny. I stopped and watched the guard open the cage door, the metal collar still fastened around her slender neck. I asked, "Name?" The girl froze for a moment, her bluish, cold-stiffened lips parted slightly, exhaling a wisp of white fog, "Bai Shuang." I nodded and motioned for Li Xian to step forward. Li Xian immediately took out his tools, studied the collar's structure, and tried to remove it. In the shadows of the venue, the Blood Wolf captain was snarling into a communicator, "Keep your eyes on them. The moment they leave the city." I want him to cough it up with interest. On the other side, people from the Poison Scorpion gang also quietly disappeared, clearly going to set things up. Back at the temporary camp of the Doomsday War Truck, I had someone remove Bai Shuang's restraints. Zhou Tao watched her warily, his rock-like skin flickering in and out, afraid this SS-grade talent of a girl might suddenly lash out or run. I waved a hand, telling Zhou Tao not to be so tense. I looked at Bai Shuang. Her eyes were still as cold as ever, but deep down there was a trace of confusion that was hard to catch. I asked, "No family?" Bai Shuang was silent for a while, then shook her head and said, "Dead. I've always been alone, hiding from place to place, until they drugged me and caught me." Her voice was cool and clear, with barely any emotion, as if she were talking about someone else. I could sense a vast yet chaotic ice-cold energy hidden within her. Clearly, she still hadn't fully mastered her gift. I told her, "Your talent is strong, but it's still asleep. If you want to live, you have to master it." Bai Shuang lifted her gaze to me, and a flicker passed through her ice-blue eyes. I said no more. Extending a finger, I sent a thread of pure spiritual energy mixed with the guiding force of the sovereign laws toward the center of Bai Shuang's brow. This was even more refined than what I'd used to help the Ling Shui sisters. It was meant to awaken her talent, not forcibly reshape it. In an instant, centered on Bai Shuang, a wave of extreme cold exploded with a boom. Crack crack, within a 50-meter radius, the ground was instantly sealed under a thick layer of ice, even the air seemed frozen, filled with tiny floating ice crystals. A white frost coated the shells of the parked vehicles, and Zhou Tao, standing too close, felt his rock-like skin was about to freeze and split. He hurriedly retreated. Everyone was stunned by the eruption of this absolute zero domain. As the energy fluctuations gradually subsided, Bai Shuang opened her eyes. Feeling the ice power surging through her like a great river, she looked at me with a complicated expression. I said, "You can control part of your power now. You're free, you can go." The moment I said that, Bai Shuang froze, and Zhou Tao jumped up on the spot. "MOGE. 15,000 spirit stones. You're just letting her go like that?" He was so heartbroken he was practically spasming. Even setting talent aside, Bai Shuang was the most beautiful girl he'd ever seen. Bai Shuang stared at me in disbelief, her voice carrying a trace of tremble she didn't even notice. "You spent so much money to buy me, wasn't it? Wasn't it because you fancied my body, or my ability?" In this apocalypse, beauty and power are often an even greater disaster for women. I looked at her. "You are indeed beautiful, and your ability is rare. But the apocalypse doesn't lack thugs, and it doesn't rely on coercion. You have the freedom to choose your own path." Bai Shuang looked at me deeply, as if trying to see right through me. In the end, she didn't say a word. She turned, sprang a few times, and vanished into the shadows of the wasteland. Zhou Tao beat his chest and stamped his feet. "Holy shit! She really left. Brother Mo, you took a huge loss." I didn't explain and turned back into the war rig. That night, even Linuan, who was usually so composed, couldn't help coming to see me. In a soft voice she asked, "Why did you let her go?" If her ability could be used for the base. Just then, a faint sound came from outside the vehicle. The lynx appeared soundlessly by the door and said in a low voice, "Leader, she's back." I stepped out of the war chariot and saw Bai Shuang standing quietly under the moonlight, a blood-soaked cloth sack tossed at her feet. "Zhou Tao, curious, stepped forward and kicked the sack open. By the moonlight he took one look, let out a startled scream, and staggered back several steps. Inside was the head of the Blood Wolf Regiment commander, eyes wide with rage. His face still wore an expression of terror and disbelief. Zhou Tao stammered, "Why you went and killed him?" Bai Shuang still carried a chill and a faint scent of blood on her. She looked at me, her voice was as cold as ever, but there was something more in it now. After I awakened, my senses became much sharper. I noticed two malicious presences locking onto this place the whole time. One was the Venom Scorpion gang. The other was him. I asked her, "Did you have a grudge against him?" For the first time, a clear crack appeared in Bai Shuang's ice-sealed face, hatred and sorrow carved into the bone. She clenched her teeth and said, word by word, "He killed my younger brother. Right in front of me." Everyone fell silent. So she hadn't left to run, she'd gone for revenge. I looked at her and asked again, "Your revenge is taken. Now, what do you plan to do?" Bai Shuang lifted her head, her icy blue eyes meeting mine. This time there was no confusion or scrutiny in them, only the resolve of a decision made. She said, "I have nowhere to go. If you don't mind, my life, you bought it, and you gave it back to me. From today on, it's yours." I showed a rare smile. "All right, on behalf of Apocalypse, I welcome you to the team." Bai Shuang immediately added, "If you have needs, my body can be yours to use as well, to vent your desires. Even though it's my first time. I'll do my best." Put. The mouthful of water I just swallowed nearly went down the wrong pipe. I jerked my head and sprayed it onto the ground, then started coughing hard. Cough, cough, cough. Zhou Tao's eyes were wide as bells, his mouth gaping wide enough to fit an egg. He looked at Bai Shuang, then at me coughing non-stop, his expression rapidly cycling between "what the hell, that's insane," and "there's a deal like this?" The lynx kept that cold, stern look, but the corner of his mouth twitched slightly as he silently shifted his gaze into the distance, as if he'd suddenly become very interested in the wasteland's night scenery. Li Xian choked on his own saliva, pushed his crooked glasses back into place, his face flushed red. He wanted to say something but held it back, and in the end it turned into a string of soft coughs. The atmosphere went so awkward it was quiet. I finally caught my breath, wiped the corner of my mouth, and looked at Bai Shuang, who had an "I'm stating facts" expression. Not knowing whether to laugh or cry, I waved my hand. "Stop. Apocalypse doesn't need that. Here, you earn your keep by ability and let your achievements speak. Your ability is your value, there's no need to attach any other conditions." I paused, then said firmly, "Here, you only need to be yourself and use your strength. As for everything else, no one can force you, me included." Bai Shuang blinked, seeming a little confused, but seeing my serious expression and the attitude of everyone around us agreeing, some of the ice in her eyes seemed to melt. She gave a light nod. "I understand. I'll prove my value with my strength." Zhou Tao sidled over and nudged me with his elbow, lowering his voice with a sly grin. "Brother Mo, this is being delivered right to your door, and you really don't want it?" SSS rank, in every way. I shot him an icy look. Zhou Tao immediately swallowed the rest of his words, awkwardly hunching his neck back. I instructed Li Xian, "Take Bai Shuang to get her accommodations arranged and let her familiarize herself with the base's basic rules." Li Xian hurriedly agreed and made a pleased gesture to Bai Shuang. Watching Bai Shuang's back as she left with Li Xian, I rubbed my brow. It seemed this new members addition was more than just gaining another powerful combat asset. Still, I believed that once the rules were set, she would come to understand that Apocalypse is different from everywhere else. As night fell, the wind over the wasteland was cold as ice blades. Several campfires burned beside the Doomsday War vehicle. Zhou Tao held a whetstone, honing his rock-hardened knuckle dusters, muttering, "Oldly, do you think that Western mineral vein is really as freaky as the intel says? Psionic density 50 times higher than outside? Wouldn't that breed who knows how many monsters?" Li Xian sat by the fire, wiping the lens of the psionic detector without looking up. "Data doesn't lie. But that's exactly why the spirit stone quality there is extremely high. It's the key to supporting our future development. Don't forget, T-800 is still waiting to eat." As he spoke, he glanced at the robot standing quietly beside the war vehicle. Zhou Tao bared his teeth in an exaggerated grimace. Damn it, just thinking about those metal lumps trying to snatch spirit stones from us makes my flesh ache. His words drew a few low chuckles from the nearby teammates on rotation. Wildcat sat a little farther away in the shadows, maintaining his sniper rifle, and suddenly cut in. Compared to monsters, I'm more worried about people. That Western Chamber of Commerce isn't to be trifled with. If they can keep a foothold in a place like that, their methods can't be simple. Just then, Bai Shuang, who had been resting with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Her ice blue eyes flashed with a faint glimmer in the night as she said softly, "The smell of the air has changed." Almost at the same time, Wildcat jerked his head up, nostrils twitching, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. "There's a sweet, fishy stench. Watch out. It's poison gas." The relaxed mood vanished in an instant. Zhou Tao threw down the whetstone, his rock-like skin spreading over his entire body as he growled, "All hands, on alert. It's those dirty bastards from the Poison Scorpion gang." Almost simultaneously, dozens of shadows sprang out from the surrounding ruins. They moved without a sound, and their weapons glimmered with an eerie green light. Poison Scorpion gang members. They excelled at poison and assassination, choosing the dead of night to launch their attack. The boss said it'd wipe out this bunch of outsiders, and that SS rank ice chick has to be taken alive. Heh, once we catch her, let the brothers have some fun first. An SS rank genius, she's gotta be a real thrill to play with. Careful, don't damage her. The boss still needs her for enemy attack. Prepare for battle. Zhou Tao roared. In an instant, rock-like skin covered his entire body, but the trace amounts of poison gas he'd inhaled still made his movements a half-beat slower. The Longyan squad reacted fast, immediately forming a defensive line behind the vehicles and opening fire. But the Scorpion gang were far too cunning, using the cover of night and the poisonous fog. Their figures flickered in and out, and most of the bullets hit nothing but air. Worse still, the spreading fog not only blocked their view, it kept gnawing away at everyone's stamina and spiritual energy. Li Xian operated the defense system from inside the vehicle, but the poisonous fog was starting to affect the precision instruments too. Just then, a cool, aloof figure stepped forward through the crowd. It was Bai Shuang. Facing the billowing fog, her eyes didn't waver in the slightest. She raised both hands, and an icy blue glow surged from within her. Softly, she spoke 4 words, "Absolute Zero." There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a bone-deep chill, as if from the polar regions, spreading outward from her in complete silence. The next moment, a miraculous sight appeared. The diffuse, invisible poisonous miasma froze the instant it touched that cold wave. Countless tiny ice crystals with an eerie green tint condensed in the air, drifting down like floating snowflakes, and could no longer cause any harm. Not only that, the Poison Scorpion gang members who had been hiding with the help of the poisonous fog were instantly exposed. A thin layer of frost covered the surface of their bodies, and their movements became extremely sluggish, as if they were stuck in a swamp. Zhou Tao stared, dumbfounded, even forgetting his dizziness. Holy shit. This works too? A sharp glint flashed in Wildcat's eyes as he seized this fleeting opening. Open fire. With their poisonous fog and speed advantage gone, the Poison Scorpion gang members exposed to the gun muzzles became live targets. The Dragonflame squad's bullets struck with precision, and in an instant a swath of them fell. Seeing things going badly, several stronger Poison Scorpion gang leaders had spiritual light flicker around them, trying to force their way out and break through the restraints of the icy domain. Bai Shuang's gaze sharpened. With a light tap of her jade-like finger, she said, "Freeze." The air around those ringleaders instantly solidified, and solid ice spread upward from their feet at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it froze them into several ice sculptures with terror-stricken expressions. The battle was over in just a few minutes. The attacking Poison Scorpion gang was completely wiped out, while on the Apocalypse side, aside from a few people suffering mild poisoning, there was hardly any damage. Zhou Tao walked up to an ice sculpture and curiously tapped it with a finger, producing a crisp sound. He turned his head to look at Bai Shuang, who was drawing back the cold air, her face slightly pale yet still calm, and couldn't help giving a thumbs up. "Badass. Sister Bai, that move is insane." Li Xian also pushed up his glasses, full of admiration, instantly altering the environment, freezing an energy body, an SS-grade talent, worthy of the name. Wildcat nodded at Bai Shuang. Though he didn't speak, the approval in his eyes was obvious. Everyone thought of how I'd spent 15,000 spirit stones to buy Bai Shuang, then without hesitation helped her awaken and even gave her freedom. Everyone understood that spirit stone spend was worth it.